Rue go for the steal.
He's gotten it before. A power shot as well.
Ready. He's gonna go for it. He's gonna get it with the punch.
Ain't no way.
He's gonna walk up with the spike. Carapace gets another double stun. Look at the damage done to the Falcons. Not quite out, but that's into the crippling fear. But yeah, the call onto the other side. Watson in a lot of trouble.
They know what's going on. They're trying to finish the roast.
Oh God.
Oh God. The Aegis. Oh no. 9 class cues up the heart.
Echo, salami.
He's ready to finish it with a highlight slam there. So look at Whispering Yuma. Look at this wraparound.
Oh, what is this play?
Fountain. You don't expect this. You don't expect this at all. He just came out from their own fountain with the blink black hole. The second one comes in as well. What an angle from the two of them. The buybacks come out.
So they're going to play it around the roast. It's dying quick.
Falcons. They're going to look for the interrupter. They're straight in. Marine pretty much on top of the 3 of them. Rue nearly dies. He'll get the snowball off. Roshan falling super low. Falcons going to get the steal. And they get the kill. They get the Aegis.
Important it was the initiation before. Now someone does walk into a remnant, but it doesn't matter. Miro, nice nightmare, avoids the fall, but this is an alchemist. He's got to have more farm. I know he gave a scepter away, but
the best building hitter lineups and builds.
Oh my lord! Avalanche just catches 3, 2 heroes dead to start the fight. Roar onto collapse. Spirit. This is what they've needed though. God, not me in the trees. Avalanche toss.
I think he's struggling to see how they kill him. Oh, they're going to toss him back. They're going to try for it. Satanic. Call comes out though from Noticed, and they're going to chop everybody to the ground.
Quick dodge on the gust there, but the blink to call. They found her, but there it is. The snowball save. The lassos out from the Bat Rider just destroy Liquid. There's no shot.
Another wonderful day of Blast Slam 7. It's day number 4 and our final day of our best of 1 group stage. And at the end of the day, we're going to have 2 teams eliminated, 2 teams booking their ticket to join us here in Copenhagen, and the rest, well, they're still going to have to fight it out in some best of 3s. Joining me, T and Quinn. How are you both today?
All right. Last night I went to bed at like 11.
Not as confident as I was hoping.
All the lights were on. I woke up at 7 in the morning with all the lights still on. I had no alarm set. My phone was on mute. I could have potentially set.
So it's a miracle you're even here today.
It is a miracle I'm here.
Okay.
There we go.
We're starting the day off with a miracle. What about yourself, Quinn?
I'm good. I went to the bakery and got a pastry. It was very yummy.
You do that every morning, though.
I didn't eat yesterday.
Oh.
Today I got a cardamom bun. Ooh.
How would you rate it out of 10?
It wasn't there. They have stuff that's better there. The almond croissant's the best.
Okay, what would you do if you had to rate it out of 12?
Like a 6 or 7.
Okay, well, that wasn't the joke I was setting up for. I was setting up to look at our group standings because we still have 12 teams in the tournament here for Slam 7. No one has yet been eliminated, but looking at it, we can see that Falcons and either Yandex or PARIVISION are going to be those 2 teams. They get to bypass the best of 3s. But right now, it's looking like Glyph and Tundra, the kings of Blast Slam, are going to be the 2 eliminated teams for the first time that we have eliminations in groups, and it could be those 2. Of course, they still have many more games to play, so it's not like it's set in stone by any means. Yeah,
I mean, Tundra, they're playing BB, Glyph, and LGD as their final 3 games. So I don't know, it's like this.
The Glyph one's good, because if you're going up against a team that's down there with you, you put yourself one step closer to the teams who are only 1 game above you.
And that's why it's even better when Glyph will beat Tundra, and they will be the ones to eliminate Tundra.
Push them down deep into the mud.
No. It's actually like you grab them and then you come with, It's like, I'm drowning, so I'm going to drag you down.
them?
Yeah, exactly. Glyph will RKO Tundra today, confirmed.
Okay.
I mean, me and T were talking about it in the car. It's honestly... It's bizarre that Tundra is last.
Yeah.
Going from winning lands like 2 months ago to now being just straight up last place in the groups, not even beating around the bush, not mid-range, just last. That is crazy to me to a degree that I'm like, what the heck is happening? I don't remember seeing a team go from like that big of swings. I feel like BetBoom is the only other team that swings that crazy.
Because like normally with Tundra, it's like at events, they'll still be like mid-pack when they're not doing well. To be like literally last place, like there has to be some like player-to-player thing. There has to be some like additional factor that we just cannot fathom at the moment. Because yeah, it is so weird seeing them down there.
Guys, I got a way to fix them.
What's that?
They're going to have to pick Lina. Position 4 Lina.
That's how they're going to fix,
okay.
really.
All right, sell it to us.
Okay, what would you say is the category? Like, what are the main 3 things a support needs to be like what does a hero need to be a good?
What does a hero truly need?
That's what I'm saying to be a good support.
Well, it needs to be able to, have presence in the first 15 minutes of the game, not be a hindrance to your entire team.
I think Ligny can do that.
Have a good model is what Quinn would like to phrase.
Now, I don't know if you want to talk about Lena that way, but
She's got a great model.
I feel like being able to scale is one thing for a support these days with the Greedy Enchantment and the Midas
okay.
getting picked up. Having a stun, in which she does for Light Strike Array. Having burst damage, which she also has in her ult.
Burst damage, I wouldn't say is that important.
Yeah.
Sure, but people are picking up line and things like that. I'm just saying it seems to be something that's like if your support has it, you're really enjoying it. It's not a necessity, but it is something you enjoy. And mobility.
She doesn't have ads.
No.
Sorry, what does her Ags do?
Okay, so she can purchase mobility.
Sorry, but people are picking Witch Doctor.
You can purchase Blink Dagger. That's more mobility than her Ags.
I'm just saying there's multiple ways then. Everyone else, it's just blink and force stuff, but hey, you get another item and you get even more mobility.
How reliable is her stun, by the way?
Incredibly. If you're just good.
Just good. How many, if you're a good
Sorry,
player.
we saw Miranda yesterday. How reliable would you say her stun is?
Yeah, but she has mobility without gold.
Yeah, so does Lena.
And Bottom's also bad, let me be clear.
That's what I thought
both
the
in the
first.
same
I thought that was going to be the first argument. Is like
No.
Miranda is just bad. Why would I compare her to? Look, I'm just saying. I think I could sell you guys a little bit more on the Lena. But T, you had a hero that you yesterday were incredibly passionate about. That you
Yes.
wanted to try and sell us and the teams out there.
Yes, so passionate. I even played an Ogre game last night just to make sure I was right on this thing. And I am very right on this. So much so that I shared some thoughts with production, and then production assisted me in being able to present you the case where this is a TGov approved document, as you can see here. My seal of approval.
Very legally binding.
The stamp on my bald head. The real estate for advertising up here is always available if you want to sponsor it. Anyway, let's go to the next slide. Ogre 2-for-1 buy. Okay, great.
What does that mean?
It was 2 heads. You get.
Oh.
Yeah, you pick one hero, but you get 2.
I hope we do get to some analytical points because I gave him only analytical points. There we go. This is about.
What is going on with that hamster in the bottom right?
I mean, this is exactly what goes through the mind of every single Ogre player because it's very simple. You have, like I said to Quinn said to us, you have a great model. You have good HP. You have good armor. You're a big boy. You level Bloodlust level 1. You walk up to that range creep. Yes.
Okay.
Beforehand, when you had the other facet, then you wouldn't, obviously, because you'd go for like 2-point ignite, but now you just level Bloodlust, okay? And then you walk up to the lane, and you go, bop, on the range creep, bop, on the hero, and you just slap them silly. Boop, back to the base. All right, anyways, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Bloodlust, happy carry, happy life. When I've ever walked to a lane as Ogre, when I press Bloodlust on an ally, they've never pinged Mantle with intelligence at me. They've never told me to run it down mid. They've never told me they're going to tab out and play Balatro. They're just locked into the game. They have free items. I'm giving them gold. Quinn has been so happy in our pubs together. I bloodlusted him. He's like, oh, thank you. Never said negative things to me when I've bloodlusted him.
I don't think I've said negative things to you in general.
When he's bloodlusted you.
You have never said negative things to me, but I'm just adding the layer of Ogre for the point I'm making.
Okay.
Is that dragon fun fact? Did you know that?
I didn't see it. Sorry. What was it? Sorry.
So who are the little guys at the bottom?
What was the dragon fun fact? Could you
that
remind
it's
me?
like each civilization has come up with their own version of dragons despite never having contact with each other or whatever. I don't know where you would get that stat from.
How would the dragons
That
contact
fact,
each
I
other?
That is still, when you think about it.
Civilizations, obviously. Look at the grammar, idiot.
Yeah, come on. And thanks, Nat, for telling me that, because that's a really cool fact that I
Yeah.
100% believe is true. But as you see here, I believe people also misunderstand Ogre. Maxing stun is very important. You get big damage instantly. With Ignite, it's damage over time. With heroes like Ember and Puck and all this, they can disjoint it and not really care. But when you walk to the lane, and you're pretty much a walking lion ultimate with your first spell, sure, there's a little bit of gambling involved, but that's not a problem. You just... Bop, bop,
What talent
multicast,
is that
kill.
one again? What level talent is that?
Which one, sorry?
The...
On hit?
Yeah, on hit.
That's
25, I
25.
think.
We're not playing for 25. That
Okay.
clip, that was production's influence in this broadcast. But just look at the damage. When you okay, that
Look at the damage when
just
you come
to
off
be clear,
cooldown.
I asked Misery, to be very clear, for one showing of a stun. Just one stun.
He couldn't.
brother put all spells and went, stun, 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 stun. That's the dopamine you get when you're playing Ogre. You want to break the game. Anyways, I still think that maxing stun is very good for running around. When you go to a rune, you can put like a Storm Spirit to half HP if you get the multicast. People don't respect it, but Bloodlust in lane, a casual point in Ignite to secure a bit more pressure, then you max stun, you're going to feel really good in the game. So big fan of that. And because of Greedy, you don't need to go Midas. They're saying, I've told them don't buy Midas. I said don't buy it.
In the graphic, it looks like you should.
I told them not to. And this is the problem. Production loves Dota so much that they also put their thoughts of Ogre into this. So
I'm just saying right now, all your
slide.
points for Ogre are the same points for Lina.
Huh?
Lina doesn't need Midas?
Yeah.
Yay!
And you max her stun.
But you don't max her stun. Let me be clear. Don't do that.
But no, I as much as the meme is here, I really do believe Ogre is a better hero than people give it credit for. Bloodlust is underrated, the stun is underrated, even the fire shield, the shard is underrated, and you can tank some hits. So I do believe that Ogre should be played more. I really hope you enjoyed this presentation. I have no idea what's left in this presentation, but I'm going to assume that it is over here as I spam this audio sounds into my ear. And oh god, what's this? Oh, this is fucking
Oh my gosh.
Honestly, yeah, I fully agree with everything on this slide. MMR growth is guaranteed, and don't buy Midas. Thanks.
That's so cursed, that image.
There you go.
Your hand is also kind of like, it's like hooked backwards somehow, like the Midas.
You're critiquing someone's Photoshop skills right now, and I think you should tell it to their face, not on broadcast, Quinn. That's
Go
what
on.
yeah, go on.
I love the presentation. It's just also
Great.
kind of like giving Michael Jackson a little bit.
How long have you been an Ogre fiend for?
It's my second most played hero. I've got about 880 games. I'm Grandmaster on the hero. First place to that is Spirit Breaker with like 1600, and then third place is Warlock with like 700. Then like Nature's Prophet and other stuff. But Ogre to me is
Prophet, really?
Yeah, in support role. But yeah, Ogre to me is like my favorite hero, and I'll play it no matter the patch, no matter the rank, and I'll still be able to climb MMR on it. So Dota 2, it's not about the meta, it's about your comfort.
I believe there's like extra fun facts. The reason why I brought up the dragon fun fact, if you had verified it, is because there's another fun fact coming up. The hoodie. Do you know the? T, are you gonna share the lore behind this one?
I forgot about this. Yeah. So that. Wait. What? Oh, it's an old video.
Pre-recorded.
Bro, I legit thought he was there. I legit thought he was there. I was like, oh my god, this is a great reveal. Oh no. Okay. Yeah. So that hoodie, that as you saw on screen, that gentleman, Doig, he's basically my lookalike. We're both bald. We both have beards. We're both from England.
You guys are besties.
We
Don't
both played
undersell
Dota
it.
together in unranked, you know, and we had
That's so
artwork of
cute.
ourselves as Ogre. So that is a 2019 or 2020 jumper. That's surprisingly still fits us badly, but still, yeah, that is also back in the day.
That's your COVID baby.
Yeah.
That hoodie.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, because it was like the artwork was done during that time whilst we were living.
I'm being legit.
We are. So whilst we were living in Ukraine, my girlfriend drew it, and then to give the hoodie to Doig, we had to give it to James Banks, a host and interviewer in CS. He then traveled to another event, I can't remember how, to then give it to Doig. So we really went the extra mile to give him this Ogre
It wasn't
hoodie.
even that he gave it to Doig. He put it in like a cab. The hoodie itself, and the cab drove it to Doig. So he didn't even go and he couldn't go and hand deliver it because of the COVID
And I had
era
to
and
taxi
things like
it
that.
from my place to James Banks. So there was 2 taxis.
With just this hoodie.
And 1 Banks involved in getting this Ogre hoodie to him. That's how much I love Ogre and Doig.
I'm hoping we have time because I believe, Quinn, you also had a hero.
I did have a hero that's not very good. The name is Outhouse Decorator. He's very bad right now, and you should play him.
He's okay. You're going to set this up. He's really bad right now. Play him.
Yeah, exactly. We need to show to Valve that we care about this hero. We want it to be good, and so you got to play it and bump the numbers up. So first of all, this hero, the ult is just so fun to cast. Okay, it's like I was told there would be a sound effect or something, but the ult just sounds heckin' cool. I think
you can hear it.
Yeah, listen. Okay, it's really quiet, but you can hear it. And anyway, the ult is awesome. The ult, it's like the coolest spell, and they go, oh, there it is. Crank that soldier boy.
Only if you're a core though. Like if you're the OD player in OD meta, the dopamine of you pressing it, because everyone just disappears. But when I'm on the receiving end of this ultimate, it is just absolute despair. It's one sound and gone.
Okay, well, you know what else he's got besides soundies? He's got names. Outhouse Decorator, Outworld Destroyer, Outworld Devourer, Obsidian Desecrator. Brother's got a lot of names, and they're all heckin' cool. He can also pike you, and we're skipping that. And okay,
they hate pike.
Oh no, we're going back. Okay, yeah, he has a cool name. Let's go to the next one. He's cool. I love his name. Yeah. So also his Q, his Arcane Orb, sounds awesome.
It does sound awesome. That
yes.
I genuinely can. Attest to.
Like, bro, all the spells sound so good. The sound design in Dota is awesome in general. It sounds like a wave crashing over the shore, except you're doing it over and over and over again. It's dopamine incarnate. Okay, next one. You can pike people, and you heard that 5 times, and you hit them from Hong Kong, and they're in North America. Boop, 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 and they go down. It feels good.
That was 5.
The voice acting is incredible. Like, how cool is this?
Okay, to be clear,
This is a guy.
Anything audio based in Dota is S.
But I think OD stands above. Listen to this voice acting.
All minds are quickly broken.
It is very good.
What? It's so sick.
It's S tier.
It's as good as Ogre. I will give you that.
No,
I think it might be better.
as good.
I think it might be better.
We'll debate.
Anyway, you should pick OD and Valve should buff OD, please. Thank you. It's really bad.
It's really bad. Please, someone pick it so Valve can buff it. That's fantastic. You really didn't sell me on it at all, but I got really sold.
Doesn't that look fun to play though? You get to hear.
I can't wait to be farming
I
a
don't
medium
know about
camp.
playing it, but I'm super happy if it's in my game. Let me put it that way. Especially if
Your
it's on
team,
the enemy team.
Enemy team. Cool.
That's what I'm saying there. And we
Yep.
can see maybe, and I'm not going to say this with any confidence at all, our 2 upcoming teams might be playing it. We got Liquid up against Falcons to start off our last group stage day, and it feels like when you say these 2 names, you would think that they're neck and neck, that they're going to be in similar standings for the groups, but no, it's a completely inverse sort of story. Falcons sitting at 7-1, and Liquid, the only tied team, 4-4.
Yeah, I think Liquid just having a shaky day yesterday where this easily could have been a 6-2 Liquid team where if they beat Falcons, they are going to be top 2, but just yesterday didn't go their way at all. And for Falcons, lose to Glyph, beat everyone else. So yeah, I think for Liquid it's just shaky, and for Falcons I am expecting them to be the favorites based on just the stats of the group stage.
Yeah, we've not seen Liquid be super convincing, I think. They have been kind of all over the place in terms of drafts. I think they're picking a pretty wide variety of things. Some of it's working, some of it's not. And I respect the getting creative, but I also respect winning, and there haven't been that much of that. I also think Liquid, since their Blast Malta win, has kind of dipped off a little bit. Boxic took the break, and they haven't looked quite the same since before the break to after, I think. So I wonder if it's still just like growing pains. You know, we kind of said that the other day, but they did even worse yesterday. So I'm like, when's the pickup going to happen? When are we getting in the zone? When are we get our mojo back? Because currently there's no mojo to be seen.
Yeah, I did kind of say, oh, it might not be either of these teams just because what's on the line, but you're right. Liquid were the team that picked up Omni and put him in position 5, so a hero that isn't being seen a lot. So maybe it cooks the right way this time around, Quinn?
I'm going to say they should probably stick to the normal heroes.
Okay, just pick normal heroes. That's the request here from Quinn to Liquid, but we'll see just how normal the draft ends up being. Got some bands coming out in our draft here. A giant yawn from Amar.
Starting out with a good one.
Yeah, I'm telling you, we need to start a yawn counter for this day, okay? We're already at 1 for Amar there. I'm going to keep track of it, how many we see, because apparently the bands are really boring in his eyes.
There's 2.
That is 2. We're up to 2 now. We've got Lone Druid, Coddle, Husker, Timber, and Doom banned out. I'm actually going to tally this. We're at 2. I don't watch this all.
You're making a whole new note page for this, or?
We'll see how long it gets.
That's fair enough.
I don't like this Timber ban. We've seen Falcons. I don't think they've played it a single time yet this tournament, at least not that I've seen. They banned it a lot themselves, and they've just not been prioritizing this hero. So I think from Liquid, this is a little bit too much respect. I don't think this Doom is that big of a problem. And I also think you could leave Doom because they only played off lane. They're not playing it carry. I feel like there's stuff that you could potentially ban instead. Now, they may steal the clockwork, so it'll be fine, but the Timber ban's a little scared to me.
Yeah, when you look through the previous drafts, right, it's either teams ban Doom and Timber, or they leave the Doom, Falcons take it, and then with the Timber, it often can get ignored, at least in the first couple phases by Falcons. So there are many reasons in which you could argue Liquid ban could be very different, but alas.
Dude, I got so baited by that. That was Alina that started the clockwork animation.
You thought it was Alina?
Yeah, they first picked Lina.
I was like, I knew they didn't, but my brain was just thinking about her.
If it's a carry, then I'd love to talk about it.
don't talk to me.
There's a chance that Watson plays
fine.
a carry at
Makes
some
it real
point.
difficult now, huh?
It's not impossible. I mean, the thing about picking the Clockwork, yeah, is you give him the chance to pick Pangolier, which is the Falcons hero. So that's the downside of picking or banning the Timbersaw rather. They're also going to do the Ench Chen bans we saw the other day. So snaking, that's quite a bit of respect when you're getting double target ban second phase.
But this kind of makes sense though from first pick, right? It's like you ban 3 foundational heroes of your opponent's drafting, which is again the Huskar, the Timber, the Doom. Again, you could maybe argue one of them could be different. And then because you have 2 bans in the next phase, double ban the Zoo. They're not picking it in the first phase on Falcons. So it's like, to me, it's like this feels like the strongest draft pattern. Like you pick your 3 poison, always ban Ench Chen when you're first pick against Falcons.
Yeah, it's just when all your bans are blocked out like that and none of it's specific towards this particular draft or even to what you want in particular. Like I'd say Ench and Chen are both decent against Clockwork. I'd say they're probably slightly advantageous matchups. It's nothing too crazy though, so when you like have just only set bans like this, then it's somewhat predictable and it's also not very like adaptive.
I would say that you could be more critical of it if it wasn't against a team like Falcons who don't go super heavy on counter picks. You know, if you're coming up against someone like Spirit and you're more telegraphed with those sorts of bans, I could see us being a bit more critical towards Liquid's draft then.
No, it's more on Liquid identifying what's to come from Falcons and making sure that the heroes aren't suddenly, oh, how do we deal with this Razor? You know, it's like, they, you know, like, oh, what a shock. Oh, we got Razored on 24. You know, it's like, that can't be the case. So I don't mind the bans if they continue down this line.
That should have been Alina is all I'm saying.
I'm going to say not. Also, these idiots yawning's got me yawning. Can they stop?
How many are we up to now? I still only have the 2.
Yeah, just the 2, but like
Oh, okay.
he yawned too, and it's contagious.
You did yawn and then you just made T yawn.
He yawned before.
I yawned because you said he yawned and then they yawned and then I yawned and then now you're yawning because I'm yawning. They picked Lion. Do you think production's yawning now? Do you think everyone's just going to fall asleep before, like...
No.
No, they wouldn't. They're professional.
Not when you get to see a slider and an IO come out from the...
This is a classic combo. Slaughter just really likes the movement speed. He likes the attack speed. He likes being allowed to get in there and be tanky. And it's also a lot of catch with relocates around the map. So these heroes have plenty of synergy. And it's good against Pangolier too, because he rolls and you just amp him and shoot him. So I think these are cool picks. I do question if Liquid can play the IO to the same level that PARIVISION can.
I want to say yes because they won 2 days ago with the IO against BetBoom, and I remember seeing that game. It was a massive back and forth. Like, it was incredibly close. So whilst Quinn is yawning, no one can see that, but I'm going to call him out anyway. I have pretty good faith that the fact that IO has garnered one of the 4 wins Liquid has gotten for this group stage.
No, yeah, it's a very cool pickup for them, right? Because you can get in and out and annoy the Pangolier. You save away from the Lion. When Lion commits and goes for the finger damage, you got mech heals, maybe locket heals, even relocates just to get a bit more positioning. And the Slaughter, the fact you're flexing it in 2 lanes as well, like the draft, you know what pacing it's going to bring. You don't know exactly where the Slaughter's going to go. But for Falcons against this type of lineup, like you're thinking about Tide Hunters and big blobs. You want to be able to just stand your ground and soak that initiation. But with Liquid having the final pick in the phase, it can be difficult picking them. That aside, they go for the Lich, of course. The shield against physical damage, big plus. So already protecting themselves from the Slaughter plus Mickey combination that is still yet to be revealed.
I want Drow Ranger for Mickey.
Yeah,
I want Drow.
Yeah, I don't even care, like, because Pango existing, who cares? Pango jump you have Pike, you then do like 4 right clicks into Pango, and he's out of the fight. So, I mean, with SF being banned, it's like, what, SF, Drow, Terrorblade are like the big 3 to try and just smack a Pango.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a little bit worse against Tiny, although it's like, it's pretty good in the game. It's just there's windows where he can jump you, he'll buy Blink instead of Shadowblade, or maybe he'll buy both, and you've got to play a very careful, very conscious game. Drow's also not super good with IO in the context that IO wants people who chat up and run in generally. It's the reason why stuff like Gyrocopter and Slark are the classic best IO pairings. I think it would still be cool. And Mickey Mouse is also a pretty good Drow player. Back in Lima Major days, he was playing Drow all the time. The hero was very good first phase sometimes. So it is very possible. Lima.
Do you know what other hero was really good during that major?
Broodmother?
Wait, isn't that the one that we
Rider?
have to get rid of the trophy and awards because of them winning with a certain hero?
I was more alluding to towards Alina.
Ah, the Lina main.
Oh, that also was in it. Oh god. I was thinking of Pango. My bad.
Lina was broken. Lina was the best hero.
It's all broken.
Is there a world where Liquid can run their like bristle carry and they don't even go for like the ranged option to kill the Pango? Huh?
Amar was yawning.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was banned or something. I was looking like, what's happened?
No.
Yes! Yes!
I am very happy to see Drow though. It is very, very fun pick, especially because you have Clock. It's an old school combo. Slardar, Drow, you Clock, a melee body for the Drow. It is very, very good. Even punching in Tiny. As long as Tiny doesn't Silver Edge on top of the Drow will be able to itemize to deal with the Tiny. So it is just going to be a fun back and forth between the two teams.
I mean, I think Liquid are one of the best teams when it comes to warding. And we already talked about how when Nightfall was playing the Tiny, how good the warding was against him with sentries and things like that, and their game kind of just fell apart. I could see Liquid running the same thing. Like, this Tiny is not really that much of a factor. And Liquid genuinely are one of the best warding teams and will be more than aware of that.
It's definitely possible. It's very much a positioning game. But if Drow is not jumped, she will shoot everyone. I think both these subs are also pretty bad against Drow because they can't really get in range to cast any spells on her. If they come a little too close, then she will just insta-kill them in like 1 second. So it's a cool choice. I think you're probably looking at a sniper ban potentially. Either that or it's offlane counter picks. You want something either that outranges Drow or you want to play really fast and run her over early game. You can choose either route. There's also stuff like Primal's just kind of bad against Clock and Slardar, so maybe you look a little bit less at that. But
Primal could work if it's like Pango to off lane, Primal goes mid, Primal goes Blink Dagger, rotates into the lane, but still Clock is quite a big deterrent to it.
I think they also have not picked it that much without Alchemist. They've picked it a little bit, but I think ever since the refresher build kind of got killed, though going Blink BKB is a lot worse compared to, I think Malrine goes like tank build a lot more, buying like Ceremonial into gets given Ags, buys BKB, and then Heart type stuff.
Yeah, also Falcons need to respect the damage that Liquid's going to bring, right? Through Corrosive Haze, Drow getting like a couple items, Io throwing people into the mix. Like, if you go for like a Mars or a more kind of off-laney offlaner, you're going to probably lose the lane a bit to Drow and could not contribute any damage to the kind of the earlier fights. And we've seen that problem be a major thing for Tiny. Like, he wants to follow other people's damage rather than always be the one going in first because, you know, the sentries that you were mentioning earlier.
Seems they don't care about the sniper though. They're not going to ban it. I mean, sniper is.
It's ban Zeus instead. I'm sure you liked that ban.
Yeah, it's a great ban. I mean, this is a good Zeus game.
I mean, into Drow, it's very good.
Yeah.
Drow disappears like the entire game.
It's just good for the same reason sniper is good against Drow. There's not many heroes that outrange Drow, and when you do, then she's very sad because she doesn't have anything to do really other than stand there and shoot you. So if she can't do that because you're hitting her from out of range, then it's a big problem. Same reason like Orc Warden is good against Drow Ranger. Now, I don't expect to see that as Mallory doesn't play it, and the hero's also not very good, as evidenced by our list yesterday. If it was Niku, maybe.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
I mean, the only other option that outranges, at least from the mid lane, that I can come to mind is Snapfire's banned by Falcons. Don't mind me.
Yeah. And then there's potential still for Amar to play something that's better against Drow in the lane. The issue is I don't think Amar's hero pool is particularly good against Drow Ranger.
Yeah.
Like, there's something like Mars stereotypically, but I think that hero's kind of just trash right now, so it's not actually good against Drow.
Yeah, I mean, on paper it's great into the mass that wants to jump you, the Slardars and whatnot, but as said already, it's like the lane just feels too awkward and the game just feels like you need Pango and Tiny to like overperform a little bit to make that hero feel fine.
Yeah, I also think you need a little more damage than Mars would offer. IL tanks people up a lot, and Slaughter Clock are quite tanky. If you got all this beef up in front, then it's not actually that easy to jump Drow, so you need to make sure you have enough to cut through it. If you have Mars, then suddenly you've got 3 beefy boys who aren't doing enough damage, and it can be a problem.
Ooh, how about for mid lane, like the mid one? No, but mid one. Marine. Is he a mid Earth Spirit player?
He does play
Yes,
it.
yeah.
Like gap close onto the Drow, you can kick away from the tether.
I worry about the lane and not actually being able to get online. It's like it's pretty bad against Slardar.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I think there's a chance they consider sniper here. Pango can soft draw against Slardar, and they could pick an offlane here. I don't know what that would be. You'd look at stuff like Lycan, but Amar doesn't play it, hence why it's not banned. I'm not totally sure, to be honest. It's not abundantly clear. My sniper, my best guess.
Like 1 second left.
Really? Okay. I mean, that's more the aggressive attacking route. It's not great against Draw Ranger. Like, you can, if you get on top of her and you have the tempo going your way, then it's one thing. But once Drow gets to items and things, then you're not that good at actually sticking to her because she can pike you away and then just kind of shoot you.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Malrine picking this hero because of the early game. Like, I feel like he wants to play into the map. He wants to try and just go, okay, we have roll up on Pangolier, let's make some plays. You know, let's go make some moves. Of course, we'll have to keep note to see if Amar ever knocks Malrine off a tree. But that aside, I feel like Liquid's draft just looks nicer. Like, it feels like it's always going to have damage throughout all points of the game. I do have fears on Falcons, like the tiny, unless he perfectly executes in this game, sometimes you just walk around with Silver Edge, always getting detected and never do anything. But there is some pop-off potential. I think all built through Malrine connecting the dots of the Falcons lineup.
That's a lot when you look at, okay, we need one hero on the side of Falcons to really show up and give everyone a good game. Whereas Liquid, it's like you have the ability to always have the numbers, whether it's Dawn ult, Io relocate, you have an initiator Slaughter, Dawn's willing to follow up. Like, there is so much that it feels is going to cause the chaos in team fights.
It's just like the lanes for Liquid just play themselves, right? Like, you've got an Io most likely paired with the Dawnbreaker, so you're just sitting, hitting creeps. Like, Lich can't like whittle you down and utilize his toolkit, so that's just a farm to Dawn. You then have a Clock, which will hard protect a Drow Ranger, so side lanes are good. And you got Slardar into Monkey King, which again, like back and forth, like Quinn was mentioning. So like, on paper, Liquid are going to be going even or winning both of the side lanes, and then going at least even in the mid lane. So to that, you naturally have to lean their way. Like, can Malrine overcome all of that and then just change one of the side lane outcomes?
Yeah, I feel like the thing is with all these matchups, like, you can look at draft and stuff, but I think Falcons have the ability to play relatively fast and make moves, and I also think they're just playing better right now. And so I think you also have to factor that in, is how good are teams right now. You can't just look purely at drafts. You have to estimate how well will they be able to execute. And while I think Liquid's draft is way cooler, I think Falcons may still win.
I like that you're like, oh, cool. There's like the where are they in the group standings? How are they performing? But we also know Liquid has had Falcons' number many times before in past matchups, even when it felt like Falcons might be favored. So it feels like there's layers upon layers here, whether it's the draft, how they're executing. Well, let's get on into it. Start our last group stage day and see our best of one between Falcons and Liquid.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Time to get into the action here between Falcons and Liquid. I'm ODPixel here with Fogged. Fogged, we're getting an IO draft here from Liquid, pairing it up with the Drow. What do you make of this? We've seen, obviously, IO have some crazy success with other teams, but I've always thought IO, it's not something that we see a lot from Liquid, right? They don't strike me as the top IO team.
No, not so much. This is definitely pretty curious, though, because they have this double global going for themselves, so perhaps looking to play very fast around that. Falcons, I think that perhaps is why they wanted this Monkey King, so that he can just move around and match this aggression, play super tempo. Yeah, curious to see how this is going to go down. I wasn't, like, too crazy about either last pick, so I think maybe I was liking Liquid's last pick perhaps a tiny bit more, because the Monkey into the Slardar is not... I'm just not too crazy about it, and Monkey into Slardar Drow, kind of like risky, so I'm not sure. Probably kind of 50-50 for me with the drafts, maybe a slight edge to Liquid, but Falcons has been playing better like the panel was talking about, and as our beautiful observer was pointing out there, a little bit of a difference coming out here. Ace started with a headdress. Usually we've seen the IO start with this headdress, so pretty cool.
Yeah, well, why is that in this lane when you're playing with Zerdan? Why have they... why has the Dawn got this and not the Aya?
That's a good question. Maybe he just wants to play it. He feels like it's better on him, and he's gonna, I don't know, wants different items on the IO. Not sharing in particular, right? It's kind of interesting. That's why I was pointing it out.
Yeah, that is, yeah. Maybe that, first game of the day, you walk into lane. Sometimes you forget which hero you are, It's like, oh, you're the IO and I'm the Dawnbreaker. No, I mean,
it's probably because Boxy can just play with these stick charges. This is like this isn't like the best stick lane, one of them at least, because every time Tiny grabs a tree and throws the tree, it's 2 charges. Lich is spamming. So perhaps it's because Boxy wants to stick charges because they're more value on him, because when he uses them, it just juices the Dawn. I don't know, whatever.
I think it has to be that. It has to be.
Right?
They've done the maths and they've done the math. Rather than the IO holding the headdress, it's better for the IO to come to the lane with the stick, so they can have that double burst heal between.
It's 4 in the morning for me, so I'm not doing the math. You can figure it out, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
But obviously, it does mean, because I mean, this headdress is Ace going to buy a mech or a drums?
Maybe he is gonna go drum. Maybe he does, because like, the thing is, his lineup is really nice with a drum. That's one thing I was kind of contemplating, maybe. So
okay,
I don't know.
It would be something different, right? I don't think we've ever seen. I mean, I don't want to say ever seen, but like, I mean, have we ever seen an offlane Dawn go for drums?
No. And also the problem is too, right? Well, this is the other thing too, is even though you have now you get crazy stick charge in IO, headdress builds into mech, and this IO is literally the hero that you build mech.
But I mean, maybe that's the thing. Maybe Boxy isn't going to build a mech.
He better.
I don't know. As I said, it's not, IO is not a hero that we see Boxy play a lot, right? I think because I was looking at the stats, we saw him play it before in the previous tournament. Didn't go great. He did play it 2 days ago, and they did win that game. That game was a pretty crazy game, though. That was a game that was like an hour plus long.
I like how we're going to just talk about this headdress now for like the first 5 minutes of the game, because he bought it on a Dawnbreaker.
Actually, looking at that game 2 days ago, he didn't buy mech on IO. So maybe he just doesn't like buying mech on IO, so he doesn't want to buy headdress.
It definitely doesn't. It doesn't feel like a Boxy thing, right? Buying the mech. He's more about like fully lock it aggressive kind of style. Top, while we're talking about stupid headdress, they do get a great kill, the drow on the clock. I mean, this lane is built to just absolutely stomp. And I feel like that's what Liquid's kind of going for here, right? At least 2 lane wins, the mid, perhaps an exchange of things. But yeah, we'll see what we can talk about crazy about that. But yeah, it's just interesting to point that out, because, 9 Class, the one who has like the 30+ win streak or whatever on IO, he said, this hero is pretty garbage until you have mech in general. Once you get it, that's when the hero is like power peak.
Trying to get away from this nasty duo, and they're going to get him. So starting to pick up the kills, this drow clock, even if they do have to chase them. Quite far away from the lane. Happy to do so here.
And I like that we're seeing, at least for me, these Clockwork skill battery assault. I think it's insulting some games when they're skilling rocket level 2 in some of these lanes. It actually infuriates me, I gotta be honest with you. Because you have like these melee heroes that end up just getting completely demolished from battery assault when you have a turret behind you. That, yeah, I get sometimes you can't skill battery assault, but yeah, versus like Pangos and versus some of these like, I don't know, a lot of these melee heroes, it does feel kind of weird to just have 0 points in it, even though it's not a great ability right now.
I mean, what do they do about this top lane? Because it looks like it's not fun to lane into as the Pango or the Lion.
Except defeat, really. You have to just pull lanes and get what you can. This is an impossible lane to play against. Like, even wave pulling is impossible, is the issue, so. Crit might just be dead. He steps up.
I mean, I feel like, you can't step up in this lane at all if you're even these heroes. You're just going to beat the drow on the clock.
Like, Clock has been proven, like, Clock Train has proved themselves to just secure pretty much any of these turret heroes in the lane, and Drow is just probably the best next to Shadow Fiend, I would say, because you just play with Orb Walk, you can get Gust early, and yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do. This top lane is going to be pretty problematic, and let's see if Malrine can fix it, because looking at him, 19-3 right now to the 12-1, he's having a very good matchup. So like you said, this is probably the reason they picked the Monkey King, is to fix the side lane issues that are going to be coming in very early. Because bottom lane also, this lane is not going to beat a Dawn IO. They're going to out-sustain pretty hard on these two between them versus a Lich and a Tiny.
Already getting a little bit of pressure on. Sofa in position in case anyone does step up.
There's a lot of tower pressure pre-catapult, an actual insane amount, and they're being zoned off of a triple creep wave.
Malrine, he really wants to try and find Nisha, but can't quite finish him off. Well, at least just bully him out of the lane.
Snake. Ooh. That was actually weird that those cogs didn't pull him in. Maybe because of the positioning on the cliff does bonk him outside, but this tower is dying pre-5 minutes. Something's got to be done.
Yeah, this is pretty crazy pressure. Because I feel like when you see like a Dawn IO lane, you don't expect them to take the tower pre-5 minutes. But Ace and Boxy are pretty much doing that.
The heals, it's too much.
Yeah, they're trying to fight back, but Crit, he's got to run. The Avalanche will catch on to the two of them.
Can he run? I guess he can. They don't want to chase. Falcons is like, we need to get the creep wave. Skeeter hasn't hit a creep in 2 waves. He's at 14 CS since the 3-minute mark, and he's being dope again.
And they get his courier, so he's going to lose his boots for now.
Liquid is playing fast this morning.
Taking. He's gone. I mean, they want to dive Skeeter. They're going to have Hammer again in a couple of seconds. And Skeeter's definitely got to be careful because
I mean, Skeeter's having a miserable. He's having a miserable time, Owen. This is so sad. He cannot hit creeps. This is not what you want to see if you are a Falcons fan at the moment.
He just walks up and gets cogged. I guess did not expect Tofu to still be there. They will manage to save him with the Avalanche.
Too much heals.
Tofu.
Too much heals.
He's gonna live. They'll get the stun on Ace. Ace will manage to pull himself away with the hammer.
The heals. The cogs. Oh, this is super obnoxious to play against. They're healing and then they're cogging you. What a start. What an opening for Liquid. Drow, Mickey is like, hey guys, how's it going? Awesome. I'm having the freest game ever. I'm almost 6 and you guys are dumping on him. Malrine has to fix this.
Oh. My goodness, Tofu nearly managed to survive that. Crit will catch him.
Yeah, it's eyes on Malrine for this early game. Let's see how much he can do. He has a DD rune as well. He's not holding a point, though, for the Wukongs for the contest of the Wisdom. They do have 4 heroes down here, though, so they really want to put the Sun to the... They really want to take it, but Liquid can match. They can even bring the Drow, who's super strong.
Yeah, it's hard. It's going to be hard to fight this Wisdom.
Oh, Crit, he's just likely dead again.
Crit's gone. Yeah, they cannot challenge this 7-minute Wisdom right now, Falcons.
They're trying very hard to like match this aggression that's coming out from Liquid, but their heroes just don't really function in that matter at the moment. Like they need some time to get some levels after this type of dive plays. They will be able to back up, get their own shrine. Yeah, what an opening here. Nisha is struggling. I will say that. He is having a pretty miserable time as this mid laner, but he does have the levels. He is level 6 on the starter now.
Yeah, which is not bad at all, considering he's had, what, 24 creeps denied against him in the lane.
And this hero can catch up super fast, right? You just go crush some neutral creeps, you can get the Soul Ring build, or just play around Corrosive Haze with your Drow early. Mickey? They're bringing 4 heroes for him.
You reckon he... Get the body blocks in, he can. Will allow for the Boundless. We'll see Boxy turn up. But will not be able to save Mickey, surely. They're trying their best, but there's only so much they can do to save him against the 4 of them.
Good rotation. Malrine. Yeah, I think this is kind of the design that he wanted to do, right? He knew that these side lanes were going to be tough, but he knew he was going to have a good time, and he's going to be able to restore and help with the rotations here. Phase boots picked up from him, going early items. 2k lead, though, already off of these lanes from Liquid. And the tower is fine, so they can come right back up here. They do have a ward as well to see that Malrine is sticking in the area, so Mickey... I mean, Mickey is insanely strong. If he doesn't die instantly at in the start of these fights, he's going to just bring everyone down on Falcons.
Especially once they have the back of the base. When he hits the level 6. Taking the tower on the bottom lane and should be closing in on the 6. So we'll have that Solar Guardian ready to join them top.
Which will be really nice for Mickey, especially because he does have that early point in Gust to push away some of these heroes. And fun interactions that we do have with the Drow this game is... Yes, he's got Corrosive Haze to buff up, but he also has the IO. So I'm really excited to see the overcharge with multi-shot as well, too, because it dips with the spell amp as well. So this can actually do a crazy amount of damage.
And they go here. Onto Tofu. Tofu will fall. Liquid not able to set up to sort of fight back quite yet here on the top tower. And
can they dive?
They need to, because Marine's diving Mickey. Backup has to come in from Liquid, and here it is. The 6 has been hit on Ace. He's ready to Solar Guardian over.
Malrine is super dead.
Chase down Malrine. He'll get a Boundless Strike off onto the couple of them. They cannot escape as soon as Liquid turn up in numbers and run him down.
Amar might also get punished here. Quick rotations coming over from Liquid. Looks like he should be okay. Oh, I say that. Actually gets hit by the cog.
Nice little bit of a setup. Not enough, though. Still managed to swashbuckle up to the high ground.
Okay. And yeah, he is committing for that drum on ace. All 3 cores looking good. As we said, quickly catch up from Nisha in just a couple of seconds. Back up to the same net worth as the Monkey King.
Oh, Mickey.
And Amar. Oh, Mickey also.
Gonna find Mickey. He was a little far forward on the lane, and the 3 of them able to jump him. This time, there's no backup to help him out.
No Solar Guardian. Relocate not online yet. Fast. Both teams came to play at least early here, right? It is 10 minutes in. It's the first game. We've seen Falcons have some rough ones in the first game. Same thing for Liquid. Both teams matching each other's aggression at least right now.
Liquid just playing that little bit faster, but it does very much feel like for Liquid, right, they're quite all in on this sort of tempo with the lineup. We'll see in the mid. Falcons will be able to hold them back for now. Because I imagine when you go for like this drums build on the Dawnbreaker, and also just the kind of play style of Boxy's IO, right? This is not going to be an IO that's going to get incredibly stacked, incredibly farmed, right? It's more of a sacrificial support style of the IO.
It's interesting you say that, though, but I feel like Boxy's a bit of a greedy player sometimes, so I feel like he actually might go for more greed in a lot of these situations if he gets given the space like this. And I think this is a game where he can get given the space pretty decently, because they have double global, so he can pick and choose when he wants to get involved. He's going to have Locket at a pretty good pace. But yeah, it is interesting to see that he just doesn't like mech, I guess.
Yeah, a difference.
I need to actually check this. I'm going to look all of 9 classes games and see how many games he does not get mech.
Well, I think you're right. He gets it on all of them, right?
I want to say he gets it on almost all.
Yeah. Top. Irene. Caught by the gust and the cogs. Beautiful angle there from Tofu on the 2 of them. Did he get the chance to jump up into the trees? Oh, he is. The spirits won't quite find him. He's going to go for the TP out, and he is away. Great escape there. Coming into play from Maori.
Truly the great escape. And I'm checking for Quelling Blades. They got no Quelling Blades. I was checking, does Nisha have it? No.
Sure.
So the trees, I mean, they can cut trees with cogs and with a couple other abilities. The W from the Dawn, I believe Tether as well. But yeah, no, not even Quelling Blades. Minmar will be okay.
Good try for play bottom. Then put chain cross ready. It's just Snaking gets the angle.
Phase drum.
It's an all-in build, right? This is a.
Never seen this before.
On the Dawnbreaker.
I guess. I mean, his 2 other cores, right? I keep saying I mean. Make me stop doing that. That's like the 3rd time I said it today. Bad morning for me. It does work very well with his right-clicking cores, right? And in order to like reset away from Monkey.
Yeah, they love having a drum. Yeah.
Maureen.
Gonna get dive on the top tower. This time he will not manage to escape.
The game does feel very hard, I would say, for Falcons, though. It's just matching the tempo, even though they have this Monkey King that I think their concept is about matching it. This double global is super fast paced, even just without using the global with the relocate or the just the IO tethered. Falcons trying to pincer, setting a trap from behind here. You see Snaking and Crit above.
Getting a little bit of an awkward spot, really, because it is just the
They might find Mickey if he goes near the neutrals and they have Chain Frost.
Oh, can they do it with the Chain Frost?
Oh, they might actually get him here. This is actually hilarious.
Oh, it's a quick gust. He was ready for that one, Mickey. A gust, and he's out of there, and now he's ready to turn and look to try and kill them. The Chain Frost will come out now.
Check him, PC.
The there. Solar Guardian comes in. Snaking. He'll get run down by Nisha. They'll deal with Crit. Mickey, he was ready for that.
That was insane. Wait, did they see it? They must have seen something beforehand. I don't know. That was super fast. Wisdom. Maureen will get it, but likely to pay with his life. Oh, actually, Tofu doesn't push him back. Might still die.
He's very dead. And they might find... can they find something in return?
They want to.
Look for Boxy. I mean, Boxy, quick tether over towards Ace. Put some of the stun, but they're speedy.
The drums!
Yeah, the 2 of them are zooming away.
And actually, okay, that was, I mean, very good response. We said Liquid matching pace. Falcons try to save the pincer. Doesn't connect. Crit has just hit level 6 now. Very late coming out from that second Wisdom. 6K lead. Liquid's draft is coming together quite a bit faster and quite a bit better. Nisha, even though the lane was a struggle-ish, he's actually having a fantastic entry into the game. And his hero functions, I would say, quite a lot better with his heroes. You know, this Monkey King, we've seen it falter a lot if it struggles in the mid game, in the early game. This hero's all about matching tempo, and if you do fall behind, your farming is not the best. So we'll see what build Maureen wants to go to recover.
Yeah, Liquid continues to play super fast there. 6K lead.
And so I was checking, it's like almost every game. Very, very few games that 9 class doesn't get the mech on the IO, so... Yeah, cool. So he is just... They're going to have these auras, though, right? He's going Holy Lock into Vlad's. He's going Drum into, I guess, Echo on Ace so he can continue scaling. But you can absolutely see the reason for the jump already. There's some limited catch on Falcons early. Snipe. Very dead.
Yeah, this is a super fast strat from Liquid.
Yeah, and Falcons, even though we're saying they're trying to match the tempo, they're absolutely struggling, at least with Maureen, to make sure that he's off to a good start here as another catch crit.
Maureen.
Oh,
They get on top of Mickey, but the Solar Guardian's in, and Maureen cannot jump away. Crit also taken out. Amar will try and turn with the Rolling Thunder, but they do not have the damage to kill any of Liquid right now. Falcons just have to retreat back under the tier 2.
This game is
Liquid
out of hand.
Continues to just dominate the map, dominate this early game.
Getting full rune control too. Nisha's able to go back up, pick up the regen rune right after that. He has the shard now as well too, right away at the 15-minute mark. They're not really at risk of dying on anyone. And look at the barriers. So there's some really big limited damage as we're seeing on the side of Falcons now at this point. And look at the barriers. Quad Ash Legion shield.
Yeah, that's
and a Pavis. I think it's the first time I've seen... I think it's the first time I've seen 4, because remember, you put it on everybody around as well, too. So it's 160 times 4. That's a lot of block. What is that, 640? If they use it all in unison? You know, I separate because they don't stack.
Yeah, sort of one after another.
Yeah, you have to do one after another.
Maureen, he's jumped in, but he gets clipped by the silence. This time, though, Tofu might be in trouble. They've got him with the hypnotized. Tofu, he's tanky. He's still alive. Finally, they'll be able to finish him off. But Amar... Nisha's on top of him, comes in with the bash. They'll take Amar out, turn over towards Skeeter. Crit gets shot down by Mickey.
They're too tanky.
It's going to be another big team fight win for Liquid. Maureen trying to get Mickey, but Maureen's going to get likely kited. He'll get the hits on a Mickey, but not enough to kill him. Everybody's dead on Falcons as Liquid continuing to just completely crush Falcons in this game. Full control of it right now, 17 minutes in. They've got these early items, they've got these early auras, and it's just far too much for Falcons to deal with at the moment.
Way too much healing, way too much. It's just Boxy actually, I think, switches too. He's going Pavis, or actually having Pavis plus this Vlad's as well too, Pike. Their lineup actually looks, now that it's coming together so quickly here, it actually is so beautiful, the synergy of it. And Falcons just, they quickly run out of damage. Way too much healing, and they can't get the Boxy. The Bruisers, they're too strong. This is... Okay, so recovery now. Is there a recovery? I feel like they get outscaled very hard now at this point.
Snaking. Another catch for Tofu.
Because even if you get farm on Tiny at this point... Yeah, I don't know. This feels out of hand already. Could be a very quick one to start the morning for us.
Yeah, this is crazy. 18 minutes in. Crit. It's going to be going down again. Yeah, Liquid stomping Falcons with this approach. I think, yeah,
Double
Falcons,
global.
They don't really know what hit them.
No, look at Amar.
Coming at them so fast. Amar nearly dying here in the Rolling Thunder. In fact, he will. He should be able to take him down as a melee hero through the Rolling Thunder.
If that ain't an indicator of a GG, I don't know what is. This is just super well played here from Liquid. And with Boxy playing the IO, he did have a struggle as we talked. I think on Dream League, the one that we casted was quite rough, but this one, he's getting his rounds in, getting warmed up. Speed running game 1. Snaking.
Okay. Oh, he's gonna see him. Another one here for the scoreboard and Mickey. Actually, for Boxy, he'll take that.
I hate Drow Ranger. I just hate orb walks right now. Orb effects. Playing versus in lane every single game. Malrine, not the inventory that I'm sure that he wanted to have coming into this game, but absolutely needs to have some of this type of this build. But yeah, this is rough, and he's probably just dead on the wave here.
Yeah, they set up for him straight away. As soon as he jumps for the wave, Nisha and Ace are on top of him.
Yeah. Into the Tormentor as well, too. Very easy timing there for Liquid. Heals are broken. Heals are definitely OP. We're seeing that from Boxy especially, and from, you know, we've seen PARIVISION talk about it as well too in some of these interviews. It does feel like if you do get ahead, you get these barriers, you get this type of healing, it's super hard for teams to recover. Especially when they have some limited damage in their draft as well. So I think for this game, it's got to be like Skeeter getting Shadow Blade and finding pickups. But yeah, he can't even really kill even the supports at this point with these pickups when he's got it, since they've got this type of start. 18,000 gold lead. It's like 1k a minute almost. Stay.
Tofu trying to do his best to stop Snake King from getting the luxury of taking the wisdom. The heals are coming in. They will kill Tofu this time, and they actually get Boxy as well. Now with the jump forward of the Rolling Thunder, looking for Mickey, but it's a bit awkward. Knocks Wicked down to the low ground.
The crush, Nisha's looking. Won't go for it.
Something there, killing off the two supports, and you know, pretty valuable support still to kill. Boxy
yeah, not bad.
Pretty farmed, so Skeeter gets a nice bit of money for that.
Chain Frost between them. Very good angle for them to fight in when there's no creeps. But the struggle, it's really there, especially for Amar. So I actually wanted to talk about this, right? Because I think I did mention this with you a lot with Dream League. Is one of the biggest struggles that I've saw from Falcons when they were having rough games is when Amar and Crit have no entry into the game. And at least for me, this is one of the things that happened this game. They have no game whatsoever.
Yeah, the lane, they weren't able to sort it out right there.
So like, because they picked the Monkey King, I think, to salvage things, and Malrine was having a pretty damn good start, but he had nowhere to really play around. The top lane got dumpstered way too hard, and the bottom lane as well, too. And I think these things just compounded very quickly because Liquid, they left that top lane, made the rotation with the Clockwork, because there was no lane. The Drow was free. So I think, at least for me, Falcons, this top lane is the big one to look at in terms of improving for the next ones. Because I think the games that they've had good games, they just have good lanes on the two of them, and they can actually play Dota afterwards. This is not one of those games.
On top. They're looking for Malrine. Out with the TP before Nisha gets brought over by Boxy.
No space on the map, though, for Falcons. You step out, there's an IO relocate, there's a Solar Guardian. Perhaps they can try to bait and 5-man camp a hero for it. Ooh, they're gonna get a good setup here.
Solar Guardian's coming in to help out. Bursting in pretty low, Nisha. He's getting healed
BKB
up.
off.
We get the BKB off. They can't quite kill him. They've lost both their supports, Falcons. Can they even get Boxy? Swashbuckles in. It's not enough to kill Boxy. Amar's gone. Mickey, he stands his ground. They'll clean them up. Malrine, the last one to fall. Everybody dead again on Falcons.
They can't even kill Nisha.
Liquid. Ready to start looking towards the base. 31-7 here, 23 minutes in, 20k lead.
They landed the spells there too. They did 9,000 damage, but they just healed for 9,000 damage. Liquid, absolutely ridiculous. Nisha, they chain stunned him. They actually did the chain stun pretty well, but he still just gets the BKB up, survives. Far too ahead at this point.
See how much they can get here, Liquid. BKB on Ace, ready for the next fight.
Tofu pulls the top wave. Back up and reset. Make Falcons suffer. We've had some games like this that do snowball super far out of control, but yeah, for Falcons, the big improvement, yeah, just overall that top lane. Of course, it's a very difficult, if not impossible, lane to play, so perhaps that was one of the steps, but have to have some type of backup plan if things do go this bad. And for Liquid, they don't need a backup plan. Can just kind of run and hunt at this point here. Falcons, they have to hunt the Dawnbreaker to look for plays, otherwise that Solar Guardian will counteract everything here. Top lane. A Malrine.
He's being careful. He knows that there's a chance they're coming up with the earliest can, but hopefully might just still find him.
Oh. Doesn't cut the tree. Gets the hook shot, though. He finds him.
What a hook shot there from Tofu. Catches Malrine.
Honestly, like, playing Monkey King versus Clockwork is horrifying. Not only just the rockets, the cogs cut the trees. He can, yeah, this was the first pick, too.
Liquid. Bringing in the top wave. Can look to get the final tier 2 tower.
Yeah, playing clean. Very few mistakes, to be honest with you, from Liquid. Foxy. Should be fine. Has the locket as well.
Yeah, it just takes too long to take him down, and now Nisha's in. To a Malrine.
Careful.
Trees. Has to be careful with Mickey swinging across. Raindrak's in trouble. Rip. Try for some sort of opening, but already Nisha's just in on top of the 2 supports. Snake King's taken out. Crit's going to get taken out as well by Nisha. And Mickey, he can stand there, shoot down Amar, look over to Malrine, who's attempting to jump around the Wukong's command, but indeed it is over. GG is called. My goodness, Liquid. 26-minute victory here against Falcons. Playing as fast as ever. And doing it in a fun way with this Dawn IO. Slightly different builds to what we've been seeing really on both of the heroes with the build-ups. But it absolutely worked for what Liquid wanted to do here. And the IO in particular said, Boxy on the IO, we've seen him have some rough games, and we just haven't really seen him on that many games at all, right? It's not something that he plays a lot, but here in this game, he did absolutely kill it. Ends 9-1 17 Fog.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, shellacking in the side lanes is the biggest thing, right? Falcons, they had no way to play after, even though Malrine had an entry into the game, the 2 side lanes literally had the worst possible start possible.
Yeah.
So,
that's crazy. What an absolute stomping from Liquid. Falcons, they get pretty much nothing done in this first game.
Yeah, not only is it a sweet victory for Liquid, but all the Quinn haters out there as well, because you were wrong about the draft and who came in to execute better.
Well, I was technically right about the draft, but wrong about who would win.
You said Liquid had the cooler draft. You didn't say they would win based off of draft.
I didn't say they would win. I didn't say they would win. I said Falcons would win.
Yes.
And that's all that matters.
Yeah. It was a rough side lanes for them. I mean, Fog surmised it really well there. Just how difficult it was for them to not only exist in lanes, but then move out of it as well.
Yeah, no, like Liquid side lanes were really, really strong. It's why Falcons, desperately on their last pick tried to find a hero that could offset that with the Monkey King, but it just didn't work out. Like, we're already looking at clips here where Monkey will rotate in and then there's a Clockwork already in position, or there's a Slardar jumping him, or there's some, like, Drow just counterplaying. It's just like everything from Liquid was just laning excellence, and they have the heroes to progress everything. They can take towers, they can take Roshan, they can take Tormentor. Like, there's no negative to the lineup once it gets online. So, yeah, for Falcons, it was just an absolute disaster too early on. Game's done.
And the cooler draft prevails, Quinn.
That's right. They honestly got kind of exposed. I mean, I agree with Giannis that this Monkey King pick, like, it's very weird to have 3 physical damage melee cores. Like, that in general just does not work very well in Dota because it's very easy to be kited. Your heroes clump a whole lot when you go on people. You can see it multiple times this game where they go on some guy and then they just don't kill anyone, or they get saved, or they get turned around on. It's because all their heroes do damage in the same box. And so it's honestly a pretty cool draft from Liquid. And I also feel like this double support duo, the clock for the Pango trade, there's a lot of stuff that for Falcons that did not pan out very well. Like, you don't get obliterated like this unless there's draft and play issues.
Yeah, I could see maybe the clock Pango thing, right? But then you're talking about you on the side of Falcons have a support combo of a Lich and a Lion, and then you're willing to last pick the Monkey King into the clock. Like, you're giving it away, and then you don't even care about it, and it's the one that really breaks you apart, it feels.
Yeah, I think it's just really nice to have some form of range DPS against a lot of these sort of unga-bunga heroes that run in. Like, you're playing in Slardar and Clockwork and Dawn. Like, all these heroes are going to be up in your midst, and you your only play to do damage is to also run into them, and you're playing against Drow who's going to shoot you the whole time. Like it's just much easier for Liquid to function at a point where they have items, and they blasted them on side lane. So there was no point where Falcons could ever snowball the game because they just had no gold.
And Liquid always had items.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Tiny's also a hero that you're meant to try and hold your ground. Like, he's like a modern-day Jari, where he just parks himself in his tower, he pushes the wave, he hits some camp, he comes back. The fact that they were tri-laning so early to Tiny, forcing him away from his tower, it's like Tiny has no place in the game anymore. Pango won't do any damage, and of course we've seen Monkey King. It's like, it's a recipe for disaster because they understand like how to shut down these heroes, and Falcons often can have lineups that feel like they need more time to get online. They are like a better version of XG in regards to pacing. They do the same thing stylistically, and Liquid often goes well against these teams because of them just breaking the early game.
I do think after showing like this, it's even more intriguing the fact that Liquid have had varied group stage results with this one. They're now 5-4, so it's a little bit better for themselves. But Mickey, before this matchup, gave us a couple of words about why their group stage was a bit inconsistent.
I think we just had some rough drafts. We also in a shape right now where we can kind of beat everybody, but also lose to everybody. So
Makes sense.
I would say we're just a bit inconsistent right now. So yeah.
In regards to drafts, I saw Blitz was at a baseball game the other day. Is he with you for this event, or like who's like coaching Liquid out of your million coaches?
Jabs is coaching right now. I think William is on a little break, I would say, I guess. And yeah, Jabs is filling in for William.
I guess it's the luxury that Liquid get when they do have such two high-performing coaches for themselves. But yeah, Jabs has talked about it frequently of the draining best of ones, because you're doing the same amount of prep for a team, whether it's a best of one or if it's a best of three. So it does sort of make sense that having to play so many in a row, there are going to be drafts that falter a little bit. This one, though, clearly did not.
No, this didn't at all. I feel like they just understand Falcons very well, and it also helps that you're going up against teams that you've played up against for like many times in the season, because you can go, okay, you know what, even though we have to prep for them, we've played against this team. We know that a little boxy IO will be a surprise where he goes solo crest and no one ever dies, right? So I don't know. I feel like Liquid, they're looking pretty good. They also, at the end of that interview, he said that if they get to LAN, because they have Jabs, I did ask this, is because they should win it. Because Jabs, when coaching on LAN, equals win. So he said, like, as long as we can get to LAN, yeah, one for one, along those lines. Yeah, I didn't push that onto him.
No, I think I will also give props to Malrain in this game, because I think even though they're kind of getting crushed, I think his play in the early game was very, very good. Giga owned the lane. I think Monkey King should win the lane, but I think he won it a bit harder than you normally would. And he's trying his best to open things up. And I think Falcons also, like what you have to do when you're behind like this, especially in a pro games, you got to mix the heroes up. Everybody's got to get involved in random kills. People take lanes. And you can see Monkey King ganks bottom, Pangolin takes mid. They're swapping heroes around, and then a lot of like getting like some kills here or there. Like they're doing all they can. But I think the situation they're in and the heroes make it like a bit too tough to actually win the game. But I think with a slightly better draft, like they could pull the game back with some of the moves they made. So it was a commendable effort, despite the fact that they are getting like punched in the head repeatedly. Yeah,
there were still a couple of pickoffs there, some signs of life. It wasn't amazing by any means, but it was there for them. And yeah, Malrain was for sure the standout. But we can have a look at our group standings to see the fact that Falcons came into this 7-1. It felt like they were surefire to have to skip the best of threes, book their ticket straight to Copenhagen. But instead they now sit at 7-2, and for Liquid getting that win, 5-4. So they're ever so slowly inching towards being in that top 2 position, maybe not having to fight it out in a best of 3 to join us here.
It's pretty unlikely they would need Falcons and PARIVISION to both lose their next 2 games, which I'd say is not the most likely thing ever. Wait, no, Falcons can't even drop to 4 losses, right? Because there's no, they can't. Sorry. Yeah.
I think the main thing from
I was thinking about how many games.
They can, because they still have 2 more to play.
Yeah.
It is possible, but unlikely. But I'm looking more towards like the LGDs, you know, the Yandexes, right? The ones with the 3 losses, and they look towards the PVisions and the Falcons with the 2 losses, going, wait a second, you drop 1 more game, you're now in it with us. We can then fight for it. So I think Liquid's just helping out some other teams in the pursuit of top 2.
So what you're saying is, if you are a Yandex and or Liquid fan, you're also now going to be a Spirit fan because they're coming up against Pari in this best of one, right? This is this best of one that we could see them fall a little bit short, to put themselves in that mix of, yeah, 3 teams vying for that spot to the top 2, that last coveted spot there. And so, yeah, Spirit and Pari, you said it wasn't likely, Quinn, that Pari would lose?
Not 2. I think losing 1 is possible.
In this best of one against Spirit, is that where it's more likely?
I would also say that's not super likely. I think Spirit...
I'm really trying for all the Spirit fans, guys.
Yeah, I don't think they have a very good matchup against Pari, because I think Spirit has had a tendency to have some shaky drafts. I think somewhat like Liquid. When they have a really good draft, I think they look like old Spirit or old Liquid. But their drafts have been kind of all over the place, and they have a lot of games where they just get run over. And I think for PARIVISION, you can't have that, because when they get the lead going, they haven't given it away. I've not seen a game where someone's had a comeback against them. And so I feel like you need a better start than Spirit normally has.
Well, at least they are in good spirits. So like, they're laughing, they're joking. Like, their group stage doesn't reflect this amount of joy that we're seeing on the camera. But also, have they only played once this year? I'm looking at Wikipedia, the head-to-head Spirit and Pari.
Oh.
It's 2 to 1. Yes, 1 best of 3.
Well, we talked about this, right? Is one of the things as to why people are not surprised, Pari. What is going on there with Toro?
I don't know.
He's showing us the whole boot camp.
It's like a roller
Hey guys,
coaster.
it's Toro. Welcome to my crib.
Yeah.
Giving you the
Does
layout.
he think that's pointed at him? Like,
no.
Yeah, no, of course he does. This is pro player webcam etiquette right now. This is perfectly
then why
fake.
would he be doing this?
Maybe we can ask production to ask and admin to ask you, Toro. I don't know.
As draw rule.
I'll ask me to ask production.
Just interview
too convoluted. But what were we just chatting about?
I was talking about how...
Oh, yeah, they only had 1. Yes, because Pari had a really lackluster start to the season when Spirit was doing better. So it feels like some formats are a Swiss stage or separated groups, right? Multiple groups in the group stage. So there is just a chance that how seeding always plays out. One team is never good enough to make it to a playoffs to face each other, and they're just not in the same groups, or they're not meeting in a Swiss stage. So the fact we have one big group and it's this sort of round robin, yeah, I could genuinely believe that they've only come up against each other once.
It honestly is quite just a shocker. When I look at it, I'm like, it feels like it should have easily been like 3, 4, if not more games. Of course, luckily, they both will, of course, be playing the TI qualifiers together.
That is true.
So we get to see them play again then? Maybe?
Yes, maybe. Again. Depends on what form.
I mean, they will probably be seeded on opposite sides of the bracket, and presumably they will not lose on their sides of the bracket.
But that's further down the track, right? We get to focus on the here and now, the best of one. And you're saying, Quinn, you're heavily siding towards Pari. It makes sense, our most recent tournament winners. But the spirits are high for Team Spirit, so that surely accounts for something. We saw Liquid win off Falcons. Surely you think maybe it's backwards day today?
Maybe it is backwards day today, but I don't know if the vibes are going to be the deciding factor. They're professionals. You gotta be good vibes. They're Team Spirit. They're 2-time TI winners.
Yeah.
They bathe in mountains of money. What could they possibly have said about?
They can beat anyone. They can lose to anyone. That's the volatility of this team right now. Like, they literally are like the extremes of the spectrum.
Yeah, okay. I mean, look, it makes sense as much as, you know, it might feel a little bit harsh to hear those words. It is true, T, for sure. What has Spirit been finding success on? Because they've done the Omni as well. Again, I just like calling out teams that are picking unpicked heroes and either winning or losing on it. But Spirit themselves specifically said, came up against Zeal on Team Glyph. He played Omni. They loved it. Collapse called for it. And then they got A8 Husked.
It's one hero. It's very simple. Drow.
That's right.
It is.
Okay.
Last 2 wins in this tournament were both on Drow.
All right. Well, then we're hoping for a Drow on the side of Spirit, but we'll see just how our draft plays out as we get it underway. We saw an IO in the previous game on the side of Liquid, but this time around Spirit are not taking any chances of letting PARIVISION, specifically 9 class, get that IO. It's taken out along with the Coddle, the Kez, and Pari themselves take out Lone Druid, Snapfire, and Pango.
Relatively stock standard, I'd say. We have seen some teams give Pango their first pick to Spirit. I also feel like this Pango hero has not been performing that well on absolute first pick. Especially this clock trade seemed kind of bad for Pangolier. So I'm, I guess, a little surprised that they ban it first overall. But they do flex it, and both Laurel and Collapse are competent on it.
I feel like these are probably the two teams that I'm expecting Pango to be flexed and like perform the best with. Like, even though Falcons are a decent Pango team, I think nowadays it's like not as much as the likes of the PARIVISIONs and the Spirits. So I can see why they respect it so much.
I'm like in that middle zone of a little bit surprised that Parry's lost. Wait, what?
Yeah.
We said the last two times they've won is with Drow.
I understand that, but you're going to open the whole draft with Drow.
Arme was opening with Drow in the previous tournament. And
Oh, yeah, and where did they come?
In a decent
Like
position.
5th, 6th?
Yeah, that's good for XG.
It's not first.
It's not, yeah.
Because teams then had to start banning the Drow.
Drow was first phase banned every single game.
There we
against
go.
XG.
So, you know what? Let's see what unfolds. But if it ain't broke, pick it.
Wise man once said.
Or if it is a broken hero, pick it.
Just pick it no matter what.
Pick it in general, yeah. I'm curious. They're thinking about it because it's not that straightforward how to respond to this. Sometimes these first picks pop out of nowhere, and you'd think like, oh, just counter. Well, you've got to dig back into the database of what's actually good against a first pick Drow because it happened very often. Axe is reasonable against it. Just a strong laner, high armor, high HP regen. All those things are good against Drow Ranger, and you need to be able to fight back to some extent against Drow, because picking just a punching bag hero like a Tide or something like that, you will get owned because she's going to orb walk you a billion times. So you got to be able to fight back, and Axe does do that.
Yeah, it also kind of promotes running down the lane. Like we saw in the previous series, like they tried to go on the Drow, but with the Dawnbreakers and all this, it was really hard. But with Axe, like a Rubik 4 or Willow or any kind of ranged dude, you're gonna invite the 5 in. You're gonna like dive into the tower, use the creep wave, maybe even glyph the creep wave to try and take the fight. Right, Drow needs to be mindful that your pos 5 needs to be a bit more of a wall in the lane, like a tusk, a tree, just something to add a bit of separation.
Yeah, Clock's still in the pool. I'm curious if PARIVISION picks it. As I don't think like they can pick it themselves and put it safe lane. I don't think you want Axe Clock lane. Because if you don't pick it, Spirit's looking at it, so there's a little bit of thought going into whether or not you block pick Clock. Man, that's a tongue twister. I can't believe I said it right.
Weird flex.
I could just feel like there was disaster imminent, and I
was holding my breath.
I got between the icebergs.
You anti-Titanic did.
Anti-Titanic.
Too soon.
What?
It is too soon now. It was really
It was too soon. It was like, I don't know how many years, 60 years ago?
My bad. My bad. Yeah, well, Spirit taking out the Monkey King there for their bans along with the Tiny.
It's two core picks that explore the map very nicely, right? Again, Tiny with a good lane, Monkey with some levels. They both do the same thing. It's sacrifice your own kind of position just to go and find other things, and I don't mind it.
Either one of those heroes looked very good against Drow in the last game, I will say.
That's why I'm a little bit surprised.
Yeah. No, I mean, there are definitely worlds where both of those heroes are good against Drow, and worlds where Drow is good against them.
Yeah, I think like it looked really good last game because Liquid crushed the lane, so you can't really blame individual heroes. It's more the combination of all. But if you have just a Monkey or a Tiny added to a lineup against Drow, and the lanes aren't as disastrous, you're probably going to have some issues to face. And they banned the Tusk. So they take away the Tusk Drow, but again, Clock is still in the pool.
I mean, when I think about stuff that's historically really good against Drow, it's stuff like Lycan, which is you're not picking because you already have Axe. It's Broodmother, it's Sniper, it's Arc Warden Zeus. It's stuff like that either you want to bull rush Drow and just obliterate her early so she has no game, or yeah, like we said before, you want the stuff that outranges her. Tree is definitely a start for an outrange type hero. Maybe it's a little bit of a steal pick, but Tree Axe don't have great synergy. So to me, this says they're picking a turret on 16-17. Otherwise, I don't think this makes very much sense.
Was SF still in the pool?
It is, but SF is traditionally quite bad against Drow. So it would be, I mean, they could just say, we think it's so broken that you're gonna have your turret safe and we'll have our turret safe and then we're gonna turret off.
Yeah, that's my like middle ground of SF is yesterday and the day before, it was in that realm of first phase pick, first phase ban, like it dabbled in it, and then now people are like, actually today's Drow's turn to really shine.
No, again, I don't mind the tree for clock trade, just for the fact that like tree explores the map and he'll run down the river lane to go and see like where you're jungling, and then he'll go, guys, I found the drow, you can come smoke to me. So like, tree gives a lot more kind of mid-game play compared to other heroes. Again, clock can do the same thing, but having living armor, enabling the dive as well, like you put living armor on your axe whilst you're trying to kill the drow in lane, like all these things can add up quite nicely. And Spirit, they take the lion, so it's like generic 4 to play most off lanes because you have double stun in laning phase, so your off laner can pick whatever he wants in the matchup. But that's about it. It's like pick off play and a bit of lane secure. That's what I kind of see when I see Lion picked.
I think it's also generally pretty good against tree in lane because his animation's very slow, and if he ever mans up to actually hit you, you just stun him and
Dude, his animation
backwards.
is so slow.
Yeah, his animation's kind of dog water.
I mean, he does have pretty decent damage. So
Of course he does.
I don't mind the trade, lad.
It is like picking up a boulder and like slamming it down. It's going to take you forever to lift it, but once it goes down, it's going to hurt.
Yeah. Whew, good denies on that guy.
Sisyphusian task.
It really is.
I mean, I'm very interested to see if they pick the Shadow Fiend here, if they pick something a little more quirky. Because it's not good against Drow, but it is good with Tree. And I'd say it's good against Clock and Lion, so it's a bit of a trade-off.
Skyrab! I heckin' love this hero.
The Maggio for lane, that's for sure. Like,
yeah, it's terrifying.
Skyrab Mage is like, it's an old school lane where you would pick it just to go, whoever shows, you're getting obliterated. Like when you see these lanes back in the day, it's like, okay, we need Warlocks, we need Dazzles, we need Witch Shots at Leveling Hill. Like we need to find any way, shape or form to survive it, because Battle Hunger and Concussive and all this stuff, it is really obnoxious. And they do go for the SF, which is, you know, the strongest partnership with the tree. We are going to have the turret off between two beautifully high damage ranged heroes of the Drow and the SF, which puts even more pressure on making sure your lanes go well.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure how this Drow Clock versus Axe Sky lane goes. I can envision Clock having a pretty hard time actually getting in there because you're getting Concussived and Battle Hungered. Tree's coming through gate too, so if Drow gets snowballed on, then the oomph of Drow versus SF does peter out a little bit because you can buy stuff like Swift Blink on SF, you can buy Butterfly. Like if you're just being ahead in these types of turret versus turret matchups tends to outweigh the matchup itself because the items just compensate for the difference in hero skills or hero value. So I can see a world where Drow gets ransacked here.
But then with this type of pressure, Lion probably needs to come to bot lane, which also means Collapse's hero can't just be a hero great for the game. It's like an offlane that needs to potentially survive against the threat. They do go for the Batrider, which I mean, between Lau and Collapse, both can play it.
Yeah, I imagine it's probably offlane.
Yeah, I mean, if it is offlane, then I can see the hero like Batrider being able to just skip waves by himself. He'll farm some jungle by himself. Like Lion won't feel bad creating a tri-lane bottom because of the expected pressure that we're talking about. So if it is offlane, then we are expecting more of a farm game from Collapse. Like just dodge the lane.
Yeah, I mean it also, like I think it should be quite good against Triasive in lane. You maybe even have kill potential on Shadow Fiend at some point. And if you have some fast drum on Bat or some fast levels early on, then you can also TP down and fight the Axe too. Like Axe is pretty bad at fighting Batrider because you kind of, the whole way you do damage is you run in and you try to just keep hitting people early on and abuse Battle Hunger, but Bat loves it when you run into him. So if you ever overcommit on Axe, Bat can TP on you and run you down.
Yeah. I'd love to see Collapse just hold resources to be able to TP to the side lane. Like he can't like lock into this like full-on fight top because that you can really change a lot of the game. I mean, they have so many fun options. It's either fight through the Bat to try and kill Tree SF. It's either let Bat just farm and do some like 33 gameplay and then Lion goes elsewhere. It's pretty cool.
Spirit, it looks like they want some type of Spirit, or at least a more fighting mobile hero. I mean, I think that's a classic with this team when they pick these types of selfish turret heroes for Yatoro, that everybody else is just helping him. You can see their next three heroes are very similar in the sense that they're kind of just stunny setup bros, which is what Drow wants.
Yeah, the Storms, the Pucks, a little bit of containment, and then you're good to go.
Yeah, at the same time, these drafts are very risky in that you have one hero that's supposed to be doing all the damage in a lot of ways, everyone else's control, and if that one hero that's doing the damage has a bad game, then nobody's doing damage, and you've got big problems.
So outside of like potentially going for a mobility hero on the side of Spirit and mid, I know Slaughter's not in the pool, but is there another archetype? Could that work for their draft too, where you have someone that is more willing to be someone that stands in front of the drow? It's not exactly a full protect one, but it is just someone that feels a bit more intimidating.
The hero that fits that would be like a Primal Beast, because you can just play any matchup, especially because PARIVISION has the response pick. You just play the matchups and then you just jump around and go crazy. I mean, both bans from PARIVISION are the melee bros that jump around and go crazy, right? Voicebearer and Ember. They buy one item and they always try to find the backline.
I think this is also quite a hard pick for Spirit. You look at something like Storm, well, it's playing against Tree and Sky, some very bad matchups, and you're getting counterpicked. A lot of the other spirits are banned. You pick Puck, you can get Night Stalkered or any of the random counterpicks to Puck.
Where did Kunkka go? Why not just a classic Kunkka?
It was played yesterday.
Just push the mid wave. You have some run buff for your boys. I'm sad we don't see this hero more often.
Yeah, I don't know if that hero's... I mean, only Dark Magoo really plays that hero mid.
Why is he not here?
That's a whole different bag of...
They lost the qualifier.
Why did they lose the qualifier, Quinn?
LG.
Probably because they were playing Kunkka mid.
Oh, damn it. But they do go Primal. But
I mean, it's... I don't know. I don't like it that much. It's like there's so many spells that prevent you from actually using Trample that well. There's a lot of slows, a lot of disables. And it's also similarly redundant with the rest of Spirit's 4 heroes, where it's just a ton of catch and Drow is the only hero that does damage. Like, it's very awkward, and I don't know, we'll see what no one counterpicks him with.
But they do have different layers of the fight, right? Where it's like early on, if Batrider is enabled in the lane, Primal can go there, you dive the SF, which means they can't really be diving the Drow as they're responding to that. And then throughout the mid game, Bat and Primal, they do go into enable the Drow. So, but we are expecting very specific things, and then Storm Spirit is picked up by no one. So he'll be able to farm his lane no matter what against the Primal. He's going to be chilling.
Yeah, I'd say it's like a 60-40 lane for Storm, with room to do a little bit better. I think it's pretty rare Primal does better than 50-50. So I think this is it's a nice close-up for PARIVISION. It's a little more carry potential than, say, like a Spirit does. But at the same time, it makes space and gets in there for Shadow Fiend. I think it's pretty nice. It's cool with Sky. You've got a guy who goes in, follows up with the Sky damage. I like it, and I like PARIVISION considerably more here, I think.
Oh, congratulations, Team Spirit. But I mean, this is quite a treat to watch in regards to the gameplay, because you've got like an Axe who wants to try and chase down the Drow. You have a Bat who potentially can chase down the SF. So there's already a lot of focus on the offlaners bringing fight to the game. And then between the mid lane matchups, like if the supports are stuck on the side lane, who gets the rune? Both have rotation potential, can TP to a side lane and assist in that kill, because we know the offlaners are going aggressive. So I'm just looking at the first 10 minutes. There's so many moving parts, so many pieces of aggression that either team, if you're just playing better, can capitalize on it and like run away with like the mid portion of the game. So supports, offlaners, sprinkle at mid. It is just going to be a treat to watch between these two teams.
Yeah, I do have that last question about mid, Quinn, specifically the Storm and the Primal. It's mostly Malrine who plays Primal mid, and he's very good at that wave pulling, playing into bad matchups and things like that. No one's been on an absolute blinder. He's playing the Storm Spirit, so do you favor Lol in the mid lane here?
No, I don't think so. I think no one is relatively favored here. And I think we need to see some Lee Sin Ilkay Viatoro to win this game.
Hey, it's possible. In fact, anything is really possible in a best of one. So let's see what sort of action is going to unfold.
Here we go. And let's find out. So, Fog, we're getting the Drow coming through again. We're seeing a lot of these teams starting to sort of say, you know what, it's a Drow time. It's time to be picking this Drow. This Drow, of course, for Viatoro and Spirit, it was picked first. Has it worked out as the rest of the draft came out? Or do you think this could be a bit of a difficult one for Viatoro?
Well, Viatoro, I would say his whole lineup is designed to have success around him, right? But I don't know. This does look like they have a lot of really good answers. A lot of good gap closing. Axe, I think this Axe and Skywrath lane is designed to just destroy low HP heroes. And Drow is one of the lowest HP heroes in the game, actually. I think you're the lowest starting strength, if I'm not mistaken, if not the second lowest. The damage adds up very, very quickly. I've been waiting for people to go for spam lanes like this versus these the turret heroes. Because I think we're going to start seeing these. The turrets feel kind of OP. Yatoro.
Start to see already how much damage Yatoro is going to take here. Should be all right with Ruin not me by his side. But will indeed be turning up to lane. With quite a fair bit of HP lost. In fact, looks like he's going to take the walk back.
He has to go back.
TP out. Yeah.
Or at least grab his courier, grab some of these tangos. But yeah, this lane is designed, and it's an old lane that is designed to just get kill after kill after kill and snowball. And they go for the kill on 9 class, and they don't actually get the cog connection. They use the blood grenade too, so that is a wasted blood grenade, at least for the bottom lane, that we did see Not Me use on the top lane. And his bat pick, this is a concern for me too. I've seen this hero be super volatile. Some of the players are very comfortable on it, and they can make it work, but it feels very complicated to play versus this current turret design meta in the safe lane.
Yeah, for sure. Especially if Ducalis gets the setup onto you and a couple of raises come in.
Yeah. They did do
waves won't be easy.
They did cut the trees entirely bottom. The first wave, they went there with Quelling Blade just to make sure they cut everything so that there isn't going to be that positioning from Ducalis. But yeah, this lane is very difficult, and it's designed to get kills as well. So we'll see if they can execute that on the side of Spirit. Because I think this one looks quite a bit more volatile for them, that they could just chain feed. While top lane, I feel like PARIVISION, they can spam Yatoro very hard here. So let's see if the Drow can actually withstand the pressure.
Because what is it that makes this top lane that different? Because obviously, what last game we were watching, we also saw a Drow clock, and they were popping off.
Mm-hmm. This one, I mean, Axe.
The spam outdoes the strength of the Drow clock duo.
Yeah, so Sky versus Clock, you are so fast. You very rarely are at risk of getting caught inside of cogs or even getting hit by most of them. You can play very well about dancing on them, and you go full aggressive items on Skywrath nowadays. You don't even really start tangos a lot of times. He is taking quite a bit of beating here. But you can play very well about just playing aggressive. And he has Axe, which is probably one of the best heroes versus Drow in lane because it's pure damage on this Hunger.
Mid. Lyle getting very low.
I was actually shocked that Quinn said
coming out.
Quinn said the 60-40. Because whenever I think every time I've seen this lane, it feels kind of way worse for most primals.
Yeah, I feel like the only time I'd sort of expect the Primal to come out on top of this matchup is if the Primal's Malrine.
I don't think any Primal comes out ahead, even Malrine, let's be honest with you. But I think you can actually do decent. No, not versus Storm Spirit, no way. This is like a very difficult matchup.
That's fair.
So yeah, I think he saw this matchup, and I've seen him do this to a lot of Primals, to be honest. So I think he's designed for success. And a Storm Spirit who doesn't have a rough lane, we've seen a lot of games where this hero just falls out of control very early. Even though there's a good amount of control on the opposing side, feels like a pretty good Storm game, a very good Axe game, and a pretty darn good Shadowfiend game, so I'd say for PARIVISION, it does look very nice, at least into the approach of the mid-game.
Yeah, I think mainly because even though they do have control, they do have two cores of the side lanes that are going to hate an out-of-control Storm Spirit jumping them, right? Like, if you're the Bat or the Drow, you don't want to be the one getting jumped.
No, and also, they're like these... Like Laurel, I feel like he's going to be put in this position where he has to go in, right? Like, because look at the rest of his heroes. Nobody else is going to be able to do it early. And this is a lineup that when you're in, you're probably not getting out. You know, you have to be all the way in and commit to go for these kills because you will just get killed from all these slows and damage. Because PARIVISION, I would say they have much more spread damage across the board, while Spirit, a lot of their damage is reliant on how Yatoro does in the mid game. And look at this. So interesting to point this out too. I've seen Notice do this. Look at his skill build on the Axe. 1 point in Hunger, deciding. Like if he sees an opportunity, he'll put a point in Call plus the Helix and they go for a kill. If he doesn't see that threat, maybe he puts more in Hunger. So now he does put the second point in Hunger for Harass. But yeah, I just wanted to point that out because I've seen Notice do this more than anybody, where he holds his skill points on his Axe.
Man, it's got to be an annoying lane, bro, because you can't really kill 9 class because there's an Axe in between you and the Skywrath. Like, you can't get the Skywrath out of the lane. He is going to get to sit here and constantly spam.
If he does step up too far, though, on 9 class, it can be the problem where the cogs, burn you, and you do get the multi-shot connection, and you do get orb walk down. Because the problem with Skywrath in general is you have 0 armor. You're incredibly fragile, but you're a super aggressive hero, so you have to play to your strengths.
Ooh, look at this.
And ooh, what's that?
It's going to be a cheeky little early rotation from Lyle, because he's getting nothing in the mid. So he's like, well, let's see if we can do some in top. And they will get a kill out of it. He'll get first blood in for that fact, taking out 9 class. At the same time, down bottom, Collapse and not meet. They don't need a gank to make a kill happen down there. They just get in on top of Satanic and kill him off.
Very impressive stuff. The lockdown, going for the flame break pushback. They actually have enough to bring him down. Nicely done, but for the tree is able to close the gap and have that level 2 on living armor too. Because this living armor is going to be problematic for them to get the secondary kill, but nice for them to get at least something here for Collapse. But the lanes, they're looking pretty rough already. No one has 36-11 to the 12-1 of Laurel right now.
Oh, Lyle, he's got to be careful. No one's just about to hit the level 6, and Lyle's still level 4.
So that's a desperate move, right? But we have seen a lot of these, we've seen primals in the past do that when the lane is super complicated, but that feels very forced, right? It's 12 last hits right now.
Yeah, bringing in the support back up to at least try and secure the 6-minute rune.
9 class did go for the spam build, since he does have the 2 in Arcane Bolt, doesn't have the level 4 yet for the Ancient Seal. So it could actually have an effect. But I don't know if they can kill no one. He has full mana here. Should be fine. But Laurel will be able to secure that. Oh!
What happened to his onslaught?
He canceled it.
Ooh, well, he's going to be lucky and will still be able to actually walk over and pick up the haste rune. Might actually get him a kill here with the trample over towards 9.
Laurel?
Get the kill, but he'll die for it.
Uh-oh.
And it's a little awkward. I guess their first game of the day. Tough time for Lyle. Tough time for Lyle. It's
the leech seed.
Yeah.
I guess caught him off guard, right? The little mini grab on the root. Brutal. And ooh. So Ducalis with his sentry wards to block the stacks, since he did put double sentry around the triangle, he actually finds the obs ward as well. So he just got a free obs in the river there on the stream protector as well.
Radiant's middle tower.
3 cores farming super well on the side of PARIVISION. They have gotten some kills on Spirit, but the lanes, they are decided. Kind of across the board, almost a 3-lane win. I guess the top lane Drow has done very well, but the fact that the Axe is getting the same amount says a lot. And I think a Notice does this more than anyone I've seen, man. Whenever he plays his Axe, even versus Necrophoses and whatever, comes out even. Impressive. Bottom.
Trying to run down Collapse. And they'll get him with the final raise from Satanic.
He tried to get the trade kill on Ducalis. Maybe that little turn there gets him killed. It's a difficult lane to play against this Shadow Fiend hero. I swear. I don't think I've seen it lose a lane in this. I haven't seen every game, but at least the games we've seen, it has just destroyed this off lane.
What even sort of crushes a Shadow Fiend safe lane on paper? Like, what sort of duos do make it tough? Because it feels like you pick something melee to get into his face, he's just going to be raising you. You pick some sort of ranged hero, you're going to get out CS'd, and when he does get on top of you, you're just going to get destroyed by the nukes. Like, what feels good to lane against him with?
They're technically, like, their lane, it does on paper. Maybe if the Lion was a melee hero, like a Tusk, that would be maybe one of the best design ones, because then they have this gap closer plus the damage from the bat. But there's not that many. I don't know. It does feel complicated.
They're looking for Lyle. Might just settle for the squishy at the 2, go for Rue. No one.
They got him. And infinite scaling too, right? So they have that on the side of P-Vision as well. They have the galvanized, they have the armor stacks that can come out from the axe in comparison to no infinite scale. I guess Lion has some scaling, but these Lions have not been getting too many finger stacks. Mostly just playing for that straight up disable. 3-3. Let's see how Collapse recovers. This is one of my concerns sometimes for these Bat Riders, is if you don't have a super successful lane, where do you go? Because you do just want to back up to jungle, but a lot of these players and a lot of these teams have recognized that. They're very good at blocking camps. So let's see what Collapse wants to do here.
2K lead there for PARIVISION. No signs of Satanic having any sort of slowdown. Very, very quick start as the SF.
The clock has pretty decent levels, I will say. So Rue, even though that they did die once in that top lane, he should have his 6 relatively early on this clockwork. So that's actually a pretty big deal, playing versus Shadow Fiend early on. Just being able to close that gap. They do have 2 heroes that can do that between him and the Primal just naturally from the toolkit. So like these type of opportunities right now, they can look for Satanic. He's quite vulnerable if they do just get on top of him with the 3. He does have 21 though. They have to factor that in how much they do go for the dive.
And they're bringing back up.
Yeah, I don't think they
sort of sense that Satanic's a little vulnerable. Ducalis is here just in case this play was coming.
Ducalis got the 6 is the important thing, right? He's the one that can interrupt the channeling that comes in.
Look at the grab on no one, but he gets the
mana.
And he has got an Invis rune. Do they have detection? Maybe they just don't need it with the trample. They had it anyway.
They see him.
And they will have him.
Yeah, they had the sentry on the bottom side that did see him. Double rotation coming in. Nicely done from Not Me, punishing no one here. Yeah, Ducalis, he does have 6. This overgrowth is pretty damn good this game. Pretty damn good most games, because it is versus that Primal Beast as well, too. It's one of the few roots that cancels channeling effects. Or leashes, whatever you want to call it.
Top. Notice he's looking for the dive. He's got the setup, the call, into the Mystic Flare. I'll pretty much do the job against most of their heroes right now. They get that sort of setup for the easy follow-up of 9 class. This tower's in trouble. Satanic swings across. Be able to push this tier 1 tower off the map.
Another reason, right? This is an old classic combo that, I mean, I feel like we're seeing old classics. I mentioned this a couple tournaments ago, too, from this patch, that used to be played back in my era, you know, 10 plus years ago with the old lads. Skywrath Axe. You just call an ult. Lots of these heroes will just die, especially in the early game, so gonna see that combo a lot here. And see the effect of Ancient Seal in particular. It's a very strong ability that's underrated. Finger is available for Not Me. They do have Collapse with a point available for Lasso as well, so they do have much better burst and catch. The question is, where do they want to go with it? Because all 3 cores, they're farming on the side of PVision, and even the supports are getting a fair bit at the start here.
Yeah, because who are you really looking towards to lead the moves as Team Spirit?
Noticed?
Look at the blade mail.
Oh, with the blade mail.
Maru's taking a lot of damage. Noticed he's going to go for the TP out, and he's away.
Heads up play.
And look, at the same time, no one and 9 class, they're heading over in case these 2 stick around.
Oh, and they have kill threat just with a... If anyone gets pulled, they're probably just dead here. Yatoro, see if he shows. He will.
There's the setup. There's the damage. TP's coming in, but there's nothing to be done to save the drought. Might have a chance for Rue. He will survive that last burst. We've got also Lal
stun.
They do close the gap onto no one.
The silence.
Dip away. Silence comes in with the Ancient Seal, and Lal cannot get his hands on no one.
Super nice aggressive moves. They have great pairings with the Sky as well. Vortex, another one that sets up for it quite easily. Laurel, he does almost have his Blink Dagger, so all things considered, not the worst game here so far for him, but in the grand scheme of things, it's still super complicated for him to get this off. As we see, both supports can cancel it pretty easily here, or interrupt versus that Pulverize. And still playing together, 9 class brings a clarity, continuing to look for this kill threat up top. And if another hero shows, they can just go for him. Maybe they bait Yatoro.
Ooh, if he gets caught out again here, that's going to really hurt.
If they're going to do it, they have to be playing right on top of him. Laurel, see where he wants to go. Gotta look at Noticed. He is near the tower. Still have him.
Go with the burst.
Oh, stun off the mark.
It's taking a bit of time to kill him. He's still alive. Will finally go down. See if they can find Ducalis as well. So they should be able to find the 2 of them. Time is being bought, though, for the rest of PARIVISION to swing across.
Not Me gets a finger stack at least here. He did miss the initial stack, but does get the punch onto the train to get one. That was almost a bit scary for a second there. I believe something pulled him out. I think it's the onslaught pushed him as the lion stunned, so he ends up missing the earth spike. Gives him an opportunity to get the call off. Yotoro's farm, it's not bad. But when you look at the opposing side, Satanix, a bit better here. Can they get the grab collapse? He does.
Oh, a very nice catch from Collapse. This is the big kill here, taking out Satanic. Excellent setup there from Collapse on the bat after not an easy lane. Being able to set up that sort of move and take out that SF carry. That's big news there for Spirit. They're starting to really take away that lead. The PARIVISION built up very quickly ahead of them at the start.
That's the absolute biggest catch they're able to get here. Perfect timing there from Collapse with his drums. Yeah, and his timings aren't looking that bad now, right? He's got his plate mail as well, too, for that physical to armor versus the SF. And Yotoro's gotten some space. Sit back, farm around the triangle. Can they turn it into a tower here? They did take out the mid, ideally wanting to hit this bottom one, but a bit complicated here. And Ducalis, he'll buy Shard. All right, so very early that he's going to go for this pickup here, wanting to protect the areas. Okay, Spirit, yeah, striking back pretty heavily in these last few moments.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Lal in particular, right? When you consider how lane went, he is not far behind no one now. Like, this Primal Beast is doing a hell of a lot.
That's impressive, honestly, from Laurel. Hook shot as well.
I mean,
Silence.
The player's going to get whiffed there as he's able to just step out the side of it. They will get the kill, but they'll lose 9 class. No one. He's got a little bit of mana left.
Another grab.
Forwards from Lyle. Comes in with the grab. Yotoro's trying to close in, but no one with the Soul Ring will have enough to ensure that the Drow won't get their hands on him.
On the flip side, they do get the catch onto the Shadow, onto the Bat Rider here with the Overgrowth. He does have the Shard, so he's playing around Vision, playing around protecting Satanic a lot more here with that. Doesn't mean it's going to delay his Blink Dagger to protect on the Treant Protector for some time, but he is playing 5 positions, so maybe he expects that. So a strike back from Spirit, but then a strike back from P-Vision. And Ducalis playing, look at how aggressive he's playing. Getting some deep vision to be able to watch the movements. He sees the TP from Collapse immediately.
And they're straight in. Gnosis has the blink. Gets the dunk.
Big brain.
With that, they'll take the tower. So Collapse getting sort of beaten up twice in a row there. Did manage to get that great setup onto Satanic, but after that, they've come back with vengeance, and they're shutting the bat back down.
Ducalis, I mean, this is one of those heroes, right? A lot of these super high MMR players, they are these Grandmaster tree players, which is pretty crazy. Ducalis and Malady in particular, so looking to play around those strengths of the vision there immediately. And now Manta, I believe, it is going to be finished for Satanic, so a bit more complicated for Spirit to get that grab, because if Collapse doesn't, you know, you'll see the animation, especially if Satanic is able to get the Manta. Another catch.
Starting to speed things back up here with the aggression of the Axe. And just how explosive the damage can be at this point. You know, point of the game where Spirit aren't going to, they're just not going to have the items online to deal with this sort of burst.
Spirit also is a bit more, quite a bit more cooldown reliant, I would say, right? As we're seeing, the Axe can just solo kill people, while on the other side, they are very reliant on either having Lasso or the Pulverize to go for these setups. Ducalis is spotted, has Overgrowth.
Hard for Lol to catch him, though, hidden in the trees. Ducalis being sneaky. Lol's going to try and go for it, but no. He's able to get in with the setup onto the 2 of them. The Overgrowth follow-up onto 3. Do they have burst here? Requiem comes out at the side. It's enough to set up for the dunk onto Collapse.
Charge!
Lol wants to get back in, though. Yotoro's turned up. They'll turn, take out Notice. They've lost 2 themselves here, Spirit, but Yotoro able to make sure they at least find 1 in return. They will lose 3. No one's still with a bit of mana left looking at the tier 2, but won't dive Lala Yotoro. Yotoro's able to tell them they get something taken out the Axe, but it's still costing them a lot. Losing 3 heroes. PARIVISION still taking these very, very good trades.
Collapse dies just back to back to back, literally. Respawns and dies instantly almost. Actually insane how they set that up. And this was, for me, this was the fight for Spirit to kind of win with the positioning, because it's Yotoro. He's actually able to turn in the back. Laurel gets a decent charge through, but they run out of resources very quickly, and then no one comes in, has the cleanup. This Storm Spirit's farm, it's very solid. It's very hard to bring him down. They have to commit a lot of resources just to bring 1 core.
Oh, yeah. And it's just...
Yeah, Satanic's turrets.
This tree, right, is just doing so much for giving the vision, giving the information, for having the Storm or the Axe, just having all the options set up for them in the fight on who they want to jump, right? Every single time, no one had noticed. They see so much, thanks to Ducalis kind of sitting there, setting wards up, being very sneaky on the front lines of the fight.
It just gives so much information. They're playing that Vision War that Spirit wants to win when you're playing with like Clockwork and Batrider. You want to be winning the Vision War, but you're playing versus this tree that gets these catches. And I do have to give a bit of credit to 9 class. This is a hero that I want to see played more. It's a risky hero a lot of times. Yep. But when you have setup from 2 of your cores, it can look really good. You have to play super selfish, though, I will say. This is not a hero that you can really build like Glimmers and whatnot. You build for yourself. You build like Kaya, Blink. Sometimes you can get a Yules thrown in the mix there on the skies, but it's all about aggression, and it's working out for them here.
Yeah, just having a look, actually, it's... Because indeed, it's not one that we see a lot from 9 class. He was playing it a little bit half a year ago. They were winning some, losing some. Here with PARIVISION with 9 class in the sky. But definitely not one that first comes to mind when you think of his
Collapse.
Sort of the 9 class heroes. But it's looking very good here. Collapse. It's going to be caught here. Another dunk. So noticed. He had that one great play taking out the SF, but after that, Collapse is suffering.
And Laurel does get the TP out. Such fast setups here. PVision accelerating things massively. Brew not going to be able to go for a steal play this time. Oh, and they kill all the cogs. Look at them. Oh, look at that. Almost all of them being brought down.
Easy gold.
Easy gold. PVision, they've done this to a lot of teams in this tournament. Even the last tournament, just super fast, aggressive plays in the first 25 minutes. This is a pretty crazy lead already at this point with this type of draft. With the Storm, SF, Axe scaling. Spirit, their draft definitely does have scaling, but we'll have to see because a lot of it is reliant on just Yatoro being able to turret, and they are falling off pretty hard on the bat and the Primal Beast at this point. Yeah, so I'm trying to think about things because whenever I feel like when I'm watching 9 class recently, he either plays like a healing hero or like an amp hero, it feels like. He loves to have this damage amplification. Dallas.
They got the dust on him.
4 heroes.
Oh, finger stack though.
Okay.
Take that.
He wants his blink. I was going to say, I'm surprised he does actually figure that one here, but wants his blink dagger gold. Now has follow-up set up for Laurel. Laurel needs this BKB, and he needs it bad. But it's not an end-all be-all answer BKB because he is playing versus this Treant Axe, so can still get interrupted.
Spirit. When will they sort of feel happy taking a 5-on-5? Is it just kind of try to wait for the high ground defense?
High ground. Yeah, I was going to say high ground.
For high ground.
They do have high ground elements, right? They do at least have this Batrider to pull back. They have the turret hero as well, too. But yeah, these heroes are tanky, though, very early on the side of PVision, so they can look to just dive plays and looking to accelerate things, at least with timings. I'm seeing BKB done for the Storm. BKB is immediately queued up for Notice as well, too, so they will just dive.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
We'll manage to finish off the tower. Aurora pretty much has the Hurricane Pike, so a little bit better of a way to protect himself.
I wanted to
see if they get caught in the Mystic Flare combos.
So Rue, he did go for 4-staff. I can never complain about a 4-staff. I do want to see more ways to just buff up your Toro, though, because it feels like the whole game is just reliant on this Drow being able to turret. So I want Solar Crests. I don't know if they can actually buy it at some point, so we'll see. Wrap around, PVision. And for the angle, Storm Spirit with the Shield Rune. They find the angle.
No one. He's going to find them first. They will try and turn the gust, but no one's got the BKB. He'll look to just push Yatoro out of the fight. The Storm Spirit staying on top of the Drow whilst the rest of PARIVISION takes out Collapse. They will lose Notice. And honestly, no one did not have close enough damage to threaten Yatoro. So now no one. He ends up just dying. He couldn't kill the Drow.
Buyback.
So much time trying to kill Yatoro off. Yatoro stays fine. They're poking at Satanic. Still pretty scary with the fact that he has the Aegis. Perhaps has to be careful that
it's a buyback.
The fact that he uses buyback, the Lotus will find a bit of safety, but 9 jumps in. Oh, he kills himself on the Lotus. Pretty much. Collapse will survive. I mean,
it's a buyback.
Yeah, it is, but it's still a big fight win there for Spirit. As I say, I was watching. I'm not sure what the Ops was catching. I was watching myself. I'm sure the Ops was catching much more interesting stuff than I was watching. I was just watching this Storm Spirit try and kill this Drow, and he wasn't killing him, Fog.
He was not. He could not finish him off. Yotaro ends up, that's the biggest thing, right? Is Yotaro lives. It costs an expensive buyback from Collapse.
Yeah.
They do get really good trade kills at the end. And I was looking, I'm like, I thought Storm would have the Aegis. They actually gave it to Satanic, who ends up not using that Aegis there. I'm shocked they didn't give it to no one. It's a Storm Spirit not having an Aegis at this point. Maybe expecting that the SF was going to get caught on, but now not even using that Aegis, and Storm could have used that Aegis pretty effectively there.
Yeah, that was a very split-up fight. That doesn't end up going too badly at all for Spirit there, considering the setup for that one.
They got ice, so it got so split that the big damage dealers were on the north side. It was 9 class was killing the supports, but that does mean that they don't have damage from the Skywrath on that Drought Ranger there.
Does find Not Me trying to TP out, gets him with the dunk call. At least another dunk stat for the Axe.
Massive recovery for Yotaro. Big levels, right? He's up to 17 now after those kills. I think he might be the second highest level in the game now. Definitely a big deal. Getting these levels on Drow, very important. Getting that marksmanship up to max. It does do an insane amount of damage in this later stages of the game. But Collapse's game, it's into the toilet. Let's be honest. He is having a rough one, and he is a lot of the control for the team to be able to protect Yotaro.
But if he can get that good lasso,
it is. Yep, that's all he needs, right? That's all he needs.
That's the job done.
Yotaro does have that work cut out for him. It does have time to be able to get... Looks like he is going to change up and go for the BKB. Feels like he does need it. And I think for P-Vision, probably going to put more focus on actually just deleting the Drow. Because they got very split in this fight, and I think it's for 9 class's job. Like, 9 class has to go for the nuke on top of him. And he was not there for this one this time. $9K lead. But a good strike back from Spirit. We'll give him time to get BKB. So he'll have BKB Manta perhaps for that next fight on Yotaro. And versus Tree and Protector, it's absolutely necessary that you have both. No one. Collapse.
They're gonna get him again.
Does pull him out of the Mystic Flare, but he does get brought down. He is so squishy at this point.
Yeah, because that seems like more the target really that I imagine.
Laurel.
They get the call. Satanic easily having enough damage now to take down even the tankier targets. That's Lal gone for 50 seconds.
And the second time he's died, actually quite surprised. We do have to give Laurel quite a bit of credit this game. I thought he had actually died 2 or 3 times. That was only his second death, but does give a big kill streak away.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Looking to play around their vision, Ducalis. He does know, and they will catch Not Me.
There we go. Back on track for PARIVISION.
Slight hiccup.
The 13K lead. Yeah, a little bit of an awkward fight around the triangle. But since that, they get the 3 pickoffs. They're back into the base now as Spirit.
I really thought they would have given that Aegis to Storm, I gotta be honest with you. That was probably one of the... They probably thought that they were gonna siege with the Saddle Fiend. That's why they gave him the Aegis, right? Instead of like looking for a fight, they wanted to push.
Yeah.
So perhaps things were just a little awkward because of that there. But straight back to business. Right back to the rack. Someone finish it.
There we go.
Deny it, Rue. Oh.
Spirit very much got their work cut out if they want to try and turn this one.
Yeah, and Satanic overall this game, he isn't even really having to do that much for his team. He's kind of just farming. He shows up, gets a couple cleanup kills, but it's his team doing majority of the work, right? Noticed and no one. Something about these two. Noticed on the Axe. And Noticed in particular, this guy has been absolutely phenomenal for this team. A lot of his heroes just end up getting so much out of the game. His Axe, his Slaughter, for me, are by far the best right now.
Here we go, Spirit. They need a big play to get back into this one, and they're gonna look for it.
Can't let them get a rush. They know they have to set up.
Find the pickoffs.
If they just sit back, let PARIVISION get the next rush, they guarantee lose the game. So they have to do something like this, get the surround. The rocket comes from bottom. They saw exactly where the rocket came from with this ward.
Ooh.
They know exactly where Spirit is. He shot the rocket literally from where the ops ward is, even though he was small.
Uh-oh. Here they come, PARIVISION.
Yotaro.
The Spirit's down here. It's a bit awkward now for Spirit Root. Smoke's going to end up coming off him. Not me's in the trees. He'll find the tree. Looks to Carlos. Notices he'll get him with the blink, but at the same time, Collapse will get the lasso onto him. No one goes for the squishy targets first. Takes out Not Me. Now he's ready to turn over towards Yatoro and Collapse. Yatoro will pop the BKB and try and run. Satanic attempting to be hot on the chase. Yatoro's got to back away. Satanic turns with the razor over towards
Yatoro.
Yatoro is keeping his
He's
distance,
doing it.
so he's getting good damage out. Hit the grabs there on the Satanic. They killed the SF off, and now no one. He's the last one left alive. He's trying to
Laurel alive.
last few seconds of the BKB, but he's out of mana. They closed the gap on him. They're going to be able to get the team wipe.
Yatoro gets the turret.
I mean, again, it's sort of honestly a similar situation in the last one. Obviously, the difference this time that no one wasn't really trying to go full commit onto the Drow, but it does seem like nobody can really get on top of this Drow and kill them. Yatoro, he's getting a pretty free time in these fights.
They outplayed the hell out of them in that fight, Owen. They got the double initiation. Even though it was PARIVISION reading the play and knowing where they were, they got the double initiation. They got the jump on the Skywrath, killed him before he got pretty much anything off. And they also got the jump with the Bat Rider onto the axe. Wow. So the whole thing got broken there. This Obs and Sentry, who was it? Not me placed it. It saw the tree, it saw the sky, and they actually got perfect setup. Yatoro got to distance himself. That was picture perfect from Spirit. They do this sometimes. That was sick.
Yeah, it's 2 times now, right? Around that high ground in the triangle area, now out on the map by the Lotus Pool. Spirit managing to just outplay PARIVISION in these team fights, despite the fact that PARIVISION, they were pretty far ahead on farm and items.
It was a buyback.
It's sure. It did
but
cost
well
them,
worth it.
But the return, absolutely. Oh, this time though, notice he does get the call onto Yatoro. Yatoro, he's trying to back away.
Dodges.
Answer away the overgrowth. Overgrowth turn now towards Ducalis. Take him out. No one here really wants to try and find Yatoro. Finish this Drow kill, but the hook shot's there. Rue comes in. No one can he get Yatoro. He wants this Drow dead. But I don't think he can get him. Yatoro's going to be fine.
He's fast.
Yatoro will survive. They just cannot kill this Drow.
They got the call on him. They didn't have the follow-up. Sky ult in time gets to reset the distance. Oh my god, he lives again.
I mean, this is...
These fights are crazy.
They've got to be sort of just scratching their heads right now, PARIVISION. They're like, well, what do we do? We were pretty far ahead. We took out the mid set of barracks. But any time we turn up to a team fight, we can't kill this Drow. Somehow, some way, Yatoro's getting away every single time.
He's doing Yatoro Prime moves, honestly. He did what? The Manta dodge on the Overgrowth as well during the animation post BKB. He's clutching. Now Roche, noticed, has died back-to-back. It's gotten slowed down with his progression. The buyback from Laurel absolutely coming into play here. Beautiful. I mean, these are. You have to rewatch these team fights over and over just to see how perfect it was for them catching. I was like the bottom one in particular, just watching Yatoro get that distance for the SF, and then now this top one. It looks like no one wanted to like hold his BKB to get the kill, and then ends up not using it. Gets caught from so much of this disable. Hot moves. PARIVISION still have this lead, still have a clear way to be able to take fights. Daedalus is finished on the SF, but if they can't get on this Drow, Yatoro is showing he can do it. Has the Gust talent as well, as we saw there at 20, so he is moving at 550 movement speed. And now Collapse, he does have his BKB. So although he got slowed down massively after himself dying, what, 3-4 times in a row, has the Lotus for the Overgrowth, and has a BKB as well, too, potentially, to ensure the grab. Super impressive stuff as PVision being shaken up. Looking for the setup bottom.
What's sort of going to be the call from PARIVISION after those last few moments?
Still probably the same thing, just need to get better jumps. They missed the Mystic Flare a bit here. Again, the Vortex.
The combo's just not as clean as it needs to be, right? Like that should have and could have been a kill.
And now no one.
Oh, dear.
Oh, they are...
I mean,
these are big mistakes.
You can't miss these combos. Because who's getting called out? Is it just 9 class just a little bit off with the Mystic Flare placement after the Vortex?
Yeah, honestly. That's pretty much what it is. He had the Hex. Maybe perhaps thought he was going to be able to line it up better there, but now they just lost 2 heroes again. They're kind of crumbling a bit here.
Oh, they really are. Considering the lead that they had. And we're very much starting to see, you know, this is why Spirit was confident to just go with the first pick Drow You know, Yatoro, he was in the zone, and he's like, just give me the drow. I don't care what happens. I'm going to win this game. In the mid, they've found Noticed. He'll put the BKB, but Yatoro's ready to come over, bring in the damage. Noticed is going to be going down.
Oh, wow. Team Spirit.
They're broken. They're absolutely broken right now. They still have a slight lead, but that is nowhere near the lead that they did have. And with the trajectory of how this game is just falling away from them, I don't know if they can recover this. It's going to be tough. It's just completely fallen away from them in this game, as Spirit are outplaying them in every single one of these mid-game fights.
Yatoro's just getting to play full turret mode versus multiple gap closing. Ducalis now felt desperate.
And sort of the attempts here starting to feel a little bit desperate from PARIVISION.
Roche will shift, but they should be able to finish it in time. This is what, an 8K gold swing in just 2 to 3 fights back to back. And Yatoro now almost has his next damage item as well with the Silver Edge. You can see just the posturing from PARIVISION now very different, and some of this execution, it's got to be cleaner. These Mystic Flares off the mark, I think 3 times now in a row that I've seen.
It's been a few, yeah, the combos. It's not been clean. It's not been clean.
And now Yatoro, he has an Aegis for that next fight. Has a Glimmer as well from Rue.
Oh,
can
boy.
potentially have an Aghanims coming up soon. They just got... Everyone has gotten a full item after these last few moments.
Honestly, I felt they could have probably even gotten away with not even giving the Aegis to Yatoro, because he's not even dying the once in these fights.
Yeah, but now, I mean, now he can just play so far aggressively forward.
Sure, now it's super impossible to... Or, it seems like it's going to be super impossible to take a fight into 2 lives with this drow. You can't deal with 1.
Okay, so adjustments I'm seeing from PARIVISION. Satanic wants a positioning item. We've seen some of these Shadow Fiends do this. He gets a Blink Dagger now into the build. Does feel necessary. It feels like he has to have the faster follow-up for the call of Noticed, just because they're not getting the combos off together here. So P-Vision, they still have growth in this game. They do scale very hard. But Spirit now with this Aegis, winning 3 fights in a row without the Drow dying. He's level 23. So same level, if not ahead of the Shadow Fiend now at this point.
And if he gets that Butterfly, that's... You're just not going to have the items to match that, right? Neither... Well, none of the cores are going to be buying anything to go through that invasion.
Shadow Fiend just does the raises, right? That's the
sure, okay, with a
pseudo hit through that we've seen from them. So their thing is, right, they have a good position here now for Spirit, but PARIVISION, they still aren't. They're still in a pretty okay spot. It's just they have to be better with this execution. They're getting outplayed in the fights, and these items, they're gonna matter quite a bit here too. That Spirit's been given, what, like you said, like 3K gold for each hero. There's now Aeon Disc for the Lion on top of having the Ghost Scepter, and another catch. Super impressive around this Drow Ranger here.
And it did feel like it did start to kind of barrel out of control when they went for that fight, as you say, with maybe, you know, not the ideal holding of the Aegis. Did end in a pretty rough result.
Do they see the courier? I don't think they saw it. That was a very valuable courier if they can get it. Doesn't look like they did, though. So next few items, Noticed really wants to have... I mean, he doesn't have the Lotus Orb actually finished up, so he has hit his timing. He's scouted by the Rocket. Tried to set up onto him, but won't be able to. Spirit, 2 minutes of this Aegis. It's going to get the full Butterfly for Yatoro. They have to throw so much onto him here. The right clicks aren't going to do it. They're going to just throw the Requiem, perhaps, a Blink Requiem with a Axe Call, but they have to do it after the Aegis and after the BKB.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Laurel? Laurel? Okay, they do get the catch. I was going to say, that's the gem.
Yeah, they'll be able to make sure that they get it back under their control. As Collapse will deal with 9 class. And the gem will return to their hands.
And Aghanims soon on the horizon for Collapse, and he's gone for the greedier build too. He went back for a Lens, and then he's going to go for the Ags for the further catch. PARIVISION now with a big gold lead. They were struggling to execute the fights, now at a deficit potentially. see how they can get the grabs here. Satanic is queuing up the MKB anyway, but he is very close to having that level 25. Is that a full Ags now? So Rue, yeah, he does have it. So much gold they've gotten in these last 3 fights. Banner's down. No one. Wallace spotted. They see notice. That lasso.
They catch the axe.
The lens.
Oh my goodness, and he doesn't have buyback.
He
So
does.
he's
He
just
used the
gone for
Lotus on his.
defense.
He used the Lotus on his support. This is what you learn, guys. Never use these items on these supports as a core.
That's a set of barracks.
It is. That's the biggest catch Collapse could have gone for here. Likely to have his Aghanims now finished up after that too. Spirit. Crazy progression in this game.
PARIVISION, not much to do other than wait until Notice is back up before they can even think about trying to fight again.
Yeah, they need the 5-man, especially into the Aegis, which is now getting reclaimed. A fantastic usage of the Aegis. Gets him a full butterfly farm, gets them a Rax to match. PARIVISION. Next timing, no one. Witchblade is almost finished. SF has pretty much hit the 25. But the execution has to be infinitely cleaner, and as we said, there's so many more items now to go through at this point that will complicate that execution even more. Laurel, Aghanims is done for him when his career respawns.
No one. Maybe. Oh, they see him.
Oh, they.
Hook shot. Oh, he misses.
That was so close.
Went for it there, Root. Didn't quite get the angle.
Don't know if they actually. I'm like looking. I'm like, I don't think they kill him anyway. Actually,
Yeah, probably not.
he'd have to. He just zips away afterwards. But still, if he hit it, would have been cool. Bottle. Yatoro does have a DD rune. And that Ags gets picked up. They're looking for the fight around it. They could close the game here just off of one catch potentially here. Will they find someone outside?
Well, if they find Notice.
Oh, if they see Noticed here. Did they see him for a second? He'll be okay.
All right, they've got the MKB at least to deal with the butterfly. Satanic ready to try and give them the ability, the chance to kill Yatoro. Still won't be easy.
A lot of it is reliant on if Satanic can attack though, right? So at this point, Collapse with this lasso could just focus on grabbing the SF, and then Yatoro's kind of just free. It's really only the SF that threatens him now that he's hit this peak. It has almost a full Lincolns. My goodness, he's just new items non-stop here for this Drow Ranger. Level 25 as well.
Why they'll go for it first pick, right?
Yeah, maybe Ame was
like
onto
this.
something. Because it was... Did anyone else first pick it at Dream League? It was just Ame, right?
Yeah, I don't think we've seen other teams do it now.
And he does have this, right, the good core-to-core matchup. Versus the SF, being able to play this turret, it's really strong. It's just, we didn't think he'd be able to get to this point with how PARIVISION was dictating things. Now massive, though.
Yeah, I think PARIVISION, probably looking back at this one, are definitely going to be a bit self-critical of some of the plays that they made whilst ahead.
There's some spellcasting off the mark for sure, right? I think at least 3 of these Mystic Flares that should have netted them a kill, that ended up, I think, killing them. And then perhaps that Aegis usage, or like, it depends, right? It depends what they want to talk about as well, too. Is like the Aegis usage, did we want to fight or did we want to push? So they took advantage of it, that's for sure. And just, yeah, that bottom fight in particular, right? The biggest one that they were able to find. Even though it was P-Vision who knew where they were from the ward. Spirit, just better execution. Now just hugging Yatoro. They know if they just play around this Drow Ranger, very high success chance for them. P-Vision. They still can kill the Drow almost 100-0 if she's not careful. And looking at 9 classes build, that is his job. Collapse. Whoop. Scouting coming in. Hex.
Gonna get tripped up by Ducalis. We'll have to use the overgrowth. Yatoro shoots him down in a couple of shots. Ducalis is gone. They're moving with Lal. They'll get the break onto the both, and then they're thinking if they can get back over towards Yatoro, but the BKB there. Yatoro turns towards 9 Class. 9 Class will get out with the invis.
Double lasso.
See them have to go for the zip TP. The lasso indeed locking down the other two big cores as Yatoro cleans them up with the godlike.
Unbelievable
they
game.
can't take a fight against Spirit. It's the same story now, kind of 4 or 5 times in a row. When it comes to the team fights, it's just not even close for them.
They can't find the Drow. The little plays he's doing, right? The Silver Edge, Hurricane pikes away, Manta sends an illusion, then gets the BKB off before the stuns come out. The Lincoln's, I think, blocking the Hex. All the little things he's been able to acquire here. Satanic doesn't even get, I don't even think he hits anybody. I think he hit like 1 target. 1 raise or so. Insane execution from Spirit. That's 55 seconds. They do not want to buy back, but they might have to for the bottom racks.
I mean, if they're going to have to if they don't want to get mega caught. Unless Spirit play very carefully.
Is this when was the last time Spirit even lost a hero? It's been 15 minutes or so, right? Just feels that they've won 6 consecutive fights, and yeah, they haven't lost a hero in 15 minutes. That is so impressive. Onto the Roche next here. They're making the game look like it was on even footing in the early game, and it was not. Most definitely was not with the way that PARIVISION was playing, but some insane spell casting. And Yatoro just individual plays. And the buybacks, right? Honestly, right? Laurel buying back, sacrificing himself. Collapse, buying back, sacrificing himself. We did say it was all about Yatoro, but those are impressive calls to make.
I mean, when it comes to the high ground, how good are their shots of sort of defending from that position? It seems difficult, right? Because it's pretty much all on Notice getting a big call. Because if it doesn't, yeah,
it has to be. It's gotten much more complicated now versus Aegis and all these small items because there's just Aeon discs on these Lions. The clockwork is very difficult to bring down because it's super tanky. And it's been 20 minutes since they got a kill essentially. So hard to say how they approach it. Maybe they wait for the Aghanims on no one since he has hit 25 if they can get a multi-hero vortex. But Spirit has not been playing like that.
No, they have not. I mean, you've seen sometimes a 2-man call, but in terms of getting the chance to catch more than 2 heroes grouped up, seems unlikely with the way that Spirits position themselves in these fights.
And even though PARIVISION does have high damage, like they can't actually get to this Drow Ranger now multiple different times. The jumps, the grabs from Spirit have just been better for 20 minutes now. Level 25s have been hit for a couple more heroes here too. And PARIVISION, their whole posture has just completely changed. And overall, yeah, like I was saying, the execution of the fights just feels so much more complicated for PARIVISION now because they have to worry about so many different things. Well, for Collapse, he just has to lasso a Shadow Fiend. And he has 2 of them now. Well, potentially 4 targets that can't get grabbed by it. I'm gonna try.
They'll burst him
big
very
damage.
quickly the first time. Lasso's going to be there locking down Satanic into the hook shot. On
double.
Pretty much locking down the 3 of them. And Yatoro with the second life. He can turn, shoot down the 3 cores. The buyback will come out from Notice. They do have buyback available on No One and Satanic. They'll have to use them as they look
BKB.
at Yatoro, but the BKB's up. He'll back away now that the buybacks have come out. That's all 3 core buybacks. Ducalis will try and grab them here with the overgrowth, but they cannot get out to take anyone down. And now Ducalis is in trouble. Lyle gets the grab onto 9 Class. Both supports dead without buyback. No One attempting to fight here with the BKB, but he just doesn't have the damage. Satanic and Notice getting shredded by the Drow. Triple kill for Yatoro, and this game is over.
Prime Yatoro.
Absolutely. It looked to be a slow start, but when Spirit were ready to play, PARIVISION, they just never regained control of this game. They got completely crushed and outplayed in every single fight towards the end of that Fog.
Insanely impressive, and insanely impressive calls to make to buyback from Laurel and Collapse to get to themselves into this position. Because if they don't do these buybacks, in particular Laurel on that bottom fight, they might just lose to Toro, and this game doesn't look like this at all. So insane progression into this game. Not losing a single hero for, what, 20 minutes after they did regain that footing.
Pretty much.
Super impressive.
Yeah, insane stuff there from Team Spirit. What a performance from them to get the victory. And there we have it. Spirit, they'll take this game against PARIVISION.
First pick a Drow Ranger, by the way. They opened the draft with it, and we were wondering if the turret off does occur, who's going to win between the Drow and the SF. And I feel like, whilst it's not as black and white or as straightforward as that, Quinn, you have a pretty solid answer.
Yeah, I mean, they picked the SF into the Drow knowing they're on a timer, thinking they're going to win fast. They were up a lot of gold. They're up 15K, I think, at one point. But it's Spirit. It's Spirit, and if you lose one fight against this team, you can feel the Toro factor kicking in. You can feel the Aegis is looming over your head.
I mean,
crashing down.
but where was the Spirit in the group stage? Right? This game, it felt like, ooh, okay, like their backs against the wall, the net worth, just the laning phase. All of PVision's cores was just doing better. Like there's like a 5K gold lead, even though their kills were the same, just because PVision were being more efficient. But Spirit, right place in the right area of the map, taking the fights correctly, enabling the Drow. They just didn't allow PVision kind of any real opportunity to fully control the game. It always felt like there was this like Spirit factor in play.
I did think that when we saw Ducalis rush for that shard on the Treant to give the vision, I really did think the writing was on the wall. It's like you're going to have infinite vision compared to the opponents on Team Spirit, so surely you're going to get pick-off after pick-off, and everyone's going to feel like it's crumbling down. But at the end of the day, yeah, the team fighting factor of Spirit to rally around each other is phenomenal.
I mean, PVision, I think, got a bit carried away with this like pick-off mentality. Like you said, they had the tree with the shard, had like Brown Brute shard, but there was like some fights where like they would trade like 3 or 4 PVision heroes just to get like a kill, and that's not what you want to see. Like when you have Axe and Sky, Storm and Sky, it's like you want the vision, you want one quick pick, and then you go. But yeah, I think Spirit, they just kept kind of dangling the right heroes as the game progressed, even dodging for a long period of the time. But yeah, it just wasn't the cleanest, aggressive game from PVision to try and utilize their pickoff.
I mean, Spirit is just the best team, I think, at using buyback in probably the history of Dota. They always save for it in situations you don't expect, and they do it in pubs too. You play against this Laurel guy in pubs, and there'll be some random team fight, and he just buys back at 25 minutes. You're like, bro, why are you buying back as a pub? And they win the fight, and they clutch out the game. They're so good at this, and they rely on it. And there's these areas they protect, like in the triangle, and I mean, you can see PARIVISION, they charge into there at some point in one of these clips, and you feed a couple kills away, and maybe he doesn't swing that much, but Toro gets all the gold from that fight, and then slowly the items start mounting. I've lost this way to them before. These triangle areas in particular around this mid tier 2, around the off lane tier 2, you have to be so careful because they have swung more games than you can imagine there.
Yeah, you're talking about the collapse buyback on the bat, right? Where he dies and he immediately buys back TP. Yeah, when I saw that buyback, I was like, oh yeah, this is just one of those like Hail Marys and you're just praying that something good's gonna come of it. But no, something good does always come of it when it's Spirit.
It was very, very good. And also, like with Drow, with Toro, like the 20 talent, like getting the bonus move speed when you use Gust. Like he's using the Gust, not even to silence people, but he's just throwing it on the ground just to run in deeper to the fight or even run away from the fight. Like he's just kind of showcasing how strong Drow can be. Of course, Arme was showing it in Dream League. Now Toro is showing it here from a first pick as well, which is just even cooler. Full team 1 and 10. Like if you said to us like picking Drow first pick was a thing like 3 years ago, everyone would be laughing at you. Like there's no way. But the way that they drafted and respected Drow, I think after just one game, I'm like, yeah, fair play. I could see Spirit doing it again. Like, this isn't like a little trick against PVision. This is just like a strong strategy for Spirit.
Yeah, most teams, you don't really get to feel that you can do eggs all in one basket. You know, it wasn't necessarily a full protect one, but it was like so many different ways to initiate. Lol having that great initiation on Primal. Obviously, Collapse having great initiation and great lassos on the bat too. I feel like everything about what they wanted to do was just executed to a T. Great spell casting for them to be able to come back into the game.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of clips where it's just like, because you have so much mobility through the heroes around the Drow. Like, if you jump Drow, Clock can hook, or Primal can blink, or Bat can blink, or Lion can blink, and they all have stuns and layering to assist in the skirmish, that a lot of the comeback and that clutch potential from Spirit was different players of the roster helping your Toro. It wasn't like Lau had to save, or, you know, Collapse had to save. It was like anyone can save based on the, you know, the setting of the fight. And yeah, the clips just showcased just how strong Spirit were in the later portions of the game.
It's a treat to watch, and this is the Spirit that I like to see, that I want to see. And it's also why you can never count this team out, even as the gold lead increases. And I think this is the kind of hero and the kind of draft that suits them best. And I think a lot of teams will probably ban this Drow Ranger in the future, because a lot of the stuff that's good against Drow classically is just not that popular right now and not that easy to pick. Like, if you spawn with Broodmother on 9, Broodmother can get massively stomped in lane, and Drow can play against it as more time passes. It's not like a Brood patch, and sometimes you figure these things out. Like, there's a lot of counters that aren't that good right now, and then suddenly over time these heroes appear.
I mean, it's also kind of maybe why Spirit's more of a best-of-3 team, because like this type of game is what you would see often in like the game 2s. Like, once you lose the first game, Spirit makes their little adjustments, and this is the type of game we see. So it's like, they're just not a good best-of-1 team. Like, we know that. Like, they're clinging on to the group stage right now at 3 and 6, but if that's the type of performance they can bring, they are always going to be a contender in the last chance. Of course, if they don't get eliminated in the groups, but luckily.
This win is 4 and 6 for them now, right? So the 3 and 6 was before.
Okay.
Is it? Oh.
Yes, because they only have one more series left to play today, and that's going to be up against OG. So you're saying, yes, you're saying like, where has the Spirit been over the group stage? I do think there's an element of the last 3 days, they've had a sprinkling of tougher opponents thrown in there. Not saying Parry is an easy opponent. I think they are, what you're saying, this best-of-3 team, they need time to adjust a bit, and in a best-of-1 it doesn't work. But towards the tail end of a group stage, they do just look significantly stronger.
There was one major caveat to all of this, is out of the 4 wins, 3 are with Drow, of course.
Is that true?
Yes.
Great.
It is, but they were like second phase Drows, 2 of them.
Sure.
They had 2 second phase Drows, and then they went, wait a second, let's first pick it. So what happens when there is no Drow?
So what you're saying to OG is, listen up, boys. Take out the Drow Ranger, you got a whole different Spirit on your hands.
I mean, based on this group stage, yes. But of course, with the respect towards your Toro, of course not.
Well, look, we've got a short break for you guys. On the other side, our best of ones and the continuation of the group stage. Some fun little quiz there. T, how many would you say you got right?
Yeah.
Are you going to lie to the audience? Because I was counting.
I think I only partaked in like 2 questions, got 1 for 1, so I'll for 50%. Force 50. It's okay.
How many did you get, Quinny?
I don't know how many there were. I think I maybe got 4 or 5 right.
I think you got that many right.
You sound like you're in a haze. Like,
I mean, I don't know. I'm not counting. How many? Do you know how many there were?
No.
Yeah.
I lied. I just wanted to see what you guys were going to say.
All right, so how many did you get right?
None of them.
There we go. Cool. Nice.
I know the Tundra one. How many? The team that won the most amount of. I got that one, and I got the prize pool, so I got 2.
There we go.
The only ones relating to Blast Slam. Everything else that related to Dota, well, that's the reason why I have you guys, right? You're going to give me all the information and break it down, because for our next best of one, XG against LGD. And this one is incredibly exciting. We had a similar sort of story where PARIVISION coming in as the heavy favorites beforehand. Spirit really show up. The one before that as well, Falcons and Liquids. And I feel like hopefully the trend continues here, Quinn. Xtreme Gaming, who aren't the favorites by any means, are going to come in and show up against LGD.
I don't know. I feel like this LGD team is more fun to watch than Xtreme right now. I don't know if I'm necessarily rooting for Xtreme. I would like them to be in better form, because I think it's just a better tournament when everyone is at a closer field, and they are quite low down on the field right now. They did win their last game, but it was against Glyph, and Glyph has looked rather sus in the past couple of days. So I am not super optimistic for them, but I am hopeful for them, because I think it's better when this team is better.
I honestly feel like it's going to be quite close, right? LGD has shown a really strong early game, as always expected, from Heroic to X-Heroic to now, but they haven't been clean in closing out games, and XG, when they get given opportunities later into the game, that's when Arme can step up. Of course, if you kill him 3 times, he might AFK, but it's like, I feel like the current trajectory of LG and XG has been getting better after the start. LGD is still showing that bit of sloppiness. If it's a 40-minute game, it's anyone's.
Yeah, that is fair. It's just wondering now, where does the drafting take place? Because it feels like there has been more stability on the side of LGD's drafting, whereas Xtreme Gaming, they're still opening up the playing field to whatever they feel like they could potentially want to play.
I mean, LGD is just about Whisper, all right? It's like, is he on Bat or Snap, some Enigma? Like, he's such a big component, I think, of LGD, that if he gets pushed away and he's not, you know, a shining star, sometimes they struggle a little bit, but I'm just looking towards Whisper, maybe.
I mean, I think it's quite a clashing of styles, because it's XG, we all know, right? They're the late game bears. They're sitting around, they're farming creeps for 50 minutes before they want to play, and LGD is kind of the opposite. They're all gas, no breaks, and with questionable scaling potential. And so I think it's one of those games that the win percent chance starts one way and then slowly swings the other way as more time passes. But I do think that XG, they lose a lot of games that way. Whenever the other team is running at them and they have to try to make it to the later part, they rarely make it and kind of just fall flat.
Well, a mixed bags of what we could potentially see in the game, but let's see if it's going to be just as a wide variety when we get into our draft. We just saw a first pick Drow Ranger win for Team Spirit, and someone who was coining that Drow Ranger priority before was Xtreme Gaming, and so now I wonder if that's where they want to go for this best of one, if LGD will even let them have that, because right now they've taken out the Clockwork and the Beastmaster, Xtreme Gaming taking out Snap, Kez, and Batrider, so quite a fair few of those notable heroes that you coined that coin.
Yeah, they're good ones. I think T was the one mentioned him just now, but we've talked about him over the past couple
T is what I said, sorry.
Credit where credit's due. No, they're good bands. I think you can't let Whisper have these heroes. And it's not also just that you can't, but I also think he's just looked significantly worse on the stuff that isn't his bread and butter. I think he's a player that his hero pool is just not that wide. A lot of his hero pool is like the hipster stuff, and the more normal stuff is just not peak. So I like these bends a lot, and I think teams should keep repeating them until Whisper's proven he can play stuff that isn't Snapfire, Batrider, or Enigma.
I mean, also for LGD, they haven't really been challenged in the first phase, where it's like they've always been kind of getting the Kez, the Clock, the Snap. So at least with this approach of bans from XG, it is like new territory for them in regards to the openings.
I wonder if we're going to see just another Pangolier, or I guess we could do the Drow again. I'm sure they were watching that game.
I feel like they're genuinely sitting there and they're like, guys, but Drow.
Oh, no, I definitely think so. I mean, we all know Ame and Yatoro are a match made in heaven.
Two peas of a pod.
That's right.
Let's not forget, though, that last time it was Ame saw one hero pick Drow. Do you think Ame would see no hero pick Drow?
If his best friend Yatoro did it.
Why not? That's what I'm saying.
I mean, if they actually are friends, then he would be picking Drow right now. Not friends.
Oh, I forgot the heckin'.
Yeah, I honestly.
The silly bears in.
That's what they were contemplating. They're like, guys, do we do the Drow but the Lone Druid's in the pool, or do we just have to go the Lone Druid?
Yeah, I will happily say that I just blindly assumed that one of the 7 bans was Lone Druid. I didn't even bother looking to see if,
Super valid, because I didn't even mention that the last 2 bans were Viper and Doom.
Yeah. Well, Lone Druid's in the game.
I just know Quinn can't see that far, that's all.
I have my glasses today.
Okay,
does, yeah.
perfect.
All right.
I don't have to do it then.
I mean, holy base!
saw him finally,
We're so
Quinny!
back. We're so heckin' back.
Just got backhanded in the face with a Huskar pick.
This hero was very good against Lone Druid, and it's been first phase banned a lot versus LGD recently. I don't know if I fully believe in this first pick like this, because it is just mid Huskar if they don't play it side lane like Falcons does. And Tylung is a solid Huskar, but he's not Malrine. So even though Huskar I think is amazing against Lone Druid, now the question is, okay, so what are you playing against? They've sort of pre-banned Viper Doom, so there's a couple out already.
But it's amazing because you're just smacking a shit ton of burning spears onto the bear, just kind of following him around, like.
Yeah, not to mention that when you life break him, the bear is like 4,000 HP, so you giga chunk him, and Lone Druid just kind of can't really kill you at any point in the game, and the bear can't man fight him because you'll just crush this hero in a man fight.
Yeah, I mean that is the correct way of approaching Lone Druid. Just have multiple ways to kill the bear. Like when we saw PARIVISION play against it, they had the Enigma, where it's like you stun him with Eidolons, any other hero in the game, the bear's dead. So Huskar, he is down that kind of answer. Get one more kill threat, and then you can just kind of hey, there's bear, go kill. It's on cooldown. So yeah, it is cool, but. Yeah, first phasing a Huskar like this, when you only can really put it into one lane.
I mean, I also say every time we see a Huskar, whether it's once or multiple times, but Quinn, out of the current mid laners in Blast Slam 7, what is your ranking, the top 3 of who you have confidence in executing on a Huskar?
Malrine, Amar.
Mid laners? I did specify mid laners in my question.
Amar will still play mid lane.
Amar played mid.
Yep, but I'm going to say on their roster, they are listed as a mid laner.
Yeah.
Malrine.
Yep.
Tylung.
No, but there's you are putting him.
He's probably second with a big gap, and I don't trust anyone else.
Oh, so you can't even make up a top 3?
No, there's no third.
Okay.
I think there's a big gap between Malrine and Tylung, and then the gap is so big that you can't see the list anymore with the others.
That is a pretty good perspective to give, though.
Yeah.
They banned AA, Doom Viper banned, so that's sort of the holy trinity of Huskar counters generally. Sniper is up there, but it's not that black and white, and it's also bad with Lone Druid because it's sort of the 2 farmer bros. Like, there's no one getting in there and making moves, really. But you can't pick those heroes against Huskar because you have no lane. So that's where Huskar drafts can get weird because the Huskar draft can lack integrity, but the other draft can too. So you end up with 2 low integrity drafts because Huskar forces you to pick very specific heroes mid.
And that's why you like him.
Yeah, the smile on his face. You can hear it. It's like low integrity and yeah. Spear. Great minds think alike.
Yeah,
a nice way to deal with Huskar as well, especially if it's in the mid, is try and bring heroes to the mid lane to pressure the tower. So having like an Ench support, it can fare well into the Bane. You then grab a creep, you run towards it, get another support with a bit of kill threat, and you can just try and body him. That is one way to do it.
I think you just set up to start with 3 in the mid, and you try and get him, kill him right after bounty spawn. You go back to your lanes for 2 minutes, and then you come back mid and you kill him again.
Good point that you're bringing up. But how about we take one step back from that?
No, I think you go all in.
There are strategies nowadays where you dual lane mid. Don't try lane mid, you dual lane. And then you find an independent offlaner, and then you get like a 4 position that happily will sit in the mid lane and just throw spells, like a Hoodwink or a Morana or a Dark Willow, some random dude that just sits there, but never Lina. And then you can maybe even just pressure Huskar through the dual lane.
Yeah, it is possible. I think a lot of it depends on, first of all, how well your side lanes can sit alone. And then secondly, how strong the enemy supports are. So if they dual lane back, does it go badly or well for you? I think generally it's easier for the 5 to go mid because it's harder to solo in the offlane unless you have some like Tide or Centaur specifically. So I'm curious to see. I mean, the thing is, Lone Druid after a half decent start could just solo against a lot of dual lanes. So maybe there's a world where if where they do dual lane mid and it's okay for them.
Well, the way that they're drafting right now in XG, I feel like they're still keeping this option alive, right? You pick the Lone Druid, sure Huskar. Then you double support pick. You're holding back your mid laner and off laner just to understand the pacing that LGD's bringing, sorry. Because even though they do have the Huskar, if they pick really slow heroes elsewhere, you know you can focus the Huskar. But if they're picking really strong side lanes, you'll pick a really sacrificial mid, mate, just do whatever you can. We're going to win elsewhere. So now LGD with the Timber and the Techies, they are kind of showing their hand a bit. They want to apply just a bit more pressure away from the Huskar. They don't want Huskar just to be the main focus. Timbersaw is pretty good at forcing out reactions and being a menace in the early game.
LGD, what do you want? Or sorry, Xtreme, what do you want? I don't know what they want. NTS is not really a big sniper guy. It's also not too great with either one of these supports. I think if you wanted sniper, you probably would have picked a melee support. Otherwise, you end up with 4 ranged heroes, and it's kind of awkward. So you could try the dual lane route, but at the same time, if LGD dual lanes you back, Timbersaw can solo very easily against Lone Druid. Well, maybe not very easily. Maybe you'll lose a little bit, but you can.
It's comfortable enough that you're willing to sacrifice that little bit of discomfort for your mid to do well.
I have no idea how the matchup goes in the lane, but for the game,
I'm hearing a lot of no ideas. I don't like this, guys.
Oh, like there's no map progression, so I'm thinking like maybe just go for like a Tinker on XG, but I don't know, like the first 6 minutes might be so bad that it just disappears, but like I'm not seeing towers falling, sorry. Therefore, maybe there's a way that you can get to your level, you put out March, you have some random laser, you buy time, then LD has his Ags and he's running around skipping waves. It's very greedy, but at least you can see a path to surviving the ball of LGD.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I think this is the only one you can conceivably lane against Huskar or potentially even beat Huskar. The issue is your draft is really weird now. You have Lone Druid, Sniper, and 2 range supports. I think it's kind of XG's fault for picking these 2 supports back to back. I feel like you could have picked something slightly different to enable your Sniper a little more, because you know it's coming, right? You have to, like you've talked about, well, what do you want against this? You're not getting Viper, so Sniper's kind of the only one left. So do you want it and pair a little better? Because it will be awkward.
I still wish there was like an inch or a bit more of a forward map thinking support, but alas, this is the cards they dealt themselves. And
yeah, we can't wind back time, sorry.
No.
I mean, Hoodwink is decent against Huskar, not just because of the ult, but also because the Acorn Shot is physical damage, so you actually have a little bit of a mix there, and Hoodwink's just a pretty high damage hero early game anyway. At the same time, I think LGD's picked really good supports with Huskar, because they have sort of 2 soft saves between the whatever the heck the Techie's W is called and the Nightmare.
Reactive Taser?
Reactive Taser. I don't know why I can never remember the name of the spell.
At least
just Taser. Just remember Taser at least.
No, but at least it wasn't Stasis Trap that he was trying to go through with yesterday. That would be a cool one to bring back. But I mean, for XG, the last pick for them is very simple. It's just offlaner to bring the fight together. That's literally it. Of course, you are picking blind, so you don't know what you're going to go into. So like the blind offlaners, like the Centaurs, the like Underlord, the Mars, they're kind of the ones that you might allude to. But
Mars so good that LGD banned it.
Like, yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, they did.
No, you're fine.
The point with XG is like, I just feel like you need to survive. That's it. Like when you look at LGD's lineup, there's not this like grand team fight. There's not this like point in which they overwhelm XG. It's more just like they win their lanes and they kind of take slow steps forward using catapult waves and constant pressure. But that eventually will come, unraveling down. Like trying to find an LD and a sniper to get to the back line, that can be very, very difficult with the heroes LGD have if they aren't just like balling up the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky, even stuff like Centaur and Tide. You can get Ursa, you don't have many bans left, right? You ban Meepo, Necrophos, which I think are very reasonable bans. It's pretty good games for both of them. So now, if you want the jumper, you're guaranteed getting Ursa'd. So you have to be sort of okay with that, which means that the 4, I think, has to lane. You can't just leave the guy alone against Ursa, against 2 heroes. He'll get, like, literally 0 CS and the game is over. So the only person that could dual lane mid now is potentially Lich. These are sometimes the tricky situations you end up in whenever you need a certain type of hero to fix your draft. Like, they can't just pick something that's the best for lane. They have to fix their draft a little bit, or it doesn't matter how well they'll do in lanes. They'll never be able to kill anyone. It'll be a mess.
Tough position to be in with less than 20 seconds as well to make it.
I mean, this one is like maybe the best thing they could get, because once it hits nighttime, you can just go cut waves. You can also farm stacks. So even if you're putting pressure on Huskar and there's a lot of fighting through mid, even if you get Ursa'd or something, at least you've got comeback mechanisms compared to something like Centaur, where maybe it's a little harder.
Yeah, again, it's like if they do survive the early portion of the game where this inevitable ball around Huskar exists, the way in which they progress the map is like Huskar hits a tower, or Tiny comes up and hits a tower. Axe always thrives against one main hero being that progression. Blink Glimmer, cool, into Sniper, you can probably get a kill. I am just worried for XG's damage in like the first 20 minutes of this game. Like Sniper's very greedy in his itemization. Lone Druid is very greedy in his itemization. Until they get that, you are just 2 physical damage cores, just watching an Axe run around the map with 2 supports, hoping things will happen. So I'm really looking at LGD to just push their heroes as deep into the game as possible.
Yeah, I think LGD should win this game. My biggest question is, does Tai Lung pass the Huskar check? Because I haven't seen this Huskar in a while, and I may need to retract his name from the list and have it just be Malrine on the list that are players that are acceptable playing this hero. I'm undetermined right now.
What's the benchmark before you go on more about the drop? Is it like the lane? It just win the game? Like where is it? Because I feel like your benchmark is very different to everyone else's.
So I think I'll have 3 things on the bullet list.
Okay.
First is you cannot get Giga Stomped by Sniper. This lane is not that bad, and if you do, you better not die. Go jungle.
Okay.
Second is we need a proper item build. That's going to depend on the game, and I'll determine after this game if it was apt or not. Number 3 is don't run in and feed in mid game in some big chungus way and give the enemy a bunch of gold. Understand if you can die or not, and play those boundaries properly. Those are the 3 things on Quinn's Huskar checklist.
But how many deaths? Like if you get to like a certain amount of deaths on Huskar, you lose like permission to be on the list instantly, right? Like is it 2 deaths, 3 deaths? Like we need to know just for the casting, of course.
I mean, okay, so he's playing as Huskar Sniper, so it's not that easy. Like these are, sorry, he's playing as Axe Sniper, excuse me. These are 2 heroes that are quite good against Huskar. So I would say 5 is illegal. And anything below there, I think you can make a case with. You can plead to the jury.
2 is like, yeah, you're like, we don't even have to discuss it. 3 and 4 is in the realm where you're just like, man, I'm gonna have to take a closer look, put you under the microscope.
Yeah, 5 is like Weeha Huskar, like blinking in and dying off cooldown.
Well, hopefully you guys have written down the checklist. You've taken notes. Maybe you yourself want to see if you fit the Quinn Huskar tier list there. We're going to get into this best of 1 and see if Owen and Fog approve with it too.
Yeah, let's find out. LGD versus Xtreme Gaming, and couple of pretty dirty first picks, right? We've got LGD opening with a Huskar and XG opening with the good old Lone Druid. What do you make of all this, Fog?
Disgusting.
On both sides. It's just, Who's is more disgusting? You know, the overall draft, would you say?
I don't know. Who's they're both pretty gross. There's like Techies, Timber, and Huskar on one side. All 3 very disgusting heroes. Then on Xtreme, they've only really got like, I guess 1.5 disgusting. We'll throw Sniper into disgusting as well too. So maybe LGD's is a little more disgusting. But XG, this last 2 picks does feel like very solid answers. Like Quinn was saying, so immediately the thing I was thinking about is Sniper and the Axe could make Tai Lung's life extremely miserable if he doesn't play it cleanly. So let's see what we do get. This top lane also, I want to see how Whisper endures, because Timbersaw versus this Lone Druid, I've now seen it quite a few times. KJ should be fine. The reactive armor stack, since it's 2 heroes hitting you, right, they do build up super quickly. But Lich Lone Druid, this is an unbeatable lane as far as I've seen. I have not seen anything been able to endure it at all.
All right, we'll see how much Whisper can find from the lane then. I mean, to the point where is he going to be dying up here, or is he just going to get completely zoned from the wave?
You just get zoned, and you can just die. The spam, the harassment's just insane from Lich, and the fact that you can play with it's like 2 heroes essentially is what makes the difference. So let's see if Theolokar is going to be able to counteract that, but yeah, it feels very complicated for them to play this top lane in particular. So yeah, XG across the board, I like their lanes, I will say that.
And with the obviously the chance to get the response mid of having the Sniper against the Huskar. How rough is this for the Huskar? Like, how much does Tai Lung care that the chance has been given for the Sniper to be picked against him?
We'll see how much of a specialist he is really on the hero. I know he does play it a lot, but you are playing versus one of the, specialist snipers as well. It's not his XM sniper, but it is definitely one of those specialists, so. I think Tai Lung should be able to at least endure inside of the laning. I'm just worried inside in the mid game. I think this is not easy on paper for him.
Because then to the point, is this a game that LGD is looking to play pretty fast?
I would imagine so. I don't think you... and that's where it's like, I'm looking at XG in particular, right? Usually they're one of the slower teams. As top Theo does have Taser to protect himself for now.
He's still going to get taken out, though, as it comes to them by the bear. First blood for Arme.
Like these two teams right now, LGD has looked quite a bit better, in my opinion, than XG has. But in this game, XG, for one of the few times, their lanes just look so damn strong. Like, insanely strong in comparison. And they do have good late game scaling as well, too. So I would say the pressure's on LGD this game quite a bit. See if they can get aggressive early here. Because, yeah, this top lane, it's designed to just allow Ame to completely free farm. And Techies, the matchup we've seen now versus Lich a lot. Yeah, you have Taser to remove shield, but in terms of laning aggression, he always has Sinister Gaze to stop your blast off. And this isn't really a lane where you want to blast off in too often, which is not a good sign for Techies, because this hero likes to play aggressive with that. They get a stacked pull. This is a miserable top lane to look at, so...
So which lane can they do the best in? What this bottom lane is?
I think.
Oh, you think still the fact that the Huskar can kind of maybe trip the sniper up if Nothing to Say gets too aggressive, or?
Yeah, I think it's just it's not normal to say this. The bottom lane just doesn't look that easy to play either versus Axe. Bane is he's a good hero at zoning supports, but he's not good at being able to pressure an off laner in particular. And Tiny also a bit low damage early versus Axe, so it feels like it could just. It's designed to almost be a 3-lane win for XG, but Tai Lung, he's playing super well in this mid matchup right now. 12-8 to 9-0. In fact, getting an insane amount of denies here. Nothing to Say he's gotten boots early. It's a bit interesting. I thought he was just going to go bit damage, but he has Orb of Frost to counteract the healing and boots to keep the distance. Maybe this is the approach. Now Tai Lung just goes to the jungle. This is interesting.
Okay.
I feel like every sniper I see does a different build. That's why I like to point out.
Yeah.
Some just go the Wraith Band, some go for like 1 point in Shrapnel or just 0-2-1. So I usually like seeing the 3 points in the Shrapnel, right, and playing aggressive on that front. But, cool to point out.
Yeah, because honestly, the fact that Tai Lung got through the first few waves like this, and he's been able to hit the jungle at this pace, he's probably not going to be slowed down that much on his timings, right? This Huskar is off to a fine start, yeah.
He farms super fast, and he's going to provide the neutral items for his side laners as well, too, in a faster portion than I think in most situations you'd get them. So this is an interesting move. And he kills these neutrals so fast since he has gotten away with that start that you were mentioning.
Yeah, this looks very hopeful for him. I mean, it feels like he needed to be super shut down for him to not get the chance to play the style. FY will get taken out. XXS, can he get King Jungles in return? Should manage to find him, so.
And that's third hero brought down, and they get an exchange on the side of XG. So that kind of says a lot about how the lanes are in particular, right? XG, all three looking very good here, even though Tai Lung is getting away with hitting these jungle creeps. This top lane's miserable on. I'm telling you, I have not seen anyone who can deal with this Lich Clone Druid, not even close to dealing with it.
Yeah, Whisper can't get anywhere near. Gonna be free farm for Arme to start the game off.
And with bottom
lane.
Rotation.
Bring in the third. Have that extra support presence to ensure that they can take down FY.
I like what Theo.
A little nicer for Yuma.
I like what Theo Licor is doing, right? He's like, I can't play bottom or I can't play top. We just need to be aggressive because that's what they are designed to do. And that's just how LGD plays. So looking to punish the lanes in particular by moving things around here. They might find him. Taser.
Oh, not. Oh, they'll get the chance for a Nightmare now. Bringing him back over towards Tai Lung. TPs are coming in, but Tai Lung's able to jump forward. The fear's there. Arme. They might lose Nothing to Say, but Arme comes in with the TP and makes sure that he finds the chance to take down two of them.
Oh, that's a hot rotation. I never would expect Ame to TP pre-6 minutes, but Ame, with the Orb of Corrosion, comes in too. This is an amazing game for this Orb of Corrosion versus this Timber and this Huskar. Rare do I say this, but XG with almost a 2K to 3K win in the laning phase. Usually this team starts very slow into these games.
Lovely move from Arme. Also gets a courier on the way back to his lane.
So that's one death for Tai Lung. He's got 4 more according to the panel, right? That he can have at maximum before they just auto-lose.
See if she can find that against him.
And they're already doing the preventative things that we've talked about versus Timbersaw. You shut him down in lane and then block his Ancients so that he can't just back up, get the 6, and farm them. They've already started to do this. This super prepared today, XG. Most prepared I've seen them in the early game, as I keep mentioning. And XXS, he's gone for the Dominator build. Gonna be able to keep that farm going very well
Whisper.
here.
Wraparound's coming in here behind the tower. They want to try and go for the 7-minute wisdom.
KJ is also going for a steal, and he is the Bane, so he can always ensure that he takes it away.
We're gonna find Theo Lacour first here. At the same time, Arme with the bear, stopping Whisper from being able to claim his own Shrine of Wisdom.
KJ does do the steal play, but Ame will also be able to. I swear that this needs to be changed. I'm gonna say this every time I see Lone Druid steal a wisdom.
It's the bear.
No way the bear should be able to do it. If the hero is in vicinity, I can allow it. But
I mean, even then,
when the hero is nowhere near, yeah, even then it's bullshit, honestly. But if the hero's not there, there's no way this should happen, in my opinion. But whatever.
Maybe if he has Ags, you know what I mean. If
Salty
he has
support
Ags,
player.
If he has Ags,
but it's
then
not 7 minutes. Yeah, it's 7 minutes. He'll have shut the hell up.
No. I'm saying if he has Ags, then he can have the mechanism of being able to take wisdoms.
Oh, you mean like late? Okay, fine. Like,
yeah.
No, I don't think so anyway. I disagree. But I'm a salty support
not
player.
At all. Yeah.
Salty support.
How's it going? Having a very nice start here. I mean, across all 3 lanes. Now, I guess the thing is, for XG, they're getting this lead early. How much do they need to, like, accelerate when they do build this sort of lead up? Or do they, with their lineup, do they kind of not need to? They're kind of comfortable. They've got a lot of ways out of this game. How fast do they have to go? Could we see sometimes they get ahead, they try and play a bit fast, and then they kind of throw it all away?
I don't think they need to be fast at all in this game.
No.
Lineup. I feel like LGD's the one on the timer in this game. So for LGD, definitely need to start getting something going for themselves here. Yuma does get the tree grab to not get bushwhacked.
The other core will come in and attempt to help out.
Super limited damage on the side of LGD this early. Support's super low level. Getting zoned off the tower here.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Tai Lung, I think this whole early game, it's up to him. How much he can do with this Huskar here, with this armlet. Because the side lanes at this point, they're pretty difficult to actually assist without him. Okay, he's gonna make the move. Let's see what
let's see what he does here with the armlet. Look for XXS. The shield is out. XXS has to call off. He will die here on the axe. Arme's got the bear on top of Tai Lung, and Tai Lung's gonna get chased down by the bear. Another blast bringing him low, but a toggle comes in from Tai Lung. He can turn.
Doing good.
Perfect Nova, jump the bear as well. So Tai Lung survives. Starting to show definitely a bit of a sign of what he can do here with the Huskar to keep the game under relative control for LGD.
That was all him, honestly. He distanced himself beautifully, gets the jump off, disengages, throws the the spears from a distance as well too. There wasn't a sniper rotation. I actually thought Nothing to Say might come down there to really push the issue forward there. But LGD striking back exactly when they need to in this game. As you said, I don't want to see them fall behind too much in this early game, and it's going to be problematic if they do. Whisper also out of this, gets a ton of space with this move. He just sits top and soaks. He does have that level 6 now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
We want Tai Lung to make the call of where to turn up and fight. Mid-tier 1 tower is going to get taken. They're trying to
hit it together.
But X-Nova, he'll get the last hit.
Has fallen.
Good timing there from X-Nova. Instant smoke. Tai Lung is looking to punish here. See what they can set up with him here. The taser being thrown at him too does make him pretty threatening to close the gap on a lot of these heroes here.
I tell you what, if they can get a kill, Tai Lung can probably go do Roshan.
Yeah, he could actually go for that pretty soon here, and they could just find Ame.
It would be the huge kill. They're going to go for the squishy instead. They find X-Nova.
Keep enabling this Huskar.
Like, how desperate do you think they're feeling in the sense of trying for like a Huskar Roche early?
They probably want to. It's just not the easiest for Sniper. He just throws a shrapnel in there and he could just die. So
yeah.
It's one of the worst ones to actually try for it. Has to be very specific with his rotations, Tai Lung. So far, so good in order to bring the game back here. And Whisper, as we said, starting to make that recovery. Does have the Kaya finished up. Does have access to his jungle. X-Nova's block is disappearing in about 1 more minute, that sentry he placed. Oh, they find a courier too. Level 6 now also for Theolokar. His rotations have actually kind of salvaged this early game a lot here, because this top lane was pretty disastrous. They couldn't do anything. He's now involved in all 6 of the kills and has a very early level 6, I would say, after having almost no lane.
Xtreme. I mean, now that they've taken, they've taken all 3 tier 1s, right? So at this point, they're probably quite happy to sit on their side of the map and just try and out-farm LGD and leave the sort of expectation on LGD to make plays.
They're probably, farming until XXS has Blink Dagger, because he did go the Dominator route, so he's looking to just stack up creep waves, essentially. So I would say for XG, a bit more passive moments after winning the lanes, and for LGD, it's probably going to be a bit more aggression that comes out of them here in these next few moments around the techies. XXS bottom.
See if they can take him out. A lot of damage. Not quite able to get the dunk off onto Theolokar.
Techies always gives kill threat if you do get this 6 this early. Anyone, no matter what, even if you're an Axe with 1600 HP, if you do have the triple mines available.
And King Jungle
Theo
will be able to pick up 6 in the mid, so Fiend's Grip's at the ready if they want to try and make a play around the Bane.
Yeah, great comeback in this game in these first 10 minutes. And like I said, a lot of it on this techies, Theo. Now also double stacking as well to be sure that they have this extra farm going for them here too. Level 7. Yeah, solid stuff from this techies. XG. After this slowdown, now do want to get something going here. They do have the Chain Frost at the ready. They have the Sharpshooter as well too. Can look to set up for Whisper here if he steps up too far. The bombs, though, it does hit one of the supports, I believe. He gets the read that they are making the move over.
King Jungles.
Don't think they want to contest.
Too close. Yeah, they're very aware here, LGD. They're not getting caught at all by any of the 4 of XG. Playing it safe, absolutely getting this time to get all 3 of their cores in a very good position. That early bit of burst of a lead that XG got, it's slipping away.
It's a big slip up bottom, overextending, and they didn't have the sniper, right? I think that was the biggest thing, not to have that distance to the peep versus the Huskar. Yuma is changing the build a little here too, right? Going for the blink acceleration since he's playing versus sniper. So LGD, they like to play a bit faster than usual, and I imagine this is going to be that accelerator that they look to play around here too. XXS's blink is going to come out probably at the same time as the Tinies does too, so they're going to have ways to fight back into it. Looking to get nothing to say involved. But the scan connects. LGD, they're reading all these moves. His Dominator too, XXS. The other thing this is going to be super beneficial for, besides stacking creeps, is to clear out the mines always. Hate playing versus Dominators as techies.
Keeping this area pretty safe right now for the rest of the team.
Yeah, it's all important to be able to do this, and even the Wild Wing does have its arguments this game too, to be able to disengage, protect. See which creep he wants to hang on to here. He's just probably going to use it constantly. Is just scouting for these mines. KJ.
It's quick to cut the tree. The bushwhack, and that means the sharpshooter's going to miss. They're trying to go on him, but honestly, it was a bit of a bait.
Backup's here.
Comes in with a 3-man avalanche. I mean, that all went to King Jungle's plan.
Smart.
He was just... honestly, it looked kind of like
super
an obvious bait, but they fell for it, Fogged. They really fell for that bait.
Yeah, he was incredibly prepared. And I love this blink. Honestly, I will say, I like this pivot here from Yuma. He can play super fast with this team, get involved, and there's some squishy heroes. The support's incredibly squishy, the sniper too. If you just get on top of these heroes, they will die.
Yeah, they can't fall for those sort of baits.
Another
crazy. Now Yuma is going to catch the burst to be the fire for nothing to say on a Theolokar. Yuma try and run. Assassinate comes in, but he's far enough away to get out. No problem. A lot of damage done at the same time to that mid-tier 1 tower. LGD starting to make some solid moves now.
And very quickly starting to see damage issues on the side of XG. They've been able to hit these timings on LGD. It's a 2300 HP Tiny, a 2000 HP Huskar, and a 2300 HP Timbersaw as well too. There's incredibly limited damage until Ame's online to be able to join in with his bear, which is going to take time. These heroes might just survive, so nothing to say. I think this is why he's doing this. He's like, guys, we have damage issues. I'm going for Hydra Breath early, which is not something you see most of these.
Okay, this is pretty crazy, right? Just to go full out Hydra's Breath first item.
It's an indicator perhaps of just issues that they see, right? When they're playing versus these tanky 3 strength cores. Let's see if it works. It's a bit of a risky play to go forward for, but if he can keep the distance, he will do the damage. All right. Cool.
Yeah, this is. I mean, it's fun. This is my kind of build. It's like, you know, it's a new item that people are starting to buy. It's like, I'm just going to buy that item first. I don't want to get anything small on the way up. You know, not finishing any Wraith Bands. Just having this casual Orb of Frost. You know, he's all in on the Hydra's Breath. We'll see if it pays off. But there's a high chance it might not.
I'm down for it. I'm down to see if it does. I think this item is still a bit underrated. I think it's a little overrated in pubs in particular.
Well, that's the thing, right? Is it that good that you just pick Sniper and you buy it first item?
KJ, scouting things out.
How they get the call?
It could, I think it can fix their damage issues. The things that I'm worried about, the triple strength cores, if he can keep his distance. If he doesn't, of course, he's just going to feed instantly. But if he can keep that distance, perhaps he's going to give them that damage in the axe call versus this triple strength hero. This is cool. Let's see if it ends up working for him. He's going for the shard secondary item. Very happy about that. Immediately he's going to have that disengage anyway. So he kind of has Pike plus this high damage item that didn't exist before, right? It does give you, what, 60 damage in particular? Tai Lung. He's got the Pike. The newer build that we see on this Huskar. And overall, the Huskar versus the Lone Druid, we haven't seen the interaction happen yet in this game in particular, but it will be there. Anytime that bear shows, Tai Lung can just solo kill it, essentially.
Still unable to reclaim that lead that they had earlier, XG. LGD holding strong.
Actually, they're just a slow team. Even though they had a lane win, this is just the way that they play usually. They like to just hit these creeps, and LGD is kind of the opposite. They like to hunt, they like to just find these kills and play very aggressive forward here. Maybe waiting for that next timing though, LGD. BKB is soon on the horizon here for Yuma. Tormentor looks like is going to be the next setup potentially here for the side of XG, but it absolutely can be contested from LGD. They have the Ags already finished up. And Whisper, who had no lane, never died, and he's top net worth with his team. He's right behind with all the cores.
And now he's really hard to kill.
In fact, almost unkillable, and definitely probably unkillable with that Ags, unless they have a Yules. Did they pick one up? Not yet.
Not yet, no.
But I imagine immediately going to get grabbed from one of the supports. Yeah, it's the Hoodwink. I don't know if XG can contest this. I think you just go for a steal. So FY, he is in the position to go for it. We've seen a couple of these players be able to do this. Are they going to be aware? FY. Whisper is scouting.
This is a hard steal. Yeah, not going to get a chance to try for it.
Smoking for the fight afterwards.
XG.
Whisper.
The call on a Whisper. For everything. Chain Frost. Shot.
He got the Ags off.
Everything to try and kill him, but they can't. He gets the barrier up, and he's away.
There was no way that was going to work. I think they know, too, that isn't going to work. They don't have enough stun. They have to have the Bushwhack follow-up. They have to perfectly chain stun for him not to get the Ag in himself. Maybe they didn't see the Ags there. They just show, but... Getting a Tormentor. They're taking the boxes.
They could look for a fight here, LGD. They've smoked up here around Yuma's BKB. Yeah, indeed. Starting off into the pit, Tai Lung. I mean, they're ready for anyone that heads over near the pit, because of course they don't need to help the Huskar out. Tai Lung can do this on his own.
Oh,
the rest
Ame.
to look for action. They might just find Ame. They'll see him clear in the
Yuma.
They'll get the jump forward here with the Avalanche. Yuma getting the toss back. Grips there to ensure that Ame gets taken out. So not only securing the Roche here for Tai Lung, they're killing off the carry.
I love this Blink build from Yuma. Not going for Shadow Blade. We've been seeing more players buy Blink on the Tiny, but woof.
And XXS, he misses the call. The dodge was there because Whisper used the Timber Chain at the exact same time to get away as he was jumping in. They've killed off X Nova. Now they've got this Aegis on Tai Lung. They're really getting the show on the road here. LGD, 5K lead, 21 minutes in. Starting to see this lineup really kind of hit the timings that you can imagine they were looking to go for here when they opened this draft with the first pick, Huskar. They're going to speed up, and it's going to be hard for XG to slow them down. They'll get the jump on King Jungles, kill off the Bane.
But not a core. See if they can set up for any of these cores. Nothing to say. Has to keep distance here. Can they get a follow-up stun? They cannot. Whisper, he feels pretty unkillable at this point, unless they can perfectly chain stun before reactive.
Long way away from having that Yule still.
Another catch, FY.
A bushwhack off.
Force step from his Huskar buddy. Bombs will be taken out from the creeps. Look at the way LGD's posturing, though. Just protecting this ward as much as possible. They know if anybody steps up, could just die to the blink of the Tiny. And you have, I was highlighting this blink of the Tiny. I love this purchase this game.
Plays perfectly to the timing that LGD wants to try and run them over with.
And it's like a quad. It's very, I mean, not very, but pretty fragile quad hero on the side of XG. It's really just the Axe who can play that front line. So if you can bypass him, you will just delete these heroes on this Tiny. LGD's looking hot this tournament so far here. Really good aggressive plays, even if they do have a bit of a deficit in the laning phase. Very confident in when they pick and choose their battles. Constricting the map. Another tier 2 is going to fall.
They just can't defend these towers right now.
Creep wave is taking a moment here. It'll get here soon, though.
Trying to get any sort of actual kill, though, seems so hard when LGD is pushing up as 5. Look at Tai Lung. Look at the... Oh, no, maybe they won't even get the Aegis. Okay, they do get the Aegis out of him. Yuma puts the BKB, gets the toss back onto XXS. Chain Frost is going to get thrown out. The grip locking down XXS.
Whispers in.
Jump forward from X over to put a stop to the Fiend's grip. The Olacore will get taken down. Tai Lung moving in over towards Nothing to Say. The call comes out from XXS onto the two of them, and it's a huge one. Allows them to get the dunk off, but can they get away from Yuma? Back in with the avalanche. The bear might just get the clean up. Yuma getting eaten up by Arme's bear. Triple kill for Arme. They do manage to pull together the hold exactly when it was most needed. Whisper, the last one left alive on LGD. And Arme sending the bear over to him. Deep with the blink of the TP, he'll get out, but they actually do manage to pull the hold together. It seemed like it wasn't going to happen, but Arme turns up, gets sort of the dream fight as a lone druid there. Go target to target with the bear. And we're seeing, XXS getting some huge calls in that situation. Sets up for them to be able to take the Aegis out of Tai Lung and come in and back in again to ensure that they could get that second grab on him and take him out a second time.
Fight lasted long enough, right? The BKB started to whittle down from Yuma, and then the bear shows up, that Aghanim's lone druid. I couldn't actually... So fight recap wasn't showing my damage, at least. It wasn't showing the lone druid for me. I was only seeing the Axe's damage, unfortunately, so I couldn't actually see how much he did. I saw how much Sniper did, though. Nothing to say. Buying the BKB right before the fight comes in clutch, too. He would have died instantly if he didn't have that, because Whisper got on top of him. So good distancing coming up from Nothing to Say, and the long fight dragging out. LGD does get the benefit from it, and now the bear, it is online.
It really is. It really is. We're starting to see Arme get to do the lone druid stuff. Going for the butterfly next as well.
Okay, so he wants the butterfly first, but that does mean he's foregoing his shard, which is one of the really big things about this hero. So maybe he'll buy it afterwards. I did see he had it queued up.
XG. Now that you've held this tier 2 as XG, what are you looking for next? Or are you not? Is that the thing? Are they just going to return to farming and say, well, we've shown that we can actually hold these defenses, come in and take these team fights around our tier 2s?
You can look for fight. Yeah. I think you can absolutely look for fights and catch them before BKBs come out now. Your damage has increased massively in these last few moments as well. And success.
King Jungles. Whisper's coming across, but no fight to be had for LGD. Just let the Bane go.
Because I think the thing for this Huskar, right, it still is this, it teeters on this edge where you have to be quite careful before your next timing. So I would say ideal for him if he can slow the pace down, get the BKB, while for XG, if they kill him once more, could open up them even contesting that next Roche. See what the approach is going to be at the moment here. The bear, as we said, the butterfly is very close to being finished. And the Yules now, FY does have it finished, so they have the answer to the reactive. So I think, yeah, for LGD, they want to get the triple BKB cores online, probably before the next fight. For XG, could look to catch them before it. If the triple BKBs come out, the fight does get quite a bit more complicated for XG, because then the long fight also is better for LGD as well. But if they can kite the BKBs, I think that's the biggest thing we can see for XG. And XXS also does have a BKB to match, so can't just hard lock down a target and full focus them if they can get the catch onto them.
There we go. So Tylung's BKB done.
Okay.
And Whisper pretty much having his ready to go in just a few hundred gold. So that they'll have that timing to play with. And what would you say is sort of the bare minimum in these fights they have to achieve during those BKBs? What, you've got to at least have the sniper dead or the lone druid, or do you kind of need both dead?
At least one of the cores, I would say. Yep. But the bear is going to be something that's difficult to deal with. We'll see how they do address just the Aghanim's bear that's running in. They have to kite it, kill it once with a life break, hopefully, for them. We'll see.
Cool on a Yuma. Another bushwhack on the sharpshooter. He's holding on and pressing the BKB for now. We'll be able to walk away. Still very tanky, of course, with his high HP on the Tiny.
These fights are not easy to determine who's going to win, even with the triple BKBs, because XG at this point have a much stronger fight around them. With their double BKB and plus the bear just never being there, right?
Yeah. I mean, they've got a really good amount of poke, right?
Yeah.
Sort of back in and out here on the Axe and Lone Druid. And then the two supports, I mean, each of them individually, with their combos, they can kind of force a BKB out of a core if the Lick to the Hook gets a good setup.
Oh, absolutely. They do get that back line. As long as they don't get gone on first. I think that's the big thing for XG, is if they can be the ones that make the first move, it's going to look infinitely better for them. Pace of the game slowing down. And for me, for XG, it's like if the pace does slow down, they still feel quite good, right? They have a sniper lone druid that progresses into this game versus a tiny Huskar. So I still would say LGD on a bit of a timer here. We'll see how much they feel so with that.
I think so, yeah. Because they were really bringing things back together when they were getting the pressure down the mid, looking for that tier 2. But that sort of hold that XG came in with around the tier 2 has absolutely slowed things back down. And sure, they still have that gold lead, but yeah, I'm pretty sure, as you say, LGD, they would much rather be quite a little bit further ahead at this point, 30 minutes in, because of just, yeah, the nature of the three cores of Xtreme Gaming. They're an incredibly strong spot, and Arme, top net worth, you know, we've seen it many times before, how out of control this lone druid can get, and Arme, he's ticking all the boxes.
Yeah, I think the next move for LGD is just be careful of the fight coming to you, and you wait for the Roshan, right? You want to get this next Rosh, get this Aegis advantage, and then play around that versus the bear. Great micro, XXS, he is being super annoying, sending the skeletons, he's blowing up every bomb. So Theolikor is trying to secure this area for that potential Rosh. And yeah, they're just bombs that are just being completely taken out from every little skeleton. Here they come again. Very annoying.
LGD. I'm gonna try here around the mid.
Get the catch on the sniper.
And with the avalanche, you'll get the BKB off, but indeed the burst comes through first. LGD. Massive catch there. They get nothing to say, caught by surprise. I mean, pretty much the perfect one to jump, right? Because you catch him before the BKB, this sniper will immediately die.
And it's around double catapults as well, too, so they're going to get at least some pressure onto the high ground here. Oh, I mean, nothing to say. Has to be way more careful with his positioning here. LGD, that's exactly what they wanted.
He doesn't have
they could even get a Rax
to really come in. I think they will get this Rax. I don't know if
Very
you're
likely.
without your sniper.
The best possible hero for them to catch to get to this high ground here. And this is before that second Roshan, too. They can back up.
Creeps are gone, though.
Creeps are gone, so he'll have to back up.
going to be okay. Which I did.
Salvaging.
Ooh. Okay, the bear's going to be out there. So I did want to... Would that have been a situation to use the glyph aggressively? Because they didn't want to for that push.
I don't know.
Can you see?
You have to like be very specific with how you use the timing of it, because you have to tank 3 pits, right? With all like 3-4 heroes with the split. But yeah, either way, hard to say. Good creep cutting either way. XXS bails them out of a dangerous scenario there. Overall, the sniper, nothing to say, has to be quite a bit more careful with his positioning. We see the blink dagger for Yuma. He can one-shot him.
Yeah, Yuma will, anytime he sees that sniper show, he will absolutely try for the blink avalanche and see if he can catch him before BKB comes out.
Such an interesting pivot, too. We have to, like, for Yuma, the blink is a bit of a pivot, but it's my kind of standard. But the MKB, usually an item, even if you're versus True Strike, you don't see on Tiny too often.
You don't. No, you really don't.
Ame.
Oh,
the bear.
Here's the bear. He will.
He will.
XXS. He's looking at the chance to go for a call, but it's hard into these mines set up on the high ground.
Hex for Wisp. Oh my god. Insanely farmed. The Roche, it's dropping. They can't get to the area here. The bombs are covering the entire area here. Sharpshooter will not connect.
Yeah, with the sharpshooter not being a threat anymore, Tylung can safely go back into the pit.
XG is getting pincered.
Oh, Yuma. Nothing to say in a bit of a scary spot. I think the court found him. I mean, nothing to say, he's got a BKB, but does he get it off? The Hex is there. He's dead again.
I don't think he knew the Hex was there.
I absolutely not. I think otherwise he would have been spamming that BKB as he comes down from the Yules. He's dead for over a minute, and I mean, a bit of an awkward spot to get caught in. I guess felt that that area would be safe knowing that they were all around the Roshan, but they swing across, they catch him.
That's 2 times they found the best possible catch they can, finding the sniper outside of the base, and now even hunting the bear again. Look at Yuma. He finds it.
He's got the BKB TP at least, so we'll manage to keep it alive.
No BKB for the high ground push, though. They have Aegis. This is going to be go time from the side of LGD. XG not finding much around the map at all, and it's pretty wild to say, right? Because it doesn't feel like they're... I mean, of course they're behind, but it feels like they can get some type of moves, but just getting picked off all over. LGD outplaying them, outmaneuvering them as well.
I mean, they just can't afford to lose. Nothing to say at the start of these plays.
No.
They need the sniper.
And so far, you know, we were mentioning, is this Hydra Breath going to work? It's looking pretty underwhelming, I got to be honest with you here. We'll see how we'll see on the high ground how much it can do, but right now, it's not doing a whole lot. But I don't know what would have saved him, right? Nothing would have saved him in these scenarios. It's more just his positioning that has been the problem, so I'm not going to just flame the item build.
Looking at the bottom lane, final tier 2 tower ready to be taken.
And Whisper, I mean, these lone druids, we talked about this at Dream League quite a bit. Even though his lane had nothing, he's the top net worth, and he feels unkillable. This hero is a problem in so many games.
Yeah, looking for the Basher into Satanic next star, mate. And on the other side of things, Yuma very close to his own Satanic. Just needs about 900 more gold for the Reaver.
Right, because like his attack speed is not the best by any means on this Tiny, but the Satanic
if you get one of those hits off, you know, I guess, you know, get 2 obviously with the harpoon. Like, it's still going to be pretty much like a full heal, right? For Satanic.
It is quite interesting.
Grip on the bear. See, XXS coming to put a stop to the grip. Gets the call onto King Jungles. Keeps the bear safe.
Tries to pull it in. BKB.
LGD. 2 minutes and a half left here with the Aegis of Tylung.
How much can they force here? Does have the Aghanims also finished up. Almost has this Sanjin Yasha. So maybe not feeling like they're in a rush. Maybe they just feel like they're outscaling as well because they are getting this triple core and this Techies who's getting farm when it does just feel like it's Abe at this point now getting too much farm. Nothing to say, has been caught now twice. Slowed down his farm massively. And we have seen LGD even with, you know, the lineup from yesterday, right? They are good at just playing with these mid-game lineups even as the game progresses.
All right. Bear's in trouble. We'll be able to TP out. No, it won't actually. They've got the Yules. They get the call off though. XXS, he's having to grab both Yuma and Whisper, but they are so tanky, these two. And now XXS, he's in trouble. Caught by the taunt of Tylung. Him and the Lich dead. FY also blown up in the trees.
Nothing to say.
They've got him with the with the taunt of Tai Lung. I mean, at the moment, the damage looks like it's just not there unless they have Arme with the bear.
Yeah.
They just can't kill these heroes, even if they get like these cores that are catching the 2 cores. It doesn't matter. They just have so much HP to work through.
I had concerns about damage. I thought perhaps with the Hydra Breath they could bypass, and perhaps with Ame, but no, the concern of damage is absolutely there. It's, what, 5,000 HP Tiny, 4,000 HP on this Timber Saw, 4,500 on the... Yeah, they can't touch these scores.
And yeah, they're just getting mega creep now. 4 heroes dead.
And the bear...
cannot stop this push.
The bear can't play Dota either. Multiple times Ame, he just has to use the BKB to TP out. It just gets evaporated from the Huskar and the Tiny. LGD. In this tournament, they're just looking super hot.
Oh, they are.
Love the way that they're playing aggressive here, and love the way that they're responding to early game. Even though they might lose lanes, I think Theo Lecor came in clutch with his rotations.
Yuma gets the jump on FY. FY will get back to the base. Yuma's taking quite a bit here from the bear. The root comes in. Now
So
forced to the
tanky.
side. Chain Frost bounces around between the both of them. They'll turn with the grip onto the bear. XXS in with the call. Catches Yuma, but a defensive nightmare comes out, allows Yuma to get off another avalanche. Thailand will die, but he's ready for round 2 with the Aegis. They've killed off XXS, who'll buy back immediately. Thailand, he's ready to go back in at them. He's just jumping into the full team. He's not scared of any of them. Looking for nothing to say, has the BKB and back off to the fountain.
That was
LGD
him.
cleaning up the mega creeps.
Him versus 5, and they couldn't kill him. He jumped in versus 5 heroes, and he's able to stand his ground. They are way too tanky at this point. Yuma giving the tip over to Tai Lung. The first pick, Huskar, only died twice in this game.
And it's such a power move, right, when you just remind all the teams in the tournament that, hey, we can first pick Huskar, and we can absolutely crush you, even in the late stage of the game. Like when they are able to make a Huskar pick work like this, it's really got to get into the heads of teams that draft against you.
And I think this is before this game I actually checked, it was 8-1 on Huskar. So I mean, this hero probably still just needs to get prioritized banned in most situations. Even if XG got the Lone Druid, it feels like it is just such a hard counter for it, and Ame just doesn't want to show up with his bear a lot of times. So
no, he has
LGD
TP the bear out every time. It seemed like in most of these moves now. Yeah, now done 33k. I mean, actually, they definitely made them work for it in the earlier parts of the game. They had
in the early part
hold around the tier 2, but now the LGD have really got the ball rolling, taken the mega creeps. It really just is a testament to, as you say, how well LGD's been playing this tournament. That even if things aren't off to a super smooth start because of a challenging opponent, once they sort of find the way to get ahead, they know how to blow the game completely wide open.
They just look really good, honestly. XG, they look a bit rough around the edges, as we've seen in quite a bit of these games. LGD just is definitely a team to watch.
LGD ready to go for the finishing blow here, by the looks of it.
Ame, the bear, does have Satanic, so has a way to survive at least once versus the jump.
Oh, FY, very dead. No buyback on him. They get the grip as well onto XXS. We'll see the BKB here from the bear. Trying to take out Yuma, but Yuma pretty much just standing his ground, fighting back against the bear. The taunt comes out from Thailand as he's in with the life break. It's over. GG's called. LGD will take the game as they succeed here with that first pick Huskar.
15,000 health on the 3 cores. Damage quickly running out for XG, even though they did have that one successful fight around the bear that got a triple or ultra kill almost. Really quickly afterwards, it felt like no hope for XG. Just cannot touch these tanky cores, and the supports really enabling them beautifully, right? KJ baiting a couple plays there as the Bane, getting triple kills around this Blink Tiny. Theo reestablishing the lane dominance. This was a really cool game from LGD, and a really well-executed one in particular.
Yeah, absolutely. And just going to show in the draft, for LGD, it's like they're telling teams, you might need to ban the Huskar, and they're showing teams that they don't need to ban the Lone Druid because they'll beat it. LGD, take the game.
They're now 6-3 with a victory like that under their belts. I do wonder, when are people going to catch on that you can't let Huskar through for them, and you can't let KJ have the Bane either here, Quinn?
He played a mean Huskar.
Should we go back through the checklist?
Yeah, we can count them off. So what was the first one? How many? It was the first one. How the lane goes?
Lanes.
Okay, he laned very admirably for the first few waves, and then he went jungle. So check one.
Okay.
Second check was it Item build?
itemization.
Okay, item build was good. Okay, I think a lot of Huskars, they buy this blink and they hop in like a maniac. Oh, I need to kill them! And then they feed and they throw the game. He didn't do that. He didn't even buy a blink dagger. So check.
You've already answered check mark 3 because they don't feed relentlessly.
He ended 4 and 2, and you said 2 was the acceptable number of deaths where we didn't have to question.
There it is. Check, check, check. That means he can stay at second place. He's not removed from the list. So congratulations, Tai Lung. You're an honorary Huskar player.
As coined by Quinn himself there. But yeah, it was nice to get to see it because you do wonder. Sometimes you have to fraud check it, as we call. Is this player actually comfortable on that hero? Do we have to start looking at it? And I think after this display, yeah, you really kind of do.
Yeah, I think LGD in general was just very comfortable with their entire concept, right? Because even though there was a little bit of pressure from XG, from the lanes and how they moved early, like Arme TP into mid lane, they were like, you know what, let's sit back, we'll do our job, get our items, and then we'll just completely break them. Like you had Yuma going for the blink on the Tiny, Timber also went for a blink on the Timbersaw at some point, they were just double jumping Sniper, and they just forced XG to feel like the game hit a stalemate very quickly for them. It was like 26 minutes 27 was like the 14th kill of XG, and then it was like no more kills after that. Did they even... Okay, they got 1 kill at the very end of the game. So it's like a good 14 minutes of the game they got nothing, just because LGD just stopped XG playing the game.
Yeah, I think... I really also like the first pick Huskar against this team specifically because I think they kind of called NTS's bluff that he's not really much of a sniper player, and I think that showed in the game. I disagree with this item build quite a bit. He didn't buy Silver Edge for the entire game, and I think his build should be Dragonlance Silver Edge. You get it as fast as possible against Huskar. I think stuff like that matters a lot on this hero because you don't get that much gold, so every wrong item decision really, really matters. And I also think he could have played the lane better, and I think doing that and reading teams and saying like, hey, we don't think you're that good at this hero, so we can pick Huskar against maybe, if you're playing against a team like Falcons, maybe you can't because they'll play Sniper, Mounting will play it a little bit better, and you'll get more punished. They understand the Huskar a little bit better. Actually, he's also not a Huskar team, so they don't really know how to respond to it as well as a team that maybe plays Huskar to it.
Yeah, we saw Tiny popping up there a little bit. So, you know, we talked about Tai Lung on the Huskar. We talked about KJ on the Bane. This is just performance after performance. It doesn't feel like there's anything new necessarily, but it did look fantastic. And then their last pick overall was that Tiny for the side of Yuma.
No, again, it was incredible itemization from Yuma. Like, if he went for Silver Edge in the slower game, I could see major problems. Like, the Hydra's Breath of the Sniper wouldn't go punished. You'd suddenly see the Silver Edge and all these items. But going for that Blink Dagger on the Tiny, as you see here, looking for the Lone Druid. And there's going to be multiple more clips, potentially in this package, where it's like, he finds a Sniper, or he finds an Axe, and guess what? Here's a Sniper kill. This Sniper kill then allowed them to pressure the high ground. It's just like, if he doesn't go Blink Dagger, I think our analysis of this game could be very, very different. Like, wow, XG in the late game, this and that. But one item choice on your carry gives so much life to the game plan of LGD. And it, of course, helps that you have a mid-Huskar, a Timbersaw, heroes that you kind of want to, like, bring together. So I think this is just LGD respecting what their heroes are meant to do as 5 together, rather than, like, individual players just playing their own game.
Yeah, because you look at the rest of the lineup and you don't really see that initiation either from the Timber or the supports, which is, you know, where it potentially could come from, that Tiny would want to go Silver Edge instead. So, yeah, great, what's the word I want to say?
Great work.
Adaptation, good work, Quinn.
Thank you, thank you.
Damn it, he made me look like a fool. But no, that's the thing with LGD, is like this type of game, sometimes against some of the more polished teams, they will eventually unravel themselves. Where it's like Yuma's gone for a blink and, oh, wow, they don't have the damage anymore. But this time, they showed a much cleaner game. So it's like, okay, cool. This time, it's very good. It worked. You didn't show any kind of those like weird little blunders that you have been earlier in the group stage.
I'm just impressed that LGD have gone from the start of this, where we thought that they were going to be the worst drafting team that had a lot of issues mid to late game, to now a team where Quinn isn't criticizing their draft and T's not even criticizing their mid to late game anymore. In fact, it's the opposite. You're complimenting it.
Yes, that's what happens when teams, after like 5 tournaments in a row, finally overcome the burden that has been on their shoulders, and this is the version of them that we like the most.
Yeah, well, it's looking good, right? 6-3. They've got themselves 6 wins. They're really pushing themselves up there in the group standings, and you're gonna need to, because you're looking at the down the barrel of faces like Team Falcons, where they're sitting 7-2 for themselves. You want to push yourself, try and even out the score a little bit, but Falcons coming up against BetBoom. This doesn't feel like it's an even affair, but we could have said that previously when Falcons went up against Liquid today.
To be honest, I feel like this BetBoom team is better than their scoreline. Whenever I saw that they were kind of roughly middle of the pack, it's crazy to me because most of the games I see of this team, they are going hog wild and owning everyone. So I feel like if anything, Falcons might not be favored against the BetBoomers. I feel like they've been owning.
I just like the fact that we're seeing new supports come from them. Like, Gatomi's playing the Winter Wyvern 5. You got Save playing like a random Mirana, a Mirana that we don't really see. Like, if Snaking's not playing Mirana, no one should play Mirana. So the fact that Save's doing it is like, that's kind of cool. And they're getting wins on them as well. It's like they're on a little 4-win streak, a little hot streak in the group stage. It's a team that you always have to respect.
I'm glad that you brought up Save because on social media, and then maybe if you're a bit of a stats person, you would have seen that Save just hit his 1,000th official game being on the BetBoom roster, and so I got to speak with him a little bit and ask him about how that felt. Save, congratulations on your 1,000th official with BetBoom. That happened earlier today. How good does that feel?
Yeah, I mean, it was actually unexpected that my team congratulate me for this, and you can even see on my webcam the gift from the team. It's my jersey from all other jersey for all 4 years, like it's combined. It's like picture, so it was really nice from them.
Yeah, it's super sweet, and of course there's been a number of roster changes as well over that period you've been with BetBoom. Is there anyone that you have like coined as your favorite teammate in the last 4 years?
I guess I played in all the rosters with GPK, so probably him.
Yeah, his favorite is GPK, but I don't know if that's because of the volume of games or the fact that they've lifted many trophies together. I mean, one of them was Blast Slam, our very first Blast Slam. It was a visa issue. Kiritich had to... Sorry, Kiyotaka...
Wasn't it? Yeah, who?
No, it was their mid laner, and then GPK stood in.
Oh, they did have Kiyotaka at the time. That's right.
Yes, they had Kiyotaka, and then because of visa issues, GPK came back, stood in, and then it was the first trophy that they lifted together. So it was like, it's very sweet that he coined GPK as his favorite teammate too.
The thing as well with Save is like he's always been in the contention of like one of the best, if not the best 4 in his career at points. And like the fact that he stayed with this roster for so long when they were struggling to win tournaments, they eventually have started winning the occasion tournament throughout the year. But it's like kind of testament to his character to like stay true to his team. Because I'm pretty sure at some point the Falcons, the Liquids, all these orgs have probably been in his inbox going, hey man, you want to come join us? Like it probably has happened. So for him to stay with this team and to help kind of keep them informed to stay within like top 6 contention in most tournaments is very respectable.
Yeah, I wanted to look at Save's journey a little bit too, because more often than not, we're hitting the really big numbers of like 2,000 games for players or 2,000 games, but that's their whole journey. We're talking about individually on one org, and so looking at maybe his journey, he had the small stints on VP, then went to Prodigy, back to VP again, and then it's been BetBoom ever since. And now looking at his most played heroes as well, he's got the Rubik, the SD, and the Muerta. So not really necessarily what we would have put the corner that we would have put him in with the recent patches.
Yeah, I think these are a lot of his classic heroes. I mean, he's a ranged hero player through and through. He's always been that way. And I mean, the guy is just a very rock-solid player. He's an amazing laning phase. He's right place, right time. It's just hard to poke holes, and I think his gameplay, some players are a little more inconsistent. Their hero choices are bad, whatever. Save is a player that he's just always good throughout the entire game. It's really, no one's ever looked at a game like, man, Save played so bad.
He really let his team down.
I've never heard this from a player or a panel, nobody. He's just such a solid player.
I mean, he's always been playing with Kiyotaka and Pure and other members of the,
They do take the spotlight quite a lot, that's true.
But outside of that, no, he is such a rock on any team he has been on. Based on the stats, it's been what, like 2 teams, and I wouldn't be surprised if he just continued, the rest of his career just holding down the fort here, because again, he brings so much to the roster.
Also, I don't know if I'm going like a little bit crazy, but I could have sworn that he's played so many Lion games that Lion would have been in his top 3. But I guess that is just a recency thing. But he was playing in the patch that Lion was like Giga Chad, and then he got nerfed a little bit, and Save was still playing him. He was the only person to still be playing him, and then he like dipped off a bit, and then he was like, no, Lion's good again, I promise guys, and was still the only player playing Lion.
Yeah, I think it's easy to forget all these qualifier games and all these, like if you go back to the VP roster and stuff, they're playing a million, billion, zillion games in online tournaments. Those games, they add up.
I got it for you now. All right, so on the graphic, right, it had Muerta. That was 95. Lion was 91.
Okay, so I'm actually not going too crazy.
And I was thinking Hoodwink. I was like, where's Hoodwink on the graphic? Yeah. Hoodwink had 92. So we were like 3 to 4 games for the heroes that we were thinking about for Save being on that. But again, top 3. We only care about the tippity top, not the top 5. Therefore, they weren't there.
depending on how far they make it in Blast Land, we could be talking about him in a different light with different most played heroes in a week, because I am wondering what exactly is going to come out for these guys as we jump into our draft for both BetBoom and Falcons. At 7-2. BetBoom sitting just below that. They're 6-3. So there is a lot of implications for this best of one, and that's why they don't want to let through the heroes of the likes of Huskar or Timbersaw and vice versa. Falcons right now banning out Lone Druid and Coddle. Doom is a very, very quick ban coming up from BetBoom.
Yeah, so they're running back the same bans that Liquid did earlier in their game. And I'm curious to see if they take the clockwork, as Falcons didn't have a super good answer, and I think that's one of the games where Falcons has been the most outdrafted. Especially with these Ench Chen bans that keep happening. I'm very curious to see what Falcons does here instead, because I think trading this Pangolier for Snap Trade again may not be ideal.
Yeah, it's also like both of these teams are so, like, they're so attached to the laning phase that it needs to go well for them to thrive. Whereas like the supports for BB need to bring life to GPK. For Falcons, they need the good side lane, so a Mark and farm. And it's like both of them have an importance of their supports, of course in different directions. But I am looking towards already the support duos. Like for Falcons, I want to see the Ench, the clocks, the map play. Follow Katomi and save on the map. Don't allow them just to kind of dictate the first 8 minutes.
I wonder if they do just ban the Pango here instead. What was the final ban for them earlier today?
I don't remember. They were different bans. I don't think they banned Snapfire.
No. So Liquid against Falcons. Which team to what team? What perspective? Sorry.
Oh, Falcons letting in the clockwork.
Oh yeah, they let in clock. They let in snap and.
Yeah, they'd ban the SF and the Kaz instead, so they're like more specific. So it does make sense that then when you're not coming up against Liquid with those specific bans, you do just go back for the snap GPK. You don't want him to have it. The clockwork, if you're not willing to let it through either.
Yeah, it's better. It's better. I think they...
Good adjustments, you'd say?
Good adjustments. They had a hard time playing against this clockwork. The other stuff is kind of just team specific, so I don't blame it too much. Bane first pick is crazy. But I think it's generally pretty good against Falcons as a team. If you did this against, you know, say BetBoom, you'd get Lycaned or Nigmad or some random different Zoo, but Amar doesn't play the Zoo. So when you play these sort of just single, honest dude offlaners, then Bane is going to be pretty good generally.
Yeah, and not only that, it's like, I think they would struggle to find first picks where most of them have been targeted through Falcons bans. So they kind of already go into, what's our backup to the first pick? And yeah, based on what Quinn's mentioning, Amar doesn't really punish the Bane, so it makes sense. If carries can first pick Drow, supports can first pick Bane.
And I wonder what they will respond with. I think historically, Bane is a hero that Falcons doesn't like to play against. This makes sense, and I think this kind of had to be the natural progression. If Chen and Ench are getting banned every game and it's starting to feel like a crutch, then okay, you've got to move it up the first phase and start to get it to that first phase ban territory if you want it. And Chen is also Zoo, so.
It also simplifies Falcons opening to the next phase as well, where if they want to pick the Tusk or a
Look at that
Hoodwink,
smile on Snae's face. He's happy.
yeah, it's like, finally, I get access to my best hero.
Easy win, boys.
But yeah, like, BB have to be mentally prepared in the second phase to pick two heroes, knowing they're probably only going to see double support.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. I wonder if Falcons is going to ban Shadow Fiend. We've seen this combo a million times to ban Shadow Fiend.
I think they should. If they want to win the game, otherwise, who am I?
Is it that simple?
No, I guess it's not. You could pick Drow into it and pull out a Spirit.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't know if Kiritich is as comfortable first picking Drow like that as Yatoro is. Generally likes, I'd say, later picks on average for Kiritich. Not exclusively, but on average. There's stuff like the Alchemist that they like a lot too. But BetBoom, they have a relatively wide pool, I'd say, compared to some of the other teams. Or maybe not wider, but a little more unique. They really like Lycan right now, for instance, although I don't know if they'll be playing that against Chen. actually banning the Alk themselves. We have seen, I guess these bans are kind of cool in that we've seen Falcons pick both of these heroes on 13 before. Just sort of getting the Skitter hero out the way, which is something they very much like doing. I don't know if Skitter has a ton of the late picks right now, especially since like it's Shadow Fiend, Drow. It's a lot of heroes that he doesn't play. And in terms of like the big blob dudes that Skitter likes, these are two of the premier ones. So these are very reasonable bans.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty much been Tiny, Alk, and Venge. They're like kind of like his, I'm entering the second phase, just pick me my hero, go next. Of course, the Pangolier, yep, that goes through. I'm talking about double supports, completely forgetting that Pango exists.
It's into Bane, though, and Drow SF both still there, so I don't think it's something that BetBoom can't deal with. It's always going to be solid because it's Falcons, but we saw this Pangolier just get absolutely blasted by Slaughter, Drow Ranger earlier. Slaughter is still in the pool, so they could run it back. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Slaughter's pretty good against Chen, too, because you just crush and amp all his units with the Shard.
There's the Miranda you were talking about. Team with his third eyebrow, skeptical look.
His third eyebrow?
I would
what does that even mean?
not say that.
What did you say?
I was supposed to say, like, forward eyebrow, but I said third.
You do say third eyebrow?
I said third.
Christ.
With an F, like F-U-R.
And now you're telling me that F, fucking hell. No,
his eyebrow's furry?
That's just not, this is so taken out of context because I pronounced one word wrong.
I don't have a monobrow, but anyway, they have picked Mirana, and I think Save is one of the few players that can make it work. Of course, they have Bane and Puck to enable that map play. Moonlight Shadow is always really nice against, you know, heroes like Chen that want to take over areas with auras and whatnot. You can then go invisible, wrap around, you find the entry to the fight. You're not just running into the guy who's kind of being dangled at the front line, getting amped up by the heroes. I don't mind it, but it is very low damage, the first three heroes, that if Falcons do get a good start to the game, you will kind of regret having three heroes that kind of all do the same thing.
Yeah, it's a bit scared and icky to me from BetBoom. I'm not a huge fan of this. Mirana against Chen, in some ways, I think it's a fake counter. It's about you're trying to like arrow the creeps, but
yeah, it's not really.
If the guy's good, he can kind of dodge them, and he's also hitting you while he's microing his creeps. So you're sort of playing this mini game. It's weird. Yeah.
And also Falcons then respond to the puck with Crit's line that he has been, you know, loving playing recently. Between the clock and the line is like the big two, and yeah, you can have that instant lockdown for the puck. Not a problem at all in that regard. But Falcons are like finding the replacement Skitter hero, because again, like Tiny Alk would have been like the default blob pick for him. Like, is he just gonna run back like the DK? Liquid have played it. You're into the puck. Alas, they didn't do that. They go for the Wind Ranger.
This is very much just a we need to pick something here, so we will pick Wind Ranger. I don't think it's particularly good against any of these heroes, really. It's kind of just we're picking it because this lane is solid and he plays it.
The only thing that I can see is like the pacing that Wind Ranger brings in regards to the fight, like trying to get the Bane to Nightmare or Fiend script you whilst you're kind of wind running in and out with the chaos of a Pangolier, the jump of a line. Like there's a lot of like moving parts to Falcon's fight, and BB's lockdown is like the coil, the Fiend script. So there's going to be so much chaos that it's probably going to be tanked elsewhere. And even if Wind Ranger dies, you'd expect other people to now step up in the fight. But that's kind of it.
Birdman. It's nice for their heroes to have another melee hero. Whenever they pick these two subs, it kind of takes Drow off the table.
Look at the respect with the Legion ban. That is an Amar respect right there. Look at him even smiling at it. He's like, they're banning Legion?
They checked the Dota buff. Kez, it's hard to see a game where this hero is bad. With Timbersaw already pre-banned, like you said, Legion. You could ban Axe, and then I'm not sure.
I was about to say, what about Axe, though? It feels like he still fits the same archetype of what Legion enjoys.
Yeah, get rid of the Blade Mail boys. If that's what the Boom boys care about, then they'll get rid of the Blade Mail boys too.
Oh, Falcons banned it themselves, actually.
Okay, to be fair, BB does pick out a phase.
Yeah, and they're also looking for an offlaner, so...
Yeah, and Wind Ranger into Axe, it can be a little bit dicey.
Are you running this Pengo puck mid, and we're not even looking towards shifting that Pengo to offlane?
I'm not... like, they could look at something like a Void Spirit. It's going to depend on what BetBoom's last hero is, though, because...
You're saying it's like not a clear cut, it's significantly more advantageous to move it?
No, I wouldn't say so. I think Pangolier will definitely lose a lane to Kez, and I don't think you want that, because if you're actively losing a lane to the Bird, then you've got problems. So I think they'll likely look for something that's a better matchup versus the Bird, because Pango does fine versus Puck mid. It's roughly drawish.
Okay. The only reason why I ask is because maybe that could be the reason why Falcons are taking out more offlaners, right? They're not looking at an offlaner themselves. Let's take out as many as possible. Try and bait out some offlane picks from BetBoom.
All I want to see from here is like the Dawns, the Brewmasters, the heroes that kind of complement the fight that already exists. I think the damage, you're not going to find all your damage just from your offlaner, but a hero that can play through the lane and then go, oh, look, Kez has got an item, let me join him. That sounds quite nice.
How do you feel about a brew for Falcons then instead?
Centaur.
I don't think the hero can lane against Kez.
No.
Yeah?
No.
Yeah, I think you will get wrecked.
Yeah, BB's lineup is very like, it's old school way to win lanes where it's like you'll just try and out CS your opponent. Like Centaur, Morana, you just sit there together and you just double hit waves. And then Bane and Kez, you can do it as well. So BB, it's strong lanes and try to find the farm, and then of course fighting this as it scales is very spooky.
I don't know what the heck Falcons want here. All the responses to Kez we've seen are gone, so they're viewing new ground here. It's not super clear. I don't know what I would want here, to be honest, because I think Pangolier is probably mid. There's nothing that really strikes me as an amazing pick. If you picked a new mid hero, so this is just a Mar cooking sesh.
Can it not just be like the offlane Bristle, where it's like you have no control, but it's just like you buy Lotus, you just run in, you dispel some Kez stuff, you're just a blob, you have Goo for the Wind Ranger.
It's a good shout. Huh. That is risky. Definitely risky. It's double range lane. And Centaur can solo relatively well versus Wind Ranger and Chen, so there will inevitably be a Morana who TP's bottom and is looking to kill you. So it's a game where Amar needs to be on his toes constantly because they want to kill this hero.
But is it where they can do the Falcons lane setup where like the Chen lanes with the Viper, so then you get the Chen into Bane matchup, which will offset like the kind of the clunkiness of maybe the Lion Viper lane into the Bane?
I just don't know if it changes the fact that they're still going to come try lane you at some point.
No, that is very true, yeah. Because like you said, Centaur into Wind Ranger, the reason why you pick Centaur is like you have the return. The level 6 timing of Wind Ranger doesn't shove out the offlaner. Like he is just going to full AFK live there, play behind tower, and it's something to note. But I can see a world where the Viper Kez lane is very volatile. Either Viper steps up with poison attack and can find a way to shove Kez out, or Viper goes too far in the lane, he dies a couple of times, and then he's walking back to lane all depressed, and Kez is perfectly fine with Mage Slayer eventually. So yeah, it's just very volatile between.
And it's not bad enough that you contemplate lane swapping by any means.
I just
like
want
that's just, again, you lose too much for what you might potentially gain.
You're playing for the skill check, right? If you're picking the Viper into Kez, you're expecting to beat him in the lane. But the Kez players, like they know, like, okay, all I need is this timing to be able to get this kill, and then I can obliterate them, right? So it just feels like between the safe lane of BB and the off lane of Falcons, someone's going to dictate the tempo based on who gets more kills.
Yeah, I don't think it's a very good Viper game. It's kind of just, they just pick it because they ran out of heroes, I think. And I don't, like, it's not good against Puck. Kez is two-sided at best. And it's bad against Centaur. Not to mention they can just Stampede away or Morana ult away. It's a lot of ways to kite you. To me, I think it's quite underwhelming last pick. I definitely lean BetBoom here. And it's also GBK Puck. It's hard to root against that guy. He wins, I'd probably say he's up there with Nisha and Makoto in terms of the Puck.
I wish we had more time because, again, I would love to get you to tier list the Puck players in the tournament, but quickly, quickly.
Can we do a support one at some point?
Of course we can do that for you, all right? I'll put a bookmark in that one. We'll reopen that when we get to it, but for now, we're going to get into our best of one between Falcons and BetBoom and see if that Viper last pick will bite him in the butt.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time to get into the action here. So, Fox, what do you make of this? That last pick coming in, the Amar Viper. How much does BetBoom care about this?
I don't know, because I think I agree with what Quinn was talking about. I think this was like the kind of like last of the things left, because most of Amar was banned out. But I think also what I was looking at from Falcons is that something I was mentioning a couple of our games is Amar, if he doesn't have a lane, feels incredibly useless lately with crit. So I feel like that's what they're just trying to do, is make sure that he has a lane. My worry is, I feel like BetBoom they could just start tri-lane as well too, right? You could just leave the Morana up there, zone the Viper, and then if Viper doesn't come off to a good start, could just feed versus the Bane plus the Kez because they have that much damage versus him early. The Brain Sap being pure, the hard physical damage. I don't know. I'm perhaps a little worried for Amar. If he doesn't get off to a good start, how dangerous this game does look. Falcons playing extreme comfort across the board here. But yeah, let's see how this does look. Because BetBoom, they've looked really strong, at least for me, when I've watched most of their early games. And I feel like they could just start tri-lane top. You just sleep, arrow, kill, get off to a start for the Kez versus a Viper. And Viper walking back to lane is dangerous. I already see where save is. I had a feeling they might just do this. Because you can leave Centaur alone versus the Wind Ranger and the Chen. So let's see. Snay is... Okay, so Snay is sending the Zealot top. Maybe this is going to be something in assistance to stop the combo. Or at least scout it out. He is going to check if this tri-lane is here.
Yeah,
it prevents it.
I'm looking for it. Yeah, saves like,
this is smart.
They know what's going on. We're not going to find that chance.
That's a smart move, right? They definitely expected this move. They expected this try-in. Because this is like an old school thing that, I mean, even we used to do. I feel like I keep mentioning this, but 10 years ago, you saw Viper. If your offlaner can endure the first wave, you can try to kill this Viper once with the tri-lane. So now Amar is going to get the matchup that he wants, and let's see how he does in this 2v2 honest lane.
And what do you make of the third lanes elsewhere? You know, Bib, we're getting this Pango versus Puck. Feel like we've seen this one a few times.
Yeah, it's a skill matchup, but I feel like the Puck can outplay pretty hard versus the Pango a lot of time because you have, you know, a lot of tricks you can do with phase shift, dodging shield crashes, getting that extra healing that comes in too. So for me, eyes on GPK, how much he can dominate the lane because he's been phenomenal recently. Super aggressive. Pushes the advantage of his heroes very hard.
And what do you make about the bottom lane? Is this a game where you're tolerating the carry Wind Ranger and you're seeing sort of it being like an okay situation for it, or are you a little concerned for the carry Wind Ranger this game?
A little concerned. They have a lot of chain stun and a lot of burst, especially in the early game, just from natural spell combos. Puck's double spells, Mirana double spells, Centaurs. Wind Ranger can be a bit of a fragile hero at times, and when I've seen the Wind Ranger have success is when you can actually bully the offlaner. You cannot bully a Centaur. He gets just natural, retaliate. If he gets chip fest, you can never focus fire him in the game until super late stages. This all being said, I do have to talk about the Mirana a little bit here, because this is a hero that is pretty much unplayed except for save, but he's also one of the only ones that plays like 4-position Wind Ranger, so perhaps an exception.
And is there anything particular about this game that makes the Mirana look good?
His the cores that he's playing with, I think it was like he had the Bane and the Puck already, so he's got natural heroes to be able to rotate into. And also, I think Save just likes to play these ranged heroes that he can play with Miero and just be very aggressive in the laning phase. That's the one thing that Celestial Quiver does give you pretty effectively as an orb. You can put some good pressure in lanes. So mid, Malrine, also a master of this matchup, of course, manipulating the drag as much as possible versus GPK. Getting a fair bit in this lane, 18-3 right now in comparison to the 14-2. And he's bullying GPK a little too. Very skill-based matchup.
CS. Pretty close right now.
Tri-lane, it's coming.
The mid lane where the bit of the edge is. So what they get from this, the arrow hits onto Crit, and now
they'll get both.
First blood. They do indeed. So they couldn't get it at the beginning of the game with the setup, but 3 minutes in, coming in with the rotation and doing some fantastic work there for Kiritich. You know, he was getting his way through the lane, still being able to find CS, but now they've managed to set up to push both heroes out of the lane. Kiritich is going to be over the moon.
And this is the design, right? When you have this Centaur off lane, he's going to be able to be left alone. Quinn was mentioning it multiple times. This is going to be a roaming Mirana now. The lane is broken. He can play to set up this power runes or the water rune for GPK as well. And look to just keep playing top, I'd imagine. So Amar and Crit have to be very aware, very ready for these rotations. A little unfortunate for Crit, I will say. This arrow, he unsleeps Amar and just gets hit by it. That was actually hilarious, but it happens.
See if they can strike again top. Save. Have to watch out for these nightmare setups.
Crit. He's caught. Lining up the arrow.
Not gonna look to help Crit out.
Nope. And this lane is designed to dominate, right? If this Viper doesn't crush a Kez, it can run into some pretty big problems. His last hits are good, but this is the concern a bit here. They're going to send the Chen creeps. Okay, so let's see if Snay, with Chen creeps, they kind of have the pseudo tri-lane up here while he plays with the Wind Ranger bottom. I feel like he might just bring his hero as well, because he doesn't really do anything bottom to the Centaur anyway.
Sure, but even with the you know, Safe's just going to still clear these creeps, right?
Of course. So. But yeah, I think, yeah, okay, so he is making the move. He's bringing his hero as well, too, because I was like, it doesn't really do anything having the Chen bottom, and he needs to help Amar. If Amar dies once more, this is big problems for Falcons up here.
Now look at the hands from Katsuomi. So, Snaky turning up. They can at least strike back, get a kill.
Very nice. I think he needs to do this. You cannot just stay in these, you know, 2-2 lanes, allow BetBoom to abuse you with the rotations. Miro gonna have to creep drag likely now versus Skeeter, or he can just play the lane actually. And let's see how this lane ends up going top. Another catch.
Ooh, leaps there. Save.
Look grenade.
Look grenade. Another leap. Oh my goodness, single digit HP, but he will live.
Snay's movement's working. Counteracting them pretty heavily here. Skeeter.
He wants to get involved for this as well. Try and kill off Kiritich.
This is unexpected. Kiritich does get caught.
Into the power shot. Yeah, they really have just put everything into ensuring that this lane does not go BetBoom's way, and that Amar's set up for success, and Kiritich does not have the easy time that he was hoping for, bringing in the 2 supports to back him up.
Very glad they did this move. Even bringing the Wind Ranger, I like this, because Skeeter, he can't really pose threat onto the Centaur. I think he only ends up missing 2 or 3 creeps as well. Very good moves. Making sure to reestablish things for Amar. Instantly, though, the aggression's coming in. There's no creep to unsleep him as well.
Crit will help out.
Come in.
Put the Stampede. Get themselves on top of Amar. Amar trying to bring down Katsuomi with him. Oh, he will.
He reveals the ward.
Get the 1-for-1.
He hit over the tree line, so they now know that that vision is there. That's immediately going to get dewarded. They do get the exchange, but they do lose the Viper again.
Skeeter. Just thinking about trying to challenge for this wisdom. But,
that's dangerous.
No, not against the Centaur.
Yep, Miro does not get the chip vest. He actually ends up just having the stone feather. This item is still very nice, having this armor to jungle whenever you swap it. It is nice to have this on the Centaur. And he's just gonna go. He's just queuing up a heart. He's probably not gonna buy the heart, obviously. But
yeah, that'd be pretty wild.
Just go for the ring. The Ring of Tarisk is the new purchase. People just like having the HP
like
regen in these offlaners. Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Falcons. See where they want to go now with Amar. I mean, it seems like, you know, Kiritich, he's playing very careful now. Doesn't really want to show in the lane top.
Very balanced early game here. Reactions made from Falcons to reestablish their lane dominance, but only by a small margin here. It's 500 ahead on the Viper, over that 3,000 on the Kez. Unsleeps Maureen again, too. Doing a very good job of passing this off here. Very prepared for it. Chen Creep's always going to be very good versus the Bane.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Top. Kiritich trying to get some of these creeps, but of course taking a lot of damage anytime he steps up here against Amar.
And Amar knows he has backup coming toward him as well, too, so he's playing super far aggressive forward. They will catch crit. Okay.
Might go for more, though. Maureen's coming in. Kiritich will lead him with the ult onto Snake King. Stampede there as well. GPK safe. GPK still gonna get sniped by the swashbuckle. Maureen finishes him off. Side Skeeter. The shackle on a Kiritich. Kiritich will opt for the TP out. Nothing else to stop it.
Falcons playing quick.
They can get back on with the pressure onto this tier 1 tower. With Skeeter around, they should be able to finish this tower off.
I love how aggressive Skeeter's being with these ports. He can't contest the Centaur. He's going to lose his tower out of it, but making some good aggressive moves in order to make sure that his Viper's in this comfortable spot. Because you don't want to see Amar dying up here. You want to see them continue to pressure through this Viper at the moment here. Going to try to set up for Miro. It's a big beast to go through, though. They probably need the Pango, I would imagine, to try for him. And Miro, double bounty rune.
Yeah, easy money.
Big money. Are they going to bring four heroes for him? Okay.
Oh, but his TP got cancelled. Yarrow was in. Amar, he did not respect the fact that they were there waiting on the high ground for him whilst he went for the TP.
Yarrow.
He will still die. Nearly brings Skeeter down with him. So, end of the day, they didn't need Amar to get the job done. But
and I'm sure Miro's
loss of both of the offlaners.
Miro's probably pretty sad that he doesn't have Chip Vest, because if he gets Chip Vest, you don't die like that. He actually just lives and Skeeter dies. Maureen will get the rune. Arcane rune for him. But Amar getting slowed down. A very even early game, kind of across the board here.
And is there one of these two lineups that does need to be a bit ahead, a little bit more?
Probably Radiant, probably Falcons, I would say.
Mid. Falcons.
Maureen.
He's going to use the Rolling Thunder. The Stampede comes out in return. Kiritich will go straight for Snaking. Snaking is healing up, though. Taking a little longer to kill. Will finally fall. Both of the supports that Falcons dealt with.
Maureen.
At the setup. Very nicely there with the Nightmare. Into the arrow on Maureen, but not enough damage. Maureen's fine.
Really
plenty of one charges as well.
Really good execution there from BB, just dancing around the Rolling Thunder, getting the connection there too. That was actually quite beautiful from them as well too. Great spellcasting. Skeeter will try to finish off the tower, but has to be careful versus the sleep. Stampede's going to be a problem for them in a lot of moments in this game. Not the best catch in particular on the side of Falcons. Dude, he might actually just go hard.
I mean, it looks like that's the dream here for Miro. Go for the Heart Rush.
There's definitely arguments for a very good Crimson game versus Tango plus the Wind Ranger. Perhaps he can wait for it, though, if he wants to do this just fully greed build.
Want to go Heart into Crimson?
It sounds kind of wild, but it makes the Crimson that much stronger. We'll see. Amar. Falcons still looking to play fast here. They don't want this game to slow down too much, I'd imagine, versus this BB draft, because it does scale very hard if they can with Kez and Puck. Levels being got. Kitomi does have the 6 now. Fiend's Grip is at the ready. Amar is only level 7 right now, too. This is concerning for me. Amar level 7, Centaur about to be 10. Mero's just hitting the creeps.
Yeah, getting insane amount of just solo farm for the most part, sitting down. You know, occasionally offering up a Stampede to help the team out, but other than that, Miro's getting to live a nice, peaceful life down here on the bottom part of the map, farming away.
Kitomi, not so peaceful. Will get brought down. But yeah, Miro at 30 HP per second can just sit in this area, and it feels for Falcons have to put the pressure on, have to just push that envelope around this Pango, around this Viper, who does have good timings, Maureen in particular. Top of the net worth right now. Diffusal is finished, having a good separation between him and GPK right now.
Yeah, it does seem that for these kills to happen, it's a lot on save, and save so far has been hitting these arrows, but he has to keep doing so right. He's the kill potential. The coil.
Very dead.
Miro closes in. Skeeter's gone.
Feels quite a bit easier for BB in this, just to get these kill setups. Feels harder for Falcons to really get that set up onto most of these cores in particular, right? The Centaur, honestly, all 3 cores feel very, very difficult to bring down. Kiritich, hard to kill. Centaur, probably impossible to kill, especially when he has the heart and the puck.
I was going to say,
if you don't get the catch,
the heart, how unkillable is he?
Honestly, quite unkillable. They'll have to commit a lot onto him there. The Rolling Thunder to chain stun, and he might just still be able to disengage. Yeah, he's going for it. He's got the Reaver. I can see the vision from BB. If they just slow the pace down, just chill back, it does feel like a lot of the onus is going to be on Falcons to really put the pressure forward here and constantly kill and pressure these towers here. So limited mistakes, I would say, the Falcons can make. They do have a fast-paced draft with this Chen, and they can take objectives very early if they do get even 1 or 2 kills. Snay having... Which auras does he have right now? Riverborn aura, plus just a Centaur, and then the Zealot.
Maureen. looking at Miro, but even with yeah, they can't really set up on to it. I mean, knowing that the Stampede's going to be back up pretty soon, it just doesn't seem like a play you can go for right now into the Centaur.
Especially so, the other thing, right, with the Heart, rather than the Crimson, yes, Crimson makes you and your team probably unkillable, but the Heart makes it so you'll kill Skeeter. Skeeter actually can't focus fire you again because of Retaliate, right? So strength return damage, it's 40%. So now it's every hit is returning 90 physical. Yes, it'll get reduced versus some of this armor, but it's only 7 armor. So yeah, he'll likely just die if he does focus fire him.
Yeah, they have to have a Mar around. You know, if we can get him with the Viper Strike, then maybe they'll have sort of the duration to be able to focus fire him and bring him down. But yeah, without that Viper Strike, Skeeter can pretty much never go on Miro.
I feel like BB, they're fine with games slowing down. They can just chill back. It feels like they do have the better scaling lineup, and we'll see if that idea is right. The Heart, it's coming out already here from Miro.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kiritich is pretty happy.
Yep.
He's top of the net worth, getting a good amount of space up top.
I don't think Falcons is unhappy, but I do think that they want to get a bit more done here in these next 5 minutes. I don't think they want this to just stay stagnant like this.
For sure. Because it feels, from what we've seen, you would probably favor the lineup with the carry Kez AFK farming rather than the lineup with the carry Wind Ranger.
Yeah, I mean, Kez this is a broken hero. Yes, if you get to the late stages, this hero just honestly wins the game because you just one-shot people. Pike for Amar is finished up. Malrine, Blink Dagger. Maybe that's when Falcons looks to accelerate because they can actually get into these heroes a little easier when they have the Blink on Malrine.
Because that's the thing I wonder as well. Do you think Miro will settle for the Blink? Or with the way that the gameplay is kind of playing out, do you think he might even consider getting something else before he goes for the Blink?
I want Blink, honestly. I hate Blink? Centaurs. I hate when Centaurs don't have Blink 20 minutes. It's like, what do you do? Like, it feels like you can't do anything. Like, your team is just relying. You're just a soak, and they can ignore you. So I would prefer if he does get it next. Yeah. And you get a lot done with it, to be fair. When you just have a Blink, you have the follow-up, and you are the setup as well, too, for your team, for the Murano, who has 3 points in arrow.
And
speaking of the Murano...
Good job of hitting them. So 2-0-5.
He has Vessel as well now finished, too. So quite a bit more damage on their side, on the side of BB.
I'm going to look at Miro, and they have got that combo. Amar here, ready to help out. If they get the catch from Crit, I think a Viper Strike, a Finger, and a Focus Fire should still do pretty significant work against the Centaur.
Top.
Marine. Have the catch onto Katomi. They've got the Moonlight Shadow, but protection's down.
Slow-paced game. They'll just throw the ults onto the Bane here. Will BB punish that? No Rolling Thunder. Do they feel like they can get anything on the map out of it? They do have the Deso from Kiritich, so he might get aggressive here too with GPK. And it's just a Bane kill. So even though it's, game pace is slow, it is only that 5 position, and they do commit quite a bit there. These cores continue looking quite strong here on the side of BB. Skeeter?
They use the Stampede to close in on him after the setup's been there for GPK, or with the Dream Coil. Arrow. It'll hit. Do they have enough to finish him? No, heals are coming out. It won't save him. They get the kill.
Grip.
And Miro, he'll just TP out of this one. As they get the 2 kills, they get away. They don't lose anyone themselves.
Oh, the worries are increasing quite fast for the side of Falcons. Show up to the fight. They don't have Rolling Thunder for it. And they just get arrow combo. Skeeter gets brought down, and it's as Kiritich gets the Deso too. So he shows up, an instant 2 stacks for him. The Dream for the Kez. Yeah, it looks hard for Skeeter. I'm wondering how he itemizes too, because we've mentioned multiple times for these Wind Rangers that me and you sometimes don't like a lot of times. You need an early BKB, and there's just a lot of raw physical damage that's going to be able to bypass it as well in this game too. So obviously wants Mjolnir into BKB, but it feels like BB now at this point can just fight into this with the later scaling draft at this point too.
There we go, BetBoom.
Falcons. Right on GP. Oh my god.
Straight away.
Perfect catch, almost getting the 2 of them. The ward immediately paying off for them.
And
only a 2K lead, but it feels painful versus this type of early game draft that I feel like Falcons has gone for here with the Viper.
No, for sure. You know, so far it just feels much more effortless from BetBoom, where Falcons are kind of like, you can tell they want to do something, but not really able to make it happen the same way that BetBoom is with these, you know, sort of little moves here and there. And save on this Mirana. You said we don't see a lot of Mirana. He is doing very well, right? 207, barely missing an arrow. It's been a fantastic follow-up to all the setup that they have had, fitting very nicely into the draft this game.
Yeah, Moonlight Shadow is quite good also. Like, overall as a hero, this is one of the main concepts it was picked for a lot of the times in the past with that arrow. So Falcons, they have to get something going here. If this fight goes bad, this game is going to get very progressively way worse. See what they can connect. Crit. Get a Hex.
A fine cat timing. Can return. Comes in with a jump. Support for support. Snaking able to dodge the arrow. Will be able to drag himself out of this. Marine comes in with the Rolling Thunder on to save the jump away, but the focus fire will allow them to take out the second support. So both supports gone.
Skeeter. Get something going for them, but again, it's just supports. Not able to find any of these core pickups, but at least don't end up losing one of their own cores, so they can't back up and reset to get the farm. But BB, like we said, the cores, they're not dying. Kiritich is Kez. He's the top of the net worth by, I mean, a significant margin, right? He is about, what, 2,500 over the win range at this point, too. If he can get to BKB, he feels pretty unkillable. Setting up for the move immediately. Smoke, save, and Miro. I mean, Skeeter is looking at pretty dead here. If they do see the power shot, I think they did. Ooh, tumble.
Be able to dodge the Hoostomp. Crit. Keeping Miro off Skeeter. Should allow Skeeter to run. Of course, Crit will die for this. Skeeter
gets out. Very important. Little tumble toy gets him away. Love this item. Top tower. BB will turn this one into a push. And could look for... Can they threaten Roche? Maybe wanted to find a kill before that, but they do have the Deso, so they can't threaten either that or Tormentor. Falcons perhaps setting up for the Tormentor first. They are in the area already. Let's see if BB identifies this and do start poking the Roche. See what the call is going to be. They were pinging it, but that was, I think it was Falcons who was actually pinging the Roche, maybe expecting that BB was going to go for that trade play, but it's not the case. So Falcons will be able to get away with this for free. And it is a shard that goes onto the Chen, so a really nice one that he's able to pick up here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They won't want to let the tier 1 go. No, quite yet. Kiritich. TP's down to hold the tower. We'll see the smoke move come through the twin gate. Falcons.
They're looking for a play top because Kiritich ported bottom. I think they're trying to avoid the Kez and get a situation where they can fight 4v5.
Still hard though, because the other two cores that you are going to find, if you do find them, are going to be either the center, incredibly tanky, and GPK, who will be ready to jump away unless Crit's the one getting the lead in.
And they're getting the read. Falcons is reading it, but so is BB. Look at the positioning here from Katomi and Miro. Miro.
Crit's in. Gonna find Katom in the trees. Look at the burst off, and they've got the rolling
arrow
controlling Miro. They'll still get the chance to stampede and run away from the rolling thunder. Coil drop down onto Crit. He will be there for snaking. Stop them
just coming.
From immediately being able to jump in onto them. There's the jump from Miro though. Who stomp onto the 2. Skeet arrow. Gonna get caught by the arrow again. And Kiritich is on top of him with the Raptor dance. That's safe. He doesn't miss. He does not miss here with these arrows. Amar trying to bring down Miro, but the Hoostomp comes through. Miro's gonna live. Amar to die. The team fight a little too much.
Miro, what a beast, honestly, in this one. Just jumps in onto the high ground. 1 versus 5, essentially. Catches the stun, brings down the Lion, gets the follow-up stun, and then save with the arrow. It connects perfectly on the Wind Ranger. You can see it kind of developing pretty quickly. Falcons is kind of chaotic, popping the heal to save their Lion, and Kiritich is just running across the map like, guys, I'm coming to clean this fight up. And absolutely, him and GPK do.
That's crazy. Already up to 10 stacks as well on the Dessa. Kiritich after that one. They now they can definitely just look for the Roshan, and I don't think there's going to be any worry of Falcons heading over to this part of the map. I mean, they try, but I guess they have to take the risk.
At least try to steal, I would say, because they do have these blink daggers to attempt for it, but not easy.
It feels so hard.
It feels very forced.
And Stampede's going to be back up soon.
They're going to spam. They get the Hex.
Rolling Thunder as well. Those come on to Kiritich. The Nightmare will break him out of it, gives him the chance to put the BKB, and now he's going to look to turn, get into the center of the fight with the ult. Heals up. The stun's onto Skeeter. Skeeter gets taken out by Roshan. He gets taken out by the Roche. Kiritich lives. I mean, it felt desperate. You know, questions of whether or not they were actually going to go for that play, Falcons. They do, but it ends miserably for them.
Another arrow.
As Kiritich, he survives.
Oh my God.
Kill him off there at the end, despite Maoring's best efforts. Everybody's just dead on Falcons. Everybody's alive on BetBoom. It was a risky move to try and stop the Roche attempt, and it goes pretty much as bad as it could have.
They're playing the fights beautifully, reading the plays perfectly, and nice individual plays from Kiritich and saving each other versus that Pango in particular. And then Roche, he decides to join BB's team as well, punches Skeeter in the face, brings him down. Great execution. Katomi, the sleep, gets that save potential there for the Kez, immediately gets the Raptor dance on everybody. The 3 cores just looking unkillable at this point on the side of BB. And yeah, for Falcons, I think they're running out of steam very quickly, right? Their timing, they're all about this mid-game having some type of an advantage, and it just hasn't been there.
Save.
Arrow. He doesn't miss.
He doesn't miss. I'm telling you, he doesn't miss. Crit's gone. Look at the Viper strike on Amiro, but no further damage to throw at him.
Nicely done.
What a beast. And oh, Miero's going an item that we don't almost, I think, ever see. He's going the Krellas.
No, I don't think I've seen that in any of the games that we've cast.
None. We didn't even see it versus like Necrophoses and like super heal health restoration lineups, but Miero getting it early this game.
All top.
Skeeter.
He's going to get Nightmare. There's no grip for a few seconds.
So much damage from
Doesn't
GPK.
matter. They're bursting low. Look at the heals from the Jen. Snaking might be able to save.
Parasma.
He's going to get out. Only just, though.
My God.
Fortunate that Snaking was ready with the heals to get Skeeter out and away. But yeah, so talk to me about this Krellis. So why, like, what is the logic here for Miro? What does this do for him?
In this one, it's just for the Chen, right? Like that's it. I'm trying to think about anything else. I guess it's just this Chen kind of stuff. Maybe just feeling like there's no damage with the Ghost Scepter is just a very value purchase and just wants to upgrade it too. I don't think this is any like, oh my God, this is the Krellis game to buy, right? But it's fine, right? I'm just happy to see it bought, like at least saying. I think there's games that you can argue for it because there's just not really that much health restoration in the game now at this point. It's GD Pollen Bag, this, and Scotty, essentially. Bottom.
He will come out. Quick turn to kill off the Bane, but Amar's just getting shredded by this Kez.
Okay, so the other thing, I guess, with Centaur is because you're pretty slow. It's kind of like this boots. Because you move faster when you steal, right? So besides the health restoration, the argument for that is kind of cool too. I'm trying to find any other reasons, right? Because it's kind of, it doesn't feel like it's the absolute best thing you could buy this game, but just, yeah, I want it to be giga tanky. Ah, cool. Either way, the chorus, as we see, BB, pretty much untouched. Just the one death on them so far here in Falcons, as we said. It does feel like their draft has pretty much run out of that steam here at this point, so let's see what they can do. With the BKB now from Skater, he does have that at the least. We have seen some big turnarounds in these games. We've seen some throws as well, too. This one definitely does feel like it would be the latter. Snay. No space on the map.
Wow. These 3 cores will kill anyone in pretty much an instant right now.
Yeah, GPK having a flawless performance. Some of these pucks just go absolutely crazy, and he's one of them. I feel like every game I see him play it when he's not versus like an Earthshaker or some like crazy amount of chain stunts from 3 different heroes, he gets away with games like this.
Yeah. And he, again, just sort of seeming like one of those games, right, where, you know, for Amar on the Viper, it just never really was going to be that sort of hero that he would be able to kind of carry and scale with as much as, you know, you'd sometimes want to see Amar be able to, right, on some of his other greedier picks.
Yeah, like I could see the Viper if they had this melee 4 position where you can just play this lane super aggressive, but the fact that they have this double range volatile off lane, I think that's when I've seen Falcons struggle, at least lately. Either when they have double melee or when they have double range. When I've seen them have success, it's been like Amar playing Razor, Crit playing some Clockwork or something like that, and they can play the lanes afterwards, even if it doesn't go bad, doesn't go well. This one, it just feels like, yeah, lane didn't dominate, so now they're in a really rough spot, and things have progressed very quickly.
And because to sort of make the plays where they were able to get good stuff going on that top lane, it required like 4 heroes, right?
It did.
Seeing pretty much the entirety of the safe lane going up to the top lane to help out.
And Skeeter
might just die to the right clicks. Oh, the heal from Chen will keep Skeeter okay.
GPK's chasing.
But still, indeed, GPK wants to finish off the job, and he's going to be able to do so. He'll get caught by the Hex, doesn't matter. He's got the Eon disc. He's fine. Mosquito's dead for 50. Miro chilling in the base. I mean, he is not scared of anything at this point in time.
Hits the arrow, even though it's in the rolling thunder. He did hit it. We'll add that one.
We'll count that as a hit.
That's a 95% arrow accuracy. Don't check it.
I mean, yeah, save is like unironically being hit. So many of the arrows this game.
Yeah, like it helps, right, when you have very good setup. He does have Bane, Puck, and Centaur, but he's hit those without it even a couple times here. Falcons looking for a play.
Time for the burst on Snaking. Kiritich ready to come up with the damage. Snaking taken out. And Crit and Amar running back to the hunger. Kiritich, he wants to put the BKB and get in. He's going to dive them. Crit will be able to blink away from the orb. GPK seeing if he could follow him up on that, but Crit will survive across the tree line. So trying to go super aggressive there. Won't quite get the explosive sort of kills that they wanted from the high ground. Chasing him with the Kez BKB.
This Krull I'm actually seeing it more. Not because of the heal steal, but the slow he provides is actually quite insane. He just blinks in the face of the Chad. It applies this crazy slow, and he's super fast without having to use Stampede. I've been trying to theory craft a lot more games with this item because I want to purchase it as well too into some of these games, but okay, cool. Nice to see. Jump, Garo. He knows he's under no threat here, up to 6,000 HP with 2 double-edged stacks. How do you kill this? How do you kill this Centaur? You may never again. They're gonna try. Falcons looking for BB when they're split up. This is a pretty desperate move here as well too. Falcons second smoke.
Blind save.
Okay. Not a big kill though. They wanted to find like a Kez with a Hex or something along those lines.
Kiritich has really played smart after that initial bit of pressure being put onto him in the lane.
He's a good Kez.
Once getting crazy farm. Yeah, he's looking to be up there with the best of them on this era.
Yeah, I think the top 3 for me are, yeah, it's Kiritich, Mickey, and Satanic. And actually, maybe even Tai Lung. He's in there, but he's a mid Kez, so he's a little bit of a
slightly different. Yeah.
Because he did look quite proficient on it as well, too. Push onto the tier 1 bottom. At least they'll be able to get this with the creeps here. BB doesn't want to react to it.
MKB now for Kiritich, so these fights seem pretty over for Skeeter.
It's insane the timings that he's been able to. Him and GPK, they can just bypass the win run super easy now with that plus the Parasma. And Skeeter can't really hit any of the cores. I just don't know how he even attacks them. He cannot attack the Centaur. He can never attack the Puck, and just attacking the Kez also. Not gonna happen. BB perhaps looking to close with this next fight. Another catch. Should open up Roche. Long spawn though. And Falcons, they can hang on, but it truly has felt like they're just hanging on now for like what, the last 10+ minutes.
Amplified damage rune helps speed things up for them.
Oh. That's it. It is a long spawn, though. There's 1 minute and 30 seconds, so maybe they just hang on to it inside of a bottle. Malrine. Not many plays that they can make. Looking to set up for the Wisdom here. But it does look like BB is going to just be able to deny that one away as well. Make them suffer.
Falcons there. Probably going to have to try and go for the smoke up to the Roche, right?
What was that? Sorry, missed you.
Go for the smoke to the Roche, Falcons? Yeah, they're going to try and take the risk again.
They don't know if it's up, right? So they have to. You have to go for this type of play, at least to scout things out. So could be the last fight here. We do see. And how does Falcons execute to kill backline? Somehow have to catch the Kez alone in a chain stun. Malrine.
Oh, rip. Okay, they're ready to close the gap here with the Stampede. Crit's gonna get cleaned up. The rest of them have to run. Miro closing in onto Amar. Amar, he'll get caught by the hoof stomp. They'll try and turn here with the Rolling Thunder coming in, but Kiritich is ready to bring through the physical damage to cut down the Viper. Malrine has not got the damage on his own to kill anyone. He just has to TP out with the remainder of the Rolling Thunder. And 3 of them dead and barely a scratch done to BetBoom.
They're hanging on to it, but this one's truly done and dusted. Skeeter, he literally just runs away from the fight instantly as it starts kicking off. They know that they do not have a chance. And as you said, BP, just very good pincer plays too. Crit can't get spells off. They get surrounded super quick here. Super clean plays from them. They've looked really good in a lot of the games when they do get an advantage. This one looks like one of the best. They have not slipped up on that advantage at all this game. Not even a hiccup, right? It's just like they got a Mirana kill on a tower, but yeah, no hiccups really along the way.
Roshan up. As soon as Kiritich wants to head over and take it, able to pick that Aegis. Be ready to take the fight to the high ground of Falcons, where Falcons in this game will be tested for the final time. Can they push back an Aegis push? We've seen many a fight being lost outside of the base. Maybe they'll have a little bit better potential on the high ground, but probably not, Fog.
Very unlikely. Let's see. What does he have built up? I was going to say, he needs to get some type of small damage item. This desperate times call for desperate measures. He picks up the Revenant Brooch. Knows he's probably not going to get to that next item. Get any type of damage he can get. I don't think you can let them set up for the push, though, so it might look weird, it might sound weird, but Falcons might have to just fight outside. Because I think if they set up with the push with the banner, there's very little ways for you to contest that. But yeah, it's hard to say. Super limited damage. All 3 cores, very elusive.
They're very close to having the Shiva's Guard ready as well for the next bit. 300 gold, and he'll have that picked up for the final push.
I love that he went this Heart Rush for pro games, but for pub games, now you're going to have people buying Heart first item in Centaur.
You're not a fan of it in the pub games. Because yeah, here's great. So Cat's Cat Home is a good shackle, but can they threaten the Centaur? They've got the Hex and the Viper Strike. They're bringing him down pretty low, but he's able to get the Stampede off. They could have finished him. The grip's going to be there controlling Malrine, and now Kiritich, he's ready to clean up the kills. Gets the Lion, turns over towards Amar. Amar is going to tick out to the damage of the Kez. They cannot deal with these cores. GPK's in with the silence onto Malrine. BetBoom in with the push. Shackle not going to latch.
Too far ahead, and Falcon's just too far behind Miro. If he's any less farmed, right, they can actually kill him there, but he's just too much of a beast.
Jumps in. Snake King chopped down by the Kez.
Really cool build from Miro this game. Really love to see it. And definitely I want to see more of this Carlos, perhaps even on Centaur, because it does look interesting with that movement speed as well.
It was definitely a tough one. Did feel like another one of those games where for Falcons, they just needed a bit more to happen on that offlane, right? It just didn't go the way they needed it to, especially when they invest sort of their final pick into that lane.
Seen it a bunch of times here this tournament. Skeeter, gone again.
And he's dead without buyback.
And now everybody's got Retaliate Aura. Good luck focus firing anytime. He hasn't been able to at all this game, and it's not like it matters anyway in the long run. BB Swift execution.
Nero. Can they kill him? No.
No.
No. No, no. They cannot kill him. Marine. Get the angle onto Kiritich, but now they're ready to get the angle back onto them. GPK will get caught by the Hex. Kiritich straight over towards Amar. Amar will Ghost Scepter, try and get back to the fountain. He will.
They can't kill anyone. They're trying. But just too far behind. Double Raxes having cleared one final set to go. Still having Aegis for 2 minutes as well, and 25s across the board here for the cores. All three hitting it almost at the same time. That's how you know that your 3 cores had a pretty picture-perfect game. They're all 25 at the exact same moments, essentially.
A Swift Blink on Kiritich. Yeah, the items just continue to fly out.
They might even get... Oh, this would be pretty if they all upgrade their blinks at the same time, too. GPK, upgraded blink. Swift Blink, upgraded blink. Miero, upgraded blink. They actually are going to have the synergy.
Oh, it's a shame that they're not like the 3 gifts.
Not all 3 of them. I know. I was going to say the same, but...
Just buy the Arcane Blink so it looks...
No one does it.
Scoreboard.
No, that item sucks.
There was... What was that game? Someone did buy an Arcane Blink. Do you remember? Recently.
Yeah, but it was like... Wasn't it...
What was that?
Wasn't it Schofield?
What was he playing?
Like he was playing Wind Ranger or something. He was playing some weird support, and he got...
And he did buy an Arcane
Blink. I remember that at Dream League. It was like second item. I need to check now. I'm fine.
I don't know. It was his second. Wait, was his second item?
It was, dude.
Well, because they were stomping, right?
Yeah, they were Omega stomping.
So it does.
I found it.
Seen sometime.
It was Force Staff into Arcane Blink from Mr. Skosko himself. I knew it. I remembered it. Stun.
They find out Amar. Arrow there with the follow-up. Completely chain stunned. Doesn't have buybacks. Skitter's trying to kill Save, but the Fiend's Grip comes out. Will get put to a stop by the Rolling Thunder. Allows Skitter to pop the BKB and run, but Kiritich has the damage to go for the evasion. It is over. GG is called. BetBoom very dominant in this one. As Falcons game plan, it just does not come together. And another game kind of that shows why we're not big fans of this carry Wind Ranger, it feels. At least to the point, I feel like we've seen this so many times now. So if you want to play it, maybe you've got to make sure there's not a center in the game, folks.
I was about to say the same thing. I think this is the 5th time I've seen a last pick Wind Ranger, or like, you know, a Wind Ranger in the game made as a carry, and a last pick Centaur comes out, and you can't really play your lane as effectively. You have to do all the shenanigans. But across the board, I think BB just had their number. They played way better in this overall matchup.
Yeah, they really did. Well played there to BetBoom, as this was a tough one for Falcons. Couldn't get much going at all.
Yeah, BetBoom looking fantastic. I mean, it does feel like the age-old counter. You pick the Wind Ranger, you just have to pick up the center in response. But there was just so much more going right for them, Quinn. Everything that BetBoom wanted just came easily to them.
Yeah, I think their entire game plan was pretty much on track. Right at the start of the game, they got this Viper kill, and then from there, I mean, I think Falcons been a nice adjustment, bringing heroes to top and sort of fighting back and not letting Viper get ganked up on for free. But at some point, BetBoom's heroes just kick in too hard, and it's very difficult to play. So I think Falcons can't have this even start. We saw the game stagnate and chill for a while, and then that clock is ticking, and that's not the way Falcons wants to play.
It was just refreshing seeing BB's lineup, right? Like the idea of what it's meant to do, it's just like to out CS you in the lane, to eventually scale to this like little poking lineup where it's like you find an arrow here. Let's just say Save hit so many amazing arrows in this game, right? He's hitting Skitter in the mid lane, then he's like arrowing in the enemy jungle to also hit like a Panga who's running in about to roll. It's like it was a really exceptional game from him, but everything was just about balance within their lineup, and they executed it really, really nicely.
They're quick to react, you know. It's Falcons want to jump in, take one of the heroes out, trying to have a numbers advantage, and straight away BetBoom are like, well, if you can do that, so can we? And they just re-engage so quickly.
I think people have started to figure out Falcons drafting a little bit. They were very, I mean, obviously the first free loss against Glyph, that's a gimme. But then after that, they looked very dominant. I think people have started to try different openings against them and figure them out a little more. Their Pango has not looked particularly impressive. It's lost the last couple of games, and in those games, it's not like Pango's been dragging his team along and they've been anchors. The Pango's been I'd say roughly as useless as everything else, and they're stuck last pick with a Viper that's just not a very good Viper game.
I'd argue the same a little bit towards the Lion as well, right? Like, I feel like Clockworks and Hoodwinks have been way more impactful from the side of Crit, but on the Lion, he's kind of like complementing others. So then when Pango's underperforming and you've got a Lion in the 4 role, nothing's really functioning, nothing's really moving forward. So yeah, I feel like there are some slight problems within Falcons. People are kind of sussing them out, but yeah, it's scary. BB just kind of, they just look like such a rock solid team right now.
There's an element as well of this Kez is a big question mark to me, and that's in regards to every team, right? Where are you placing it when you want to either come up against it? Are you willing to let it go as far as it did on the side of BetBoom, where they got to close out their second phase with the Kez? Do you want to ban it in the first phase? Are you comfortable playing it? Like, there isn't a clear-cut counter to it, and then when you get to ban to protect it, like, there's just so much of a conversation that can be had around it, especially Kiritich going 17-1 with this hero.
Yeah, the hero is disgusting, and there aren't really like honest counters to this hero. You see people try stuff all the time, and none of it really works. I think the best thing against Kez is just good overall gameplay and having a good overall draft, and you'd have to play Dota. There's no counter picking this hero. It's first banned for a reason. I think that's another thing that Falcons has an issue with, is they don't play Kez. That's a big problem.
Well, that's what I was alluding to with that. Throwing someone under the bus.
That's right. Sometimes they got to be underneath a bus, like Centaur. He's a fucking bus, and he walked through this game
more like a truck, I would say.
To be fair,
a full load.
Look at his build. Like, it was
maybe he's bussing.
Oh god, how do I segue from that one? Either way, the fat ass on Centaur looking amazing. He had like a 15-minute, 33-second heart, triple bracer, into heart. Like, this type of build you don't see. I believe it was actually the quickest heart we've seen on Centaur on this patch by a good 10 minutes, because normally it's through, picking up other items. But as you see here, really reminding you he has heart. But the main thing is he's kind of jumping in, he's tanking Viper, and with Viper, it's like after like 4 poison attacks, you got to disengage. But he's able to kind of just soak up so much and then buy time for others to come in. Like, his Blink Dagger heart build, he didn't have this fear of, I blink in, I'll die, good luck team. It was, I'll blink in, I will soak everything, and then my team will jump on it. But of course, things were going so well, the heart will just look very good.
Well, that's the question. You're saying, it was the fastest by 10 minutes. That's because you normally would want to go the blink first. You want to have an initiation.
Or the Dome, or the Blade Mill,
right.
Or anything.
There's something else that it's just like, oh, it's the stepping stone to that heart. But for this game, just immediately going straight heart quit.
Yeah, it's hyper luxury, right? It's a game where his team is kind of fighting and doing his own thing without him. He's not needed in any of this stuff, and he can kind of just greed and buy it. In other games, you might need armor more, whereas in this game, it's not. Like, Windridger's not going to touch him. Viper's a lot of magic. Like, the way the damage is mixed in a way that he can just buy this and get away with it. I would say this is not a don't try this at home every game. It's not may not end well. But in this game, it works, and he gets away with it.
It ends beautifully for them. Do you have quickly something?
No, so that's the beauty of Dota, because like itemization is not locked into just one specific guide. If you do that, you are just held back. So he read the game, understood what he had to do.
That's my issue all along.
Yeah, just, okay, so when you join a Dota game, go to close the guide tab, and you'll gain like 5,000 MMR.
I'm going to need that.
Minimum.
I'm going to need that, that's for sure. Well, look, it was a fun series to get to watch there, and now that we're halfway through our final day, I want to check out the group standings, because the implications of Falcons losing this one and BetBoom winning it is pretty dramatic. We're going to see the updated standings that, coming into today, Falcons were looking like a surefire that they weren't going to have to play any best of 3 to make it to Copenhagen. Now they're at the point where we're going to have to rely heavily on Dr. Neustadel to see those rankings. They're still in the top 2 at the moment, but BetBoom went from, what were they? I think they were like about 5th or 6th, now up to 1st. They're the ones in the lead and looking pretty comfortable, because their last matchup is going to be up against Glyph.
And you have to remember, right? P-Vision's playing Liquid.
You really have to hold yourself back there, Quinn.
Those flaming Quinn. Come on. Okay, PMA. Can I do the PMA point? P-Vision, if they beat Liquid, also 7-3. So it's like, we just don't know. Outside of Mr. Doctor himself, who ruins
the good doctor.
The good doctor, Mr. Neustadel. There are like many teams in contention.
Well, so you're talking about this current Pari game that's going on, if they win this.
You say they are literally hitting the tier 4
So if they could close this one out, you're saying...
Their internet might go out.
As long as you don't throw this game, they're in the clear.
Check him ISP.
There it is.
Check him ISP. Well, that would be fantastic, because the final match for both Pari and Falcons is up against each other. That's later in the day. That we're going to be covering that one on Xtreme. So with Parry, again, now having closed that one out officially, it does put them on the same scoreline. So we might not even have to rely on the Doctor for a top 1-2.
I kind of want to see the Doctor have one appearance.
I wasn't rely on
he definitely will.
I've been painfully hit by the Doctor in 2019.
We could just get the group standings again. Yep, that's right. Updated now.
Yep, wonderful. Oh, wait, because of course that's
It's
how winning
4
works.
teams on 7 and 3. BetBoom, Falcons, PARIVISION, and Yandex.
I mean, and to be fair, right, when you look towards the bottom, right, OG.CET, they easily can get a 7th loss, and we have 4 teams on that 7 loss mark. Like, the fact that our top 2 and our bottom 2, you could argue, are in contention outside of Mr. Doctor ruining our day and, you know, just applying math to the situation. I'm liking the fact that we are really going down to the wire with these best of ones.
Yeah, the interesting one is what you're talking about there. Bottom 2 get eliminated in groups. This is the first time we've had it for a Blast Slam, that teams are eliminated in groups. That's Glyph and Tundra, and then you look just above it, it's Xtreme and OG, but again, only 1 win above them, and you're looking at Spirit, which is why this is an interesting best of 1. We're moving on to Spirit up against OG now. Spirit needed to have that gap a little bit higher, where maybe they don't have to play last chance qualifiers, they don't have to sit in that bottom mix, but OG also want to be able to put their foot a little bit forward too.
Yeah, it's I think if you win, you're not guaranteed safe, but you are very likely safe, especially since I expect Glyph to get smacked around by BetBoom. So I think it is a match that matters for both teams. OG has looked better than they did in the early days, I will say. It is not quite as disastrous, but it is still like a little disaster. Like, it's not a full-blown hurricane, it's like a roof caving in or something.
The thing is, I think both OG and Spirit are the types of teams that ramp up and have been ramping up. We've been seeing that in their results, and so now it feels like, you know, if this form of OG was coming up against day one Spirit's form, I would actually favor OG. But the fact that they're both ramping up, that's where it still feels like Spirit is slightly leaning towards the favorites too.
I just want to be confused by OG's draft. I want to look at it and go, huh? And then I'll have some confidence in them, because like when they have like the Spirit Breaker, Abba, Timbersaw, the clunkiness of like what's this meant to function, how's it meant to operate, that's when they seem to play their best. So I want to be truly confused by their draft, and then also that can then confuse Spirit, also ban Drow.
Befuddle me, Mr. Adam.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's all down to Adam and what he has to do. Originally, it was a lot of like the win ranges for the SEA teams, and whilst we haven't been covering them too heavily on the A stream, looking at what's happening on B, yeah, they're picking up the Drow too. Drow is flavor of day number 4.
Yeah, they didn't win with their Drow though, so it may
I was not privy to the information. I did not see that result.
There was a little bit of a PL into the mix as well, which was kind of fun, like the old school.
Night Goat.
But that's the beauty of when like heroes get added into the mix. Like, there's a Doom, so people try Venge. There's the Drow, and PL is historically the counter, because Massive Illusions getting on top of her suddenly appears. Nightfall gets to play that hero. So as much as Drow is rising in stock, there are some PLs and Spectres and some random heroes that maybe teams want to try and, you know, push back into the meta as well. It's the joy of an evolving meta.
The Dota stonk market is always changing.
Always. Up and down.
Yeah, guys, surely this is when we see support Lena.
No.
Well,
Quinn?
Some stocks always stay down.
There we go. I was really worried you'd give her some like benefit of the doubt or some false hope.
I need a little bit of something. Come on, guys.
Time may be a flat circle, but things can still be outside that circle.
Whatever. OD enjoyer.
I mean, I ain't saying they're gonna pick OG, because they ain't. I can tell you that.
We would be talking about OG being in that like better upwards trajectory. For me, it's focused a lot more on making Toronto Tokyo comfortable. It feels like they've now carved out a section, whether it's in the draft or whether it's in the hero pool, to enable him. But they've also found works well with what they're willing to play style wise.
Yeah, the draft definitely matters quite a bit, especially when you're adding someone new to the team. Although I suppose he's not really that new at this point, but it is still unusual, and it's their first tier 1 event with him on the team. So there will be those growing pains. It's just, can you get over it in time, right? You're not quite on death's door, but you are pretty close. And you're going up against a team that has a lot more experience. So I think a big factor is just, can you clutch up and just play actual chill Dota and not be this nervous sort of collapsing wreck?
No, the thing is, you don't want to have to clutch up. You just want to show up. You just want to be stable and consistent. That's what I want from OG.
These aren't participation trophies. You got to do more than just show up.
I mean, right now, I feel like I'd be happy if you're an OG fan for them just showing up, because like they haven't been looking too good.
What is this? I'm trying to go to bat for an SEA team, and I'm just getting absolutely slapped down.
And I'm throwing fastballs at the plate.
We got to hold up, because I feel like for OG right now, they didn't do too well when Toronto Tokyo initially came to the roster with qualifiers. They're here at Blast Slam. They're very, lucky to be at a tier 1 LAN based on the performances. And I feel like after this, they need to go back to the TI qualifiers and then show what they've learned from this pretty despair roster shuffle. I'm not expecting them to be some grand team that breaks into Copenhagen next week, you know, winning this entire tournament. I feel like for them, it'd just be good to get a couple good results under their belt because their games haven't been that consistent. Like, I'm not picturing them to be a TI team right now. So it's like they just have to keep learning, you know? Again, like it'd be wrong of me to be like, yeah, OG can win this. Like, I'd just be lying to everyone.
I mean, they beat LGD and Spirit couldn't do that.
Sure, but LGD also aren't winning tournaments. Spirit are struggling as well. Like, cool.
I see red.
There's a lot of red for a lot of teams, okay? There's been a lot of losses happening.
But we have to be realistic. Not all teams in a tournament are
created equal.
Good. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I guess everything we said was correct.
Exactly. And for OG, if they suddenly do this, like, turnaround potential, oh my god, they're doing it, that's the start of an underdog story. But right now, it's like they're not writing this story. They're just kind of like cruising through the groups and like the end goal seems inevitable. Right, Quinn?
That's right, Robson.
Thank you very much.
Well, Spirit lost against Xtreme Gaming and OG won against them.
Yeah, but that's a cursed matchup.
If we can bring up the what's it called, group standings again, then
how do we feel about Tundra?
Every team that Quinn Nat has mentioned, where are they currently located, Nat?
What did I say? LGD, they're 5th. OG beat them, and Spirit didn't.
Okay, and all the other teams that you're mentioning?
Xtreme Gaming?
At the bottom.
No, they're not. That's Cliff and Tundra.
At the stop.
Break it down.
OG sucks and Cliff does too.
That was awful.
We're really breaking it down, huh?
I mean, you gotta break
OG, if you could just connect to the server already, that'd be really nice.
What are they doing?
I have
Checking
no
PC.
idea. Checking phones. That's what they were doing. Take them away. Adam fucking... I don't know.
TikTok,
that's the only way they can. No,
these Zoomer kids, take the phones away or something. They gotta lock in.
Saying that.
They gotta show up for that best of one, guys. You're still in the tournament. It still matters. I'm out here trying to root for you.
Why are you recording when we're not on camera, guys? You should save the planet and turn off the cameras when we're showing full screen graphics. What are we doing? Like,
my favorite is Quinn like doing half the robot doing it. You're like.
Sometimes you just feel it, you know? You feel the moment. That's right.
I mean, next time, that should just be mandatory. Whenever you break down, that is...
We're going to break down the group standings. Everyone just jumps into a
That's the only thing we're breaking down.
We're going to have to work on that one, all right? It feels as chaotic as most OG drafts have been when I'm trying to circle it back to the more normal things that we're a bit better at. That's breaking down drafts and also analyzing them. So let's just go ahead and jump on into our draft between both Spirit and OG. I've got enough copium to go around that OG are going to show up in this best of one, that Spirit themselves are the ones that are going to be on the back foot, but maybe that's where they thrive the most, turning our eyes towards what bans are coming out here. Spirit take out the Wind Ranger. That's what we've noticed a lot of the SEA teams, especially OG, have favored opening their draft with. A Coddle is followed up by them, and for OG, they're taking out Lone Druid and Snapfire. Now Spirit add a Beastmaster ban to the list.
I mean,
relatively...
Oh, sorry, go on.
Stock standard, that's all I was going to say.
Oh, okay. All I care about is if OG's going to jump on the Drow or not.
I don't think they should.
After the loss?
No, I said OG in return to banning it, sorry. Because Spirit has first pick.
Yes.
Like, for Spirit, this could just become we are just going to keep first picking it and force teams to talk about it.
Well, this is more copium for OG, or maybe not, depending if Spirit pick it here. How many games have Spirit won without a Drow?
1.
And how many games have they won fully?
4.
Just saying. I'm reading a bit of a pattern here.
Okay, but they can pick Drow here.
That's what I'm saying. It could be copium, but it depends if Spirit pick the Drow or not here. They don't. It's so in for the OG boys.
Pangolier. This hero keeps losing.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it does, yeah.
Spirit may as well just pick a Zeus while they're at it.
But isn't we said this earlier, P-Vision and Spirit are kind of like the two teams that know how to play, I think, Pangolier the best at the moment in the tournament. Like, Falcons, the team that used to be the Pango team, has fallen off quite heavily with the hero. I would agree with you if it was, any other team.
Yeah, I also... Puck is a fine response to Pangolier, But we've seen the Yopaj puck early picked before, and it did not look good. I'm going to say the opposite of what Nat
I am loving
said.
the consistent copium right now. This is really helpful for the, you know.
I mean, the OG viewers, they're running low. I think the price is skyrocketed of copium on the global scale.
Maybe one of the co-streamers has contacted Nat in the hope to pump OG stocks.
I'm telling you, OG's doing something you guys just aren't aware of.
Yeah, Quinn and I don't lose. We're just winners.
Well,
maybe not.
Lost my fair share. OG has 2. Primal Band is very good. I'm actually surprised that OG didn't consider picking it on 9, as we've seen the hero a few times versus Pangolier. The grab on the roll is always very good. And I think that hero's also been showing up a little bit more and has been pretty successful all the times I've seen it. It's not picked ultra frequently, but when it is picked, he kind of cooks.
I think just stopping Pango from feeling like he can run through fights for free is the main thing, be it through supports like Clock or Tusk with the cogs and the shards, even cores that have like, you know, fissures and all this stuff. Like we're seeing like the return of Mid Shaker, and then you just mentioned the Primal Beast that got banned out because of Pulverize. Like support like Bane as well to Griffin. Like have at least 2 elements of that in a draft, and Pango can feel quite normal. They do ban out the Bane though, so again they are respecting, you know, Pangolier wanting the freedoms of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm on the Pango team, I think you already want some follow-up. So you either want something like Lion's okay. I've been having mixed feelings about that hero, but you want something else that can start on puck so that you can be follow-up, because just starting with roll is not that easy. So looking at Lion or
Well, this is the thing. You're talking about that game where they earlier picked a Yopaj puck for OG. That was against Yandex, where they had the ability to counter mid-puck with the Night Stalker. One, I don't really see Spirit, or at least LOL, a Night Stalker mid player, but they have the luxury now to have a few bans to protect him.
Well, they banned Drow, so if they wanted the Night Stalker, they could.
I know, I realized that as I was doing my monologue, they banned Drow.
I mean, Drow is good against puck. That's a reasonable ban.
Yeah.
It's not awful.
Lau isn't a Huskar player, is he? I don't think
he will play it on like 24, and it's not very good.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the fraud check that Quinn talks about in the tier list.
No, it's certainly fraudulent, no doubt about that.
Because like the last time they picked puck, right, the Yandex still needed a mid laner, and they took away Necrophos and Huskar. So at least in their perspective, they're respecting both Necro and Huskar for the lane against the puck. At least something to consider. Of course, when teams are banning against out their own heroes, these are often the heroes that they'll pick themselves. But OG, they go for the Winter Wyvern. A combo that we have seen, the puck, the Wyvern, is very good at controlling team fights, but again, lacks damage, you need it elsewhere. But they just go for the Lion. The tried and tested anti-puck hero. Shaman isn't really in the meta at the moment, therefore you take the other Hex hero.
This draft is looking really familiar, guys.
We've seen these heroes a couple of times. I don't like the Wyvern though. I think I don't even think it's good against Pangolier. You hold him for such a short period of time in the role, and if you ever cold embrace somebody, yeah, they aren't gonna take damage from Pangolier spells, but you can burn their mana like crazy with Diffusal. And on top of that, if you ever find some Wyvern in the woods, you just kill him, and Wyvern is not a particularly strong rune fighter against Pango. So I think this is just a bad pick straight up.
I mean, people are going to look at Tusk and go, why pick Tusk when there's like a Winter Wyvern, right? Or Cold Embrace, even Winter's Curse, you can't snowball save. But the pacing a Tusk brings to the game, the fight, like Lion Tusk can run around and put anyone to half HP just through like tag team and stuns. Then they can disengage. And of course with Pango and future heroes, they are very explosive. So I feel like that lack of damage OG has right now is going to come into play because of the support diff in regards to the damage.
It may also not be that easy for OG to pick a hero here unless it's a flex, because you've got Tusk, so you can potentially set up for some really obnoxious safe lane. You can do the Shadow Fiend, we've seen people doing a lot. When you pick Axe like this, Necrophos is definitely on the table, as Necrophos Tusk I think will probably obliterate this lane, and it's very good against Wyvern too. I know Yatoro does play Necrophos carry. He played it before, it was cool. So it's something they're considering potentially.
Is that before it was cool or before, it was cool?
No, before it was cool.
Okay.
Yeah, he was playing it when nobody else really was. Still the Radiance build. It's kind of the only build, but
classic hipster Yatoro.
I think that would be great here. I think if they pick that, then OG has big problems.
I mean, going back to the Huskar, it still very much is an option for Spirit. I know Lar's like the 24 pick player, but on a team, it will still do the same thing. You don't care about Willow, you just eat the guy who gets cold embraced, you'll beat the puck in the lane, you've already got tempo for your supports to kind of cushion maybe not being the best Huskar player because they are so aggressive.
Yep, also definitely very possible. We'll see though. I know they like to give, I mean, Yatoro's the star of the show, everybody knows that, so whatever he wants, in some ways I envision them picking it here, and then, yeah, okay. When you see Axe, you pick Necrophil. Seems to be the current trend people are on, and it's just very good. It's hard to disagree with it, really.
I think the problem for OG is like the way that they're drafting is they're presenting too many options to hit you with that 18 pick. Like normally you want your drafts to try and threaten the team that is first pick, so they can't utilize this pick position. But you know, Puck can get countered based on heroes, Axe can get countered based on heroes, and it kind of puts a lot of pressure on Natsumi, right? Like you can't lean on Axe to help you in the early game now. Puck most likely is still going to be, you know, countered at some point, so it kind of, you know, all pressure on him to find the carry. Of course, Murta is a default ban when you pick Necro.
Yeah, last pick on Spirit, I don't see anything that pops off the page to me in particular. They did ban the Night Stalker, as Natalie T points towards. Which definitely could have been an option for potentially Laurel, but definitely Collapse. I think really they can pick almost anything they want. I think if they want to pick something that's good against Puck in lane, that's fine. If you want to pick something for Collapse that's just a strong blind hero and put Pango Maid, that's also totally reasonable.
This is what I'm worried about, is they open with Puck, and now they're still kind of doing bans that protect the Puck. It feels like it's just a weak opener that hasn't set yourself up for...
That's Puck for you. I mean, Puck in general, it's like Ember went through phases of being the hero that's like hard to pick open because you have a lot of counters. Puck has always been the same. Like, Slaughter actually has been banned by OG, but like a hero like that can continue the flex between mid and off lane will be very helpful for Spirit. Hence why OG is taking away the Night Stalker, even though you expect to see it off lane. Just having that ability to decide, where do we want to get the most farm from?
This could be a Void Spirit game.
Wow.
The hero's always a bit sus, but it's not bad this game. You'd probably need to ban Faceless Void. If you picked Void Spirit, they're gonna ban Luna, which leads me to believe it's something else, maybe Dawnbreaker or something.
I got a left field suggestion.
Hit me with it.
Death Prophet for Spirit. Off lane and mid. In mid, you can just push the tower against the Puck. You don't really care about it. You have a Tusk anyways that you can technically lane with the DP if you want. You can then put the Lion top. It keeps your draft bit more open. It gives you the Roshan, the towers, the oomph. You don't care about the supports at all. You buy BKB. And then you pick Doom. Unlucky. I really tried selling it. Need to shout louder to their boot camp.
Okay, so is there anything they can respond that owns this? They ban the draw themselves. Saw Night Goat pick Phantom Lancer against Doom, but against Topangler or Necrophos, that is not an option. What other options do we have here? Something melee is generally preferable with Winter Wyvern, but something range tends to be better against Doom, so you're at a bit of a conundrum there.
But if you go range, then only Axe is your melee hero that kind of also wants to counter-initiate, or at least initiate from smokes. So then you have no natural body to kind of walk around the front.
Yeah, I think you need something that can somehow win lane and play aggressive, that can join fights, because if it's just one Axe, yeah, it is a problem because he's getting dunked on in lane. Yeah. Even though he wants to be doing the dunking usually. And
I think like the whole Venge counter that we're seeing to Doom is like it's way too slow in this game. It's like we know Axe is losing the lane, we know the amount of gold a Venge carry needs. It doesn't like obliterate the lane, it kind of just like nicely farms it. So I wouldn't even want to see like the tournament meta bleed into that pick as well. Like the value of Necrophos in this game is so high that like the carry needs to not only answer the Doom in lane, but also needs to try and fix the Necrophos problem that's happening elsewhere on the map.
And can't be greedy, which is most of what you're describing, right? Because even an ALK that's still in the pool, it's like, well, it's not going to be active early, and it's likes to be greedy.
Okay, so they are going to go for the Venge.
Yeah.
Again, it's like, I don't mind it for the Doom, but I'm just really worried that you're not going to get the same outcome as other Venge games because of the disparity of other lanes. Sure, you get like an eventual like Manta Axe timing, and you don't care about Doom, and then you can maybe kill other heroes, but it just feels a little awkward. Like Puck, Axe aren't the most like time-making early game heroes. They kind of want to complement other heroes. So there's this like kind of question, like who in OG is going to step up and say, I will command the early game so that we can get into the game. Like you can see that with Spirit very easily. It's like Necrophos laning, it's the supports, it's Lal with his rotations. But for OG, it's kind of missing that extra hero to be the glue to their kind of early game.
Yeah, I don't know if there was any pick that really fixed OG draft here. I think they were kind of in a tough spot, and I think this is maybe about as good as they could do. I don't think it's a horrendous pick considering the situation they're in.
Let's go, OG! Woo!
But
great pick!
The situation they were in is big time doo-doo, so I think the Wyvern was kind of a misstep. I do think, I mean, it's quite a good puck game if you get to items and you get to a point where you can start scaling. The question is, can you make it there? I don't really think so. But it's not impossible if maybe Spirit throws some fight and you get a gold lead going back the other way. There's something there, even though I think Spirit's like heavily favored.
Yeah, I mean, outside of the early game tempo I'm expecting to see from Spirit, there are kind of fun layers to OG's fight, right? You've got the puck coil into Avenge swap snap break. So if there is like a big gold lead and Necro goes up the high ground, you're going to be coil and stunned by the tier 4s, then get bodied by an axe. Like there is comeback potential by OG. It's just so scary, the early game of Spirit.
All I'm holding on to is before we even got into the draft, one thing you both agreed on is that you wanted to see a draft from OG that made you scratch your head because that's when they thrive. It feels like this draft fits exactly that. And so there's still hope for the OG fans out there that they make it away from that bottom 3, bottom 4 sort of area, but it all starts with a good laning phase against Spirit.
There we go. Let's find out if it can work out here for OG. They need the win. They've been having some tough times. But coming in with this lineup, we're seeing again something that we're seeing yesterday. They find that final pick in the Vengeful Spirit. And you've liked this before, Fog, right, as a carry. This game against Spirit, do you still like it? Or do you see a rough road ahead for OG?
So I'll list the positives and negatives that I see at least. As maybe first we'll wait till he perhaps gets gone on here. He actually is gonna be okay. So positives versus the Doom, barrier, etc. High, you reduce armor, you have this. Other positive, they have puck on their lineup, so if they have the coil swap play that we never see anymore nowadays because no one plays these heroes. Problems for me is versus Necro and Pango a lot here. I just feel like he's not gonna have the damage that he wants versus a Necro in particular, and even if he gets to the point where he has Aghanims, Pango can just chain kill you, chain lock you down essentially right afterwards anyway. So, yeah, I'm not sure. We'll have to see if it ends up working out for him. Lanes are going to be really important in particular, and let's see if they can do well in the lanes. Because, yeah, I don't know, it was a couple things from OG's draft that bothered me. Leaving it. They picked the Axe into the Tusk, and they left Necro is a big concern for me. Because it feels like that's 2 of the hardest counters in the game versus an Axe. The Tusk just forever, for all days and time, and now the Necro's so popular. So we'll have to see how they endure in terms of these lanes.
Lane set up. We're going to have 2 of them down bottom, trying to see if they can kill Toronto Tokyo. Decent shards. Able to chase him down a little bit, but won't be able to quite kill him. He's just gonna have to live the old Axe versus Necro life that we've seen a few times.
And they have a Willow, another hero that we don't really see played that often, so we'll see how much he can help Toronto Tokyo. I think a lot of this game is going to be evolved how the puck is able to do, Yopaj in particular, so yeah, we're going to have to see. And of course, this game is brought to you by Polymarket, our official prediction market of Blast Slam.
And before that Venge came out, Fog, what were sort of the vibes that OG's draft was giving you? Like, what do you think that they were looking to do this game? How does this sort of lineup define their approach?
A lot of it just playing around the puck, I guess. I honestly, I don't know. And I really don't like their draft. I feel like I'm going to be a bit of a hater every time you ask me right now. This Wyvern pick, I also didn't really like it in the position that it was. I feel like when I like Wyvern, it's like you can play very strong around the Curse in particular, as well as Cold Embrace. This just feels like I don't see when Curse is going to be that effective either versus the enemy draft. So there's just a few things that I really didn't like, and I hate Willow right now. I think this hero's in the toilet.
Really?
A lot of
what's up with Willow? Yeah, what is the thing that others have?
Your Bedlam is, I feel like Bedlam is super unusable. I don't know. Your Terrorize combos are very nice, but you have to be so proficient on this hero in order to actually put the pressure on early. Yatoro does not get the Battle Hunger off there. Take a fair bit of extra damage.
Top lane.
Up.
Do try and get collapsed, but not quite enough between them. The look over the walls not me instead. Yeah, looks like Natsumi wants to deal with the creeps. Doesn't want to try and chase on. Did have a stick and a magic missile, but would have been pretty low on the HP.
This is a lane that's designed to win. The Venge and the Wyvern overall. But if they don't dominate the lane, though, that's a big concern for me as well, too, versus this Doom. Right now, doing very good versus Collapse, keeping him low, but he will be able to get the Lotus. Not be able to reset. Mid lane, we did just see this one. Pretty much equivalent exchange from the two players, but we did see one have a clear advantage in the game. It was the puck. So let's see if Yopaj can do similar, because for me, that's a lot of what this draft is designed around, is Yopaj being kind of the actual carry, while the Venge is this distraction pseudo-carry. Tokyo.
Get him in the shards. Toro closing in. Toronto Tokyo. It'll be alright. But again, just being forced super low on the HP. Will be able to keep the creep wave. I mean, shards are going to be back up in about 7 seconds. Collapse.
Oh, and they lose that Sumi.
Toronto Tokyo will have to TP away as well. Goes back to base.
Second kill.
Indeed. Was Natsumi gone. No saving Scam. So, I mean, you were saying, right, this lane, you wanted to see them have the advantage with this Venge Wyvern. They've just gone and both died, Fog.
Yeah, that can't happen in this lane. It's designed to do well versus this bit of a weaker lane that Spirit has, and now giving up a kill. And Rue got stick charges to work with here.
It's going to be a bit of time that Yopaj will chase for this.
Might even get the deny.
Or the neutrals. Oh, he will as well. Denied to the neutrals.
Wasted so much time of them there. Chased the Axe as well, too. Toronto Tokyo will be able to get the reset under the tower. But a very hard game for the Axe in particular, as we will see later on. Another courier, though. Yatoro will lose his boots. Good little snag there from Tim's.
OG. I mean, what would you say? In the games that we've seen from OG, obviously they've had some pretty tough times, pretty tough games. Where does sort of the strengths lie, right? Who do you think has the most potential to maybe be that sort of factor that gives them a bit of a better advantage in this game?
It's been their comebacks, at least from I've seen. The one yesterday is the one that I saw from them, but they did have this Timber Saw that they got to thrive on. Toronto Tokyo just became an unkillable beast overall, but for me, it's a lot on Yopaj. I feel like he's been just the crucial one. If he has a good game, if he's able to be pretty explosive, they can have a good time. And is set up for success in this game across the board mostly. The thing he does, of course, have to watch out for is the Lion and some of the saves that can come in. So let's see what he can do. I wouldn't say the easiest puck game, but looking to set him up for success because they do have like the swap to protect him, Cold Embrace, a couple other things in particular, and they do have those 2 combos we were mentioning, the Venge swap plus the Terrorize with the coil. Laurel pushing the issue forward here.
And not a lot really that he's scared of. Knows that there's not really many sort of TP rotations that could come in from OG that can punish him. With the pressure on the side lanes.
Laurel will be able to get this one as well, too. So the panel is also talking about the contest of the power runes here.
Yep.
Willow is quite good at doing it. Wyvern is not. Wyvern actually doesn't really help too much at all to get that one, while the 2 supports on the side of Spirit, 2 of the better ones to at least contest around that rune. So Laurel will be able to get that one, and with this Invis, might look to go for that Wisdom Steal that we do see a lot of Pangos and Monkey Kings go for, but did not skill ulti. Does have the 3-3 build.
Scout's been hit. So I know that someone's hiding in the trees.
Sentry placed.
Now, how many are you bringing over? TP's out there.
Should just be enough. They're bringing Wyvern too.
So 4 heroes coming over to try and keep the 7-minute wisdom in their favor. Dreamcore's dropped down. Yatoro's able to step up. Might not be as easy as they hoped for to fight into this OG. The Necrophos pretty strong here with the level 3 Death Pulse.
They have Tokyo as well too. Perhaps this Wyvern rotation was enough with the 4.
They're bringing in a 5th. Now Sumi's coming over as well. They're bringing the whole team here to try and get them off the wisdom. They're looking for Lal. He'll swashbuckle away to the high ground. They'll retreat. You know, they'll see the 5 of them turn up. They're like, you know what? Okay, you can have the wisdom. Yatoro won't be able to escape. but they do it. They keep the Wisdom safe. They're able to kill the carry. It does just take the whole team coming over here 7 minutes in.
They'll have to sacrifice a bit there, right? Yopaj, he'll probably be the one that gets hurt the most out of all this rotation, but this is what we want to see from OG, is early aggression. Don't want to see them really sit back and farm at all in this draft. I want to see Natsumi be super active on this bench.
And they'll get themselves another. They'll get Rue as well.
Double kill.
Oh, and now
Toro comes back.
I mean, if they could dive and kill him off, that'd be huge.
He's got back
as soon
up.
As he comes to the lane to get the magic missile, we'll get the Ghost Shroud off. Not Me's here, ready to help
Reaper.
out. And Yatoro's got the 6. Turns with the scythe, takes out Toronto Tokyo. Maybe getting a little too ahead of themselves there, OG, seeing the Necrophos TPing in and feeling that they could try for him, as they've ended up giving away a scythe kill. And maybe more, because the chase down's going to be here from Not Me, Yatora, and Rue. Scam, Cold Embrace only will buy him a little bit of time. You have to be careful. Even when it looks tempting, right? Diving the Necrophos can go horribly wrong.
It can, and it's under when he's hitting 6. He clears out the creep wave. He does have Ghost Shroud. We see some of these Necros skip it, and I know me and you absolutely hate when they skip it. Maybe not you, but I hate when they skip it. Yatoro does not.
Quinn as well. Quinn was not
heal.
a fan if you skip the Ghost Shroud. He's like, what are you doing? So Quinn will approve of this build. Yeah.
Like this, I hate when I see this 302 build on Necrophos. You get 0.5 decay, or you get a insane heal amplification. Yeah, thank God that he does go for the skill there. Survives, turns, gets the kills. I still think the same thing for OG, though, is play very aggressive. Do not slow pace the game down. You do not want to play a farm game versus this Doom, Pango, Necro, Tricore.
And are they going to keep things like this now? No, with Natsumi opting to farm the bottom side of the map and Toronto Tokyo farming the top? Oh, no, looks like they're switching back over.
I think they'll just go for kills, right?
Oh, well, with the then they'll keep both down here.
I thought they'd bring the puck down and go for a kill if the Necro shows, just with the Tricore, but looks like they will reset positioning. Because I just don't want to see them play farm. I just want them to sit back and farm. I want them to be active in this game. Because they do have very good strength just innately from their abilities early on. They do a lot of damage. Venge, puck, especially in this early game.
We'll see if he can get Doom off, and he will. Just walks up. Drops the Doom onto Natsumi. Scam's going to be able to provide a little bit of heals with the Cold Embrace. They have the Dream Coil on top of it all. So, whilst they will lose Natsumi, they do manage to take out Collapse and likely Rue here in return.
Again.
So, OG...
a deny again.
Good at these. Another deny. He knows how to work with these neutrals there.
But they're committing with a lot of heroes.
And that was the Doom used. You know, and we are seeing OG, they're not missing a beat, right? If they see a chance to get some action going, even when it's Spirit bringing it to them, they're turning up and they're fighting back.
Bringing 4, though. Sometimes it can be a bit of overcommitment. You see Spirit, they don't overreact either. They start hitting the mid tower out of it. So I'm glad they're making the moves, but still maybe a little less overreaction at times here. Natsumi back in the lane.
I mean, they could try for
the 2 supports. Yeah.
They got the swap. Back into Tim's lane down the Brambles. Collapse will be able to dodge the Brambles. Curse Crown will still hit, and they will manage to find him once again as soon as he's back in the lane. So, good kill here for OG, starting to free up this area at the map for Natsumi.
Off the mark with the stun there. Would have been a kill onto this Venge. We'll be able to disengage. Keep the 2 supports with the Venge. This looks pretty strong when they do have these 3 together. Pango connecting though, Laurel coming from the side.
Oh, Tims. It's a good Dream Collar again from Yopaj. Gets on the both of them. No, but he just turns with a finger burst through Tims. But they will lose Rue, and likely Not Me as well. Swaps there, gets him back into range. OG, it's some good fighting from OG in this early game.
Very solid rotation this time from Yopaj with the 2 supports around the Venge. Laurel still doesn't have the point in Rolling Thunder, so doesn't want to commit into the fight. Did go for 4-4 greed build. Good punishing coming out from OG, and like how active they're playing, and it gives space to Toronto Tokyo to get this farm. That we've seen this now is the build. When you're playing versus Necrophos, you have to go for the Dominator. Have seen some Vessels. Maybe something he'll think about this game, but doesn't look like he is at the moment here. How's Yatoro's timing? It has been slowed down a little here. It's not the fastest time that we do see on the Necrophos by any means.
They're not going to be crazy, but but still not bad, obviously, relative to the game. Is the top, but indeed, not quite in the realms of these sort of 10, 11-minute radiances that we've seen quite a few times. Bit of a slower start. But even so, if he does get the kind of the lead growing as this Necrophos How are sort of OG's options with this lineup dealing with a stacks and Necrophos down the line?
They have combos, for, like I was mentioning with the puck, that they can use, but there is a save that can come in from the Tusk. So it's not the best, but it's not the worst, I would say.
Okay.
My issue really is that they just don't have like a long distance magical damage thing besides the puck in particular. That's the problem with me with Willow a lot of times is Bedlam feels very difficult to use. What is it, if he wants to, and he can find opportunities where the Necro's isolated, you can use Bedlam, but in a lot of fights, if you run in Bedlaming on top of a Necro Ghost Shard, you're gonna die.
Not smoke time. There's Finger back online in a couple of seconds, not me. Needs to get the kill. Natsumi would be the big catch. If they can get the setup, these two will kill him between the Finger and the Rolling Thunder.
Oh, he's super dead. Right on top of him.
Seems to sense it. Starts to back off, but will not quite be in time to get him away.
2 stacks for not me. Already up to that. Doom also collapsible to find the solo kill on the side here on the Wyvern.
And also, Lal might still be able to get something on top of this with the Rolling Thunder. As he's caught Tim's at a pretty nice angle. Can he get a couple more bounces? He can.
He can.
He's got the job done on his own.
Big kills. 3 quick, easy sequences while Yatoro sits back and finishes up the Radiance. Every time the moments slow down for OG and they're not responding to the moves, definitely hurts them. Want to see them reacting to these moves from Spirit very quickly here, even though this one was very difficult to do so because of the position for it. Definitely seen Yopaj farm a little more here. So yeah, I think Spirit has been the only team I've seen do this with the Doom, I want to say. And I think we've casted now 3 or 4 of them. They love the Shard.
And have you sort of figured out, like, which specific creeps this is for that they really favor it? Ooh, collapse. Won't be able to TP here. There's a swap for him. Swap into the Brambles. They'll get him. But yeah, because which specific creep do you think they have in mind when it comes to getting this increased buff of its spells?
The 2 that I've seen, it's the Black Dragon, since you can eat Ancients as well, but it's also just you have 2 Devour charges. So I think they just like having the extra farm capability from it as well, too. But the Dragon is, at least for me, the one that I've loved the most because you get the cleave, and then you can also hide in tree lines and just nuke waves with the AoE Fireball, which does a lot of damage since it gets the Spell Lamp as well from the Shard. But there's a lot of good Ancients, and he does have stacks already formed, so can pick and choose which one he wants to go for here. There's arguments for many of them. The Time Warp is also fantastic, even though you don't benefit from an actual spell. Your team just gets so much of the cooldown reduction.
Let's see which one he opts for here, Collapse.
It's usually the Dragon for them.
Yeah, go for the Dragon.
Because you get Cleave, so it's like essentially, it's like a Midas, essentially in a way, right? Because you get the second charge as well, and you can just farm super fast, so I like it.
On him. Looks the setup on a Rue. Rue has got backup, and he's also got a Snowball. They have to use the Winter's Curse to hold back the Rolling Thunder for now. Can they do anything off the back of it? Toronto Tokyo looks to try and step back in. They get the coil on a Rue and onto Lal. Rue will get finished off, but the Finger and the side combo comes down onto Natsumi. They'll lose their Venge. They're going to lose Tim's on top of that. As OG, full retreat. They try and set something up between the Curse and the Call. It doesn't work out. Hex onto Scam. Not me. With the punches, ready to get another stack. Up to 4 now here on the Lion.
He gets 2 in that fight.
And I guess this is sort of the kind of the clumsiness that can happen with the kind of team fight from OG, right? Probably what you were saying in the draft. A lot of ways to sort of set up, but it's sort of set up into setup and no sort of clean. We'll catch them in this combo and then blow them up.
That's my worry, is that who's providing damage, right? It really is. Yes, early you have double nuke combos from your natural spells, the stun from the Venge, the puck combos, the spell from the Wyvern, but now that you're getting to the point of like this more middle game, your spells start to fall off pretty hard pretty quickly here, and you have to execute them quite perfectly versus these pretty tanky heroes. Doom and Necro, they're gonna look for Collapse.
Coils there.
Bedlam.
Toronto Tokyo, he's in with a call. They'll get the Doom.
That's when Bedlam's good, if you can isolate them on the side. But in an actual big team fight, Bedlam is very unusable in a lot of situations. But that, a good one. get Yopaj involved here. And yeah, I'm wondering when Curse is going to be super effective in general. As Natsumi swapping mid.
Good setup. Yopaj here with a follow-up.
Good kill. Yopaj, he's the one to watch. He's the one that I was saying that, at least for me, has to pop off in this game. 3-0-4 for him at the moment. Blink and Witchblade already done. Bottom. Oh, we'll get that farm.
Combo again.
Another catch.
Finger in the side. Always feels good to drop that amount of burst onto some poor unsuspecting fellow.
The scaling. Oh man, Not Me is actually getting a lot of stacks in this. This might be the most I've seen at 18 minutes in a pro game here so far.
Time to queue up the Echo Saber. Let's go.
Bottom Rue. Not sure how much they want to commit onto this Tusk. He's got Snowball.
I'll see it. Toronto Tokyo has to blink off. I mean, they're watching. Maybe after the Rolling Thunder, they could try and dive back in. Yopaj. Find himself through.
Amp damage. Yopaj is getting the ball rolling here. The rest of his team is struggling. He's finding some good pickoffs here to enable himself. My worry, Natsumi, he is not getting a whole lot of anything. Every single time he is getting comboed up here. Halfway toward the Aghanim, so it won't matter as much when he has that. Yopaj being active. Ooh. Quick blink from Not Me.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to put everything into this fight because, as you say, if Natsumi's not getting the farm, they're just not going to have that sort of scaling damage output. And sure, Yopaj can really step it up later with some of the talents and such and the potential for late game puck, but there will be a bit of a period where that kind of growth of damage will slow down for him, and the expectation is there on sort of Natsumi's the carry to fill that gap. And he's just not got the farm at the moment that looks like he's going to be able to do that.
And the Venge overall, like, this is not full experiences in like pro or anything. In the nowadays thing is, well, wait a second here. As Tuck is getting gone on by Yotoro. Decent curse.
Comes out. Oh, the dunk. The maths wasn't done. It wasn't enough to kill Rue. And in fact, Rue's just going to live. He might just survive. Punches the creep, gets the battle hunger off. Not.
And Yopaj.
Get the big catch, Not Me. Comes in again, finger in a scythe. They are just farming up the stacks to treat this game. The two of them, Yotoro and Not Me.
Infinite scaling. And overall, I was mentioning this thing for Venge. I feel like this hero, it's good when you're playing ahead. This hero, when you're playing behind, yeah, you're gonna die and come back, and then you're just gonna die again, very likely, if you do start to fall too far behind as well. And for Collapse, he can also just change the priority of who he goes with Dooms. And what I've seen as well is they just get Aghanims as like the third or fourth item on these Dooms versus the Venge, where you're just never dooming him. You're playing about dooming yourself and playing with that. Scam. Oh.
Oh, the Jukes.
Oh.
Juking out.
Nope.
Oh, I've got him in the trees.
9K lead. It's accelerating pretty fast here, Owen.
Yeah, Yotoro really smashing the timings now. So didn't have the sort of the quickest start. Still a great start. Obviously, we're comparing into some of the other Necrophos timings that we've seen in some of the more ridiculous games. But now at this point, he's pretty much back on track with some of the more farm Necrophoses that we've had. 13K
and he's going for he's going for big items too. It's not like he's going the concentrated wraps mid-game stuff. He's like, I'm going Heart, Shiva's, Aghanims, going the three biggest timings potentially here for the Necrophos, and it's gonna come really quick. So OG, they got to start winning some fights in this mid-game around this Venjags, or this game is going to quickly snowball out of control. It already is starting to. If Natsumi doesn't get involved, get some big kills around this, I don't know where they progress from here. As we said, a lot of it on Yopaj, the pressure as the game goes later, but not an easy puck game. So many different disables.
I mean, as you said, now that they have the Ags and the Dragon Lance, surely we got to see some sort of smoke from OG and try and go for that coil into swap play. It looks like for the moment, they're not looking for that play.
It's problem is you have to know where Rue is too, right? Like even if you get this setup, you have to know where this Tusk is if you're gonna save any of the aggression.
Goes in super aggressive here with the setup. The Rolling Thunder's there to follow up on this. Curve come down, but it does not matter. They'll finally jump in and finish Not Me off, but it took so much to kill the Lion. as the damage has already been done. Natsumi will use the swap to try and get Yopaj back to safety as he's getting chased down by both Yatoro and Lal. See if they can get back to the safety at the high ground here. They will be okay, at least the three of them. Backing away. But again, losing two heroes.
It's just awkward to set up for these type of plays as well, too. It's like they have a curse, and they have follow-up, and then they have maybe another, but the damage just really, truly isn't there at this point. And there's the save, too. Rue always is available to be able to go for these snowball plays if he needs to, but they haven't even had to. They're just going for aggression. Nami just blinks in and fingers super, super confidently. And there's the heart.
Yeah, 23 minutes in. It's going to be so difficult to bring Yatoro down.
I don't know.
Tanky.
I feel like how they picking this axe into Tusk when Necro is still in the pool. This is almost illegal.
Yeah, I don't want to. I feel like Necro must have won most of the games, right? Where we've seen Necro versus Axe.
Let me take a look at all of it for you.
It's been pretty dominant, and just to the fact that it gives this lane that the Necro is going to get the free farming.
Hey, the Necro's going to get the free farm,
get kills.
And the thing is as well, Axe is a design of a hero, likes to have kill threat a lot of times in lane. It makes you deviate from build, and then also you're healing your allies too. I always like to point this out too, is I really like this 15 talent on Necro. Some people talk about the debate of it between the Ghost Shroud slow and the heal. I love having the heal because it's about your team as well too. You're providing a lot of extra healing when you have this Death Pulse heal with your shard as well too at the 15 talent. So it negates a lot of this kill threat that maybe you'd expect to have as OG.
They tried to get the jump, but Rue was immediately ready for that one. Blinks away, and now Team Spirit, they're ready to collapse back onto OG.
Tokyo.
Tokyo is going to get swapped out to the side. Natsumi bailing him out of this collapse. He'll drop down Yopaj. He's found him with the Doom. Yopaj is gone. Skem to fall. The scythe comes in on the Toronto Tokyo. That was them coming out with the smoke, but they were so quick with the reaction there. Rue immediately blinking away, dodging the call.
They read the play.
Yeah, yeah. They didn't get anything.
Not even close, and collapse, as we said, doesn't need to. He's like, Venge has Ags. Who cares about this Venge? Just dooms the puck, the one that's actually the threat. The Venge is no longer a threat since they stomped her super hard inside this laning phase in the early game. Target priority. Spirit, when they're behind, they know how to take fights in a really nice executed way. When they're ahead, it's even more simplistic.
Right, getting into the very difficult area of the game now for OG, right? You've tried to make these smoke plays, and they're not working out. You know, when you've sort of had that sequence of events, what's the call to be made? Is someone sort of saying, hey, let me just get this next pickup? Then
I don't think you do that. I think you smoke again. I'm not even kidding.
I don't think.
I think if you sit back and you go, I mean, maybe Natsumi gets specialist, right? Sure, this is like a small cheap item, but I think if you just slow down and don't go again when some of these cooldowns are used, Spirit's just gonna sit back, wait for Doom, wait for Reaper, wait for Finger, and then go. So I think for OG, you have to make an aggressive move, but it doesn't look like they really want to, and I don't know if they can with the positioning of the lane right now. So Spirit probably will just get all the cooldowns back up and look for that next fight again, and OG's just falling so far behind. Damage just really isn't there at this point. Yeah, okay, so yeah, Yatoro takes all the talents that I like. And the 25 one, I like the Death Pulse cooldown as well, too. I will say so. Just makes your whole team super tanky around you.
Oh, not me.
Yopaj.
The trees.
Doom is back. Oh, everything's back up for Spirit. OG's got to run. Got to disengage somehow here. And they will. It just doesn't feel great for them to hit the creeps. Spirit. Gem now.
And
for Yatoro, BKB on your collapse. And okay, BKB's out for Tokyo, but there's no blade mail. It sucks to not have it on this hero. I even seen it versus the Necrophoses. They still buy it sometimes, but.
And you like this for Yatoro as well, getting the Lotus as part of his build-up?
Yeah, good luck swapping him. Can't get swapped into the base, just Lotus a buddy.
Yeah, that's pretty much the counter.
I think it's the only way to die.
Spot. Yeah.
Yeah, the only way Yatoro dies is if he gets pulled into the base with some unexpected swap coil break and they chain stun him. Now he'll just get swapped in position. And then versus Brambles, right? The other clear ones that you can see, right? Versus the Willow, he's going to be able to remove some of these spells, but I would say it's about that. And Collapse finds the catch.
The sights there. Beautiful jump from Collapse. I mean, just getting the chance to get these Dooms off onto a puck. It's not easy, but he's making it look easy.
Sure is. Just blink, hits him once, gets the follow-up. Yatoro, I think this might be the highest Reaper stacks I've seen in 27 minutes. Almost every single one has been successful.
Yeah, the stacks are going pretty crazy.
Which means that Ags, once he gets it, that much more potent since he has a heart as well, too, on top of having this 15 extra regen. They're making it look pretty easy now at this point. OG, hard to see where they really progress from here. And Natsumi might just get gone on in mid. They're reconsidering. And yeah, I wonder who else. Maybe someone can look for me. I'll check after this game as well too. Is if any other teams are doing this with the Doom, where they go the Shard and they look for the Dragon, because I want to say it's only Spirit that I've seen do this. Because they did it even when I saw them play safe lane. He didn't find a Black Dragon in the creep, a Black Dragon creep in that game, but you can see the design of it. You farm super fast because you have a built-in Battle Fury. You can use the Fire Breath or the Fireball to farm waves. Feels very nice for the synergy.
Smoke time from OG.
Desperation smoke. Let's see what they can find.
I think some of the movement obviously was seen by that ward, so Spirit know that this is coming, and Spirit, they're just ready to jump at them first. As they come in with the Rolling Thunder, Tims will get away with the Shadow round for now. Yatoro's going to try and chase him out. That's off to the side. Natsumi getting dealt with by Collapse. The Cold Embrace comes out, but he's just burning through the Cold Embrace. He's just going to die during it. As he's out, they will kill off Rue, but Yatoro finds the side down on a scam. They've got to run here. Toronto Tokyo trying to escape with the last few seconds of the BKB. He'll live. The 3 dead. Freak Wave coming in. They can look for the tier 2 tower, Spirit, and they only lose Rue.
No fight to be had. The Doom isn't even needed to be used. He just burned him inside. That Fireball did so much DPS with the Partisan's brand plus the Spell Amp. It actually was just melting him in the Cold Embrace. How much did it do? 400. That's a fair bit. Not too shabby whatsoever. So maybe another extra element because he's playing versus Cold Embrace wanted this extra bit, right? Little extra things.
Collapse might be ready to go again because he's got the Doom back up. I feel like it's so scary to show on lanes, even if you're Yopaj, as we've seen. Collapse will jump you, even as the puck.
OG have had quite some difficulties in this tournament, but this feels like one of the hardest ones to... It just doesn't feel like they have a recovery plan. They don't have a plan B. The plan A was be very aggressive, get ahead, and they never hit the plan A.
Collapse on the way over.
Toronto.
Doom just going to go for it with the Doom and the BKB. He knows that nobody's going to be able to stop him. Swap barrier. There. It's not enough at this point. The damage still will bring down Toronto Tokyo. Another kill for Collapse. Pretty much every single Doom this game getting him a kill.
And they're smoked up for the next grab. Yopaj instant hex. He has A on disc.
See if that's enough. You're all right this time.
Yatoro almost, he was considered, he almost scythed the A on disc. I think he was like, you know what, screw it. Like, Ag's timing now. How much? So what, 50% of the regen? He's at 134. That's going to be taken pretty hard.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
High ground defense, probably the only thing that I would say for OG to look for. Outside fights feel absolutely impossible at this point, so you can still try to get these swap plays.
High ground push will be coming soon. Roshan going to be taken here by Spirit. Who even takes the Aegis, actually? I guess you still give it to Yatoro, even though he's never going to die. Or maybe, do you not give it to Yatoro because he's never going to die?
Who's hitting the building more? Probably Yatoro. Yeah, I think because Yatoro doesn't want to hit building, right? I'm just thinking about who hits the tower. So I think Yatoro's just going to be the one that's parked in the front. Yeah. Wyvern. I don't know what he's checking for there. Maybe if the wisdom was still there. Not sure.
Yopaj.
Collapse. They have to run from him. They have like 3 heroes around it. They're like, get away.
Yeah, Doom's going to be back up in 5 seconds on Collapse. Oh, Yopaj, careful. Doom,
Tendril.
it's there now. Can he find him? He's out with the TP. Yopaj, you'll live this time.
And now that he's got... So this is the other thing I've seen them do is now that when you have Shivas, that's when you switch the creep. You get the tendrils because the AoE becomes pretty massive and your team can benefit from having these aura if you are inside of the water as well too, which is pretty nice.
Yeah, it's a very
big
good spell
stun
to have. Yeah, having this at this point, as you say, with the buff ups of the AoEs, the Shard and the Shivas, and just the fact that it's on what, like a, yeah, it's a 20-second cooldown, 70 mana, seems pretty value.
20. 15-second cooldown.
15, well, okay, he didn't have the Xtreme when I looked. Now he's got the Xtreme, 15 seconds now.
Got him.
So even better, yeah, 15-second cooldown for this mini Ravage. Feels pretty good.
It's really good. Yeah, it's really, really good. And if you do fight in the river, which when you're at an advantage, you're not fighting that much in the river, but when you're, you know, fighting inside the jungle areas, you will be able to benefit from that damage bonus as well.
Tim's.
It's nice.
He's just burning. But look at him. He's just burning. He's just slowly, okay, the burn will come through. But he can stun him again. Oh, he didn't get, oh, no, he's still
He gets him anyway.
Oh, just bullying Tim's in the trees there, Collapse.
Bottom tower. Next target, OG. Are they even going to back up and defend? From where the looks of where they're positioned.
Oh, look
really.
who's found Yopaj again. Collapse.
God.
He has absolutely destroyed this puck.
Wait, not me. He didn't walk up. He didn't get a finger stack, though. Oh.
I mean, serves him right to not go in the harpoon build, honestly.
True.
Yep.
He was at 5 or 6 stacks at the 18-minute mark. Now he's still at the 6 stacks because he doesn't have the harpoon right on.
If you get 5 stacks before 20 minutes, then the team will understand if you buy Echo Saber. Trust me.
He's a sensible lad. Double jam also for him. He's got 2 eyes. Gonna go with Shadow Blade plus Glimmer. And this game is done and dusted. OG, can they mount one final defensive move when the puck respawns?
Oh, Collapse! Oh, he nearly found Toronto Tokyo. Oh. The map is not a safe place to go out right now for OG. No. If Collapse, because Collapse he will find you with this team.
Okay, Owen, let's see. They gotta coil him, swap it, get him under Bedlam, and then he probably still doesn't die, but they gotta do it.
But he's got Aegis.
But they gotta do it anyway to show it off. Because they haven't done the swap coil play yet.
No, we haven't. No, we haven't seen it all. That swap coil.
Or the coil terrorize play. Maybe once I saw that one, but
have we even seen a terrorize?
Maybe we haven't.
Maybe. I feel like I've not seen a terrorize.
I think we saw one bottom side, right?
Oh, okay.
Maybe. Nope, Spirit smoked up, looking to close it out. OG. It's coming.
Jump route. Onto Natsumi. Trying to take a tries for the call. Doesn't really get much. Collapse. He's in. The Rolling Thunder continues to lock down Natsumi. Not me. In with the control and the finger burst on towards him. The curse comes out, but they don't care at all. Collapse and Yotoro getting cursed. Doing no damage to one another. Sights there. Another stack for Yotoro, and they have had enough. GG's called. Spirit will take the game here against OG. Said at the start, it was sort of hard to see the direction they wanted to go with this draft, and in the way it played out, unfortunately for OG, it did go as anticipated, and Spirit having a pretty easy one again here, Fog. They look very, very good, and they hit every single time.
Yeah, I mean, you can, right, it's definitely like a draft thing, but also a pretty big play thing too. OG just all over the place trying to make these moves happen and just not really getting big connections. As we said, a lot of this game riding on Yopaj. It feels like he dies once and the game is completely over. And this Venge hero, it's designed, you have to kind of win your lane and snowball from there. They lost their lane.
They did a tough one, unfortunately, again for OG. And another win in the bag here for Team Spirit.
It is great news for Spirit and all the Spirit fans out there because they're putting themselves in a position where they're not really going to have to fight too hard to make it here in Copenhagen. It was looking so tough for them at the start of group stage, but again, the cohesion from their drafts and their playstyle, Quinn, it's really coming together at the tail and now the best of ones.
Yeah, it was a very solid game, top to bottom. I don't think anybody really messed up too much. It was a pretty clean game, a great draft. I think they've significantly outdrafted OG and then just kind of took it and walked it to the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, it's just complete cruise control for Spirit. Like, already just looking at the clips, look at the net worth, right? You see the Necrophos and the Panglit up top. Every clip we show you probably in this package will just be that trajectory of Spirit, just scaling, getting kills, doing what they want. Of course, ending the game 29 kills to 13. It's just like, I don't know, for me, it's like, if in the draft, Quinn and I are looking at these heroes from OG going, you're probably going to get punished, it's not looking too good, I feel like that's not where you want to be against a team like Spirit. You want to be kind of like even on the draft, showcase some early game advantages. Like, don't give them a freebie. And OG gave them a complete freebie in the draft.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I feel like teams that are on the lower end of the spectrum, like an OG or a Glyph, one of the things that frustrates me the most about them is that you're torching your own chances by picking stuff that no one else is picking. Like, you are clearly not as good as some of the other teams, yet you're still choosing to believe your own ideas instead of just saying, hey, there's a meta here, let's follow the meta and at least have a solid draft and get into the game and like learn how to play Dota first, and then we can deviate from the norm later. You pick this Winter Wyvern and you set your own draft on fire before anything even gets started, and it's unrecoverable from there. Like, why?
But that's the thing though, like BB have been utilizing Winter Wyvern in the same pick position as OG just demonstrated, but their drafts are more well-rounded. They have stronger lane setups. They've got, you know, a mid lane that can go toe for toe. Like, they're not losing lanes and hoping things can go well, right? So it's like OG are looking at the tournament, they're copying other teams in trying to install their own meta and just not playing very well. It's like, it is such a weird position for a team to be in.
I just feel like when you look at what Wyvern has been bad against, though, and it's not just in this tournament, but what feels like every time you get into a game of Dota, if you are playing Wyvern, is it feels bad to come up against a Doom. Spirit get to last pick it, right? If you think about it, a target gets doomed, you as a support, you have nothing to do to save them. Most of the time, people can't, right? But even on top of that, if he goes for an Ags, it still feels bad. There's not enough heal to go through the Scorched Earth of Doom when he gets a good start either. Like, there's this one hero that feels as a support, you've completely crumbled. You can't aid anyone in your team at all.
Yeah, it's bad. I think it's honestly an irredeemable pick. Maybe a much better team can make it look fine because they can make up for the issues elsewhere, like you said, through laning or something like this. But yeah, I think it's just a silly way to keep losing games by just screwing yourself a draft and just having difficult ways to play the game. I think it is one of the I don't know, the classic issues with C teams is they are just not very good at drafting.
I have nothing else to say. Like, I'm literally looking at a draft there for Spirit just look better, and the more we talk, it just more will look towards OG just getting some flame. And I think they've got to the point where they know that they're not very good right now, and I don't think they need us to keep reminding them because they're probably talking about it right now. It's like, what have they? I don't know. It's just, yeah, let's just ignore OG.
Visual representation of all the OG fans out there right now listening to you. Anyway, we're gonna
direct it to, don't direct it to the team. No.
Instead, I want to remind everyone that there is a B stream happening, and there was a little bit of fun, something more enjoyable that we're going to look at that happened over there in their best of one.
No, it doesn't have. Oh, they're going through the twin gate. Come on! Oh my God! He did it!
Oh my God! I would say that was the general reaction of us in the green room as well.
That is true. Absolute cinema. I mean, that, like, with techies in the game, but a Rubik in the game to steal it. The thing is, though, Puck went through the twin gate first, and BZM, he had 0.3 seconds to tell his team not to follow him. So BZM let his team die by not, in that 0.3 seconds, quickly going, cancel GTP, you know? Obviously, there's no way that's going to happen.
as well.
He could have done anything, but no, that's such a good moment.
Yeah, and I feel like there's something extra special to show that as well. Something we've been working on, the heat map here to look towards what has been happening over there as well.
Okay, so they're grouping up, they're walking together, and naturally in Dota, right, you want to play on the sides of the map. You want to, of course, walk to the twin gate.
Walk straight from mid all the way down.
And the heat map just disappears. Look, it's still continuing, but where are they? They're back in the fountain. There they are.
That was good. That was good. Because the thing is, it wasn't like Glyph is the team with techies. That was a Rubik.
Yep, exactly.
Stealing from techies, placing these mines everywhere. So you're like, surely this isn't going to happen to us. We're the techies team.
Oh, that's amazing. Hopefully Glyph can win that game, because I think as we're walking out here, Tundra did have like a 9,000 gold lead. So for the sake of Glyph and that clip, also beating Tundra would be the icing on the cake, but it kind of, the game slipped away from them a little bit after the hype of that. I mean, to be fair, how can you keep your team comms in check when you just like get a triple kill on a techie's mine? Like, there's no way.
Yeah, we're getting the replay of it.
I mean, I need to watch it again.
The thing is, normally the mines go off sort of one at a time. It's been a while since I've seen them all go off at, like, they just disappeared. You don't see that. Since the days of, like, old techies mines.
I miss it, honestly.
Well, at least BZM lived.
No, don't say that. Don't say that.
I do. Again, old techies, if you were losing to it, it was a skill check, all right? The hero wasn't broken. You were just bad on that sentry game, on that vision game,
He wasted everyone's time. Also, the problem with scripting was an unfixable issue.
Well, we're trying
That's a whole
not to
new
look
debate.
at
That's a
that.
good point.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a different
come
thing.
on.
That's a
Let's gloss over
different
that one. Yeah, come on.
A lot of fun happening over there. We're going to continue our fun as well, looking at our next best of one. Hopefully the results are going to be a little bit more inspiring, mostly for Xtreme Gaming. They're coming up against Aurora, and they really need this win. There is that silver lining for you, that Spirit having beat OG there. You know that there is still that chance for you to claw yourself out of elimination, that you're going to take yourself out of that zone, but it's against Aurora. Yeah, they're not doing too hot in the group stage, but they are a formidable opponent.
Yeah, I think XG, they have chances here. Aurora is like, what, middle of the pack, something like this? So it's not like they're going up against one of the Giga Dogs. I think Aurora they're doing okay right now. And XG have looked maybe, I mean, they look kind of bad in the LGD game, but I think they're also put significantly out of their comfort zone. Somehow I have some deep within me, I have faith that they'll do okay in this game.
Aurora 5-5, so they're sitting right there, similar area as Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, if anything, Aurora knows they're not going to be top 2, and they're kind of just accepting that the last chance qualifier will be their friend in being able to get to Copenhagen. So it's kind of like, lock in your strats, make sure what you're doing is correct, prepare yourselves for the brutality of best of 3s to be able to get here. And then for XG, of course, as you've already mentioned, every win is so important, and hopefully they have that fire inside of them to try and drag themselves up the leaderboard and away from the bottom 2.
I mean, it's literally the last best of one these two teams will play in their group stage. Like, that's how important it is for the side of Glyph. They still have another best of one for themselves to play, so if Xtreme Gaming lose here, they could force themselves to be in that potential tiebreaker. Same for the side of Tundra, they're going to be playing later against LGD, so it is right now for Xtreme Gaming what could be the end of the road. You need to put everything out there, and if we're looking towards that, what are some good building blocks, Quinn, that they need to utilize to get that advantage?
I think a well-rounded, nice lineup that scales well. I think they're not going to suddenly become the best fast-paced team and take the game to Aurora, and so I think you just want better scaling. Aurora is not a particularly fast team. Ban the puck, consider banning the tiny, take Aurora slightly out of their comfort zone, and just pick good scaling. Like, you can look at, I don't know, pick Drow for all I care. It doesn't bother me, you know. Just have something nice and solid. Aurora's not the kind of team that's going to try to ultra cheese you in lanes. They're going to pick their stuff. You pick your stuff and just actually play a decent game.
I mean, it's also nothing to say versus Makoto, right? I think Makoto has shown why he's such a dominant mid laner, right? Helping Aurora get close to trophies, but not quite there yet. Compare that to nothing to say. Like, he just randomly played a sniper game earlier today. Like, he's kind of being pushed into heroes that he doesn't really want to play, at least from our perspective. So, like, if nothing to say isn't on a comfort hero, this could just become a one-sided game of Makoto showing up on a puck or a storm, and it's like, wow, he's amazing, you know? So, I think nothing to say. They need to protect him a little bit in the draft, so he isn't just kind of just skill checked in the mid lane.
Okay, so it's protecting nothing to say in the draft, protecting Arme in the game?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Control the armor, control the game.
Okay, I like it. It feels a little bit more straightforward there. And of course, Aurora wouldn't be putting themselves in a better position. And so often we've described them as quite a scripted team when it comes to that draft. Has anything really changed since then, T, since you've given them that sort of crown?
Yeah. I mean, they just picked PL to counter a Drow, so the script kind of got partially ripped a little bit, especially for Nightfall, because he's the type of carry player that has like 3 carries in a tournament, maybe 4, and he is like the best on them. But yeah, at least in the game earlier, they have shown they can kind of deviate slightly. And I think maybe when they break more into the best of 3s, we will see that deviation more. But in the best of 1s, you don't need to be that creative. We're just mentioning for OG, their creativity is their downfall. For a team like Aurora, the reason why they're not in elimination is because they've been able to kind of claw out some stable wins because of that stability.
Yeah, it's a funny one. We've seen some teams just give them all their stuff and then just beat their stuff, and other teams are trying frantically to ban all the stuff and put them out. And I don't know which is the correct approach. I think both can work. It kind of just depends on the style of team you are. If you want to beat the good stuff or just not play against the good stuff.
Well, we're about to find out those answers. What sort of team is Xtreme Gaming when it comes to a draft up against Aurora? Some bans coming out here. We got Lone Druid, Timbersaw taking off Drow and Beast as well there. So a few more bans to come this way. And like you said, Quinn, whether XG want to just let Aurora have the comfort and be comfortable in beating that, or if you're going to have to try and force them onto something that they're a little bit less strong on.
Yeah, these two bans will determine that. I think a lot of people ban Doom against Aurora. Others opt for the Tiny and Puck. Those are generally the three heroes that are in contention for these two spots.
And I would assume Doom would get banned out by XG because Aurora banning out the Drow, that was XG's response in the first phase against the first pick Doom. So kind of Aurora kind of tipping the hat to the respect of what XG have used, and there it is. They didn't, of course, ban out the Doom.
I wonder if Aurora is bored. Because they
bored?
Sorry, what?
Yeah, like because they just... I don't know, how many Tiny games has Nightfall played this tournament so far?
Oh, too many. I know, I agree. I feel like they very much are like surely their team comes after a game. It's not like, wow, this new hero really changed the shape. It's like, oh, actually at minute 14, you are not that efficient on the Tiny. You've played 200 times. I can see the boredom.
I feel like they're like the Dota team equivalent of beating your head against a brick wall. It's just, I don't know, it's just Tiny Puck, Tiny Puck, Tiny Puck, Tiny Puck.
Do you think they've taken the crown away from Falcons? Because of course, like Falcons, and before Falcons, there was Tundra, right? The previous iterations.
They might be the crown wearers, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's pretty impressive.
I'm going to tell you, they have played 6 Tiny games out of their 10.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Arc, Wind Ranger, Gyro, and PL are the other.
See, the PL again, it's like that's the one outlier. That's the hope for the viewership that there are new things to. Oh wait, yeah, okay.
The bowler.
Strike. See, I'm with you.
I like that.
No, yeah, we can work on it. You know the little scuffed bowling animations?
Yeah.
We can get those too. You know, like.
We knew one with like blast logos flying everywhere.
Yeah, there's. Oh. I'm sure production can work on that. There we go.
Tiny as a response is. Fine. I don't think it's incredible against Clockwork per se. You're a very big target, easy to hit with the cogs. But Tiny's also just a solid hero and fine to pick this early. I don't have a huge amount of issue, but it's not like a direct response to Clockwork. I wouldn't say it's good against it.
But we have, like, with Tiny, we are seeing this like crossroads in the hero of it's not just dominating game from the first pick. Teams can still fall down trap. I think LGD showed a really nice use case of like picking up the Blink Dagger, going more aggressive, like utilizing Harpoon, Blink, like this type of build on the hero. So I'd like to see Armade potentially consider that, especially if down the line you've got like Tinkers and more specialty, nothing to say heroes getting picked to enable his comfort.
I would love to see an NTS Tinker, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Can Aurora pick up a bunch of stuff that's bad versus Tinker and then don't ban it?
Yeah, that'd be wonderful. I mean, they've already set the foundation of anti-Tinker with a Clockwork.
Yeah.
But if they forget about Tinker, if they think Clock can do it all, there is still hope.
I've only played like once against the new Tinker with the weird robots. They're so strange. It's very, you need to like learn how to lane against them because he drops it on you and it's very weird.
But also the talent, which increases the damage, you need to respect the high ground, where it's like if there's 2 or 3 robots already down, you walk up, you take a tower hit, like 6 robots and a stun. It's kind of annoying. Like it's, I think people scoff at it because they look at the numbers and go, this is nothing, but there are some times that it can thwart the aggression.
You can also do stuff like push yourself over cliffs, and there's like some cheeky movement with it. You can push other people into you or like trap. There's some weird stuff.
At least it's not defense matrix. That stuff was like super low skill. Like that was just boring. Like you put it on yourself, pop, blink back, and congrats, the Tinker's alive. So I'm happy that got removed.
So far, I don't think any of this is too out of the ordinary. Phoenix, I'm surprised more people haven't been picking Phoenix against Clock. I feel like it's a very solid counter pick. Because it just makes it hard for him to be the bowler. Axe is also just a hero we've been seeing a lot and has looked relatively solid, especially when you see your lane, you're not getting Necrophosed or some nasty counter pick. The hero just tends to do pretty well.
Is there ever a world that like FY will just... I know Tiny support is really weak because of like the loss of crash landing and the damage that Toss does, but is there ever a world you think that actually has that in them to be able to like draft like this?
I just don't know if Ame is a Necrophos player. I don't know if he's got that dog in him.
You can hit creep, you can buy Radiance, you can farm a lot. I mean, I'm sure Ame can bark a bit.
It just doesn't feel like him. I feel like he's more of a meow guy.
I mean, yeah, no, I can see that.
Yeah, it's just a vibe. You picking up what I'm putting down?
I mean, this is the battle of two kitty cats then, because we've already said that Nightfall. Nat wanted to call him a kitty in an interview, right? And then we have Ame as well, so...
I did say if I ever interviewed him, I would call him Kitty Nightfall.
There it is.
I mean, Ame is like famed like headset cat ears wearer, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's like...
Do you guys remember the last time we spoke about Hoodwink, just how bad its win rate was?
Like 22% probably now?
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think it's gotten any better. 7 wins, 18 losses.
7 wins?
18 losses.
Good grief.
That's pretty rough.
Yeah, that's
28%, so it has actually gotten better. Last time we saw it was, what,
26.
23? 26.
It was 26, I assumed it went down, but it's actually gone up, so that's impressive.
Yeah, it probably got like one more win.
Yeah, at least, yeah, true. For Axe and Hoodwink, though, it is a strong lane partnership, of course, with Battle Hunger, Acorn, and Bushwhack. There's a lot of just poke and nuisance. When Phoenix wants to kind of step up and utilize Fire Spirits, losing your own HP, it can be a little dicey, so I understand why Aurora has gone for it. But XG, looking at the lockdown Aurora has, it makes sense why they've gone for a Storm Spirit pick. They haven't really protected him in the draft. Like, it's not as if they've seen mid-hero pick mid-hero, but because of the first 3 heroes, it makes sense. Like, it is a very strong Storm Spirit game in the lack of lockdown.
Yeah, the annoying part about picking Storm blind is you're always just walking into Ember. The enemy team, brain off, just sees Storm picks Ember. It's hyper common response, and it's already a pretty good Ember game, so Makoto will gladly snatch it up, I imagine. It's a playable matchup, but it does mean that Storm needs to play a lot slower because you can't full commit into fights because you get chained and die if you overcommit. So yeah, there it is. It means that Storm's gameplay changes to where I think Xtreme wants to play a more static game. You need to protect your stacks, get your Coddle and Phoenix levels, and then at a certain point, the Ember counter versus Storm is not near as impactful once you have a Dispel or once your team has more items. Even if your team just has Glimmer, you can tank through the chains. But there's an interim period there where Coddle is a very slow support hero. Ember is running at you and you cannot kill him, but he will not die in this early game. So there's a storm to be weathered.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, if they are to overcome that, both teams have the same amount of pick-off potential through Tiny, Blink, or Silver Edge from Storm and how he plays. And then it's like Axe, Hoodwink, Clock, and Ember. So between XG and Aurora, both lineups will be looking for kind of the same mid-game plan. Kind of shove waves, look for that pick-off on the hero by themselves on the side lane. It feels a little easier for Aurora based on the heroes that they have. There's something like missing in XG's lineup right now. Like, the fact that you have Coddle, Phoenix double support, like the movements that they can bring on the map, like you said, it feels more towards like the jungle. You're making stacks, you're being efficient. Like, I'm not seeing these supports like run to mid lane, crush the mid lane, and then make explosive moves. It feels very like jungle efficiency right now for XG.
Yeah, you're most likely either looking at pressuring whatever hero Nightfall picks here, as XG will have last pick offlane. So I do kind of like this because I feel like XXS has been their best player this tournament by far. So giving him last pick, giving him lane counter pick, I like enabling the guy who's kind of having a hot streak.
I mean, it easily could become like a Dawnbreaker or an Underlord style offlaner for XG, where you know your Storm and Tiny will go seek a fight, and then XSS can just play the other side of the map, chill, hit creeps. It's not as if your supports and team want to make moves anyway, so why not just hit your lane creeps, hit your jungle creeps, and just chill. Like, I don't want to see XSS on a hero where he's like hoping for things to happen in the game when no one wants to make moves. Like, he needs to kind of accept the fact this is kind of a farm game for XG.
What does Night Goat want? Night Cat.
Kitty Nightfall.
Kitty Nightfall. The Meowster.
Meowfall.
Nature's Prophet.
I mean, it's now Dawn or Underlord has much higher value as well. I mean, Aurora, they had a pick-off style lineup, right? We already mentioned that the first four heroes always will seek engagements. Nature's Prophet will happily join that. You just TP on top of the egg. You can go for some quick hits with your Mjolnir. It's fine. It's okay, but I feel like you're giving XG a nice like off-lane pick now.
Potentially, but I think Clock Furion is not there's no lane to snub your nose at. Not to mention there's a Coddle, which is a dog water laner. So I feel like Furion will have a fine laning phase. And I agree that I think there's a lot of heat coming. What is it?
Dawn.
Dawn. Okay, yeah. I could call him the Dawn, but I don't know. Like Dawn doesn't. Even if Dawn has 6 and she presses ulti, it's not like there's that much catch early on to make people stay in the ult. People can kind of kite back, and there's a lot of little small disables in Aurora. So I feel like there's a lot of tempo coming from Aurora, and also their scaling's not even bad. Like it's not like if they mess up early, they fall off. I don't think they do. I think they have really, they can own some dudes early game.
No, yeah, for sure. I think the main thing is just like, how does XG set up their supports in the early game? Are we going to be seeing Phoenix be able to leave the Tiny, take Twin Gate? Because a Dawn jumping onto a Prophet with a Phoenix swooping in as well, like that is kill threat on Nightfall. And then suddenly now you're dragging supports to the bot lane. You're opening up Nothing to Say to farm a bit more efficient because there's no pressure there. I feel like, yeah, for XG, it's mainly on the supports to try and find life in a game where their heroes are a little bit more static, which is, again, it's going to be quite hard to overcome. But if they find a solution, I can see some merit behind their lineup. But yeah, Aurora's, it just feels very, very simple. Find hero, TP in, get kill, reset, rinse, repeat.
Yeah, I feel it's a bit tricky. Like, the execution is much higher on Xtreme, I think. Also, FY doesn't really strike me as a player who is super amazing at the efficiency, dodge, like, don't interact with the enemy style until you get to a specific timing. I feel like it's nicer for XG whenever they can fight around mid and they can fight the runes, and it's simple. Like, it's just we're stronger and we fight. And that's not the case. They need to dodge and be careful and pick their fights very decisively, and I think that is not the way XG wants to play generally.
I reckon we just all in on Nothing to Say, and he just keeps running, and FY just keeps following him. And he just keeps refilling his mana.
Yep.
And that's it. That's how they win.
What happens if he keeps getting chained?
Nah.
Because he's going to buy the BKB like second item.
Just when you see him go to chain, just zip away.
Okay. Yeah.
Or FY is going to rush Lotus Orb and put it on the Storm. Guys, every problem you stated right now, there's solutions for XG.
Where's the,
just zip away.
The problem of 4,000 gold?
Just
dash
away.
Gold space 4,000
okay.
Enter.
Pick the Nature's Prophet facet that gives you the gold bags.
Yo, bring it back.
Bring it back.
Bring it back now,
that's
y'all.
how you do it. Well, we're gonna not bring it back. Instead, we're gonna take a step forward as we get into this best of one. It's the last one in the group stage for Aurora and Xtreme Gaming.
Let's have a look here. One of those games, Fogged, where both teams, right, XG and Aurora, the global potential is pretty fantastic. Yeah, you know, XG, they're going to have this Storm and Dawn going wherever they want. And obviously on Aurora, you have the Prophet, the Ember, the hookshot as well from the Clock. They can engage from an absolute mile off. Everybody's going to be everywhere.
Yeah, should be some fun. We'll see how XG ends up playing, because I don't know why the game from this morning kind of left a sour taste in my mouth where, I don't know, obviously the Hydra Breath, we were kind of memeing out. It's like maybe there's something there. It's like it's not good as a first item ever, but it was the rest of their play that kind of bothered me overall. So hopefully they can play better in this game. Their draft, it's a bit greedy, you can say, but if they do get to these points, it's a very strong tri-core, especially when they have these two supports. But these two supports are incredibly reliant on the tri-core. So we'll see how those three do end up playing as Aurora. They definitely know how to play versus these heroes, because it actually looks like an Aurora draft almost on the side of XG. The Tiny, you know, Nightfall carry playing Tiny, Kaori would be playing Phoenix. So I would say that Aurora has a very good idea of how to play versus this draft and how to take advantage of it.
Aurora, they'll be able to set up to get 3 bouncy runes to start this game off.
And I like the aggression that they can put on the side of Aurora in comparison. I do feel like there is quite a bit of farming that XG might fall into a trap of and could start to lose control of the map. But that being said, I think I kind of like XG's draft a slight bit more. Just because it's a little bit safer if they get to late game, you can see the power of it. It just, will they get there?
Yeah, it feels like there's sort of more room for error of their draft, whereas right with the Nightfall carry Nature's Prophet, if he doesn't kind of get that item ahead and stay ahead, it can sometimes fall off pretty heavily when you're playing position 1 Nature's Prophet if you're not dominating.
That being said, they may just, there's definitely potential for them to just get off and just snowball very quickly on the side of Aurora, and the XG draft is just too greedy to play. So we'll have to see as to how this ends up going down, because this top lane is the one I'm looking at least. Bottom, it does feel like Aurora also has an advantage there, but this top lane, most times when Dawn is played, it's able to kind of crush the lane, build a huge momentum because of it. Feels like quite a bit harder lane playing versus the NP and the Clockwork Harass.
Yeah, true. Super hard to really commit and close the gap with the Nature's Prophet when you've got this clock running around.
Yeah, if it was not a Clockwork and it's just the Dawn, or just the Nature's Prophet plus like some other more fragile ranged hero, sure, can get on top of him, but the clock is going to dissuade a lot of that aggression and should be able to protect Nightfall. Bottom, we were mentioning also, the Hoodwink plus the Axe. This is a super strong lane, and it's a 0 armor lane on the side of XG. Literally like 0 armor versus Blightstone.
That's true, yeah, these acorn shots are going to hurt.
Gets the bounce back as well. Doesn't get it between the two heroes, but this is just going to be a poking lane from Kaori. And gotta mention that as well too, right? It's Kaori playing with WS in the off lane as a Hoodwink, and Mira playing safe lane with the Clockwork. So a bit of an interesting little switch up we do have coming in.
Is that just because of the comfort for the heroes that they're playing, or?
Yeah, that's what I would imagine. Mira likes to play the melees, Kaori likes to play the range, and Kaori, usually a bit of a limited hero pool. So this maybe is down to that 3rd or 4th heroes that he does like to play.
And as we're hearing during the draft as well, I didn't realize this, but Hoodwink's hero as a hero has been having a pretty horrific win rate.
It is, which is surprising because this hero feels pretty broken, but I'm happy.
Super
yes,
popular.
Do not nerf Hoodwink. It's a bad hero. Yes, the stats don't lie. This hero's busted, I gotta be honest. I don't know how that's happening, maybe because it's getting picked so early, but...
Is that what it is? I feel like previous tournament, right, the win rate was not this bad.
No. And maybe it could just be, it's like the most popular, one of the most popular 4 positions, so every support is playing it, and sometimes it can just have bad games. It happens. But the hero is definitely still good in his own. Top. FY, doing a good job of clearing these treants. He's actually gotten he has 8 last hits. A lot of these are those trees. Same thing for the Dawnbreaker. But they are getting bullied. You're seeing the harassment that's coming in from them on the NP plus that Clockwork. And Mira, happy to see it. Does skill Battery Assault at level 2. I don't know how many times I've been seeing them not go Battery Assault at 2 versus lanes that are just very good versus Battery Assault. So.
Oh yes, it's so nice against the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah. Ember's Coddle, you isolate him, he can just die, so. And there you go. Battery Assault immediately stops the combo. In top, almost gets brought down from a Q from Starbreaker.
In terms of the other lanes, the mid lane, we're starting to see Nothing to Say get a little bit of a last hit advantage against Makoto's Ember.
Skill-based matchup. I love this one because it's like a lot of players like the Ember matchup. I like the Storm in particular in the past too, so. But overall, the Ember absolutely has a lot of merits in this game because he can weather the Storm, tank it all, still get that farm. And overall, Flame Guard in this game is going to be very effective. WS will be all right.
Yeah, Corey did make the walk over to the mid. But not quite able to set anything up at the moment during daytime onto the Storm.
WS did TP to his tower. Just in theory, it sounds nice, but now he potentially could have just gone back to base and already been almost back here. So perhaps some wasted time when he's going to be set really low and need some tangos passed over.
Now, Name has got 1 charges. If he sees an opportunity to set up with an avalanche.
Fire Spirits are back up in a second here.
Have to be careful. Gonna pop the 1, get the avalanche, and the dive forward. Tree comes in, WS.
Not enough.
It's gonna be fine. It has 1 charges, but still will be kept incredibly low here as the Axe.
I'll wait for a second here because X-Nova might just die. Kaori, he's got the right clicks. He should have him.
It's ready to TP and get involved. They take out X-Nova. I'm able to be safe.
Shocked that Nightfall actually came. He'll be able to just take the portal back top, so it's pretty much 0 wasted time. But that was a free kill for Kaori, and nice Acorn bounces on the Tiny as well, too. So something I want to point out, because when I watch some of the, like, I know Xnova is very good Phoenix player, don't get me wrong, but when I watch Kaori play it, he keeps himself so low HP so he can go for these kill plays. And on the X, perhaps if they did do that, they would have had the kill. Xnova was keeping himself full HP. So it doesn't use the Dying Light in any effectiveness. Little nitpicks. Nothing to say. To be a bit careful here.
Oh, he's going for the TP out. Oh my goodness, he makes it away.
Strength treads
coming from Aurora. Let's see if they can punish. XXS taking again heavy damage from these acorn shots. Super low here, the two of them, the rocket flare, not enough. XXS will be able to get the Lotus.
Nightfall can come. He can TP in 2 seconds if he wants to.
Oh, does he want to try?
No.
Ah, he's just going back to the lane.
Fire Spirits can be annoying there first. The clockwork can't hit his own cogs. Can't actually bonk them at all there, but that slowed attack speed.
What?
It's a lot of creeps up here.
If they can push in, Kaori will look for a bushwhack opportunity. Can they go for the 7-minute here, Aurora? They're a little low
bringing
mirror.
Mikoto. Should be able to. They're gonna have to bring more rotations. Dawn and Storm potentially have to bring nothing to say, I'd imagine.
Successful TP in.
Here comes the Storm.
Mikoto's gonna try and head over, see if he can grab the Wisdom, but I think the say will go straight for him, and with the TP's force, they don't want to stick around and try and threaten it. They'll back off Aurora.
A fight of resources, essentially, right? The Mikoto goes over, but he has the Remnant already in the mid lane, so he just wastes the Storm's time to make sure that he has to go over there to get that Wisdom rune. So. Oh. That is interesting.
What do we got?
Nothing to say. He's queuing up. Am I checking again? Arcane Boots.
I mean, you know, yeah, well, not a fan of this, or what does this sort of say? I mean, he's going to go the Greaves, right?
I guess it's the Greaves build, right? Because he's playing versus Chains, and he's maybe potentially expecting an Orchid or something. I was trying to reason as to why he wants to do it this game, but I guess that is it. Okay.
Bottom lane.
Snova.
Gonna go for the dive in. Snova's gonna get run down here by WS and Nightfall. The Sprout comes out. Should be able to get him low enough. The Solar Guardian actually comes in. They want to try and fight back and see if they can get WS. They've killed off Kaori here with Ame. And WS...
Ame might be able to close him.
Yeah, I think he might get caught off here by the wraparound from Ame coming in. Close off the escape route. Oh no, he doesn't know where he's gone. Heads through the trees, and Ame will not get the chance to find him. Did still have Avalanche on cooldown, so would have been very hard to stop him anyway. And WS will manage to escape.
Rotations all over the place. Top FY might be the one who gets caught at the end of it all here. And he is.
Let the kill go to Nightfall. Here we go.
He'll get the last tap. Crazy aggression, crazy movements all over the place. WS ends up surviving. They get the bottom tower. Xnova lives. Solar Guardian gets forced. 2-1 at the moment. Aurora with a slight advantage out of these lanes. But XG, greed. See how much it's going to pay off. As you said, XXS is a bit shut down because of all this in this top lane. But yeah, it's a very greedy lineup, and it did not get smashed in the lanes just yet.
Well, nothing to say, should hit pretty decent timing on the Greaves. Top net worth right now is the Storm.
I guess it really is just the chains that are going to bother him that much. I was wondering if this is enough to buy Greaves, but I guess he feels like it is.
Because what's your concern? Like that it's a bit too defensive?
You just gotta, you won't be able to kill targets very effectively because it does reduce your kill threat a lot on the hero. I don't know. I guess he's just looking up to be that more defensive thing, and they do have a lot of healing when they have it, right? Maybe that's what he's thinking, is they have Coddle plus Dawn plus the Greaves, that they'll be very strong versus the aggressive kind of. We'll see if it pays off. There's nothing to say.
The Sage's caught by the root. They get the bushwhack into the searing chains. They can't save him. Ame will swing across with the avalanche on both of them. Mikoto jumps away from the Solar Guardian, but he'll tick out to the burn damage of Xnova. Ame with the toss forward. Look at Corey under the tower, but Corey gets off the acorn shot.
Xnova.
US
Dunk.
Walks up, gets the dunk. Can they do much about Arme, though? Arme's still full HP. WS will at least be able to grab the Arcane Rune. Another Avalanche thrown out from Arme. But nothing more to chase on with. So they'll get the Ember. But they do lose the two of them there. And as you can see, nothing to say at the moment. If he does get caught by any sort of stun, dies pretty quickly.
Yeah, so perhaps that is why. Just having the extra sustain as well, having the Dispel versus the chains. Okay, I can see it at least. I haven't seen many of them do it when they're not playing versus like global in potential. Like that kind of is the biggest indicator that I've seen for most of them to go Greaves. We'll see if it pays off. XXS, he's the one suffering the most, but I like that XG is matching the movements here. Even though they do lose a couple heroes here, Ame is getting involved early. Cogs will be juked. Nice little sidestepping from Ame. WS will not deviate. A game that he can clearly just go for the blade mail. Doesn't need to go Dominator type of route.
Making pretty good work on it.
Yep. Good scaling for him. Mira keeping tabs, just watching heroes on the side of XG at the moment. Egg is online for Xnova. Do they want to use this in an aggressive fashion? Because right now they're just being watched. All the vision from Aurora is just keeping tabs of them.
And in this sort of game, are either team after a sort of quicker game, or you know?
I would say Aurora in general, because this is a very strong scaling draft from XG.
Go for WS. Vortex holding him in place with the Solar Guardian coming crashing down. He'll get the call off, but the blast comes in from FY. It's enough burst to take the axe out.
The egg.
It was Arme, the egg. They can't finish it off. Supernova successful. The three of them dead on Aurora as Xtreme hold their jungle strong.
I don't know. It feels like Aurora, they want to try to go for these plays, get aggressive, but the bounce back XG is very strong. They're bringing the numbers in every single fight. And I don't know. I do like the way that their draft scales. Absolutely. The Tricorn can absolutely see how that one hits the margins. And FY is having a very good opening on this Coddle. And this Coddle is a big design for their draft to just ensure that Nothing to Say just continues to be pumped up. He's got the back done.
Very much was a big fan of the Coddle Storm. It does seem like this duo. I don't know, I feel like recently it's been getting through drafts more times than it would used to. You know, this used to be sort of like the top one. You'd see one of these heroes, you wouldn't let them have the other.
Coddle can just, I feel like Coddle fits in almost any draft right now. That's why probably, right? So it's like Storm if it's,
good,
yeah, you can just kind of put a Storm in there afterwards if they don't remember it. There are a lot of heroes that you do have to ban, a lot of the combos with Coddle, you know, the Pangos.
Sure. But this one's got to be the best one,
particular.
right? Or would you not say it's the best one right now in this meta?
Probably in this meta, but you know, you always do remember the times of the Ember as well too, right? The Pango plus the Embers, those used to be the best ones, so.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower
Went in with the smoke. I mean, they will want to play quite aggressive with this, because this is very much where the real strength does lie in these early moments where Storm can pretty much fight with this incredible amount of mana.
And when he goes for mech, right, you want to fight around the mech timing, but Nothing to Say. Just
he
dead.
dips in and gets called. He's dead. Mirrors him with a hook shot and the cogs onto Arme. Oh, that went horribly wrong. WS was absolutely ready for him, just waiting on the high ground. As Nothing to Say just zips in and gets immediately called.
Essentially, WS had a Blink Dagger there. Yeah, you've got mech, but you can't even get it off. You just die, and that's where the mech looks a lot worse, too. You don't have treads for the HP pool as well, too. That's a little unlucky for him, but a great positioning from Aurora. The two heroes that can kill him are literally right there.
Yeah, man. He won't be zipping in melee range to that axe again. Anytime soon, Nothing to Say.
And now Mikoto gets a power rune,
for him.
has the shield and the Spirit Vessel finished up here. They can turn this into a tower here. Aurora with 3k lead now.
Oh, Courier just
it was just sitting
ran
there.
down mid. No, it just got ran down mid.
Okay. Well, Nothing to Say did have a bit of a rough one on the sniper game in terms of positioning. This one, he is entering the game 0 and 2.
Dota. I see him. And still at the moment, a chains into a bushwhack can cause the death of the Storm.
Quite fragile at this point here. And like I was mentioning, the supports for the side of XG, these are completely reliant on the cores. So they can't really make any of their own individual moves. They have to just hug the Storm Spirit. That's why you're probably seeing Kaori just following Mikoto around with the shield rune. Mikoto is very threatening right now. Max chains are online.
Yeah, these two kill most heroes. And maybe the tanking one's the tiny little tougher, and especially if a Solar Guardian is coming out from XXS. But they have a very solid chance of at least forcing out that ultimate.
Aurora knows how to play versus this draft. I feel like this is great understanding from them because this is literally a draft that they like to play almost essentially across the board here. So just looking to play very aggressively, fight at every single timing. And the Axe already has Blink and Blade Mail now. After getting that kill on the Storm Spirit, he's been accelerated in an insane amount. Now there's threat all over the place. XG's got to be careful.
They're going to go smoke with WS. Mirror does have one on them.
Nightfall is just getting to sit back and hit creeps with a Mjolnir as the Nature's Prophet. This is the dream for him. No threat on him right now. No Storm Spirit coming to his lane, no Tiny coming to his lane, hunting him. He's just able to hit the neutrals while his team, they're the ones making the moves.
XG's trying to put some pressure onto the tier 1 top.
Trying to
being able to take it down, but still.
Oh! Uh-oh.
That's looking like a dead Phoenix.
Very dead. Now they can take the portal and they can potentially look for that fight. Ame is on the portal. They're looking for the fight.
Look at the setup combo onto Mikoto. It's not enough to kill Mikoto though. WS, he'll come through, gets the call up onto the team. Gets the call. Back onto FY. FY's gone. And XXS, he'll get dunked down by WS. Having a fantastic time now on the Axe.
Trying to set the trap, but they've trapped themselves.
Yeah, that was... I mean, they just don't have the damage really to do that sort of play. As we saw, they tried to drop everything onto Mikoto as he came through, but couldn't kill him. He's able to jump away with the Remnant. He's fine.
And now Aurora is getting that acceleration that they definitely wanted into this game. Nightfall being able to turn up, get some good moves. WS with the shortest, most successful blink. It's like a 2-inch blink to get the call on 2 heroes.
That was very nice placed.
Yeah, just playing really nice here in these first 15 minutes. Had a little bit of a slow entry, but now looking very good. The Axe and the Ember Spirit have hit the timings. Mage Slayer coming online soon. And XG, the Greaves are now out, but nothing to say. 0 and 2 here. He could just die before he gets Greaves off. Just a blink Blade Mail call.
He is pretty squishy. It's not easy for nothing to say against all these catches that they have.
And XXS can't quite get the slight chains.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Gonna say, jumps in, he's gonna get called. WS gets him with the call. The heal will be there with the Solar Guardian. They'll use the Solar Guardian and the Supernova to keep nothing to say. He's just fought. He's gonna get caught with a hook shot. He has to zip back. Mira's gonna tick down pretty low. They do manage to deal with the Axe and kill him off. Mira will get the cogs off. Trying to run. They won't manage to chase the clock.
Oh my goodness, that was terrifying.
Yeah, that was catching, nothing to say multiple times there, but the team keeps him alive, and they do manage to get a pretty big kill there, killing off the Axe and ensuring that nobody goes down on their side this time.
Fully defensive, using everything though, and it's on their side as well too. So can they turn this into a push potentially here? It's feel a little bit complicated for them to get these lanes out. Nightfall instantly just ports, shoves in the bottom wave as well too. At least they protect, nothing to say though. It looked like he was just gonna get burnt down immediately. Lots of heals coming in. So we just see the Holy Locket as well coming into play, I believe, to get that extra restoration. A fight that they needed to start getting going their way to slow down the progression from Aurora. This ward is still placed down, though. Ame is stepping forward here. They're setting this trap here. XG, they're bringing the numbers as well.
Ready. WS has got the call. If they got enough to save each other this time round. Hook shots in onto Ame. They're blocking him off from the rest of the team. They're trying to hit him with the Sunray, but the dunk comes in. WS takes Ame out. And Aurora ready to go potentially for more as X-Nova gets blasted by Kaori. Pushing them back underneath the tier 2. Mikoto ready to dive in with WS. jumping forward, getting the double.
Another one.
Call back up, catches XXS. Dunk comes in once again. Triple kill for WS. They might have got him last time, but this time he'll get that.
He gets the last laugh. That ward, they know all the cooldowns were used. They know the egg is still down. They can just play on pretty much 0 cooldowns on Aurora, right? That's the other thing that's really nice about their draft. They're not reliant on anybody having this cooldown. So as soon as those are used on XG, they can run at them. WS, something about these Axe players as well, too. Just feel like they're getting the dream call every single time. Gets the 3. Up to 7.5 armor now for him. XG have to try to slow things down, be able to fight around these cooldowns, but Aurora quickly take advantage of that. Roche and his Tormentor potentially on the menu soon to here. Mira will get the Wisdom. And they force a Solar Guardian.
He hook shots away. Nothing to say. He will get him with the Vortex, so they'll at least make him pay, but Mira don't mind. He was able to get the Wisdom and force quite a reaction.
It's a huge win for them. He forces the biggest ult on the map, and he still steals the Shrine, and they get a trade kill. And it forces everyone from the side of XG to react, again, all the way to the left side. XG's reacting with 5 heroes every single time. They're feeling the pressure.
Yeah, and just Nightfall is getting so much time and space.
Huge.
Now, both teams able to play the global sort of strat moving around, but obviously as a nature's prophet, he is the one out of all of them that can move around the easiest. And we're seeing it in his efficiency here. Nightfall. 15k net worth, and no signs of slowing down. 409, had a pretty flawless game.
And WS overall in a game where you're playing versus Tiny, and playing versus Sustain. So sometimes getting these Axe dunks in like the mid game can be kind of unsuccessful. He's having such a good game as well, because Tiny's a super high HP hero. It's hard to blink blade mail call him at times when you have Sustain behind. The fact that he's having this type of game is insane. 5, 2, and 7 on the Axe. Has the Blade Mail, has the Blink, has the BKB now for the upcoming fight. Aurora's just going to look for every fight now at this point.
Oh, yeah. Every time it smokes up, they'll be using it straight away.
They're getting pretty poor. The pressure is definitely adding up onto the side of XG. Xnova's trying to find some farm here, but they're looking for the bigger target.
Ame. We'll back over to the rest of his teammates.
Mira.
Gonna look for him.
This is very aggressive.
And we'll get Mira. Oh, so it's taking up a bit of work. WS has actually got the call on the Xnova.
He's alive?
And he's still alive. Finally falls, but it took so much. And they're looking at WS. They're looking at Nightfall. They can't kill either of these. And now XXS is in trouble.
And Ame.
As XXS goes down, Ame being focused by Makoto. Nothing to say, will come across to try and help, but he can't because WS has called him again. Traps the storm. Everyone dead on XG.
Aurora playing it beautifully and XG playing it honestly pretty disastrously. What are they going for this clockwork for anyway?
It took so long.
They have to use so many resources, and it's a 5-position clock that they're going for anyway. They're all over the place, Owen. The bad taste that I had in my mouth from the game that they had this morning, it's lingering into this game as well, too. Just very messy gameplay from XG, and Aurora now at this point just playing it clean.
They just don't have the farm right now to be able to make these moves. Can't even kill the position 5 quick enough. It's a tough time here for XG.
It's the way that they're going for the play too, right? It's like a dive forward that they don't even connect. A long zip to use half the mana of the storm as well. Even if you get the kill a bit quicker, it feels very like overused resources for a 5 position. You're kind of setting up the position for Aurora to just throw everything onto you there. Starting to look like smooth sailing. Nothing to say. Spotted by a ward as well here. TP's coming in.
Hook shot. They've got the setup.
He's
Reach
gone.
will not save him.
No. Power of clockwork. You just push him back. This got out of hand quick.
No.
Another setup.
WS. The setup onto him. The dust is at the ready. He's going to try and run, but the bushwhack's there. Dive forward from Xnova in an attempt to help, but he dies even quicker. You know, Xnova dives in, and he's pretty much dead before the dive comes to an end.
We might get the Ame. We might get the Ame. It's potential.
No.
I thought it might. I thought it might happen there.
He believes in that he's not giving up that easy.
Okay.
He's not giving up. He'll fight to the end, Ame.
They do have a good late game scaling draft, but it doesn't feel like they're going to even get to late game. And Aurora, the 5 position will get that shard.
He believes in the
one.
comeback. He believes in the comeback. It could happen.
I hope so.
Could happen.
This one feels extra brutal because some of the times when XG's having these type of tougher games, at least one of them is having a good time. Like XXS is having like this really solid standout one. This is just a tough one for him. He's being forced into fights that maybe he doesn't want to go into as well with the Solar Guardian. So it's hurting him a lot more in terms of his progression too. And I think overall when you build Greaves on Storm, it's like you need to win. The next, like, you need to win that, what, 14 to like 20 something minute mark, something like that. When you do get it, they've lost every fight since he's gotten it.
FY. Oh, he's looking for the dunk. Can he get the dunk? There we go, another dunk. Tough one. It's a tough one.
Aurora just, we've clearly seen, at least in the last tournament as well, too, coming into this one, they just look like a more well-designed team together. You're seeing the teamwork from them. XG's, it is just kind of all over.
Real question. Why does Xnova not eat his ironwood nut?
6 movement speed.
Does that actually stack, the movement speed?
Yeah.
You sure?
Look at his movement speed. He's at 351. He's be at 345 without it. That's plus 6.
Do
the math.
345. Oh, very cool. It does matter.
I eat it instantly.
Yeah.
Always. Because I do not like not.
You can actually, wait, can you farm infinite move speed with nuts?
I don't remember. I think so, but I don't know how much. I've only stacked up like 5. I mean, maybe. Dude, I eat them instantly. I hate having this item.
Then for the movement speed, there's probably no limit to how many you can stack for the movement speed, right?
Sure. Wait, whatever. I eat it right away because I like having like blood grenades in my item slots rather than a ironwood nut. I feel like 6 movement speed compared to a movement speed slowing item is just way worse.
Yeah. Yeah, for the slot efficiency, yeah.
Yeah, I'm all about the slot efficiency always. Double blood grenade always in my inventory, because I'm a weirdo.
They come with the smoke.
Success.
Aurora. Oh, careful. Oh, FY, nothing to say.
You can't run. You can't hide.
Nothing to say. Nothing to say might be able to hide.
Oh, and FY actually dies. That was kind of bad.
Does he try for a blind hook shot? No, it's already going to be a successful TP out. XXS.
Oh. Hiding.
He's hiding in the trees. I didn't see him.
They have no map presence now at this point. Actual 0 on the side of XG. Aurora is farming absolutely everything. Ame will be able to get the Shrine of Wisdom. Okay, slight map presence. They do have that at the least. But my goodness, this is rough. 17,000 lead with this Nature's Prophet, Nightfall. 7,000 ahead of anybody else. Go some fun item. Come on, Nightfall. He's going very standard. I mean, which is very appropriate, of course, too, when you're dumping on a game. But, you know, I want to see some fun.
I mean, what is fun? What was a fun item for Nature's Prophet?
It's not really a lot, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Mikoto down in the area, still looking for another potential kill. Nothing to say. They see him.
Oh, he's
immediately
ready.
has to zip.
He's ready. Won't get him this time. Might get him next time, but not this time.
High ground defense. Ame has to be so careful how he does these plays. He's trying to sneak around the map to get this extra farm, but there's wards all over the place.
Radiant are scanning.
And no deviation of like the norm as well too from Ame. I was thinking, you know, we did see Yuma have some success with like the blink. He's just going for the standard silver edge plays this game, and I mean, now at this point you have to do this, but yeah, maybe in the mid game they needed something like that to fight this Aurora aggression. But I don't know if any specific item would have fixed things because yeah, XG just pretty all over the place as Aurora. Looking smooth.
Feed the tree.
Well, they played really nicely this game.
Yeah, that mid game.
We've been seeing them from quite a few of them, and XG unfortunately struggling once more. Not had an easy time here at the last lap.
Yeah, the game for me this morning really, it kind of like drifts into this one a little for me, because that game they like had a great entry into the game. They actually could still like perhaps, and they just like lost the game in progression super fast, like lost full control of everything. So this one feels like they were even, and then they just lost everything again, super similar in a way.
Arme. Show himself now.
They stayed smoked, cleared the wave, or some of the wave. Satanic for Nightfall coming out very soon here. The Orchid comes out for nothing to say, but this is a very late one. See if they can connect anything with it here. They've been stuck in the base for a while. I feel like XXS has been at this tier 3 tower for 5 minutes.
Creep waves coming in. All 3 lanes.
I mean, Aurora's just playing the economy game. They're just getting so much more out of the map. Aegis is going to get reclaimed soon, but they are constricting everything here. There's literally no farm that's coming out for XG. It's Ame walking out and hitting 1 or 2 creeps, and that's just about it. They're going to smoke. Ame is spotted. Kaori will just disengage. I think this is the 3rd smoke I've seen back to back to back from the side of XG.
They haven't been going too great, these smokes, but they got to try them.
Yep. Aurora's just farming, though. Hitting the creeps.
Does mean there's a chance that they can catch someone alone.
Can they go for WS? He's got 3,000 HP. He's not going to get caught. The lane's an indicator of the positioning of everything here. It's a dead giveaway that they are smoked up. They know exactly where they are. The line is drawn. They see Ame.
Aurora.
Nightfall. TPing in.
He's going to
sees everything.
Play on a FY. Don't get caught by the avalanche toss. Oh my goodness, he's getting burst. Lolo try and run away, but he's dead.
Nightfall.
Ooh. Well, he died. See if they can do anything more with this XG. They'll now look over towards the Ember. Koda's got a fair bit of barrier. WS will come in with the call on the 2 of them. The toss is there, though. Nothing to say is still alive. WS's BKB starting to fall short, so he'll have to slide out of the fight. But Nightfall, he just TP'd in and died.
He didn't. I thought he would just BKB, but he just
hit the call. Yeah,
he didn't BKB. He just let them get the chain stun onto. I was a whoopsie by Nightfall.
That's a big
signs of life for XG. Absolutely. They're lucky they didn't lose more heroes there on the side of Aurora. And Nightfall just didn't click the BKB.
He got it off. He got just at the end right before he died.
Yeah, he was already dead, pretty much.
Full combo had been pretty much completely done. And Armin was the one to kill him, so a nice bit of money there going the way of Tiny.
Sometimes the greed from pros, right? You want to hold on to this BKB as long as possible, but not using it there.
Or maybe a little bonus.
XG.
On top of it, they're looking for Mira. Arme's closing up, but the Makoto's also around. Makoto might have to be careful and just let that work die. Another one for XG. It's
okay.
It's something. You know, it's absolutely something. They keep the game alive, where it was really building up to Aurora, giving XG no way back into the game. But just like that, they've gone and given them a bit of a chance, a little bit of a hope.
It was actually just potentially GG right after that fight, and they do get this hope of more time here because Nightfall just didn't click the BKB for that fight. Rejoining into things, they're going to look for the fight anyway in Aurora.
Oh, WS
quite a blunder from him. We've seen this, I swear, like a lot of these games we've seen stuff like this, like a big kill giveaway like this that just on paper shouldn't really happen. Just holds that BKB a little bit too long, too greedy. Now they have to wait for Roche on the side of Aurora potentially here, so for XG, get some time to farm the map. Careful, nothing to say.
He shows. They'll, okay, they're starting to swing away from him, so. Swinging back over, but I imagine he's going to immediately TP out of this area after clearing the wave.
Does he get hook shot?
Ooh, that was close. That was pretty close.
Had a lot of mana to work with if he does get hit from it, but would have been a nice little hit there from Mira. Hiccup from Aurora, but waiting for that Roche. 90 seconds. XG getting outside here. Ame now does have the damage items, to be honest with you, after that. He's got the Daedalus. So potential for Ame is there. Oh, he's about to have the Daedalus, about 150 gold or so. And Roche 1 minute. Aurora. Don't want to make another slip up with that.
They'll probably try and go for steal, right? If you're actually.
Oh, yeah. I don't think you can just let them set up for it. Don't want to give this Nature's Prophet an Aegis. The Daedalus is done, right, for Ame. So his damage is there. So it's just if he can connect on the targets is the question. There are BKB piercing lockdowns he has to worry about. But he can't delete someone at the start of things if he finds the angle. Not the axe, but maybe one of these supports. Lanes are getting shoved. WS with the illusion cutting top wave as well, shoving out mid. So Aurora does seem to be very aware, and with the rocket they do see XG. She's smoking up again. Ideal would be, obviously super ideal would be get on Nightfall. If they can find him before he's able to join the fight with this Tiny.
For Aurora, I can't imagine they'll be starting any fights with him TPing in first again.
No. I don't think Nightfall's
ever
going to do it
right?
again.
They don't need to do that, right?
No, he only did that because of how far ahead they were, right? Like, he could just TP in and just be like, hey, guys, they're here. But yeah, he just didn't click BKB. So we'll just wait for his Axers Ember to start the fights, ideally in the next situation. Roche, they can position for it. Butterfly is done. He is at some critical mass moments insanely fast on this Nature's Prophet. And now maybe with the, honestly with Butterfly, maybe now he can't actually TP in because they don't have that damage to burst him in the same way. Roar. Immediate smoke. Aurora.
This is a pretty good angle that actually he's going to get.
Aurora seems to know. Kaori will scout it. Walks up.
Oh, that's CW. Oh, he's gonna get the jump first. Gets the call onto the two of them, but the Solar Guardian's coming in. It will give the chance for the Supernova to come out. They're gonna try and focus the egg here with the right clicks of Nightfall, and they'll take it out. The Supernova's dealt with. Ame trying to fight against Nightfall, but Nightfall is too strong for Ame to deal with right now, as Ame will try and run, but the right clicks from Nightfall finish him off. This fight, it's gonna be back in the hands of Aurora. It takes a lot right now for XG to try and find these successful fights, but if it doesn't go perfect, Aurora will still come out on top most of the time here with Nightfall as farmed as he is.
And WS, he'll be the sacrifice for the team. He doesn't care if everything gets thrown on him. That's his job as this axe. Blinks in, they use everything on him. Ame literally does nothing in the fight. He's just walking around waiting for an opportunity, and the opportunity he takes is on this Nightfall, the Nature's Prophet that literally just kills him with auto attacks. It actually looked pretty awkward for Ame.
Into the base.
Slight hiccup, but that's all that really was.
Let's go down. Silence. Solar Guardian, they tried to use it aggressively, but Makoto was able to get out of the way of the Solar Guardian play between the two of them. Zip backwards here, nothing to say. Fueled up, more mana to play with. Gets in, kills off Mira. They're holding the defense. Managing to push Aurora back.
Don't get the Ember, though. Great Force Staff. That was Nightfall. Bailing his buddy out of that stun. Ends up saving his life. And they hold on to the Rax, too. Melee Rax does not get brought down. Immediately, though, Aurora TPing back into the fray. Can't just look for the fight again here around Nightfall. He is hitting so hard. Even the Tiny walks up and just dies. A 4,000 HP Tiny, that is.
I'm afraid to come out of the base, though. Whilst they know that Aurora hasn't got the full lineup alive.
Nothing to say commits for the full Bloodthorn before even going back for BKB, just wanting straight up aggression.
All right, I don't mind it, right? You're all in on if you get a
Yes.
stun on someone from someone else, you put the Bloodthorn down onto them. You've got a solid chance of killing them. I mean, because this game, right, there's no lotuses or anything for one another to remove the Bloodthorn if whoever's been gone upon is stunned as well.
But they're BKB'd. I don't know. I don't like this.
Sure, I mean, if they get the BKB off, they get the BKB off. But you know what I mean? If they get the jump stun, lock them down, Bloodthorn on them, they will pop most of the targets.
I mean, I really don't like this pickup, but it's fine. I don't know what else you could really do, because this game, obviously, like, you want to get to this Aghanims portion and all that, but maybe he felt like he needed some type of item in between. Nightfall starts the siege. Blink purchased up from Ame now here as a 4th item.
See, I mean, yeah, jumping Nightfall so hard whilst he has the Sages. I'm having to watch him take the barracks.
Might have to just throw lives to stop him, but whose life do you throw away?
It's gone.
2 Rexes. In fact, the mid one also died to catapults. Toward bottom. They didn't even have to use anything for those Rexes. Can just set up for the push bottom as well, too, with this Aegis.
Where to next? Aurora. How much more can they get with this last couple of minutes of Aegis? Can they
Catapults are still coming in. They might just jump here. Catapults are gone.
What?
But they're in.
They're looking at Ame. Makoto, he's going to commit him with the BKBs. Off to the side, though. That's the Vortex first onto Nightfall. Solar Guardian coming in to keep Ame safe. They're trying to force something out of Nightfall, but Nightfall stands his ground.
Oh my god,
down
XXS.
super low. He will live, but only just. XXS able to get back to the fountain.
They can't break through anything. Aurora still has BKB.
And he's going to try again. The call. Not really going to catch on to nothing to say. Able to dodge it this time, and with the Sunray, they're burning Nightfall out the once. That's the Aegis gone, and they kill off Mira. So if they can set up for round 2, Aurora, they want to go in aggressively, teleporting forward. Makoto got the barrier on it. He's going to get silenced, caught by the Vortex. Nightfall is going to BKB TP out. Doesn't want to be part of the fight anymore. Makoto, he's going to be covered by WS. Comes in with a call on and nothing to say. Don't comes in. Nothing to say. Taken out for 90. Has got buyback available.
Every call seems to hit onto a primary target there. Nightfall does have the BKB and TP out, as he tends to, but doesn't matter. The heavy lifting is being done from XXS and Makoto to bring these targets down.
See how much they want to push it now. They don't have the Aegis, but Storm's dead for 70. Could try and get that buyback out of him.
They can kill, I mean, anyone they catch in this call could potentially just insta-die. Out of Remnants, actually, on Makoto. Looking for a support. FY.
Oh,
he shows for the... that's aggressive. But
and at the same time, they also get the hookshot connection onto Xnova. He'll try and dive away, but the cogs interrupt the dive. Dunks there. Both supports gone.
Super far forward on FY. On a coddle. Literally at the ramp. That was very aggressive posturing. Gets punished. He's in.
He's going to try and make the play happen here with the Avalanche. Solar Guardian comes in. They've killed off Mira. They'll get the Vortex, but at the same time, the call's there. Starbreak for XXS. Nothing to say. He gets dunked. WS again has his number. Dunks down XXS as well. They're diving in. FY trying to run here with the Glimmer Cape, but Makoto's on top of him. The chains hold him outside of the fountain. The 4 of them dead. Only Ame left as he gets surrounded. Killed off as well. GG is called. Aurora will take the game against Xtreme. Despite, Xtreme's best efforts to try and hold this one off, but they could never recover from this incredible lead that Aurora built up against them.
Just a total outclass, really. Aurora showcasing that they're just the better team in all fronts here. They do give, a couple little hiccups here, maybe 1 or 2 there, especially from Nightfall on that bottom side, but besides that, very well executed game, and XG is looking very disconnected.
Yeah, tough day for XG again here today, and yeah, Aurora, incredible stuff, and yeah, WS's axes. He pretty much found nothing to say every single time. This Storm could not catch a break. Axe would always get the call. Aurora, they take the win.
Nothing to say, definitely tried his best there. Felt like there were glimmers of hope for the side of Xtreme Gaming. Their high ground defense, it was holding on for a while. I thought, Quinn, genuinely that there was going to be a bit more of a pushback, but in classic Aurora fashion, they just waited out a bit and then they go, we'll try a second time and this time we'll succeed.
Yeah, Xtreme may have had a glimmer, but Aurora had a giant spotlight in their face. This is, I don't know, XG are just in tatters right now, and I think Aurora are maybe getting a little bit of their mojo back. They honestly deviate a little bit in draft. Now the first 4 heroes are the same, but Nature's Prophet is a little quirky, attuned to the situation, which I respect, and they played a solid game.
Yeah, I mean, it was just difficult for XG to play out this early game. Like with Coddle, the Phoenix supports that we were mentioning, it doesn't really play into the map. And Aurora, you can see from the highlights as we've been talking, they've been playing very easily through the map, taking the twin gate, going for multiple kills, WSS leading the charge. You know, Nightfall, we haven't seen him on the Prophet yet in the tournament, but it's a hero that he has played before, and in these type of lineups, it makes sense. It's very aggressive. He's happy to jump into fights. The ones that he dictates are good for him. Sure, there's like one time at a twin gate he doesn't press BKB and dies, but Aurora, they stabilize. They go, you know what, let's just reset, take a deep breath, and then they go again. So it kind of felt like Aurora's game the entire time. Even with the little blips of XG, it kind of just felt like Aurora just was the better team in this best of one.
Yeah, and that feels good for them because now we're entering the element of our group stage where all of the teams are playing their last best of one, right? For Xtreme Gaming, they really needed this to be able to put a bit more of a difference between them and the two teams that are going to get eliminated. But when I see a showing like this, Quinn, a part of me is like, well, they're not really showing a team that deserves a second chance.
Yeah, I mean, you get the result that you deserve, right? It's best of ones. You play all your games. There's no finagling or funny business. It's just you win a bunch of games, other people win a bunch of games, and then whoever wins more stays in, right? They have just not won very much because they've looked like this in a lot of their games. So there's no chicanery. It's standard business. Like, they're just not playing very well.
Can you give me the definition of chicanery?
Funny business.
I've got nothing to add.
Oh, okay. I thought you were. See, I thought you were building up to something else, and the chicanery just threw you off guard.
Combination of letters in my first language went straight over my head. Back to you now.
Let's have a look at our group standings then, because that feels like something we can break down a little bit easier. And I did mention that all of our teams are entering their last best of ones. With Xtreme Gaming now at 3 and 8, they're really hoping that both Glyph and Tundra get another loss for themselves, or potentially even OG, because then at least you're putting yourself in a position that Dr. Neustadel might be able to barrel you out. Wow, that was a tongue twister.
You did great. Unlike XG in the group stage, they finished all their games, right? Because 3 and 8 means 11. 11 means your group stage done. So now they are watching the rest of the broadcast in the hope. Like you mentioned, they need other teams to lose. No team in a competition wants to watch hoping another team loses. Like, you kind of want to just own your own position. You want to be the best. So yeah, for XG, good luck. Have fun. You just pretty much got to pray for the defeat of OG, Tundra, and Glyph to kind of drop into the same pit that you're in.
Yeah, I did misspeak slightly, because when you're looking at this, you might be looking at LGD right now. Their score only has 9 games. They're currently in their 10th game over on the B stream up against Yandex. If you guys wanted to keep watching a little bit of Dota action, that one is happening. And then they will be playing again for our final best of one against Tundra. So there is that one team that's a caveat to what I'm saying of everyone's entering their final best of ones. But ultimately, yeah, Aurora now finished. They know where they're sitting, and they can have a look at how the rest of the teams are going to level out the playing field.
Yeah, the Yandex was getting mollywopped by LGD in the series they were playing right now. This LGD team continues to surprise me. And also one last final shout out to Aurora before we move on. But I think this WS guy has improved like a crazy amount. We always talk about how there's very few offlaners in the field, and he is a tier 1 player now. And I think that's not easy to reach to, but he plays insanely solid every game. He never has some game where he just like totally griefs. He scales really well, which I think a problem that a lot of core players have in that tier 2 range, where sometimes they just have bad games. They don't get the proper amount of items and they fall off. He doesn't have that. He's clutching up. Boy is a beast, and a big part of the reason why that team has been doing so well.
I feel like we could say a similar story for a offlaner that's playing in our next best of one. Noticed, right? Coming into PARIVISION, we were talking about it only 12 months ago, T. Was he playing in these teams that weren't really getting any chance or at least any distance in qualifiers? Joins Yandex, does really well, now joins PARIVISION and has just won the most recent tournament.
No, yeah, he has very much been a kind of rock for the offlane. I think his playstyle kind of feels like a WS playstyle as well. Like, he's ready to go in, be that aggressive player. Of course, we've said this before, but for PVision to have an offlane like Noticed, you know the mid to late game is more secured. You know he has that clutch potential. DM in the past, he didn't have that clutch potential. He was more of an early game tempo, follow the script, win through him. So it's nothing but praise for Noticed, giving players like Satanic and No One, knowing they can lean on him for these kind of big pressure games that you get at tournaments.
And it's a different lens that we have to look at their opponent here, because Falcons coming into today felt like they were going to be a surefire top 2 team, but they lost their other 2 best of ones earlier. And I actually got to talk to Snake King to break down what was having some issues and what were the reasons over this day number 4 result.
I think we just didn't play very well individually in the 2 games we had today. Of course, I think they were tougher opponents. They're middle of the pack in the leaderboards and close to the top after beating us. So I think they just play very well, and while we just kind of fumbled the ball. Obviously, we wanted to win because I think we wanted to keep our top 2 spot. It's nice and cozy to be just straight into the quarterfinal. So that's something, of course, we were playing for.
I can't blame him at all. That definitely is a nice position to be in. But the opponents he's talking about is they opened that day against Liquid, and most recently they went up against BetBoom, who, yeah, he was right. With that win for BetBoom, put them at the top of the group standings, and it was just a draft tee that not a lot of us had a confidence in. Sorry.
Yeah, Falcons is just like they're trying to pick Pangolier. They were the Pangolier team. It just isn't the one anymore. I've just lost faith in Falcons Pangolier. Then there's the Falcons line. Also not a fan of it personally. I think they did do better on other heroes like Clock and Hoodwink. So I feel like coming into this draft, I just want to see them have more conviction and more kind of pressure.
Do you remember your take on this draft, Quinn?
Yeah, I didn't think it was very good. I didn't like the Viper. I didn't like the Pangolier trade.
Okay, I just wanted to, see if you knew, because I wanted to refresh everyone's memory at home about some of your takes on drafts.
I was correct about this game. Huh. That definitely risky. It's double range lane. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's affirming what I said.
It is.
Yeah.
I expected to be.
There's got to be something, right?
That was tricky because I knew what happened in my head, and now I'm getting played a video like I've been caught, but I wasn't caught. I was just. Yeah. So that
you just assumed the worst.
Well, you had a smile on your face like I was being booby trapped.
There might be more to come. Be careful, Quinn.
Oop.
No, that was it.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't like the draft very much. As a general rule of thumb, I don't like quadruples in a draft. So I don't like quadruple range or quadruple melee. I think you generally want a 3-2 split either way. So it can be 3 melee, 2 ranged, or 2 melee, 3 ranged. But I think the quadruples, I don't like them.
You lost your train of thought for a second there, didn't you? With the what was it, the 3-2?
It looked like I was throwing up gang signs. If that was offensive, I'm sorry.
I think there is probably a country out there in the world who's like, oh my God, Quinn.
I'm really sorry. No.
Well, look, we'll just refocus on this. Is a best of one. Falcons up against PARIVISION, and whilst we can talk about our thoughts, whilst I was with Snake, I also got to have some of his thoughts about this potential matchup. How are you refocusing and looking at taking on this best of one?
I think PARIVISION obviously is the champions from the previous tournament. They're a very formidable opponent. I think we're going to be kind of focusing just around our team fight in general, because I think we kind of team fight poorly today. And against PARIVISION, they're a very strong team fighting fundamentally. So we need to make sure we're on the same footing.
Now again, not to, I don't want to think I'm setting you up to be proven wrong. Do you agree with what Snake's saying there, Quinn?
That PARIVISION are a strong team fighting team?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Your
Again,
honor.
no tricks of the trade here.
You need a book me to put my hand on?
Yeah. Swear it. An oath.
I think they are good at team fighting.
Okay. What about Subteam?
What, PVision? Yeah, of course they're good at team fighting. They're pretty fucking good at team fighting. Falcons, though, they're not very good at team fighting today. They also weren't very good at drafting today. So, yeah, Falcons they look like the underdog in this game based on today.
Yeah, so far, PARIVISION for their series, they also lost against Liquid, so at least I guess that's some confidence for Falcons fans going into this, that both these teams have lost against Liquid today. The inverse of that, though, is Pari also... Sorry, they won against Liquid. They lost against Spirit.
Why do I feel this pressure, this entire panel? Like this is going to be like a big gotcha moment.
Like a piano coming
What
down.
is going on? I'm not
crushed.
doing anything.
No, but it's just the intensity of like the layering. They're talking about, you know, Quinn's clip. Then you ask me the same question based on Quinn's thing, and I'm like, yeah, of course, people. You know, it's like something's building up, and I
took an oath on an iPad.
You know, yeah. Any other tablet providers are available. Yeah, like it's very
Hashtag
scary.
not sponsored.
Not sponsored, by the way. But if
took an oath on a Surface.
We're going to have a look at our today's results because I'm getting myself a little bit confused with what's happening over on Xtreme and Bstream. And so I misspoke just then. I said that Pari also lost against Liquid. No, it was actually Spirit that they lost against. We did cover that one. They then went on to win against Liquid over on the Bstream. And so this is where we're now, you know, checking everyone's form in the final days of best of ones. How are you getting caught lacking a little bit? Are you falling asleep at the wheel? Because, you know, Spirit upward trajectory, Pari half and half, Falcons downward trajectory.
That's a lot of different lines, and I think going into this,
that's a lot.
I
we
feel
don't
like
count to 3 in this ecosystem.
I think PARIVISION are in a better spot heading into this. They have looked better today. Falcons honestly has looked quite shaky, and I think they have been figured out a little bit in draft. I don't know if it's just a play mishap thing. I feel like people have also started to adapt to them better, and PARIVISION to me is one of the best teams at adapting, at figuring teams out right now, at picking stuff specifically catered to deconstruct you. So I want to see if Falcons can retain.
All that matters is either team winning this single game can punch their ticket to Copenhagen. So it doesn't matter about trajectories, it's just win this game.
I mean, it's not just that, making it to the semifinals as well, right? You get to skip a lot of best of 3s for yourself, so a lot is on the line for a best of 1. Let's start our draft. I got to talk to Snake quite a lot, and whilst we only really played 2 parts of the interview, I did ask him a little bit about the draft that you then mentioned right towards the end, Quinn. And I also wanted how he felt about the draft, like how comfortable and confident they were. And he said that sometimes they are picking similar things, but there is an element of learning that comes with it. You learn a lot more in the losses. But now that this is your last best of 1, I'm hoping you're able to take a lot of those lessons and quickly adapt to.
Yeah, no, for sure. Coming into this draft, I am looking towards the clockworks, the aggression from Crit. I know I've been harping on it quite a lot, but I feel like that aggression from the 4 role gives Amar a bit more life in the lane, and then it kind of creates this domino effect elsewhere that, you know, Maureen feels happy because he gets to play with like the aggression, and, you know, then Snaking also feels like he complements other things, but it kind of all fundamentally goes down to the lanes of Falcons, and the lanes that we've been watching today just haven't really been successful. Like game 1, Lich Tiny against an Io Dawnbreaker. Io Dawn's going to complete free farm that one in Liquid. And then, of course, Falcons Centaur had like a 15-minute heart for BB in the other game. So there's a lot of little moving parts, but Falcons lanes just need to be just stronger in this game.
I do wonder if Falcons just maybe isn't a second pick team. That's what they've been on in the last 2 best of 1s for today, and it's felt like there's always been a struggle for them, whether it's opening and having a strong second phase, or if it's being gotten by that, not being able to get, an impactful last pick.
Unfortunately not. Out of the 7 wins that they've got,
dang it, it's just a today
6
thing?
is second pick, 1 is first pick. So unfortunately today, that is a problem.
Today thing.
My apologies.
No, that's why we have the stats.
I mean, they also didn't get Clockwork in either of those games, where I feel like they were getting Clockwork a lot on the 9 slot, and now they've gotten it again.
Yep.
Which surprises me a bit that PARIVISION bans the Tiny, which is obviously a solid hero, but it's been beaten plenty of times. The hero is clearly not impervious, whereas Clockwork, I feel like, is the only melee 4 that Falcons have, and they all also like clearly love it. So I feel like this may be a bit of a whoopsie letting them get the Clockwork.
But also, it's like, if you are going to first pick a Shadow Fiend, like, do you care about Tiny? I feel like the SF Tiny carry matchup is like, as long as you have good detection, you know where Tiny's coming from, SF will be perfectly fine. You eventually buy Satanic, you have like the big items to deal with what Tiny has. So yeah, it really feels like a weirder ban, but Again, we'll see if there's like some other kind of development in the draft to kind of go back to the tiny and go, that's why.
Yeah, I mean, it also in some ways forces you to ban Razor Viper and potentially even Razor. Yeah, they're gonna ban both because you've got the clock. You want the ranged hero set up with it, so now they get their Entra or their Chen also because the clockwork is through. A lot of these are ripple effects, and it's a conscious choice, I would imagine, by PARIVISION. You know they're gonna pick clockwork. It's not some big secret.
But it needs to be the Ench, in my opinion, out of the two. I know Chen's very good for Falcons, but just the continuous pressure Ench can provide, twin gate, map move. I want to see the fight of an Enchantress rather than like the utility and kind of the sustainability of what a Chen brings. But either honestly would be fine. It's not as if, I mean, Falcons will always make either work. Just I think I have a preference of clock being paired with Ench.
No, I think that is reasonable. Clock Chen in some ways is is like relatively passive game. I mean, Chen is just a passive hero. He wins his lane and then he just vibes.
Yep.
And Enchantress is much more foot on the pedal. Puck ban is, I guess it's a snap thing. They're banning Puck for snap. I think that's the best. I mean, Puck is quite good against snap because even though you lose the lane a little bit in the game, you're very good. And playing against Puck, who can't really die, is just a recipe for disaster. At some point, you're just going to lose the game.
Yeah, and this is the same draft order they went through against Yandex, where they had the clock on 9, they opened the next phase with a Snapfire, so it's not as if this is like new territory for them in regards to draft. But they just kind of, the heroes complement themselves, and for PVision, because you have the SS, you're looking for that strong laning support. Of course, they are a team that likes to play the Witch Doctor. I mean, this lane speaks for itself. Press Maledict into double raise, you're probably going to be dead or running back to base. Throw a Coconut into the mix, you might even be, dead to the right clicks as well. So it's very, very scary combination.
Who doesn't love a good cheeky Witch Doctor?
I fucking adore it.
It's interesting to me that nobody else has really picked up on Witch Doctor. I haven't seen a single other team play it. Compared to, like, I don't know, people are picking Omni Knight or Avenge Carry.
Omni, Asterix, Liquid, 1 game, pos 5, probably never again.
Spirit, 1 game offlane.
Glyph,
no, I thought you were
talking,
I thought you were only talking like pos 5s, like the quirk of 5s, my bad.
Nah, I meant more just like picking quirky heroes.
Yeah.
It's weird to me that no one else has picked it at all.
The thing with Witch Doctor is like, it doesn't have enough good stats that people go, I want to play it because it's just good. Like, you need your 5 player to want to play it. Like, it doesn't by patch notes convince everyone. Like, Warlock, no one wanted to play Warlock. But then people saw the numbers, saw the speed of play that it brought, and then everyone had to play it. Like, Witch Doctor, I think, is in the same territory as like Warlock from 2 years ago. They're like, it's pretty good for the lane and what the early game asked for. But
it's a connoisseur hero where it's like you have to be comfortable, you want to actively play it.
You can feed on this hero. Like,
relentlessly.
Like,
personal experience implied here.
Yeah, Witch Doctor is the hero that you suggest to...
His name is Slacks.
Goes to another school.
Works on a different broadcast.
Yeah, for a Witch Doctor based reason.
There's only one Witch Doctor spammer allowed.
per broadcast.
Per broadcast. I've taken that slot here.
Okay, so what's the Amar answer to Shadow Fiend? I would expect they pick offlane here and save carry for last, as they see the carry hero. It would be a little peculiar to leave offlane for last. Shadow Fiend responses, I mean, historically, it's stuff like Darkseer. Doubtful of that. The range guys are gone.
What?
They do? Okay.
Really? I mean, like...
Okay, but at least...
Ugh, really?
Okay, at least with the Mars, before you react and go, ugh, Mars, there is plenty of damage around it, right? Through the Snapfire and the Phoenix. Very classic combinations for the Mars. The problem with this type of lineup is cooldowns are a thing. When you don't have Mono and Kisses, when you don't have Arena, what does your draft do? It just kind of awkwardly shoves waves. That is one thing to note for Falcons, but they do have very good team fight. They do have very good ways to execute a hero, and I'm expecting Mars probably to look towards like a Yule's build. You can then catch the Storm. You can be a bit more of a threat. But yes, Mars, he has some problems right now in the patch. His laning presence and his ability to just do things is kind of locked into other heroes. He's not as strong as, patches before.
This is almost like an overcorrection. They went from not really having any team fight to being like, PARIVISION love to team fight. We should just really draft around team fight.
But he said they need to get better at it. A good way to easily get better at it is to pick team fights that aren't that hard to execute.
Yeah.
If every Falcons player presses R, they might win the fight.
Okay.
Yeah, it is a lot of R buttons. I just wonder if that actually does well enough. You're playing in Storm, a hero that's like pretty high tempo. You're going to lose your offlane 100% to Shadowfiend Witch Doctor. There's no question about that. So then you're going to need momentum through other places. Either you win mid and you're playing to kill the Storm, or Skitter's getting involved. But if you're losing your Mars lane and there's an offlane pick coming here that presumably is good against Falcons heroes, I don't know. This Mars hero has just looked bad every game we've seen it.
That is a valid reasoning and analysis too.
And now Skitter also, like, I don't know the stats, of course, from the top of my head, but like last pick Skitter for Falcons is just not a thing you see common. And I don't think the stats reflect, I would assume, not positively for them. You need to look towards the lane counters to an axe, of course, the auto ban of Necrophos, we know that. Then there's like maybe the Ursa, but we don't really see that hero too often nowadays.
Yeah, I also don't even know if it's that good against Axe. He's high damage, high armor, high regen. All these things are good against Ursa. You want to check the Dota buff page, actually, what the top % counters are to Axe? I'm genuinely curious.
I'll give it a little Google, mate.
Thank you. I do think that Axe is a little... Like, Falcons, I think, are extremely heavy in the teamfight category, whereas PARIVISION have, like, practically none. And that is... It's weird. It's not often you see that where one team has a buttload of teamfight and the other team has none.
Yeah. So, for your question about Axe, it's Lifestealer creates the biggest disadvantage for Axe.
Oh, there's the ban.
Yep.
It would have been good.
Yep. Then for other carries, it's Tiny. That's gone. Abaddon, a hero we don't see. OG Natsumi did showcase it the other day.
Did win with it.
Yep.
It did.
Lone Druid is banned. Then Razor's banned. DK is available.
It's an option.
Is an option. And then Necrophos is banned. I'm not even going to talk about Spectre.
There's Spectre on the list.
Yeah, and then there's an Ursa down there, but...
It's not that bad of a Spectre game.
I would love to see a Spectre.
They got some cooldown issues for sure. I also don't know if Spectre can lane against Axe, is the other question.
Oh, to be clear, I would love to see a Spectre. I've closed my eyes. I'm not looking at the draft anymore. I'm just talking to you, you know.
Just friend to friend.
You had a vision.
Yeah, I had a vision of wanting to see the Spectre.
Bro to pal.
Bro to pal. Thank you. That's
BDP.
It's nice to say bro to pal, not, you know, colleague to colleague, you know.
No, we homies.
Yeah, nice. Mom, I did it.
Again. I mean, this bird is good against the other bird. Because you stop him from squawking. It's a classic response to Phoenix. You got a long silence. Just makes sense it would be good against him. At the same time, they've sort of quintupled down even on no team fight. So it's very lanes focused, very skirmish oriented.
Yeah. I mean, that's where for Falcons, I think Skitter just needs to play the hero that can, like, just survive. Like, again, the problem is the lane is so strong because, like, the old schools, like the Wraith Kings, the Abaddons, like these heroes are amazing in this game for the combo break of this very single targeted initiating of P-Vision, right? The Storm, the Axe, the Sky, even the Witch Doctor, all their game plan is blow up the hero. And then SF after will go, thank you so much for killing that guy. I can now play the 5v4 fight. I'm pretty happy.
Now, when this guy came out, I was getting a little bit of like flashbacks that it looked incredibly familiar. Yeah, well, this lineup is almost identical to what Parry played against Spirit today. The only difference is that they have a Witch Doctor instead of a Treant Protector. That is the only change in their lineup there. And obviously what Falcons have drafted for themselves is very different to Spirit, but their last pick and overall last pick of this draft is now Venge.
They have gone for, like, I've listed some of the old school versions of that. I think in the current patch, Venge is rising in popularity due to the Aghanims playing against heroes like Doom and Big Burst that you can just, you know, oops, I've died, but now I'm my illusion. I can continue the fight using my right clicks. I don't mind it because that's the type of hero I wanted anyways. I am just really worried that Venge in lane, you kind of want to get through it because you're the, like, I am the carry of the lane, I will click you. I don't know if you can do that into an Skyroth Mage. So that alone might put Venge in a really awkward comeback position of farm. And I don't know if like Tread Specialist Array is quick enough to comeback farm against the Shadow Fiend.
And then even if you wanted to have your position 4 rotate through the Twin Gate, then you're leaving a Mars up against an SF Witch Doctor.
Yeah, you're going to get, like, Amar will be very upset the minute Crit leaves him.
Yeah.
But if Crit is leaving to get kills, maybe he would be okay with it. But if Crit's leaving and he's dying and they're not getting kills, there will be some despair across the team.
It's if you look at I think Falcons have considerably better draft integrity, meaning their heroes just sort of work better together. They have more cohesion. The spells make more sense. PARIVISION, it's not a very pretty draft. It looks quite goofy and clunky in a way that the heroes don't look like they mesh very well with each other, and they don't look that way because they don't. At the same time, they have much better lanes, and so it's a classic weather the storm game.
If this was a pub, I'd rather play Falcons draft because I know no matter what, the game's going to last 35-40 minutes, and my team fight and my general draft looks fun to play. I've got stuns, team fight, and everything. But if I know my enemy team has a tilter on the team. Of course, the lane's advantage of P-Vision, you just tilt that one guy, you know, the army, and then you're going to be in a good position. But yeah, for P-Vision, it is strong lanes. Showcase what you can do. Don't allow for, you know, the arenas and eggs and all this team fight to just overwhelm you, because that will eventually happen.
Justice for notices kitty cat. Bring him back.
Did he just... I wasn't looking. Did he
Yeah,
get...
the cat was on the desk and he picked him up and took him off, because there's only one thing that could possibly mean. It means that now that the draft is done, all of our players are ready and in a game, and we get to see who potentially could be topping the group stage after just this single best of one.
Sorry.
Hello, hello. We have quite the game on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. And then Cinderin, we have Falcons versus PARIVISION. Both teams tied for, it's a four-way tie at this moment for first, which they really just care about top two in particular. Yep. Tied at 7-3. This could mean the difference between, well, why don't you explain how this works, Cinderin, since you love to talk.
Right. So if you're top two, you start in the upper bracket semis, which means you're guaranteed top 6 for the entire tournament in June, that is. There will be a little bit of a break after this, after the matches tomorrow. If you're third and fourth, you start in the upper bracket quarters, which means you have to win another best of 3 to get to the same stage that the top 2 teams are. So it's effectively, if you get top 2 in the group, you skip a BO3. That's the simple way of looking at it, and that can be both that can be a big advantage. You get to see your opponent play first and prepare for them.
So BetBoom and Yandex are also 7-3, as we have to hold that thought, as we might have some okay. Skeeter taking some damage. We'll be fine. So BetBoom plays Glyph.
Yeah.
And Yandex plays LGD.
I think
who are right under them at 6-3. So they have
realistically speaking, BetBoom will win because there is a quality difference between these two teams in this tournament. There's no way about it. I feel like Glyph had a good start and then they leveled down over time. BetBoom have been looking really strong in general. They're 7-3 for a reason. So if BetBoom were to win that, they would be 8-3, and that means that only one of the remaining other 3 teams could be, assuming it depends on some head-to-heads and scores. I don't know those firsthand.
My thing not updated. It says LGD is 6-3.
Yeah, I think they might be a game behind.
Yeah, there's no way that's right.
Maybe their game with,
if they won or lost.
Yeah, I think their game with Tundra, or excuse me, their game with Yandex is just really long, I believe. It's ongoing right now, and it is currently Yandex favored. Okay. So if that were to play out in the most likely way currently, then Yandex would win and be 8-3. So that would likely mean at least a 3-way tie on 8-3, given that one of these 2 teams will be it after this game, and BetBoom probably wins their series. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. It's very close in the top. Not that often that we get ties for top 2.
That's true.
I would say. Pretty cool.
These teams have been owning it up. We had some interesting picks in this game, as Mars, aka Amar, will be first blooded by Ducalis. Panel kind of talked about this being a bit of a rough lane, and the fact that they were surprised that Mars was picked, even though, you know, Falcons are known for this hero. This hero just feels pretty bad apparently in this meta. Do you agree with that?
It's not my favorite right now, at least. It has its value and its moments, but knowing how this team functions, I think this is the team that I would like to see pick Mars the least, which might sound crazy if you know how good Amar is, but what makes him good on this hero, I think, is what is a lot weaker about it now. I think it's very hard to win your lane. And if you're picking into something like a Shadow Fiend, you know by default you're kind of just not only going to like lose slightly, you should lose quite heavily. You put a Witch Doctor in the mix to make the lane even more one-sided, and yeah, it's just not a good hero playing from behind, especially for this team. So I'm a little bit worried for him as well. And the extra bad news, if you will, you want to be really pessimistic about it, is that his carry is a Venge. So if your offlaner isn't offering much, then Venge is very tempo-based. That part of the game doesn't go well. What do you fall back on? Like, can you win this game late game? I don't know. Like, maybe Snapfire is strong enough? But
Skeeter getting chased with the battle hunger. Snake King looking for the kill. Puts himself in a horrible spot. He's just going to die, it looks like.
Oh, that's... He wasn't
Notice
close
takes
to
him
killing
out.
him either.
It was not.
He had another 2 attacks on the Phoenix, so...
Bit of a rough start here for Falcons.
Yeah, Mars...
I mean, I would argue the other... I mean, you're talking about how the late game is bad and what happens if Mars has a really bad lane. What does Venge do? Can't Venge just play a little bit more aggressive earlier than the normal Skeeter type hero?
She can, but my point is, like, you look at risk reward, right? You're forced to be successful. If you make early moves and they fail, you just get out farmed. Because Mars doesn't farm very fast when he loses his lane. Venge doesn't farm very fast in general. So yeah, I think there's a lot riding on the first 10 minutes for Falcons, and that's a concern that it's going like this so far. Snapfire is at this point beating out Storm slightly, but by a meaningful amount down bottom now. This is what you need to see. Rotation from Snake King.
Very nice.
Taking out Satanic. This kind of stuff is necessary. You need to bring a Mar into the game. He's still going to be trailing, but now it's manageable.
But that means that Skeeter is all alone in the top lane, just taking massive harassment against his husband, Skywrath Mage.
Yeah.
That's the lore. Wait, are they actually wife-husband? No. They just flirt a lot, right?
They're just birds.
Oh no, Skywrath is obsessed with Venge, and Venge is like lukewarm towards Skywrath is my impression.
Too cool for him?
Yeah, I mean, she's royalty. He's like the guard or something.
Some good things did happen in Crownfall. Don't want to spoil that, though, in case you guys are going to interact with that.
I mean, we're not getting another event, so you can go play that anytime to relive the glory days.
That's right.
There's Malrine being harassed. Gonna go for the cookie play, though. Has Scatterblast up in 1. 9 class can take some heavy damage. No one does come over, though. Malrine, he's getting baited into this, it looks like. No one's not level 6, but they should be able to chase him down. One more right click should do it, as 9 class gets the very valuable kill. So now, does that change how the mid lane looked? It was kind of even-ish. Now slightly in favor of no one.
There's effectively, when we talk about winning lane, it's not, from the way I think about it, it's not that you win the lane if you have more net worth and XP. You win the lane if you do better than the expected outcome. And this is a lane that I would say on average...
So you're saying both players can win mid with that logic? What kind of garbage
no,
is
because then the other guy does worse than expected if you do better, right? You can't both overperform the expectation. If the expectation is that the lane is 60-40, you can't both be 60-40, you know? That's not how it works.
Technically, with Malrine playing like a Sand King type where he doesn't even play the lane, it is possible.
I mean, yeah, then you can argue that there's no lane, so then nobody's winning because the lane doesn't exist.
Of course, you always have some excuse.
Bottom lane.
Yep, Satanic in a lot of trouble again. Completely out of mana, gets speared to a tree, dead. Amar. Again, much needed kill, but this is at the sacrifice of Skeeter. Level 4 on the Venge right now.
No, this has a totally free game. This lane is already over. Axe can do whatever he wants. Venge poses 0 threat. You almost have Dom. And this means that, yeah, these bottom rotations from Falcons have been good and have helped Mars, but there's nothing stopping 9 class from matching that aggression now. Axe could play this lane 1v2 now against Venge Phoenix and still get farm. He can just take a creep with Dom and cut waves. So, it's a band-aid for now. Doesn't quite cut it, though. I think Falcons need more than this.
Damage rune on no one right now as he investigates the enemy triangle. Doesn't find anything to his liking.
Oh, interesting. Crit will TP top. Is he going to try to sneak the wisdom here? Or are they seriously considering killing Axe? They can't do that. So.
I mean, they're not even close to the wisdom.
He TP top to sneak all... Wait, what? What is the motivation here? Was he anticipating a gank coming Venge's way and he's TPing to be a bit of a vanguard here? Because effectively the Clockwork's just completely wasting his time right now.
Yeah, and that means that Mars in trouble. Yep. Maledict applied. He won't die from it, but this is going to be some heavy, heavy damage.
They're eating his raindrops. Every Maledict tick.
Where are you, my friend? What are you doing?
Yeah.
They were just so lagged. They ended up on the wrong side of the map, it seems.
He's going to survive. on the Mars against these 2 Maledict ticks, but I'm not sure he won't have to use either the Lotus or the Wand. This is a pretty strong Maledict with 2 level 3 raises connecting during it in the early part of it. So
I won't eat you, dear, but Mortimer might. I won't eat
we'll
you,
see
dear,
what he's gonna have to use.
but Mortimer might.
Yeah, my eyes are on Malrine for Falcons in this game, and I mean, it's not like it's tragically bad, right? Maybe I'm being too negative and pessimistic from Falcons' perspective. I'm just looking at the lineups and what I've seen work well in this patch, and I already feel like Snapfire needs to find big plays with Clock in this game. Venge will need space because she's playing recovery mode big time. She's 1300 behind Axe minute 7, which is very bad. And, you know, top 3 net worths are on the Radiant. Their supports don't really need much net worth, so the fact that they're kind of low doesn't really matter. Skywrath can do a lot with very little with these teammates. This is how I like to see Skywrath picked, by the way. I want, if you're picking Skywrath, it's a similar logic for me to when you're picking Dawnbreaker, that it's really nice if the silence is good defensively against at least one hero, but then aside from that, you want 2 friends to play with, and both Storm and Axe are insanely good setups with long enough duration lockdown. You're going to hit a full Mystic Flare. Might actually see it be put into play right here if Notice chooses to skill Call over his ult. See if that's going to
go
be
for the Battle Hunger. Mystic, or
and he will indeed.
Steal rather, and there's the call. But the Mortimer's Kiss is now as Malrine makes his way over, and Notice should be dead. Although Crit might have to help out his comrades because Skeeter dies under the tower. No one with that damage rune showing up, and that means the Axe will survive. So Notice
I'd have to
does live.
Revoke that gun license from Grandma. That was some spray and pray right there from Malrine. Not the best accuracy.
Yeah, a little off.
Need to hit 1 or 2 more.
They do have good combos once the arena is online. Well, it's arena with obviously a blink, I would assume, for Mar to get in position to use it, but they do have some pretty decent tools. They talked about the egg as well. They do have classic combos.
Yeah. Shadow Fiend is quite decent at destroying the egg now, though, compared to historically, when you, because now you're actually skilling Feast of Souls and gives a lot of attack speed. So if you have BKB, something like maybe Mask of Madness, you can actually take out the egg very quickly unless the arena is protecting it. So they do have options against it, but I agree the egg is probably one of the key abilities here that Falcons can use to bring themselves into a better spot in fights. Sad thing about that fight top is not only do they not kill X, but Crit wasted ridiculous amounts of time. That was the play he was setting up for, remember. He was there for a minute anticipating that move, and then it happens and they still don't even get the kill.
Yeah, a lot of wasted time. No one grabs a couple of nice bounty runes, forces Crit out, who is still level 4, about to hit 5. No one has a regen rune, wants to use this to the fullest that he can. And Malrine is who he has the sight set on. 9 class.
Really good backstab. No way.
Zip in. There's the Ancient Seal. That is just too easy. There's no one with all this mana regen will be able to snag that kill.
Such a strong hero pairing. Storm Skywrath is insanely powerful, and it's about to get way worse for Falcons because he's cracking level 6 in 1 creep on the Sky. Snapfire, a decently tanky hero, so made them work for it, but next time around that will be twice as easy. And Snaking, is he actually? Okay. No one was thinking about it.
Yeah, we talked about some of the Falcons combos, but you're right. The Mystic Flare with Axe Call, a classic.
Yeah.
What are you going to do against that before you get the big items to counter it?
Yeah, the usual solution that's cheap is Force Staff on a support. So probably going to be a purchase for the Clockwork, I would imagine. Phoenix is eyeing up an Urn. I can't say I love that. I actually don't think it's good this game at all. I understand if you want the Distiller, that maybe there's some value to that. So try to find people in Fog so you can jump them with Mars and Clock. But yeah, if he just gets a casual Urn or Vessel, I don't think.
Peter gets opened up on by no one. Mystic Flare is there. A good swap to try to keep him alive a little bit longer, but it is not to be. And even a TP was canceled in the midst of all this.
Blob.
Bottom lane, the trade is going to be Ducalis if they can snag him.
That gun license is officially gone. Oh my god, no way they... If anybody had a TP, they could have killed both of these heroes with some sort of... like a Storm TP, but it was on cooldown for no one.
Yeah, they're gonna make sure the tier 1 top gets killed off instead.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of misspells.
I mean, it's something for Falcons. They kill a Witch Doctor, but this is still pretty far below par. 5k behind minute 11. The makings of a complete curb stomp. You got to get some leverage out of your team fight because it's what your lineup does. The skirmishing power is actually not that good. Usually I love Venge for that type of play, but she doesn't have the best friends except Snapfire. I think between her and Clock, you don't really kill. Between her and Phoenix, maybe the supports can die. So you really want to see if you can find a way of forcing a bigger engagement where you get to use the arena like you talked about. Amar hasn't even skilled it, which I think is quite a tell. It's level 8.
Yeah.
4-3-0, holding the skill point. Hook shot onto notice would be a nice pickup here.
Absolutely. I should be able to burst him down eventually. The swap one is short. Call delays slightly. Amar leeching some very valuable XP. That's 1400 gold in the bank, so will likely be the blink first for him. But now we have a smoke.
Yeah.
From the side of Paravision.
And as much as the Storm Skywrath combo is good, I think Storm Witch Doctor isn't much worse. You jump in, you vortex someone, you hit Maledict into Death Ward. And
yeah,
the damage
this time Ducalis can actually use his ult. It's crazy. Yep. This hero can do.
The last game we cast of him on Witch Doctor looked like a tough time.
Oh, this would be a big kill. Onto Satanic. Amar has the arena skilled now. Gonna go for it with the egg as well. That's a big one. Of course, it comes at a cost. Skeeter dies on the other side of the map, but one does not equal the other right now.
Right. At this point, if you trade any equal quality core, it's good for Falcons in terms of just raw net worth gained from it. Satanic is worth a lot more than the Venge, but he also has more buffer in a way. Like the Venge keeps being slow to a crawl. This is honestly going to be a really pitiful game for Skitter. I'm having a hard time seeing his hero come online at all. When we see the hero do well, we've seen it picked against like Doom, and then you get a fast specialist array into Ags, and you kind of dictate the tempo of the game. Playing that hero from behind sucks. Snaking.
Goodbye.
I think like some
we talked about
call that chopped chicken. Chop suey? No, that's with pork, right?
Chop suey? No. Yeah, that's a great song, but other than that, no.
Yeah, it's also a dish, in case you didn't know that.
I did.
It's good.
I'm not sure if I've ever had it, though, actually. Maybe I'll have it tonight in honor of the song. Thank you for that suggestion, Cinderin.
Absolutely. Happy to help.
Yep, Satanic. I mean, the thing with Shadow Fiend, he can always farm. Venge, you farm like garbage, then you get Specialist Array, then he can start to farm a bit.
What's a bit better than garbage?
You're casting.
Oh. Good one.
I love the silence.
What's a bit better than that? Fox casting.
That's right. Hook shot's gonna miss. TP coming in. Crit. And Malrine gonna try to go for 9 because he is super fast here in the water.
One of these heroes has wings. Well, actually, 2 of them have wings, but
yeah, they can't go any further. Man, oh man.
In the meantime,
not catch a break. It's noticed. Choppity chop. Doesn't get it off actually. They die too quick for him to be able to react. They will get the counter kill onto the Witch Doctor. Yeah, lead keeps growing ever so slightly. 6k advantage for Paravision.
It does feel like they're taking all of the initiative, right? To me, it's like the vast majority of kills, at least, that are happening on the map are on their terms. Yes, they've bled out 3 deaths on Satanic, but there's no real estate after. You're not taking a tower as Falcons. You're never in a position to really pressure anything extra, which is in large part a lineup limitation. Your heroes are very bad at pushing. They're not even that like excellent at pushing waves. That's another downside to Venge compared to a hero like Shadow Fiend. She just takes longer.
Sounds like you really like Falcon's lineup. You're a big fan.
I just think, I mean, when you pick stuff like this, I don't think their lineup is bad in a vacuum. It's just when this happens.
Skeeter, goodbye.
This is the problem that you're generally going to face when you go all out like this. I don't conceptually think their lineup is bad against the opponents. I just think if this happens in the first 10 minutes, you're in trouble. It's just that simple. You got outplayed in the laning stage and now you're paying the price, and that's where other lineups such as, let's say the roles were reversed and PARIVISION had lost their lanes a bit. I think their lineup has the potential to come back through plays easier in the mid game, whereas the Dire lineup is way more pigeonholed from a disadvantage into effectively looking for... I mean, do you see any other plays that will bring them back than a big 5-man team fight? Looking at the heroes?
It's hard to envision as they get the Yules set up onto no one with the cookie to follow up. Do they have the damage? No, not at all. Instead, the Maledict onto Malrine with some Death Ward damage to boot. Misses his Scatter Blast, and he is brought to an end.
And that's not all. Up top, Skitter is looking for the world record on roughest carry venge game. I've seen worse, though. He could be in contention if this continues.
He does have a kill.
What's his GPM? Let's see. 336 on carry. That's not great.
Not good. No.
What was it? The game we cast, was that with Tomato's Gyro that died 10 times in the top half of the map?
Oh my god, he kept going back over and over.
Yeah, but I think his GPM was still significantly better because he was Gyro.
Yeah, he could actually farm in here.
Yeah. This is... Oh.
Snaking, spotted, silent, dead. More chicken. Oh, that's kind of cannibalism for 9 class, isn't it? Skywrath Mage eating chicken.
Well, if you want to cannibalize, then Phoenix is probably the best choice. It's just gonna respawn. The infinite chicken egg.
Yeah, that would
conundrum.
Be incredible. You just never run out of food or misery for the Phoenix dying over and over. Is more damage onto Amar. We'll have to Yules. The fact that he had to go for Yules before Blink, by the way. I mean, he does this, but...
He does like it, yeah.
In a game where you're behind, do you think this is the right choice?
I think it's okay. There's a lot of added value to this item in this game. You're good against Axe because you can duel him on Blink Call. It's good against Storm because it gives you a reliable way of setting him up for a spear. You need the mana regen. It's definitely not.
I keep saying Mystic Flare. Mind. Holy shit, Cinderin.
That's right.
Ancient Seal. God, it's like the worst name in the game. It's like way too complicated. They're going to smoke up, Falcons are.
Do you feel like an Ancient Seal yourself?
Something like that.
More like a bear.
No one. I thought they would try to go on him. Amar's going to show up. There's the Yules. Mystic Flare actually used this time. They will get the trade, which is what they really wanted. A Phoenix for a Storm. Every day of the week they will take it, but that might not be it. Unfortunately for Falcons, they're going to lose Malrine as well.
Skitter is trying to hunt the one hero he can maybe kill in the Witch Doctor, but can't reach.
I don't think he can kill him, actually.
Well, he has level 3 Voodoo Restoration, so maybe not, actually.
Yeah, I really don't think so.
It's tough out there. Isn't this... I mean, the game is obviously not over yet, but this is... They're gaining like almost 1,000 GPM right now at this raid. Have we had a bigger stomp than this that we've cast this tournament, if it continues?
We had one that was... It was like 7 minutes in and you said this exact thing.
It's just crazy. This is 2 teams that are 7-3.
Yeah, that's what's more shocking about it.
Because you could maybe understand this if it was a top dog against one of the bottom teams that's struggling, but Falcons are just having a really bad day. Their other game as well did not look good at all.
Yep, that is fair. And keep in mind, Cinder, that Polymarket is the official prediction market of Blast Slam. Go to polymarket.com.
Do you want to
trade the game?
Do you want to predict what I'm having for dinner?
Chicken.
I don't know yet, so I can just make you be wrong regardless.
Now they're going to jump Malrine. Oh, the creeps are helping him out just a little bit, but he's going to get chopped to the ground. And they take out Crit as well. Yeah, if you're using Polymarket, hopefully you didn't do anything with Falcons. As they are getting completely curb stomped right now. 12k lead for PARIVISION. They're going to get the first Roche of the game. And things are only looking up for them.
Yeah. Is there any key item on the way here? Looks like...
Any update on the other game?
Oh yeah, I could check that. That's true. Still going very even. 65 minutes, 1k lead.
Wow. So it's LGD versus who?
Versus Yandex. Yeah.
Okay. But it says that Yandex has played 10 games and LGD has played 9. Does that seem right to you?
They can't all play at the same time the whole way through. Like
No,
there is
but
going to be one
I thought
team
these
at the end that
last
has-
2 games were the final games, completely.
Yeah, they should be. I mean, maybe there's an error or LGDO playing back to back.
Doesn't look like they are. I don't know. Why don't you keep track of what's happening on the screen while I count their games? Okay.
Well, the other game they have left is Tundra.
Oh, they still have yet to play Tundra?
Yeah. According to this, I could be wrong. You never know. Wouldn't be the first time. No one.
See, yep, Arena, good setup with
Nice
the cookie as
game.
well. Big kill
Really
onto
well.
no one. Falcons
Beautiful
need a
kill.
lot more of that to get back in this game. That is a good start. Notice they just can't bleed out like this. This is the issue, that they just can't get a clean kill without sacrificing something else. So it's a mid for mid.
This axe is getting enormous. He has the same net worth as Shadow Fiend. It's a 300 CS Shadow Fiend. You're tied with his axe. Holy
poggers.
Holy Basado. This is a Gar if I've ever seen one.
Mar trying to create some space here. And it's slowed a bit by Noticed, who wants to close the gap. He gets speared. Meanwhile, the chicken will die. Okay. Gets off the egg, still will likely die.
Will kill it. Oh.
They will. That was really sad. Vengeful Swap tried to buy some time, but it is not to be, as Skeeter now will be the next death for Falcons.
Still looking for Mar. Noticed? Oh, I missed the call barely.
Yeah, good attempt.
Oh, there's a Tormentor.
There sure is. Who's gonna get this shard? Sky or Witch?
Doctor.
I don't remember what
They're
Sky's
both very good.
is.
The Skywrath one is the triple arcane bolt. It's very good for farming.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I think when you're playing from ahead, the Skywrath one is probably the better one to get. But regardless, they're both. I would say they're both solid ones.
More upside with the Skyrath one, I would say.
Yeah, I would have rather
consistency,
seen that, especially with a 15k lead. Then Skywrath can just farm a ton. He especially has Kaya, right? So you actually can spam your spells a lot. With all the mana regen. Maybe he would have gone Kaya Sanj if he got the shard. But for now he's queuing up Blink. Just wants to Blink silence the Phoenix and the Venge. Or the Snap for that matter. Malorine's not even remotely close to a BKB.
BKB for Satanic. Incoming, still has Aegis for 2. They've taken the tier 2 mid, and how much more can they get with this Aegis? Probably one more tier 2.
Yeah, bottom for sure. Struggle for Falcons. I'm trying to imagine. They're obviously not fighting into the Aegis, but what do you do after? Like, let's say the Aegis is gone. What's the ideal fight? Because that's the thing. When you're this far behind, you need to start digging deep and coming up with a clear strategy for... You need to envision a fight that you can win. And Venge is going to get Ags now, so that will open the door for a potential sacrifice play from Skitter. He's generally no stranger to playing the more sacrificial carry, as we know. So maybe the way you start a fight is you swap into a Mars combo. Oh, hang on. Mid lane.
Mar Maledict is going to attempt to TP it off. No one there to cancel it, though. He's dead. And no one with that BKB slack. Out of mana, though. Has the gems. This would be a valuable kill if they could somehow get him, but Ancient Seal now onto the Venge. Counter initiation crit. Pushes no one back in, but the damage still too much to handle for Skeeter. He's definitely dead to the double battle hunger, if nothing else. Has the Aghanim Scepter now, so the second life is there, but the chop onto Malorine. And this is looking super bad for Falcons, as has the entire game, if we're being honest, as it's close to a team wipe. Only member alive is crit on the clock.
Nice detail in that fight from PARIVISION. They got Skeeter low and then they just delayed his death. They went and prioritized other heroes because they know, well, you've cast all your spells, so your hero's just bad, and if we kill you, you actually get a better fight. So eventually he did die to the battle hungers, but it was after the damage was already done. He gets a second life that's kind of pointless. And man, I'll say I was, regardless of who was going to win this game, I was never going to expect it to be this one-sided. This is a complete smackdown. Nothing going right for Falcons today, it seems. Fortunately for them, they're obviously in a good score position in the in the round robin here, so they can still start in the upper half. But they would have loved to be in contention for top 2, of course.
Yeah, today they lost to Liquid and to BetBoom. I mean, these are tough matches, of course. So potentially going down 0-3 today after being the top of the heap.
Yeah. Sometimes you just get out of bed on the wrong foot.
This is what happens when you don't have AUI 2000 with you.
Yep. Then
Where
you
is
pick...
he?
Oh. I don't know if he's with them now. I just heard it on day 1 that he was not with the team at that time, at least.
Probably sick.
Maybe be at the land part.
Curtis has a very weak immune system. Every time I see him, he's like, I'm sick. So it's either he's lying and he just doesn't want to say hello to me, or he's actually just a very weak individual. His crit gonna get swapped to save.
Or he's like a hippie, and he's like, I'm sick. You know?
That's not what a hippie would say.
No. He strikes me as that kind of guy, though, who would use that lingo.
Yeah.
While wearing a mask and coughing.
With no emotion attached to the delivery.
Uh-oh. Amar.
Oh, oh man, he instantly gets silenced. Uses the arena. Will be able to get the Skywrath Mage. No one focusing on snaking.
Alright.
Not be able
Clean
to finish
pick.
it though.
And the BKB on Storm use, so...
The first clean pick from Falcons in quite a while. It is only a support though, but gotta start somewhere.
Time for a Wisdom Steal for good old Ducalis. Nope, never mind. They see a hero. Nope, never mind. They see the Wisdom. Nope, never mind. They see the hero. Nope, never mind. Well,
JK lol.
There's nobody there, guys. You can take the Wisdom. We'll take it here on Witch Doctor. He has a BKB, by the way. You might have mentioned that.
I did not. 50-50 though.
I'm just covering my bases from here on out.
Yeah, just say that every time. That just becomes our calling card.
Gets the extra 4-second Maledict duration, so it gives it an extra tick. And that is very, very strong, of course. And with the BKB, his Death Ward is actually extremely reliable. The only things canceling it are Hookshot and Swap. And if you're using that on the Witch Doctor, I think you're more than happy.
Yeah.
As Parivision. Alright, he's gonna front line.
He's gonna get
the BKB
swapped.
off.
Yeah, the BKB does nothing, but it is still a trade. As Crit taking tons of right-click damage, we'll have to leave Skeeter to die as
We're not done yet here. No one has a lot of mana and a haste rune.
Egg now or never, and it doesn't matter. He's dead anyways. Malrine will be next on the list. A little bit late on the initiation from Amar. This might just do it, honestly.
I mean, not to be overly negative, but they're fucked. Okay?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Very eloquent, as always, Synderen.
It's just not good. There's not much to look forward to for Falcons. The early game had to go well. It did not. Therefore, they couldn't really play the mid game. They have lost at everything in this game. They lost at the lanes. They lost at team fights. They lost objectives. They've taken 1 tower at 30 minutes. And some would argue they lost in the draft, but I don't think, given these lineups, if you played this game 10 times, that it would go this way half of the time. I don't think so. I think this just it's just been a bad game, and it happens, and clearly just a bad day for Falcons.
Yeah, they're gonna have to buy back onto the Mars, but Skeeter's the one that gets evaporated. Holy shit. Absolutely destroyed. Obviously the illusion is there now, but he's just gonna die a second time. A good spear from Amar, but no follow-up at all, as more buybacks being expended as they are just dropping like flies. GG's called. Complete stomp from PARIVISION.
Yeah. PARIVISION have a dinner booking at 6, so I had to hurry up and execute this in 30 minutes, and in a rare sighting in this tournament, a more than 1,000 GPM win. 31k up in 30 minutes. Crazy. Crazy stuff.
Really well played. So what does this put them in the standings?
8-3. That was their last.
8-3. Yeah, and Falcons dropped to 7-4 after all of that, but looking forward to seeing or hearing the breakdown from our fellow panelists on this one.
Oh, how how the mighty have fallen. Falcons came in today looking like they were going to be able to secure top 1-2 for themselves, but now it's a question, are they even really going to be making 3-4? Well, I'm sure if we looked at the group standings, that would give us answers there, but let's break down this best of one against Pari, just how good PARIVISION looked there, and I think it's honestly, quite frankly, illegal to give Satanic SF. You just cannot do that with this man.
What are you on about? The Jakarta's Witch Doctor?
Okay, let's be real. Gee, I'm as
So-
much of a Witch Doctor lover as you are, but even I'm going to be real about what carried this game.
Yeah, exactly. The Witch Doctor, the Maledict, Amar. He turned purple. He had like food poisoning the entire game. He couldn't do anything because, of course, yeah. I mean, yeah, Satanic Shadow Fiend. He is an absolute menace. He is extremely good on the hero. This entire game was built on P-Vision, knew what they had to do in the lanes. They just broke the lanes really nicely, and they just continued farming throughout the game. Like, I just didn't see any fight in Falcons once again today.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, we talked about Falcons drafting. To me, the biggest factor is that I feel like Skitter does not really have a hero pool right now. He's kind of got Tiny. Obviously, he plays that. But when it's banned, his follow-up is Alchemist, but Alchemist's not good every game. And if it's not a good outgame, what on earth is next? Because he didn't do anything this game on Venge. This is last pick Venge. And it looked like it was first pick Venge in terms of impact.
I mean, we're also talking about Shadow Fiend and Witch Doctor, right? But the stat lines have noticed the 10-1-9, no 1, 8-2-15, even 9 class, the 4-1-20 on the Skyriff Mage. Like, you know, they were just all doing extremely well.
In a 32-10 game, you could say that about anyone.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just covering all bases.
It adds up.
What happens if, you know, we don't talk about it? We have to mention all 5 heroes to make everyone happy. We just did. Now we can talk about the heroes that we care about.
I mean, I partly agree with what you're saying on Skeeter and his hero pool there, but at the same time, like, you're putting yourself in a position that you're lost picking his hero. And if you truly believe that, then you have to promote it and take it earlier. But instead, you're willing to put a lot more in an Amar Mars, a hero that just, quite frankly, isn't doing well this patch. And I feel like he has a bigger hero pool. So why aren't we leaving Amar to be a little bit later?
I agree. I totally agree. I also don't know if this snap picked like that is that impactful. There's not been that many teams that have had success with it. I feel like Falcons, it can work, but it needs to be in the right context, and this was not the right context. But no, I agree. I don't think Skitter in this patch should be last picking a hero. I feel like it should be second phase or even first phase with Tiny, and I feel like you should be playing Alk strats more. They'll look pretty good for them. Maybe they're just trying stuff, like you said, and it's just a group stage thing, and it's all EXD memes, guys. We're gonna try when it's best 3 start, but
I've spoken to enough members of Falcons to know they're not that team.
yeah, I don't think so either. So to me, you gotta fix this crap because like this is ridiculous.
But it's also like the battle of like the offlaners, right? Like we're seeing Axe be popular throughout the entire tournament, but it's a hero that Amar isn't really trying to play. Noticed on his Axe versus, you know, the Skitter Venge, there was a big disparity in the fight. We were very worried about the Venge pick. I even said in draft, like, I don't want them to pick Venge. I just don't think it's going to be able to win the lane. And that very quickly happened. Like, the Axe just took over this entire game. He was like doubling the net worth. Like, the stats just reflect that the pick just did not work at all for Falcons.
Stats don't lie.
And you can see it here. You know what? Let's also show you some stats, right? 20 minutes into the game, this is your Venge. This is honestly kind of looks like a support Venge kind of inventory, right? Maybe not. Maybe the pause for grief of inventory, but still.
Yeah.
This is your carry. He's got 1 kill, 5 deaths. Look at the hero damage now. 2,340 hero damage. That's a major problem from the carry role at the 20-minute mark. When you look at the Axe, though, at the exact same minute mark, this is a completely different story. Even though the hero damage isn't that crazy, just look at the economy, the Helm of Dom, the Blink, the BKB. He's kind of ramping up, ready to start taking over the game with the 6 kills. It's like, it's such a major difference. And you saw the Axe the entire time. This is not a surprise counterpick Axe. They could have picked so many other heroes to shut him down. They picked Venge, they lost lane, they also lost the game.
Did they see Axe wasn't picked that early on?
It was picked on 18, and they 24 picked Venge.
Yeah. I mean, I don't agree with the 24 pick Venge, but there wasn't that much wiggle room to really shut down Axe, but noticed on Axe is also just a different beast. I think even if they pick it earlier for him, I still think he gets this good of a game.
Yeah, I mean, the other big problem is it's not fully on Skitter. I think, like, Snaking has to leave very early and go try to bail out this Mars lane because they picked Mars into Shadow Fiend.
That's what I'm saying.
I agree with you. Let's be perfectly clear. I'm not defending Mars. That hero is absolute dog cheeks. But I also don't think the Venge is very good.
It's between the two of them.
Yeah, there's a plethora of problems here. We're
a rock in a hard place, or a Mars and a Venge.
An Venge place?
Yeah.
They have to debate which one was worse, or maybe both were equally as bad, but like between those two components of the draft, it just come all tumbling down very quickly for them.
It's a tough one. Amazing work by Parry as well, because you did argue that there is a potential moment in which Falcons could have been able to do something. So the fact that they have such phenomenal lanes, but never let off is the other thing. I think it is very easy maybe to get into a position where, yeah, we're leading, yeah, it's commanding, I don't think we'll give this away anytime soon, but inadvertently you do. And so PARIVISION don't even entertain that idea.
Yeah, they're just a clutch, high-skill team. I think it's very rare they give away leads. We said it before the game started, and I think it remains true that this is not the team that you can give them that early start and then be like, yeah, guys, haha, it's fine. Like, we'll Spirit our way back. I think Spirit may be the only team that can do that because they're the best comeback team ever. And I think apart from Spirit, I think it's very, very difficult to actually claw the game back from the precipice versus this team. They will push you over the edge, Mufasa style, and there's no coming back. Straight
off the cliff. Now, normally I would be looking at the group standings and then into what is going to be our last best of one, but we can't actually get to that best of one right now because over on the B stream, one team, LGD, that is supposed to be playing up against Tundra is still going in their earlier series up against Yandex.
This is
and
live,
yes,
right?
This is live, and that is a position 5 axe that you're saying. What minute mark is it? Because I can't actually see that, so I'm going to need someone to tell
he's
me.
not pos 5 anymore. My brother's got a refresher shard. He's got a rapier as well. Like, he's part of the core gang. Everyone's a core in this game.
What minute is that?
What, is it 83?
85.
85?
They're at 85, and then you add a pause on top.
And that's because KJ is moving. How do you play axe
Sorry,
core?
sec.
Oh, he's peeing. He's for sure peeing.
Do we have player cams?
Check him bottle.
Check, yeah.
Whoa, yuck. Do you guys remember that time in DPC?
Yeah, Skitter.
Yeah.
That's the reference.
I know.
Literally, yeah.
But you had to, I remember working that series. I got PTSD.
But you can see ever since
PTSD.
Hey. But
Can we mute his microphone?
did you not see the trend though of the bottles that players drink out of? They exponentially got bigger after the Skitter situation.
Just making sure that Quinn can't speak on this
That's very
topic
fun. If I walk close enough, Quinn, you can still use my mic, brother.
Hello.
Thank you very much. Oh yeah, we're on camera. Whoops. Kind of look like we kissed from that POV. Oh well.
Dude, don't. The Blast social media is gonna make like an edit
Manon,
of that
stop.
No, it's just kiss a
No,
homie.
please, Manon, don't make an edit of T and I falling in love.
No.
That's Quinn right now.
Oh shit. Oh well. Oh wait, we do have that clip from the Singapore Sum as well.
I don't know that one.
About the content.
Oh,
piece.
the content piece. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. We won't bring it up again. It's okay. Are they're actually paused in an 80 odd
Caster, start the game.
Press the button.
Because they're a series behind as well, right? Because we're moving to our final series, and they're still on what, the third last series of the
They're
day.
on their third loss, so they're on their Yandex LGD, and I do know that our casters, Syndra and Suns fan, apparently have issues reading a schedule. So they were wondering why it is that LGD only had 9 games to their name, whereas every other team had 10. I did explain earlier that LGD still have to play up against Tundra. Again, that's why we're in this situation of checking in with the B stream. They still have BetBoom up against Glyph to go, and then their final best of one over on the B stream is going to be Liquid up against OG.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Sounds nice.
I'm going to put production in the hot seat right now and see if we have group standings at all. Maybe, perhaps, could I request that one? Yeah, look how good they are there. Because, again, whilst LGD have not only this best of one to close out, they have one more. Everyone else is going on to their final iteration of best of ones. And so for Falcons and PARIVISION, that was the last time they played in group stage. And, well, luckily for Parry, they're 8-3. So they're in a position where, does this genuinely secure them 1-2? No, because Yandex could win and BetBoom could win, which would also put them on 8-3.
And yeah, and
LGD
as well, the 6-3. If they win this epic game 7-3,
Well, okay,
then
so
they beat
wait, if
Tundra.
LGD win this, then Yandex couldn't be 8-3.
Oh, sure, because then LGD take their place instead. Sure.
Sure, but then it'll be LGD and the BetBoomers, right?
Yeah.
But LGD have to then win against Tundra as well.
That's also
so
fine.
Yeah,
if you're a PARIVISION fan right now, you want LGD to win this one and then lose against Tundra.
That's also, very fair.
Or have Dr. Neustadt smile upon them.
Because the Doctor is looking at the bottom half of the bracket, right? Because when I last checked, Tundra and Xtreme have 10 imaginary Doctor points, whatever that means, and then Glyph has 12 imaginary Doctor points. So if you are a Glyph fan, all they need to do is win.
Bribe the Doctor.
Yeah, bribe the Doctor 1, beat BB, who's a top 2 team. Because if you're Glyph, if you've beaten BB and Falcons, the Doctor probably will look quite fondly at you and ensure that you aren't in the bottom 2. So Glyph, you might look like you're down and out, but win that best of 1, and the Doctor could put you into the next phase of the tournament.
That is a lot of what ifs. And if you like to look at what ifs, then you guys can head over to polymarket.com. We're going to see the what ifs of who is going to win Blast Slam 7, where people are putting their predictions at the moment. And I feel like when you factor in the group standings there, maybe if you looked at the start of the day, it would have been way more favorable for Falcons. But now I believe, who is the highest percentage? It's looking like PARIVISION at 37% there.
Honestly, I have no idea. I think the tournament so far has been really just beautifully competitive. That, of course, the best of ones have put the teams to the test. There is.
Sorry, is that Tundra at 17?
Where? Oh, at the bottom?
At the very bottom.
Sure, yeah.
Just double checking my eyes are working.
Yeah, I mean, they are currently close to elimination, but again, I feel like right now and how the tournament's shaping up, it is anyone's game. I could see PVision winning, I could see BB winning, I could see Yandex winning. Even Falcons, even though they've been having a bad day today, they are just like one change away, so it's
But could you
very
see
even.
Tundra winning at a 17%?
I mean, anyone can win a Dota tournament. I think Tundra's been a bit
That's true. Quinn
skewed.
did win quite a few of them, so anyone could.
Yeah, literally anyone. Yeah, exactly. Deep breath, Quinn.
You keep that up. Keep that up.
Thank you, man. I will keep that up.
Good.
Cool.
Something that comes second nature for me. But yeah, so you guys can head on over Polymarket there for the predictions. It's interesting to see just exactly where things change throughout each day, each group standing there. What about Yandex and LGD? Do we have an update on that situation for B-Stream? Is it still paused?
Are we paused?
By chance?
No,
Did the
we're
caster
surely
start
not
the game?
paused. KJ surely has finished going to the toilet.
We don't even know if that's the reason, by the way. Just a disclaimer,
No.
we don't know if that's the reason.
No, we know
We
it.
don't
No,
know if that's the reason.
We know he's gone to the toilet.
We don't know if that's
We
the reason.
know he has gone to the toilet. KJ, okay, every game you watch that goes more than 40 minutes, when the game ends, look at the player cams. My guy is not in the seat. He has gone to the toilet. He just has a weak bladder. It's okay. It happens. We support him. Is it?
We don't body shame here.
No, we don't. Is the game still going on now?
Yeah, it's unpaused. It is resuming, so whether you want to listen to us, if you guys want to head on over
now
to
I
the
can-
stream,
yeah.
either way, we're going to be having a look at it. Seeing how it's wrapping up there. Because, by the way, if you looked at the minimap,
Yep.
it has not changed on the side of LGD.
My
for
eyesight's
quite
too
some time.
bad. But what's the mega creep situation, Nat? Is your eyesight better than ours? Like, is it megas versus megas? Also, they're not showing.
I
the creep
cannot
right now.
see because there are so many heroes in the dire high
yeah.
ground
Oh,
that I
there we
can't
go.
actually see that.
Oh, God.
But it
I
is
really can't see my
so
eyesight so bad.
LGD have
Those are
mega
both
creeps
megas.
again.
Oh, yeah,
so
both-
it is
yeah,
both
both
megas,
megas,
yes.
right. I was
Holy
staring at the minimap.
megas versus megas. I haven't seen that in a while.
And also 44 kills to 41. Like that is just peak Dota 2 right now.
Dude, look how naked Windrager's inventory is. She had like Blink, Wind Waker. Yeah, look at this. At like 900 minutes.
That is a lot of nothing in an inventory. But that's the problem with late game Dota, right? For support,
Someone
like,
needs a
how
gem.
you have to carry a gem.
And
Do you have the detection? Oh.
There's a lot of questions, but we'll let you guys enjoy all of the action there. We're going to listen in, and when we do find a conclusion of Yandex LGD, we'll be sure to check back in with you.
The question, they see him in the trees, but they don't actually make the play. They were trying to zone out this pesky
Summons in
Wind
the
Ranger,
base.
but your base taking a beating from the summons, and now you got to cut and run. The rest of the team has to go back, so. A nice attempt from Yandex, but they cannot find the angle. Good support positioning here from the side of LGD, and Roshan once again stuck in his endless cycle of living to die.
All right, this seems like a good time to pitch some more Roche ideas then. I'm telling you, we need a trebuchet.
They have a
buildable
ward
from
on the high
banners.
ground. They have to know this. Yeah. Wyvern's coming over, I think, to try and scout this one out, maybe.
Yeah, they're playing careful, but they're gonna do Roche instead.
Dude, they just barely didn't get in range to see the ward sentry on the high ground.
Could be a game-winning opening.
All right. Someone should get that refresher shard. I don't know who, but it does seem like a pretty good item.
Truly, what slot are you replacing though at this point?
I mean, you can just keep it in Snapfire's like backpack. She already, I guess she already has one. Axe has a refresher shard. Wind Ranger has a refresher. Okay, there's actually just
There's
infinite
no space.
refresher shards.
There's no space.
One for
That's
everybody.
why we must combine them into a trebuchet, whose ammunition is cheeses and refresher shards made from banners. And that will force the fight. Because right now, everyone's too scared, right? Everyone's just sending in summons.
They gotta hide the refresher shard somewhere so that Gyro can pick it up. Just hide it on the back line.
Yeah, just start little stashes around the map. Oh, you sold me. Yeah. Cheese on the ground, drop an item, pick up the cheese, eat it, pick up your item again.
Okay. Hex is out, looking for Yuma. See what they can do. The blink call. Uh-oh. There's gonna be the Mortimer kisses. He's pulled so far in. He's gonna keep himself alive with the Satanic for now, but the big Requiem
in the back, but he's just dead.
The BKB's off, and Whisper rips him apart. Shadow Fiend is dead. Does have buyback. A lot committed. You haven't burned the Aegis of the Gyrocopter. Viper needs to be careful. They're trying desperately to deal with these summons.
Little Shredder hits for 1,000 per hit now.
He's looking for the call. He's gonna go Shirley. No, blink in. Viper Strike from Cheer Jr. Nicely done. The cookie. No, they ends up just saving him for now, but a nice Hex on a Gyrocopter. They try to toss him the Lotus. He's gonna die. Aegis down, and buyback is still up to get the Wyvern, though, the Little Shredder. KJ's gonna go down as well. The buyback's coming through. 2 heroes back in. Axe gonna join him. Yuma roared up, nullified up, pops the Satanic, trying desperately, but hexed up now as well. They gotta get the Gyro into the fight. Mortimer Kiss is raining down.
He's going for it. The banner's keeping the creeps alive.
Gyro's gonna die. They are holding on Yandex. It costs 2 big buybacks, but you get the Gyro and you get through the Aegis. I'm gonna pass out, Zach.
Take a breath. Take a breather. All right, Divine. Who's Divine? I think that was Axe's Divine. Now down on the ground.
No more 800 damage calling Glade.
They put the banner down, but they still couldn't really hit the buildings too much. And I was wondering if Gyro would just buy back and commit, but I guess, you know, it's scary. You're gonna wait for them to come to your base. The Gale Force actually made some of these Mortimer's kisses a little harder to land. I think they could have killed Chira Jr. Watson almost instantly got killed when he jumped in. Did eventually die, and I don't think Whisper was ever able to find an opening with this double Divine, which he still has, plus the 3rd in the Divine Regalia, except he has Timeless. Does he have a, what's the new enchantment can we get? Okay, what if you just take base attack time reduction at this point on...
I mean, you could just go to the primary stats as well.
Oh, yeah. No, but the spell amp based on Mortimer's Kisses Refresh is probably still more
also
than that.
Debuff duration for stuns
Pretty good
and stuff is not bad.
Though, do you really need 2 seconds to kill someone at this point, you know?
Who knows?
Who knows? All right, Yuma not forced to buy back. Still in here. I haven't seen anyone in queue up a helm on the Overlord. Where is it?
18 Madstone on the Wind Ranger, by the way. We're almost there. It took us 30.
He could have rebuilt it 3 times at this point, man. He could be at 60 plus primary attributes. He's at 60. So like every time it's going, how much does he get? It's like 40% each time, right? So I'm too NA to do that math, but
he has 50 all stats from it currently, I think.
He could be at like 200% bonus.
Yeah.
And he can change his evolved enchantment too, right?
Dude, look
at
this bots play top.
Not finding anything.
What in the world?
They're going for a sneaky play, but they haven't found anything.
They are not realizing Yandex is just sitting in their triangle.
This would be the craziest wraparound. They might run to Watson. He's actually positioned in a decent spot.
Dude, if he comes to the low ground at all.
He backed away at the wrong time. KJ walks up. He's in this.
He goes in, gets the call, looks for the Beastmaster. Gyro's gonna blink in, but there's gonna be a great Cold Embrace to keep him alive. The Winter's Curse is at the ready, but Yuma, he's so low. He needs to pop the Satanic. He does, but he's taking a ton of damage, and he's gonna die. They take down the Winter Wyvern. That's a dieback. They buy back on the Beastmaster to get the kill on the Whisper, and yeah, double Divine Rapier hitting the deck. Somebody's got to go clean
Wyvern,
those.
Though. Dieback on the Wyvern. Do you buy back and just go? It's too scary. But the enemy has no buyback on some of their cores either.
Surely someone's gonna... I mean, actually, the Divine Rapier is kind of just useless. Like, no one can actually put it in their inventory right now. Maybe Viper, but I think he actually needs all of his items. Like, the Hurricane Pike is what killed the Gyrocopter there.
I also think Whisper was a little timid to jump in there. Like, the whole team was going. He did the one Mortimer's Kiss. He didn't want to refresh until he was like, Little Shredder, refresh, Little Shredder, Mortimer's. But because of that, he hesitated, and then he didn't really get any of it off. No double Mortimers, no little Shredder double Divine.
Oh, hold on. Jira shackled up, pulled back. He's taking a lot of damage. He needs some help. I'll get it for the moment. Dive on in, looking for this Nature's Prophet with the Viper Strike. He's taking a beating. Nice reflected roar. They're holding their buybacks as long as possible, but your throne is exposed. You've got to stop this. Blink in, call. In comes the Snapfire, but does she have the damage? Mortimer Kisses are in 3 seconds. They just walk away. They finally crack the tier 4s.
Yuma holds his buyback. All right, breathe. How's everyone doing?
I can't breathe, bro. I'm struggling.
In other news, Theolacor still has not rebuilt this Enchanter's Bauble.
Come on, get the camp here. Get the camp. Get the camp. You're so close.
Theolacor, please. All right, he's scouting the Divines in the back. He's like, yeah, we never had a chance to get these. We've bought another Divine Rapier. That's why there's no money for Theolacor. There's no Helm of the Overlord. I feel like they should have bought back a little sooner, because actually the game does get harder once the tier 4 is down. Oh, there's one back here as well. Oh, this is his secret stash. I got you, Tai Lung. I got you. Oh, never mind, he's gonna take it.
All right, this has got to be the longest game of the tournament at this point, right? There's just no way.
I'm pretty sure I saw them. This is Slam history. All Slam 7s. This is the longest, and we're only halfway through it.
Oh my! It's a 40,000 gold advantage. Mostly
we're gonna
because
start
of the
taking some
rapiers.
B-Stream games over to A-Stream.
Yeah, A-Stream, can you help us out?
Okay, all the teams that are watching, waiting for this, please, someone build a Helm of the Overlord. Surely when you get to 100 minutes, someone's got to think about putting this in the backpack, and it does something. Tai Lung has Octarine Butterfly Lincolns in his backpack. And then he's swapping them out every now and then. He's swapping Octarine in to throw the ult, and then back out. Scout with the Overlord. He's got it.
This game is hilarious, man. It's just like 2 immovable objects.
Okay, look. Wind Ranger, Enchanter's Bauble. I'm not kidding. This is the infinite scaling. Take debuff duration. Take primary attributes. I don't care. If he is at like 400% bonus on this Enchanter's Bauble, he has like a 10-second stun on Shackle Shot.
Stygian. They get the catch on a KJ. Aeon just gonna protect him, but they found Theolacor as well. He's gonna pop the BKB. He cannot get out. Both supports likely to die here unless... Nah, they're able to chase him on Chira Jr. That is a dieback on the Axe. Oh, hold up. He's alive on Theolacor. He gets out.
No Axe buyback is your 1 BKB piercing stun, though. This is very scary.
35-second cooldown.
Oh, but they're gonna want to wait for Roche.
I can't believe we waited all this time for the Enchanter's Bauble to be recrafted into a Stygian.
I think he realized he was never getting any Madstone to craft it. He's like, okay, never mind. But I wish they had committed to it. I wish they had done it. Or I think someone else also had one earlier, and I wish Nature's Prophet would have been a great candidate for it, actually. I mean, no team probably really plans for like, well, what should we do in the double megas 80 minutes, guys? Should we make sure our Nature's mid has Enchanter's Bauble? But no one's really prepped for this. They're all flying by the seat of their pants.
Yeah, I mean, he was getting, I think the actual number was 36 all attributes from it. He would have probably pushed it up to 50 at that point. So, I mean, it's a lot of stats, don't get me wrong, but whether or not it's worth it over Stygian, I don't know.
You start at 10%, and you go up by like, what, 40% each time?
Yeah, so it would have been 90% of the value, which
90, 130, 170, 210, like, we're reaching the point. See, they don't play enough Herald games. They didn't see that Reddit clip where the Zeus has, like, no cooldown ult, and he's just like, ult. They gotta think that far, man. Sometimes the Heralds were right. They had it right.
Much like Roshan, we're all stuck here in purgatory, watching him die over and over.
I'm glad we're making it into the late game, though.
Now.
You know how some games have like, hidden Easter eggs that's like, wow, can you believe in 10 years this was never found until now? Maybe Roche, maybe the 20th Roche actually does just drop a catapult, like a mega catapult, trebuchet, and we just no one's ever made it. No one knows.
You and I have said for a while, 4th Roshan should drop a trebuchet, 5,000 range attack that drops molten boulders that pierce backdoor protection. That's what needs to be added. Yuma, mid lane, hexed up, in trouble. Look at the Wind Waker out to try and save him. Cheer Jr. still has this Aegis to play around. Doesn't mind losing that first life, but there's gonna be the Winner's Curse, buying some space. Tylung almost gets completely killed, but then comes Whisper! Oh my god! Goodbye, Shadow Fiend! And now they've got to get this Viper out. They're going to jump in aggressively, dive the backline, 2 Wind Wakers to make some space. Winter's Curse goes right through him. Tylung pulled back in, but they will finally bring down the Viper. There he goes again. Whisper is just destroying them, looking for the openings.
That's with only 1, too. All right, back into the base, guys. We can't. Right, it's too scary to buy back and push.
Board.
Get back in here. Get back in here.
Wait for next Roshan.
Oh, Ricky, I don't have my backup Divine ready. I mean, like, come on.
We gotta get our 9th Divine Rapier out here.
Play it safe.
I mean, the call from KJ. We've said it over and over again. He has been on point with him this game. It just sets up for a perfect kill onto the Shadow Fiend. The old man on his horse getting put down.
This is with only 1 Divine. So imagine when he actually has 2 Divines and then he actually uses them. Because the only time he had 2 Divines, he just got killed. He didn't do anything.
Boys recrafted. Divine Regalia and evolved. He's back.
I'm so bad, guys.
His 2nd Divine Regalia. Oh, God. No one can do anything. Like, no one wants to buy back right now. You've like 4 cores are on the sideline. We're just gonna jungle.
Someone message these teams. Do you guys know you're not eliminated if you lose this? Just
when's the next bathroom break? Honestly,
just try some stuff. You're allowed 1 per hour.
Oh my god! I didn't get to go last time.
Caster pause.
Where's the caster? Please.
Oh, I love this stuff.
I'm begging you. Block of cheese? Hold on. There's just a free block of cheese on the ground here.
Okay, let's talk about that too. Late game cheese is too hard to use, actually. It's too hard because no one has slots for it. They always just end up sitting in the base and the backpacks. You need to be able to feed them to allies like Lotus, I think. That might make them too strong on the 3rd Roche, but clearly as we look at like 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th Roche onwards, they're useless. And that's why we use them as ammo in the trebuchet. A new level of ratting.
Yes, of course. Oh, block of cheese is done for whoever wants to use it.
Guys, would you believe it? If this game makes it to 3 hours, the next patch is dropped.
If this game makes it to 3 hours, I am missing my flight to a wedding, bro.
They'll understand.
Yo, I'm sorry, guys.
Just play this at the... Play this for the cocktail hour. Alright, here we go. You know who's got 2 Divines? Malady.
I have no idea, bro. Yeah, Malady does. You're right. They saw Whisper. But he's booking it. All right, the 3rd time of making this high ground play. They're going to find Nature's Prophet.
8th time's the charm. Tylung down.
All right. They've made this a couple times, and it keeps working.
Okay, they left an observer in the base. That might be the true big win. They'll never expect us back-to-back smokes into the base.
Dude. Ooh. Yeah, they know. They're like, there's got to be a ward here. There's no way they make this play without dropping a ward. But they're in a really good spot here. You got to be careful. Yuma! Okay, he's fine. Gets the blink out. Wind Ranger pops the Wind Waker, but she's gonna get caught, hexed up. Viper Strike is out. There's gonna be Yuma's just getting soloed by the Wyvern. What? The double Divine Rapier Wyvern just solo kills the Gyro.
Wyvern hits for 1,000 damage, bro. This is core. We're all cores on this blessed day.
Radiant's ancient.
You better be scared of everybody.
Uh-oh.
Okay, where's his backpack refresher? Stick this in, my man. Get that Winter's Curse.
Radiant's ancient.
So many Divine Rapiers on the ground right now.
They're trying to bait the Divine Rapier, but no one even cares. They're like, what do I need that one
It's like,
for?
we'll just buy another. I got another
one on the way.
Another one in Fountain and 10,000 gold waiting. Do you think I care? Blink call onto Chiro Jr. There's going to be the Mortimer Kisses, and Chiro Jr. needs to run. It's not looking good.
I'm surprised no one has
Wyvern! Melody's going. He wants Whisper so
Do it
bad,
for
but
us,
there's
Melody.
the call from KJ. They've got to get out now. In comes Yuma. He deletes the Wyvern. Wants it on the run. Satanic versus Satanic. Who's gonna win? It's looking like it's LGD for now. Tylon grabs the back line, gets on top to Saksa. He's dead. Wind Waker cannot keep him alive. 4 dead. A call's gonna find DM as well. This is a massive grab. Die back on 1. They're so desperately trying to find a way back into the game, but LGD may have done it. A full team wipe, a 6-hero sweep. What?
Dude, Focus Fires are gonna do so much damage now. He's got 2 Divines. Finally, it's my turn with the Divines.
There's just look at the recaps, bro. What are these numbers?
These are fake numbers.
0 XP because everyone's level 30.
Well, that was fun. I'll see you guys in like 10 minutes. I gotta wait for the Roche.
Oh, dude, hold on. Tylung, he finds him. He gets Saksa. They just TP's out.
Buybacks. They're looking. Guys, come on. He's got no cooldown TP. He's out of here. All right, guys, we got their buybacks. Good play. Let's get Roche. Okay,
I thought for sure Malady was gonna stick for this and go for the kill.
Yeah, I thought he was too, but he got scared, backed out. And this fight just got so chaotic. Yuma able to jump in, the little shredder, 2v1 on the SF, just not fair. Because the rest of the team's still coming in. I don't know, man. This fight is so chaotic. Nobody knows what's happening. I think you literally just hit the first hero in front of you and you hope it works. We'll test that theory in another 10 minutes.
It's almost 2 hours, dude. What is going on?
They want the patch, man. The event drop at 3 hours. They're doing it for us. All right, here they go. They're moving in. It's time for their own smoke into the base play. Any of the kills with no buybacks. Bait the axe, bait the snapfire. There you have their buyback.
Ooh. Blink call though.
Wait,
Finds call. It's so deep. It's so deep. Good winner. Cold embrace
though?
there. But well.
Got the Wind Wakers.
That's a really good dodge there from the Wyvern. Very necessary. Another recraft from the Coddle.
Imagine
Feverish.
having Enchanter's Bauble, man. Just imagine it. I can't believe he gave it up. I can't believe it.
Welcome to Blast Slam 7, everyone. If you're just now tuning in, we are an hour and 40 minutes into this best of 1. Both teams mega creeped. Our 9th Roshan has died, and no one has managed to end the game. It's a good time. Welcome in, everybody.
I don't even know what other items to buy. I've already said my piece about backpacked overlords. Are we
Another
at like
block of
maxed
cheese?
out moon shards?
Okay, in the last fight, there was actually a really clutch block of cheese usage. Oh, he's like, give me that courier. They'll kill it. They have another one. So after that Roshan, they get another cheese. They'll obviously Lotuses are aplenty right now, so block of cheese is pretty much a free item at this point. So we'll see if Axe can find another good usage of it in the fight.
I think Mally's got to go find his divines. They're on the map. Just gotta go grab a couple.
Who cares, man? And money's just a concept at this point. It's not actually real.
Well, now he's only got 300 damage as a Wyvern, which is like, what a joke, you know? So
true.
He's got to go find some Divine Rapiers.
Real rookie
really,
numbers.
Man, who is scared of 300 damage Winter Wyvern? Ain't nobody.
There's like 8 Divine Rapiers in play, and then I don't even know how many on them. There's 2 in the Radiant base right now, so that's 10.
Okay, let me ask you something
Probably a couple
serious,
more
though.
around the map.
Let me ask you something serious. Is it too late to buy a Midas?
On Wyvern?
On anybody.
Yeah, there's just no reason, right? Like, you need Wind Wakers or
Money.
some... Money?
Money.
I mean, honestly, if I was the Wind Ranger, I would have done it so I could get Madstone for Enchanter's Bauble. That would have been like the
money and
legitimate only
Madstone.
play.
Looking for Viper.
I mean, they're just gonna send in the Horde. They got a really defensive placed banner here. The call, it finds Malady. There's gonna be an Aeon Disc and the Cold Embrace. The Winter's Curse comes out. He's trying to keep himself alive, but he can't. KJ's Aeon Disc gets popped as well on the tier 2. The BKB's route. The Roar's gonna catch Yuma. He's got the Aegis, but Little Shredder. Oh my God, Whisper does it again behind the tier 4s. They finally did it. 100.
Why'd they Ame out, man, though? I don't know.
I don't
think
even know. What is
Why'd
this
they do
game,
that?
dude? LGD, classic SA Dota, taking it the distance. They've done it. Are you even happy right now? Like, what is going through your brain?
I don't have a flight I'm missing, dude. I'm having a great time.
Oh my
I'm not packing,
God.
I guess, but
it just...
I don't know what analysis there is to put. Honestly, this game could have...
Well, we'll do our absolute best. We don't mean to cut the B-Stream casters off there.
God.
They don't understand that we're listening in. I mean, they're in their workflow of casting a, what did it end up being, 110
111,
minute, 111 minute game there with 8 or 9 rapiers. It was hard to keep track of because there was so many on the ground, but dang, I cannot believe LGD ended up coming through and winning that.
I mean, I'm actually just kind of jealous that I didn't get to watch the first hour of that game. Because like, we tuned in for like the hype end game, but it's like, how did it even get there? Why did it even get there? I mean, the last like 30, 40 minutes easily deserves like maybe even like game of the season so far, just for like just the memes of it being so long. It was, Christ, what a game.
Yeah, late game Dota is a bit of a joke. You never know what's gonna happen. It becomes full randomness. Everyone gets sleepy and confused, and it's just a blur.
There were so many moments where I was like, oh, surely it ends now. Like, surely we can't break another record. Nope. Somehow it goes for that an extra 5 minutes, and then they have another engagement, and then you're just like, surely it ends now. Nope. Goes for another 5 minutes.
I mean, it's so tactically brilliant once again from LG. They knew that this game would last so long, taking the position 5 axe, allowing him to scale back into the core. You know, you just cannot fathom the brilliance of this team, how they're leveling up during the group stage.
Yeah, that's what Quinn's always said from the start, just how genius LGD drafts are.
That's right.
Like, again,
play the clip.
Play the They probably
The
have
thing
it
is,
prepared.
there is no clip of you saying that.
At this point, they need like a soundboard of clips of, you know, these shenanigans.
The things that Quinn says there. But yeah, there's a lot of implications as well for the group standings with LGD winning that one. I mean, Yandex would have loved to be able to get their last best of 1 as a win for themselves.
They still have to play. I know
LGD,
that obviously the reason why we're waiting here is because of them. It took me a second to even realize, like, imagine being in the shoes of LGD right now. You play an 111-minute game, you get the win, so that's a big bonus. At least you're not sad. And then you have to come and play against Tundra as well. It's like, that's not an easy thing. That no one's prepared for that type of like mental strain. Like when you play a pub like that, you want like a couple hours break. You want to be able to just, you know,
Queue it up.
Another pub?
Yeah, queue it up.
Yeah, fair. To be fair, if that was like a ranked day and you win that one, you're queuing for a pub straight away.
Straight away?
I mean, I've played like 27 pubs, I think, max in a day before. So it's like, I can feel the energy of playing more, but like sometimes the 2-hour games hit you.
I don't know if I could actually fit 27 pubs in a 24-hour time period.
It was more than 24 hours. I was...
Okay, well then that's not a day then, is it?
Oh, it was
between
like...
sleep.
But like the 27th game ended in like the 24th hour going.
Yeah, see, I still don't think my
there was
games
no
go
sleep
so long.
in that time. That was just full...
D-Gen.
It wasn't D-Gen. It was a love of the game.
D-Gen.
It's my job. What else?
Was it then?
Yeah, it was during working time, yeah. Well, not during like an event.
During broadcast?
Yeah, during broadcast, yeah. But
like that.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Much love.
Full respect that LGD are gonna have to pull it together and play another best of one for themselves. I just I'm surprised we've ended up in this position. Is what I'll say.
It's the first time in Slam history that we've had this type of shenanigans, right? In regards to the best of one, the formatting, it was always like there was a game buffer between teams. So yeah, it's nice it's happened at least once, I guess.
I didn't think that we would get there with best of ones, but I'm happy we did. It's the fact that we've gotten to the longest game, not only of Blast Slam, if the graphic would like to show itself.
Ta-da!
There it is. Not only of Blast Slam, but I believe of the whole patch. Well, actually, top 5 longest games since TI-14. So the whole season.
Yeah, it is absolutely beautiful that we got to witness this. Again, Boom versus Aureus. Aureus was the naming before they become OG. That was a Blast Slam qualifier. So Blast now kind of takes ownership of both the #1 and #2 length games in the year. So pretty cool. Pretty cool.
So this is since TI-14, okay.
Yeah. Again, it's
the one that you unfortunately didn't get to play in.
How does this rank on longest games ever, do you know?
Ever we didn't play into account. We just wanted to focus up on the season because, of course, patch to patch, it can vary. We have obviously played on 3 different patches in this season, and LGD, Yandex locking it in. It is also quite nice that when you look at the longest games, it is multiple different teams. It's not as if one team is doing it, not one team who's just AFK the entire time trying to hold on for defense.
Well, that's the thing. It's not one team. It's never straightforward when it comes to Dota. It's not like you come in and go, yeah, this team is always going to win. There is this mix and match of everything when it comes to Dota, and of course when it comes to playing games as well, which is what we're going to have here. A little bit of fun. Watch yourself, Quinn. I don't want to take your ankles out there. We've been doing a lot of Axis games, and so I figured whilst we are waiting for the time span between LGD's best of ones, that we would have a little bit of fun here as well. So we got one end, we've got AFK. On the other one, it's Cinema. We've got Locked In, and we've got Fumble. Normally, it's been the talent that we've been putting on this Axis, but this time around...
Hey, Quinn, we're on the Cinema end, by the way.
True.
Well, we're actually doing teams this time around, so we won't be doing the talent.
Damn.
Do you guys have anyone you'd like to start with? Someone that you think is easier?
I would like to start with XG and put them on the AFK left side of things, in which they are
AFK
leaning
fumble?
more towards Fumble. Yeah, I think XG is AFK fumbling right now.
Okay. Who else?
Glyph.
Okay, Glyph's here.
I think they are...
Well...
They are locked in. I'll give them that. I think they're working really hard.
Are they?
No, but okay, are we saying locked in as in literally the GOATs and winning everything? Or are we saying locked in as in work ethic?
Nah, I feel like locked in is playing well to me.
So not work ethic. In that case, then they are fumbling.
I feel like they're not as AFK as XG, right?
No.
So maybe they're...
But the fumbling is hard.
No,
they're fumbling hard.
They're central fumble.
Yeah, I feel like the central fumble.
Because being able to beat Falcons, even though it's day one, is kind of impressive. And if they beat BB, then they're on the road to Cinema and getting locked in because they can escape the bottom too. So I think, they're kind of chilling.
I'm okay with that one there.
Yep.
That's fine.
Or do you want a little bit up?
A little smidge.
All right.
There you go.
Aurora. They've finished all their games, so I feel like we can do an accurate description of them.
They're relatively locked in, I would say.
But they have fumbled the group stage a little bit. A second place team shouldn't be a middle.
Yeah, but it's a hard tournament.
The thing is, I think they're more AFK than what people... Or fumbling
Cinnamon?
more than...
They had one Cinema game.
The Liquid one?
The Liquid one where they got
that
the white
was really
double
good.
racks.
They played 11 though.
Exactly, and because of the other 10, leaning more AFK.
I think that's pretty good.
But
Look at my shadow.
Yeah, they
Look
can
how
say
cool
that.
my heckin' shadow looks.
Can you do the thing where you turn your shadow into
No,
a
I
dragon
don't know
or
how to
something?
do it.
You
It's
can't do that? Oh god. All right, who's next?
I'll move if you want.
It's a perfect time to do shadow puppets, dude. I wish I knew how.
I mean,
you want to do LGD? We just played them. I feel like that's absolute Cinema and they're locked in.
Cinema locked in. Just send them.
There's
top
no
right.
way
There
any
we
other
go.
team is further up there.
Yeah, they're cinnamon.
They're Cinnamon. What about BetBoom?
Burger Boys.
Honestly, I'd say locked in, but they're not they're just
not
kind of in the
super
middle.
Cinema.
They're just kind of there.
I'm going to lean a little bit towards Cinema.
Yeah. They're not AFK at all, but I wouldn't be like, wow, oh my god,
I feel like they're pretty locked in too. I feel like they go, whoa,
They
there.
should be high. Yeah.
Really? I feel like they go a little higher.
Yeah, that's fair.
The Burger Boys.
What about PARIVISION?
I think they might be the most locked in.
The most.
They just won a tournament.
No,
They're top of the group.
I was processing. I wasn't denying. So I was processing. What you mean? Complete top corner, edge of the whiteboard level?
No.
Cinema,
Oh yeah, I feel like.
No. I don't think they're edge of the corner Cinema. I think
no, they're
like,
not cinema.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think they're like.
Oh, you think so? I would.
I think
argue
LGD is way more cinema.
I mean, based on the last game, we obviously have to make sure LGD is higher.
Yeah, I think something like that.
They're more cinnamon than BetBoom because they play like weird stuff
But
at
that's,
least.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I agree.
Spirit, I believe they've done all their best of ones now too. They have, yes.
I think cinema but fumble. Like they
I
create
agree.
games that have aura, but they fumble so many they don't generate the cinema. But when they do win, they're cinema.
Slightly more cinema than PARIVISION, I think. So like a
That's
here.
really close to me. What's up? How are we doing? Hey.
How you going?
I just forgot the camera was there for a second.
What are you doing on the back?
Yeah, what's
Grabbing the magnets.
Oh, I didn't know where they
How
were.
do you think I'm putting the
Well, I
papers
didn't know where they were. Maybe in your pocket.
Just pulling them out of. Oh, I have this
got a
one
pocket full of,
for
pocket full
you.
of magnets.
OG.
I had this.
I mean, they're like. Are they AFK? Not
but they're not
really.
cinema.
I mean, they're definitely fumbling.
I mean, sure, they're at the bottom.
I mean, they're down here,
full fumble
but are they
max.
AFK?
Can they just be
or
like central fumble?
I also feel like they're like bottom of the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, but are they AFK or cinema?
Like I've not. They had
They're
one game where
central.
like the ABBA Spirit Breaker was kind of cool, but like on average, I'm not like on the edge of my seat watching the Dota. I'm like, yeah, it's okay.
They're not
just
AFK
there.
or cinema, so they're just
Central fumble.
I think they're central fumble.
Yeah. Central
Well, I
fumble.
can't put them over the word
that's fair.
fumble.
Okay, can we then?
So unfortunately, they do just have to.
Are we
go.
leaning cinema side though?
I think so. I think they're more cinema than these three.
Okay.
This is like it's around all of them, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they have the flower power buff or whatever. So
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Tundra.
Fumble AFK, right?
Yeah, fumble AFK.
I think
easily.
arguably even more than XG because
more
their
than XG.
expected results.
I think they're more fumble, but
Like-
are they more AFK?
like-
I put them
No.
further more fumble.
Okay, no, you're
'cause
right,
The fumble
actually.
is down.
Yeah, no,
I just
They
don't
are-
think they're more AFK than XG.
That's true.
Like, I don't even think XG's showing up for fucking draft prep.
That-
Sorry, but
I mean, damn you. I mean, say it
Maps
louder.
is in there sitting alone.
Yeah, true.
Like,
Zhao Weight's on a plane back to somewhere. He's
Exactly.
dipped out. That's true.
It's a conference room
can we
with
just
one
move
person.
XG a little bit more to the left. Like, you spoke so. Thank you. You spoke so passionately. We were like, there we go. Cool.
Okay, Liquid. I think they're locked in for sure. Are they?
No, I think they fumbled today, and because of that, I was gonna say they were locked in, but after today, they're like.
What do
below.
you mean? They beat Falcons today.
What do you mean?
So did my
Sorry, I meant
grandma.
yesterday. Sorry, I meant yesterday.
Your grandma's not playing.
So you think?
I know your grandma.
Okay, because
You
of
do
yesterday, they're below BB on the locked in level. They're
Okay.
like they're above the center point of locked in, but they're
Yep.
to the right of like the cinema side. They're not AFK at all. They're maybe even like below PV. Yeah, I like
I've
that.
put them there.
Yeah, I like
Roughly
that.
there-ish.
Yeah, that works.
That's nice.
Just,
So nobody's
But, like,
AFK
just to
locked
see
in.
the logo more. Okay, whether you agree or not, I just want to be able to see the
But
logo.
if we
more.
took into if yesterday they went like 1-1 for example, they'd be like above BB in regards to like locked in level.
Well, you got to do it based off now, not yesterday.
They live there then.
Falcons.
I think they're one of the only AFK locked in team.
Yep.
I think so too. Actually, I think they were so AFK today, but they also like were trying.
Like top left though. Yeah, like around there. That's nice.
I just don't think they're more AFK than. I don't know if they're more AFK than
Tundra.
Tundra. So I'm gonna put it slightly this way.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I think
That's cool.
Okay, and our last team is Yandex.
I mean, we have to factor in the longest game of the year.
Bird? What is that?
It's kind of, it looks like a Pokemon kind of vibe.
It does look like a Pokemon.
It looks like Zapdos.
Who's that? Yandex thing. I don't wanna get- Yeah, we can't get sued. So, I think because of losing to LGD,
We just cannot.
111-minute loss, fumble.
Nah.
What? No.
No. They're like
Recency bias.
No. They
Recency
didn't
bias.
fumble that. That's
Reese's
pure
Puffs,
cinema.
Reese's Puffs.
Nah, to be fair, they are very
I mean,
locked
I
in.
feel like they're locked
I
in.
think they're
and
looked
cinnamon.
in. Yeah, but do you think they're more or less cinema than LGD?
Nah, I think LGD is the most cinnamon.
But you don't want to be recency bias here? Yeah, you get, yeah, okay,
But
that's
they,
fine.
I mean,
I mean,
I
they
guess
had a
they just- I guess
position
they just
5
beat them.
axe, which is the reason why.
How about
I
make
feel like they're equivalent locked-inness
LG
as Burger Boys.
Okay, a little bit lower, just a tad lower, just for my side. There we go. That's because of that little decrease was because they lost. I'm happy with that.
Okay.
Honestly,
I think we've done a really great job of this.
I don't think many people could complain with this at all.
I mean, there's always going to be, but
No, I don't think anyone could complain.
literally nobody.
This is literally perfect.
Like zero.
This is like everyone's like, wow, we've solved world peace with this. Like everyone's had united together and gone, amen.
Well, it's a beautiful piece of art, whether it's solved world peace, is that what you said?
Anything. Like
Okay, it
include-
solved all
yeah.
of the world issues, whether it has or hasn't. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed that. We are going to go to a break, though. When we come back, our final best of one on the A-Stream will commence.
Oh.
Okay, hopefully.
Hey, little puppet. I'm a little puppet. I'm so sorry, Nat.
I think that cut in at maybe the worst moment because really the attention should go on the man standing next to me. Misery, you're joining us for a special occasion, marking our final best of one out of the 66 in the group stage here.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, that's the energy I like to hear.
Yeah.
Have you been enjoying the best of ones?
Of course, it's been great, especially that last game. That was pretty hype. I also think we have a lot closer group stage.
Yeah,
This blast.
I was like refreshing the Liquipedia, and I know you can do the whole like this probably isn't likely of a result in each best of one and figure it out, but no team has locked in their position by any means. Like no one is set for sure that they're going to be coming to Copenhagen, and no team right now has been locked in, Quinn, that they're 100% eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a couple of those blasts, Tundra was guaranteed first after like the third day. The whole fourth day, the matches didn't even matter because they'd won so many games. And this one it's considerably closer. I mean, the bottom is spicy, but to be honest, I like the fact that top is so even. That's my favorite part, is that it's not just like one or two teams that are going into the bracket. Yeah, they're probably just going to stomp anyone when the bracket happens. Like, I think it's a really, really close tournament, and I genuinely think like one of like 6 teams could win right now, and that's super cool.
We're going to have a look at our standings, T, and I know that you're going to put the caveat and you're going to say, yeah, but this and Dr. Neustad on blah, 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 blah,
I
blah,
wasn't,
blah.
but it's okay. Sorry, you just called me a puppet still.
Yeah, you're a puppet.
I'm still.
Okay, that was, no, out of context, really mean, in context, a funny joke.
That is very true. And you know what the best part is? Is if it didn't actually come through broadcast, and
You've
we're
still
still
just
here.
blamed me.
That's okay. Well, either way, oh my god, guys, look at this bracket. Oh my god, LGD 7-3. What if they beat Tundra after the 111-minute game and they go 8-3? You would ask, what happens between PVision and LGD? Guess what? LGD beat PVision in the head-to-head, so they could be first in the group stage. That's kind of crazy, isn't it?
That is pretty crazy, yeah.
Excluding whatever happens with BB. Let's not get to that point yet. But still, the point is, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, the fact that we have 3 best of ones overall, if you include the B stream as well. Sorry, my brain just really lagged out for a second. We have 3 best of ones, including the B stream. Nothing is set in at all, and even if you wanted to try and like factor in the noise title stuff, all we know is that LGD, after winning an insane 111-minute game, Misery would love to come in and be like, we don't care that we've only had 25 minutes between series. We can come in and beat Tundra too.
Yeah, it's up to their own sort of destiny to decide if they can claim the first place here. Also, Tundra playing for their tournament survival here, right?
Lives, Misery, the lives of Tundra.
If they lose this game, are they confirmed out? Or
Bro, you're
I think
no, they're not.
You have to worry about the
Doctor.
BetBoom.
Yeah, the doctor. The good doctor.
Do not question the doctor.
Right, but at least if they win this, they are confirmed not out, I believe. Then they're going to be on 4 wins.
Yes.
That should keep them inside the in the warmth.
Win good, lose, the doctor can only answer.
Yeah.
It's going to be a rough one, and I took my time whilst that massive and long match was going on to have a chat with Whitemon to get to the bottom of some of Tundra's issues.
Actually, I don't really know what's like the exact answers, but I guess maybe we're just taking like too much break, I think. So we're not in our form right now, but we're still like trying to like be there. We're still like talking a lot. We're still discussing about our gameplay and everything.
Some would say they're still locked in. They're trying there. And I mean, a conversation is being had, Quinn, about it. But I wanted to push a little harder. It's just not easy when it's like, who is taking these breaks? Is this like a team decision between tournaments when you're eliminated early? Like, where is that line of allowing a reset, but also knowing like a best of one group stage is unforgiving?
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you that it's never everyone who wants to take these breaks or whatever. It's always like a couple of people, or maybe it's the majority, but one person doesn't want to. And so there's a dynamic of you have to sort of understand that people need what they need, and then, okay, do they actually need this, or are they being lazy? There's like a sort of judgment call you're making there. But at the end of the day, whatever happens, happens, and you know, you've still got season left to go, so you kind of have to suck it up and say, okay, whether or not we should have taken these breaks or not, we need to focus on now and fix the fact that we were slacking and you know, get better now.
Yeah.
It's also sort of like, it depends how you take the breaks, right? And what your mentality is coming back, because we also seen Yandex take a long break now, and they are coming back really strong, looking really motivated. So yeah, it kind of depends, I think, from team to team. We also seen Liquid have a bunch of stand-ins, I think, here and there this season, right? So yeah, but it is also very intense, right? There's a lot of tournaments all the time, a lot of games to play, so it's not easy.
Sorry, T, you go.
Thank you.
Please.
I would say it's also like a test of character. Thank you so much, Quinn. Thanks for
Puppet.
seeing it. It's also a test of character, guys. Just like this panel is, because Tundra, you know, they got the TI invite. You know what's happening during the summer portion of the season. So for them, it's like you get all these invites, and maybe instantly players kind of take their foot off the gas a little bit. Because like when you are watching them play, you are looking at players who aren't playing at their best. So you can probably point fingers on gameplay. Like that guy looks like he's taking a break right now. But I'd really hope teams don't do this, even though Tundra is. Like I feel like they need to find a way to not have these type of performances, because you shouldn't be this bad this quickly after getting like qualifications to like TI, right? It's something else is happening that none of us will ever be able to answer.
I mean, it was before the invites went out too, and one thing that they do more than any other team is boot camp. If you ever look at online events at moments when they're not on site, they're always boot camping together in Serbia. But if you're talking about Yandex, right? Then coming back after their break, well, they're all still playing from home. If you look at Liquid, after having stand-ins, they're also playing from home. So there are these elements as well that I factor in. Is it too much pressure of having to be away from home, having to grind more than what's actually necessary for them? But either way, I know it's necessary. It's a draft for our final best of one in the group stage. Tundra and LGD after such a long game for LGD. It is a short reset in comparison for them, but I'm sure CAFs has already done all the hard work and they're going to come in and know exactly what they want for themselves.
You had the long game, right, Quinn? Did you play any other games? Was that when you only played your long game? Was it in the best of 3, the end of it, or the start of it? I can't remember.
It was a best of 2, actually.
Was it the second game or first game then?
It was the... Oh, shoot. I think it was the first game.
Okay, so after the long game of your first game, like what was your recovery plan from that long game when you had to play another one, which was such an important game?
Did you win that game?
We won game 2. We lost the long game.
Okay.
I think the best thing you can do is just go outside. I think that's the first thing is
All right, see ya.
Get some water and go outside. And just like walk around for a bit, stretch. Like, it doesn't really matter what happened in this game. You don't talk about it. Who cares? Like, it literally, whether you won or lost, it legit doesn't matter. You just need to go outside and stretch a little bit. Touch some grass because it's too long and it rots your brain. You need to, like, reset as, like, a human being before you can go play the next one.
And Misery, you also played a pretty long game, right?
Yeah.
Against Scary Faces. What did you do to reset after
Oh, you were in that game?
I was in that game.
Oh, I didn't even realize.
Yeah, it was me, No Tail,
yeah, there we go.
Envy. I mean, I don't remember what I did, but we lost the game, and it was more than 3 hours, and then we had to play another game to win the series, and we won the series.
Yep.
So we were able to reset, but I cannot remember
what you did.
What happened there?
You stomped them game 2 and 3, didn't you?
I think we did. Yeah, it was a pretty. I mean,
the stop was like an hour ago.
That was a weird experience, but yeah, I definitely agree. I think you need to sort of find a way to reset, and I think it is a lot easier to win that series and then move on, right? And then try to ride the momentum. I think it would have been a bit rough for LGD to be in the spot where they had lost that game and now had to play Tundra and potentially missed the potential of being top 2.
I do want to focus on the draft very quickly as well, because one thing that I've noticed for a lot of teams that have been able to get victories over Tundra is that they've banned out the Invoker in the first phase. It's so synonymous, BZM and Invoker, but this time around, for whatever reason, LGD think that they can beat it or know how to beat it. They let it through. It's a Doom, Clock, Ember, and Beast that they ban out, opening Tundra up to that potential Invoker, but they've taken out Husker, Snap, and Kez themselves.
Yeah, normally the Invoker in the first phase ban is because Tundra will take it later in the draft. You're using the Invoker first phase ban to protect yourself. Tundra, I can't remember how often they like overall first pick. It might happen, and I might just be misremembering, but
they do that sometimes, I think.
Especially when they're in a slump.
Yeah, I think it's when they're back against the wall. I wouldn't even blame them for picking it here, but they do take it a bit slower. I mean, probably also Tai Lung is pretty happy playing as Invoker. He has a lot of cheesy heroes, right? He can pull out and abuse this Invoker.
Yeah. I think the Everband is honestly kind of cool too. They won their last game with it, and I think it's just a really easy mid hero, especially if you're comfortable on it. You have a lot of games. The hero doesn't die, and if you have a fine laning phase, then you can kind of just get farmed and do your thing. Like muscle memory kicks in. So I think if you're playing against a team that is in a slump, like sure, there's the Invoker, which is muscle memory for BZM specifically, but Ember's just a very easy hero to play.
Yeah, and also like going for the Coddle first pick. I think 33, of course, the efficiency offlaner, he likes the stacks. Even though Coddle doesn't really apply presence in lane, there's not many offlane partnerships where I'm like, that Coddle makes sense. Like we saw FY earlier today play Coddle, and it was like, it feels like a burden on the team. But with Tundra, when they're in form, a Coddle and 33, it just, everything will amplify his farm. We'll see if he can, of course, utilize that.
Puck against Coddle is just, I mean, it's solid. Nothing Coddle does anything to you, really. Now, you can pick, like, Coddle Void Spirit, which maybe, you know, theoretically is decent. Void Spirit's kind of trash right now, so I don't know if I really buy it.
I mean, there's all these melee heroes you can put mid. I'm not sure BCM really likes playing those. The Earthshakers, the Slardars, all these type of things are also pretty decent with Coddle. Just so you have a guy to play around early on, you can refresh his mana as well.
Yeah, he does like Shaker. He does not like Slardar, I don't think very much. I don't think I've ever seen BZM Slardar. But you can all, I mean, if you pick Shaker, you can also play up the stacks more. And
you could also still just go Storm, just because you have that Coddle, even though it's into Puck. It's definitely not completely out of the question, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the type of draft where it's like you could do for the Storm mid, the Largo off lane, and it's like Coddle Largo just farms together. When Largo's happy, then Coddle goes to mid, then you help the Storm. It's like there's a lot of layering to Tundra lineups, but
a fan of the Frog right now.
You're not a fan of the Frog?
No, not really. I feel like the hero has not looked that good at this event, in my opinion. It doesn't really do that much, I think. Often just farms, and then yeah, it doesn't have a stun really. It doesn't have this AoE spells. It's like the other offlaners just seem to have high impact.
No, I agree. I think when you don't see heroes, picking Largo feels wrong. But my assumption here is Tundra will close the second phase. C4 heroes, that's kind of the 33 slot in the draft right now.
It's definitely one of the teams that will still be playing the Largo.
And they're taking their sweet time on these bans.
Oh yeah, Lone Druid second phase ban as well. We didn't even think about Lone Druid. Or I didn't at least.
I wouldn't mind seeing the TA once again for Pure. I feel like that's his best hero right now. And it was the same thing in Dream League when they prioritized TA out of nowhere. They also won their last game on it. And I think it's pretty good against Puck also.
Yeah, it's not as good now that the shard isn't the silence traps. What even is it?
Did they remove that?
Yeah, the shard is not the silence traps anymore. I don't remember what it is.
Off the top of my head, I honestly couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
TA is a hero to the side of my brain.
Yeah, but I think since that it's become like less bad. But I agree, it is still it's very comfort for Pure.
At
He's
least
probably
Puck,
one of the best TAs.
Puck doesn't really threaten TA at least, so there's also that aspect of it.
That's true.
It's refraction, increases bonus damage, and can be cast while disabled.
Okay, that's kind of worthless.
Sure.
Kind of worthless or worthless?
I mean, the refraction thing has merit sometimes, I guess.
The disable thing is so rare that you don't have refraction on.
Yeah, I guess.
If you have enough mana regen, especially with Coddle, you're kind of just like cosplaying Bristleback, pressing Q. I mean, who knows? LGD has a tendency to pick some weird heroes, like straight up. Like they picked Axe in this slot, Axe 5, like they knew it was Axe 5 too. They weren't even really flexing it till the end, so it's hard to predict what this team wants on their support roles, but especially when Bane's banned. KJ has been prioritizing that, but outside that, who heck knows?
It also speaks to LGD's sort of, they know what they're doing. The enemies don't, but they kind of are planning ahead, right? They're picking that axe knowing it's going to be 5, most likely, right? So that's sort of setting their later picks up, whereas you can't say the same for other teams in this event, where it just feels like they've taken the one pick at a time, right? Without thinking much about what they're going to pick later on.
You have perfectly described LGG. They are a very playbook team. Like they know exactly what their drafts are doing. The problem is sometimes that creativity of the playbook exceeds the tournament that they're inside. But I think based on this group stage, they have again turned that new leaf, shown much better things. Like even like picking the Hoodwink in this position, like Puck Hoodwink, that is a very stable opening. Of course, Puck can be countered by Nightstalkers and Slardars or whatever, but BZM isn't really playing them. So why not go for this type of opening?
Ooh, the Nightstalker is interesting actually. Would 33 pull that out? Maybe not in this spot, but they could also set up for it on 18 here, maybe.
But Lion, though, is it a +5 Lion and then Coddle's your 4? Or is there a chance that Coddle could be the mid going Orchid into the Puck? Or is this the support, Joe?
I don't think Coddle is mid. I mean, Whitemount is he's like level 25 Lion, maybe even level 30 Lion. It's like one of his most played heroes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I think it's probably not that big of a deal.
It has been Ari playing it in this tournament. I'm not saying Whiteman doesn't play it. I'm just saying so far that's where they've liked to put it normally.
I think even Whiteman could play the Coddle if they put Pure on the right type of hero.
Speak of the devil.
That's Lago.
Okay.
I don't really see why. I I think it's kind of bad against Pangolier. And I feel like in some ways it's bad against Coddle too, because he's got like the whole healing, amplify, like he's the engine. And I feel like he's just a better engine than Largo is in terms of the long fights. Like you're doing the whole long fight, everyone stays alive thing, but you're doing it against Coddle.
It's also weird, like you don't really have anything. I guess you can lick off the Coddle
Solar Bind, yeah.
Solar Bind, but apart from that, can you remove Hex?
No.
No.
So it's sort of like,
I mean, you can just
Solar Bind.
You can just move the frog closer to you.
I suppose, yeah. But it's not like the other Largo games where they can sort of remove like the entire enemy draft, right?
No,
with one spell.
The Largo's lick is pretty meh this game. Yeah, they go for 3.
LGD sort of drafting in a very different way this game than what we've seen before, right? They're setting up their last pick for to be a very hard carry, I would say.
Terror Blades and this type of big carry here. You look at their heroes, there's a lot of sustainability. Like Largo gets tanky relatively quickly. You've got Tree with living armor, Hoodwink with Scurry, Puck naturally being elusive. There's only a Lion to lock down the Puck at the moment, so it's not as if there's multiple answers. So I can see LGD being happy, and you know what? It's the last game of the group stage. If we just play a calm, relaxed game, our heroes are quite tanky. Just get Yuma online, like take away some of the stresses, especially after that long game. But it really doesn't feel like the same LGD that we've been praising and how they got to a potential top 2 position.
I think also the Tundra heroes are a little bit slow. It sort of reminds me of some of the Falcons games we've seen, where they just sort of lose their lanes with this Lion, their Pangolier, and then these heroes just don't do enough damage. I could see the same thing happening here into the Largo, into the Treant. Puck is hard to kill as well.
Why didn't they like Tree SF? Like, for example, on LGD, like, am I missing something? What, rather than Largo, you take the SF yourself, then you have the strong safe lane?
Could also be to not play against the Largo Coddle. I'm not sure if that's a factor, like sort of taking the Largo away from Tundra.
Yep, we did talk about Tundra maybe wanting it, but like, is it that important of a hero for Tundra that you need to take it away and then lose your SF tree potential value? Again, a hero that Yuma has been enjoying again in the group stage.
I gotta be honest, I don't really understand Largo super well, so I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
If only there was a way for you to practice on the hero.
Yeah.
I'm referencing a mini game. I'm kind of pushing the future here. Spoilers.
I mean, it's a good Shadow Fiend game. Although the support, okay, it's good against LGD's heroes, but it's very weird with Lion 5. I don't think I've ever seen this lane, to be honest.
Yeah, it's very fragile, right?
Yeah.
Like now you have the potential of your Treant's gonna gate, and there's gonna be some Largo Hoodwink there, and last pick Furion or something for LGD, and now your Shadow Fiend is in real big trouble early on. So I agree, and I think it's one of those heroes as well that's sort of easy to kill early on. You have a Coil, you have a Lion. All these heroes, they just die in a Coil very easily.
We've also seen this Pangolier hero have very middling success, I feel like, over the past couple of series. This hero has just been losing and losing and losing. And a lot of those games have been against Puck. Even though you don't have the Coil 25 talent anymore, it's just, I don't know, at a certain point, people are buying Aeon discs, so there's no way you can ever burst the Puck. And then now your roll's over and Puck just beats you in a long fight. It's kind of funny how Dota is like that. Nobody was buying Aeon disc, the item literally wasn't buffed. And then everyone remembered, yo, you can buy this Aeon disc item. And now people just buy it every game on Puck again. Instead of Lincolns or Yules or any of this stuff, they just buy Aeon. And it's literally impossible to burst Puck unless you have Black Hole or Chrono or something.
This Largo, by the way, is 8 games, a 37% win rate, so...
There you go. And Hoodwink also super low win rate, actually.
Yep.
So if you look at only stats...
LGD are
not
looking good.
Yeah, there's still some just confusion to LGD's lineup. It's like, I'm not even seeing heroes that actually pressure the SF at all. Like, everything feels play backwards on their heroes. Like, you want Largo to go back and farm some stacks. You want Tree to go tank some smoke. You want Puck to go push out a wave. And, like, there's nothing which is like, that's their big moment to enter the game. Of course, again, Yuma on the carry will be that option. I am looking at Tundra dictating a lot more.
Yeah, also if it's going to be a 33 hero last year or if it's going to be Pangolier. What about something like... What is there? Like the Night Stalker is still available, right?
Yeah, it's still in the
Brewmaster, some 33 heroes like that.
It could just be as simple as like you go back for the classics of like the Centaur, the Tide.
Tide Under.
Yeah, exactly. Cool. So you go back for just the blobs for 33. You have the Coddle. You're gonna have the stack farming. He can anchor smash, farm it a little bit quicker because of course Coddle with Chakra. Like, if it is very much your last game of the group stage, stable looking lineup for Tundra.
Why is the Tide a better option than something like the oh, don't worry, I was going to suggest something that's banned.
Oh, again, the Tide is good because the lack of damage on LGD is very clear. So if Tide wants to go Consecrated Wraps, he can then be very resistant to both magic and physical, walk into the middle of fights. If he wants to go back for his Axe build where he's just like throwing out gushes, he can prolong the game if it gets difficult. It's just insurance. Like their entire draft is worst case we shove waves and Pure will get online.
It's a very stable lane. Often Tide can just go for multiple point Kraken Shell and just sit there against most people, right, and let Cuddle do his thing. I think LGD are looking for something, probably a range hero to pair with a Treant, right? That can sort of hard carry the game, but also play aggressive, I think. Because I do think that they need to punish these heroes like Lion, SF, this lane. I think they need something that can punish that.
Yeah.
Look, I was talking about Furion before. Could also be Drow Ranger.
I like Drow Furion.
So you want the range option, not the melee Ursa boy?
Ursa Tree, I don't even think it beats Tide Coddle.
Yeah, actually.
Because of blending, like, yeah, sure.
Drow.
Yeah. It's a great Drow game. She's got a lot of garbage in front of her. She mega outscales everything on Tundra. I imagine Pure will go for the magic build, but even the magic build is against Overgrowth, so you can like get Requiem cancelled and there's like some shenanigans. Because I don't think right-click SF build scales against Drow. I think you just get blasted at some point. We saw it in the Spirit game earlier versus PARIVISION. So I like this last pick a lot, and I feel like LGD's on a roll. I think their draft is good, and I don't buy this Lion Shadow Fiend safe lane.
Yeah, I kind of agree, but at the same time, Tundra should have seen this coming, right? We've seen Drow rise a lot in this tournament, and it's looked pretty strong, and it's pretty obvious that they would need a range carry. So I think they banned Naga instead, for example. I think they would just be like, okay, we'll play against the Drow. We have a lot of Pures that can buy Blink Dagger later on. We can get on top of her. You know, it's not that scary for us.
I'm just looking at LGD's lineup, and honestly, I like it a lot. I think there's a clear win condition in regards to the Drow. My problem is what happens when Tundra utilize their 3 big initiators and one time kill that Drow. You only need 1 kill on her to take Roshan. You only need 1 kill on her to like take a Rax, and then you kind of change the script of the game. So for Yuma, he needs to have really just stable positioning, because as much as Tundra's draft looks a little wonky, there's always that X factor, and they have the damage if they do find her.
All right, good positioning on the side of Yuma with his Drow. We've seen that matchup against SF when it comes to late game carries, and we do know it's Drow favored, but the supporting cast is going to do a lot of heavy lifting on the side of Tundra. But is it enough for them to be able to end their group stage on a win? We'll see how this best of 1 plays out.
LGD versus Tundra. The bottom versus the top, kind of. Let's talk about standings real quick.
Let's talk about King Jungles.
Yeah, well, he did this last time we cast him. He went 0-8. They won the game. Not a great start, though, for LGD. They just got out of a 2-hour game, which we'll also talk about. But first, let's talk about standings. So LGD are 7-3. They're in second place technically. If they win this, I believe they're secured top 2.
I believe so too, yeah.
They have the tiebreaker on BetBoom, who is tied with them currently. So if BetBoom loses, then they still get top 2. But BetBoom have a little bit easier of an opponent. Now Tundra, towards the bottom, 3-7. But Xtreme and Glyph currently are 11th and 12th. Those are the positions that will actually get eliminated. And they have the tiebreaker on both of them. So I think they're fine, right? I think regardless of what happens, they're fine.
So what you're saying is this game is really nice for LGD to get top 2, and for Tundra it doesn't even move them?
I think so.
All right. Now the good news is that Tundra probably don't know that, so...
You don't think 33 knows that? Please.
I'm not sure. I mean, either way...
Oh, you should probably check my math on this one, Cinderin.
Oh yeah, I'm not taking it for granted that you're right.
It's based off of head-to-head, right?
I believe if 3 teams are tied and you win the head-to-head against both of them, I think you're always going to be above
Tundra,
the system they do.
3 of their win, 2 of them are against Xtreme and Glyph, so I don't see how this could go any other way.
I think you're right.
Okay, just checking. You know, I'm from NA, so you got to do a double take from time to time.
From a game perspective, I think this is a really, really good Drow game. I don't know. I'm surprised they gave it away. We saw it earlier today do well against the Shadow Fiend. I personally don't really think Tundra have anything good against Drow when she gets items. So I think there's pressure on them to execute this early. And the issue with that is you're playing against a team that's clearly doing really, really well. So you're going into an unfavorable matchup in terms of team strength. And I think the overall last pick is the best pick of the draft. So keep an eye out for Yuma. Obviously still needs to perform. And the big question on everyone's minds is Drow good enough that it can carry Largo?
Yeah, he's not looked great so far. Has 33 taking a ton of damage. He might just be dead here. He gets off a gush, but to no avail. As KJ gets some revenge, so he's on the board officially. So, in your experience in long games, which is very few, 2 hours, you win the game. There was a bit of an extended break as top lane. We're going to see some action. Frog Stomp onto Pure. The Olakor getting credit for that one. So another kill goes the way of LGD. What kind of impact do you think that a game like that can have, or is it kind of an overrated thing that we're even discussing it?
These young gentlemen are warmed up now. It's all good. I think fatigue is not really a thing until we're talking like more than one BO3 series a day. That's when you can start talking about it. Like if you play 2 full best of 3s that go to 6 games, and a lot of them are long. But like what they've had to play today, I don't think is enough to really shift much, especially not when they had a nice break. I think they had a break for like 20 minutes before the draft or something like that.
Yeah.
I think that's enough to clear your head, and like you said, they won, which definitely also helps.
Oh, another bushwhack onto Pure. And Pale's gonna help him out, going for some Shadow Rays as he's gonna pop the wand to stay alive. Now Theolacor on the run, another Shadow Rays. Actually enough, Whitemon's right click. A lot more damage than it looks like it should, but it is Lion after all, so he can't be too surprised.
It's a really important kill.
The way that you're looking at it is 33's dead. Wow. Okay. Second death on a Tide early on. Not great. You're looking at it from a time perspective, but how much of that last game was one of those stressful type of late game situation? That was like 3/4 of that game. Was that, right? So surely that is not equivalent to just looking at the time. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. I'm just saying I don't think one of those games in a day. That's why I was referring to best of 3s. It wasn't like total time, but it's more how many exhausting games do you have. Because I think one game is not gonna...
So you're saying they're ready for another 60-minute, if not more?
I don't think it's gonna be that, but I think if necessary, they will perform. As bottom lane is going roughly the way I expected. I think this lane plays itself. I think this is so easy for Drow Trainer. Caudal Tide is just a weak lane against this. What Caudal Tide does well against is melee carries, so you can just farm with Anchor Smash, but in this lane, every time you come up and look at creeps, you're gonna get hit by level 2 Frost Arrows. Treant can get on top of you as well, because it's easy for him here in the safe lane to connect. And as a result, I think this is where you're gonna have to jungle a lot as Tide, but that has already been blocked. Courtesy of that sentry, the camp by the outpost is unavailable. King Jungle's got that out nice and early. I think that's the one he got first blooded trying to place, as a matter of fact. Or he did place and then died. Oh, Tai Lung almost dying to BZM. We'll be okay though.
Yeah, Puck versus Pango matchup. Tai Lung just a little bit behind.
Bad news for Tide though, jungling at level 3 on the right side camps. Nothing stacked, of course. But it leaves Ari to get some experience in the lane. However, he, of course, stands no chance at contesting Drow one-on-one. And that means you free up the Treant to go and kill Mr. Lion. But he's spotted by a sentry.
Yeah,
I don't think
not
we can
gonna
do
get
it
too much out of this. Tai Lung has been living on a sliver of HP in the mid lane. 28-7 advantage for BZM versus the 21-4 for Tai Lung. Top lane raises from Pure are enough as Ari making his way over. So bottom lane completely abandoned at this point. Is it going to be worth it? Luminate comes out. They're going to get some more raises onto KJ, level 3, but they can turn this around onto the SF. So Pure dies despite this looking pretty advantageous for Tundra. Will end up being a 1-for-1. Definitely not in their favor.
Yeah, when we talk about Largo and we focus a lot on his core role with the 3 core items you really want, which is generally Kaya Sanj, BKB, Ags. This hero is pretty good in lane early with the right matchups, so this is one of those games where that is a major upside. Oh, again, Theolacor. Immediately
back-to-back deaths. Whisper coming in, apparently not afraid of SF at all. They're going to be able to kill off Whitemon in all likelihood. No, not even. So a 2 for nothing. Very aggressive play from LGD.
This is how you counter LGD. You just completely go outside the box. Play try versus try lane. Love to see it. But we can only have fun for like 30 seconds, so we have to go back to normal. Game demands it.
Yeah,
33 trying to pull a wave. Probably going to die here.
Yeah, definitely. Not much to be done here. Does get a courier. Man, these pro players really do not give a shit about their couriers, do they? That is like the most obvious courier kill. I just don't get it. It's been like this for so many years. Just thinking about too many things. Can't multitask these Zoomers, you know? They're not even Zoomers. It's, what is it, Gen Z?
Ginseng, something like that, yeah.
Is Gen Z the same as Zoomers? I don't even know. I'm too old. I'm the boomer now.
Yeah.
At least my courier doesn't get killed. That's because I play Turbo.
Yep.
Anyway, down to the mid lane. Coil to BCM. He's in a bit of trouble, but
fine.
They don't have the damage to finish him off.
It was a bit of a weird coil. Tai Lung didn't have any mana himself to follow up on it, and Treant is not going to do that damage, so... Even had a regen rune running on BZM, so a bit pointless. However, as it stands, game still, I would say, overall going according to plan for the side of LGD, with the exception of how big of a win mid BZM has been able to get. That's why this game looks even. Is the Pango is definitely, I would say, based on expectation, I would not think Pango wins against Puck this hard. You probably win, but I think BZM is just having a really good game here. But if I could pick in the current meta any carry to just have a free farm lane and then have faith in later in the game, I think my top 2 are Drow and Void. So the fact that Yuma is easily top net worth, I think, is a very good sign for them. He's even going to get involved here with an early smoke rotation. They want to take out BZM. This is a very unexpected Drow movement, but they might still predict the supports.
Yeah, without Coil, how do they do that?
Yeah, this seems a bit strange.
They don't even have
Gust. Yeah, he's going to give up and go bot. Waste of time.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Yeah, BZM's got an Arcane Rune now. Going for the Mage Slayers. He's backed up now by a couple of supports. They're going to look to take out this tier 1 Tai Lung. Left alone, although Theolacor was coming over, but he's going to pay the ultimate price.
And now Yuma's going to show up again, this time with the TP instead of the smoke, and he's late, so that was also a waste of time.
And he's wasted quite a bit.
Nice timing from side of Tundra. They're finding the right moments of opportunity to not really pay anything for their moves, and obviously they will be getting some good space as a result. 33, the biggest winner in all of this. He gets to pull 2 full creep waves with him. It's like the first time in this game that he's going to be truly happy.
Oh yeah. Well, to be fair, 33 is never actually happy as a human being, so can't really say that definitively.
No, but in the game.
Yeah, I guess. As close as he can get.
His hero is smiling. You see that if you look at the Tide portrait, it's smiling behind that. What do you call that? The thing he has on his head. What's the word for that? Diving bell?
Good question. Could be.
Is it called the diving bell?
This BZM's gonna find Whisper. Gonna get bushwhacked. I don't think they have the damage though. He actually does not have Rolling Thunder still. A little bit surprising. I think 1 value level will be good, but he's been farming up a Storm, so hasn't needed
one of the
that
harder
yet.
heroes to use it against. I think this is more standard than you would think specifically because of that matchup. This Rolling Thunder just doesn't generally catch Puck in the lane. Like this, as you said, just better for farming, better for overall like poke and prod harass. A very early Mage Slayer, so wants to get involved with a haste rune, you would think.
Yeah, we'll hit 6 here. There. We'll get his ult here, rather.
Nice stacks from Ari, he will hit 6. And whenever I look at Caudle, there's some classic partners for Caudle. I think the 2 heroes that come to mind for me when I think of Chakra friends are Pango and Ember are my 2 favorites, and then there's something like Tiny that can be good sometimes too. Sometimes Slardar, Beastmaster. If it's in the off lane, then Beastmaster is a good pairing. But yeah, with Pango, this is just so incredibly strong to lower these cooldowns. The cooldowns of Swashbuckle and Shield Crush are 10 and 6.
Oh, they got the coil. BZM pops the haste. He's more than fine. Gonna get gusted as well as now a double impale coming out, and that is the death of Tai Long. The Olakor, that is 5 deaths to his name, and they're just gonna run down Yuma. They got 4 members just running down mid, except not the Quinn style.
No.
As Pure kills off Yuma, Ari will be the only sacrifice needed from the Tundra side.
That was a really good read. They were so ready for that play. But you could see from the formation that they were anticipating the gank. Caudle was covering up from the right side, ready to ult. And the fact that Shadow Fiend is there makes it very clear. Oh, Whitemon might have gone a little bit too aggressive there. Oopsie.
Yeah, he's just dead.
And they denied the tower with Whisper, so could have been worse, but
It feels
still
good to be this good.
a very nice sequence pulled off there by Tundra.
33 bouncing back. He's 4th in net worth overall in the game now after a horrific start.
It's just gonna be vibing with the fact that there's been so much movement to mid. That is the dream when you lose your lane hard as the offlaner, is that everybody just forgets you exist. You get to chill in the jungle.
Yeah, BZM has the Mage Slayer, is gonna go for the Ags next. No big surprise. Tai Long in the meantime.
Standard.
No items yet. Witchblade first in line though. His farm has suffered quite a bit. Bottom net worth of the cores right now. As Tundra on an expedition to find Yuma. Doesn't seem to be a successful one though.
Maybe they'll discover the Americas though. They're going on a very long trek across the entire water. Oh look, somebody didn't care about the courier.
That one's a little
He's
more
actually sending it to
forgivable.
himself through the gate, but okay. Well, they might not find the drow, but I guess the tower is a given. You're not really interested in defending this with what has just happened. As Radiant, you know Tide is available now, you know that Pango is strong. Enemy team is set up. You're just going to concede this one with no contention whatsoever.
Tundra have definitely stabilized. Giving a lot more space to 33. Whisper's been getting some space too, though. Going for the Sage Kaya. Cookie Cutter.
Yeah.
Yuma with the Yasha into straight up Ags, apparently. So not going to stop at the Manta.
Yeah, just going heavy farm. I think the mindset for the side of LGD is if we get late enough, we are going to win courtesy of Drow plus Pango. I would probably agree with that assessment, but they will have a downtime that they're not very strong if they're itemizing like this. So this takes forever for BZM to connect. Finally will.
Yeah, I don't think anything's going to happen, though. Too far of a chase. Froggy's too fast.
Pango can farm so ridiculously fast when you're playing with Caudle. It's crazy. Wave to wave, camp to camp, keep giving him mana, just non-stop spamming out the spells.
Yep, and not too far behind him in the net worth is Pure.
And this is a good way to play Tide now. I think what 33 is doing, whenever there's any sort of threat on a tier 1 tower, you just plant Tide in front of it, because we're focusing a lot on the lane and how good Drow is against Tide in lane and in the later portion of the game. But in this mid game, LGD don't actually have good ways of killing Tide. They have 2 heroes that use silences for killing, but you're going to Kraken those off, both the Gust and the Waning Rift. You don't have heavy burst. You have like sustained damage over time between Drow, Largo, and Puck. So actually a very nice game to just be a wall. I was considering whether 33 was going to go for Consecrated Wraps for that reason, but he feels like he can just go straight Ags. I don't mind it. Minus armor for Pango and SF is of course incredibly good. I think it's comfortable right now on Tundra.
Yeah, very casual. Looked like it was a game that could have been snowballing in favor of LGD, but very even now, which is good to see after our last game.
Oh,
KJ not going to be found by BZM. He still works towards this Aghanim Scepter, halfway there. 33 also working on Ags now, unless he wants to get the blink beforehand. I don't feel like they're looking for a fight necessarily yet. The Ags, what I assume he'll go for.
Some very good vision placed here, by the way, on this move.
Once they get the Hex onto Tylon, Finger of Death as well as Ravage. Do they have the damage? Yes. Very casual play there from Tylon. Lion is easily the best counter they have in this game against him.
Yep. Didn't think there was going to be enough of a threat there, especially with living armor level 4. But if you use everything, still take him out. And yeah, this is what I was saying. These wards right now are extremely good for the side of Tundra. You just park Tide up top and farm with him, and then play as 4 down here in this area, and you're effectively controlling so much of the map that you're kind of forcing the hand of LGD to go for a smoke. Which they might be willing to do now that you don't have Ravage. I guess that's the big downside to that puck kill, is it's harder to control this part of the map at this point. Yeah, they're unfortunately for them going to give up at least one of their ops, but the other one will stay. They didn't find the one on the crossroads between the towers mid.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And here go LGD. Let's see if they can find... Can they kill him? I don't actually even know if these 3 heroes kill Tide before he gets help. Let's see.
Pushback to start. They're going to break him. Yeah.
Okay, I take it back.
Very easy kill, in fact.
I don't know why I thought that wasn't going to work with Bushwhack. Or, excuse me, Sharpshooter. Like, of course, if they start with Sharpshooter, it'll be fine. Oh, Shannon, we're getting old.
Speak for yourself, Synderen. I'm young at heart.
That was the necessary X factor. Without a break there, you might actually do quite fine. That's right. Wait, what?
I like Harambe memes.
That's right. And cats.
Yeah, of course. Who doesn't like cats, though? Psychopath.
Fair point, I guess.
It does feel like one of those games for LGD. They're just... I mean, I guess it's a Largo game where you're just getting your... Well, I was going to say he's going his standard. He's not going Ags. I don't think I've ever seen this, Synderen. Sange Kaya into Shivas. Then
Is this the new tech?
Could be.
Is it recognizing that... Well, I picked Largo, so... I guess I'll have
to... Is
do
Ags the problem then with that hero?
We'll see if Whisper finds big impact with this. It's obviously an incredible armor game, and I will say Whisper as a player, I think is my... He seems like the offlaner that values armor the most. So he will buy, for example, on Batrider, he will buy Lotus Orb a lot of the time. Also, if he isn't necessarily dispelling really key things, he will go Shivas more often.
Yuma, he knew they were roshing. He's going to take a Finger of Death. KJ's in the vicinity for an overgrowth. We'll have to use it, but the Impale comes out again, canceling the TP from Yuma. Surprised that he was even in that area after Roche died.
Oh, did they not see KJ? Oh, wow. Nice movement. He was dusted. But they just barely didn't see him in the trees. That would have been an extra bonus kill, but they got the big one. The drow that they were looking for, along with the Aegis, as you said. So, again, stable position here for the Dire. Not a big gold lead by any means, but...
You like LGD's lineup more. Tundra's playing better in this game so far, though. Clearly.
Yeah, I think this is I think that's fair to say that they've had better movements and better reads. The thing that's mainly impressed me with Tundra has been their counter initiation. The play in mid was a game changer, where Caudle was there immediately to protect the Pango and get a great turnaround fight. And they've managed to kill Tai Lung twice on the puck, which might not sound like much at 20 minutes, but it adds up. You're slowing down the puck. She also lost her lane. I say she, it's an it. Before anybody corrects me on that. T-Governor, I know you're watching. Don't know why that was about him. Quinn, you're wrong again, Quinn. Unlucky.
Yep, as usual.
Yep. Whatever gender you think puck is, Quinn, it's the other one.
It's not a 50-50 with puck, apparently.
No. Oh, that's a nice free shard for Ari.
Oh.
2 Solar Bind charges plus the 100% Illuminate heal. Solar Bind, actually quite good against Puck. It might sound a little bit weird, but sometimes...
sound weird.
Even if Puck jumps, The slow is so crippling that you can actually catch up on a hero like Pango. So, see if that gets put to use. Of course, they have dispels on Largo, but it's just such a feels good shard. It's just very strong in general.
Yep, and they avoided the 50-50 with Lion as Pure. They get the enemy Wisdom Shrine. So LGD playing on the back foot a bit, as 33 did go for the blink actually first. So they will have the
definitely
jump.
Accelerate this a bit, it feels like. With Drow in the farming mode and Largo with only the one item for now. Knowing Tundra, they will try to twist the knife a bit here and get some more advantage. I think the biggest mistake they can make is to not use the Aegis. I think you've got 2 minutes. Make sure you force into another tower or at least get some deep wards out with this. You see Pure is playing completely fearless, just pushing in between the tower for the wave. Might actually look for a kill. Yeah, he's just gonna go straight in for Theola Core here. Only Shadowblade, no Silver Edge.
Yeah, didn't do a whole lot as Theola Core trying to get to the other side of this impenetrable wall. Looks like 33 might be able to clean up. Actually uses the Ravage as well. After all that, just support for support. Now the turnaround from LGD, potentially the coil onto 33, the slows from KJ, and 33 looks to be in a world of hurt as Whisper finally comes in with the huge lick. And they get the big kill on the Watermelon.
Well, I wanted to see aggression, but that was just pretty poor formation, right? They dove into that spot on the map. Pango was never able to connect whatsoever. No spells were cast from him. You kind of just got surrounded on all sides by LGD, which I would argue, given the game state, shouldn't really be possible. That's huge. You outlast the Aegis with that play, you get 2 kills. It's a nice time purchased for themselves here by LGD. And they're going to immediately find us up. This is a bit early, though.
Has the Shadow Blade, they dust, and he wants to fight. Pops the Manta, gets silenced, can't get off the ult. The tree's already dead. As they get the connection
that's a good second
onto the puck again. One more right click, but the phase shift. Do they have the finishing blow here for Tai Lung? Looks like he's fine. I say that a little too early, potentially. Yep. Tai Lung with the waning grip.
Don't worry about it.
To a crawl, and down he goes again. Death number 3 for the puck. As Numa will have to run back to base if he can even do so. EZM. You're still going in. He still has the Aegis. They're going very deep. A couple right clicks will suffice here. One more, in fact, will finish the job as 33 is going to run into melee range to try to get off an anchor smash. It's just doing no damage, but finally the Requiem from Pure. How are we in the enemy base at 24 minutes and they're owning? They haven't lost a single member. What the hell just happened?
As long as Coddle is unaccounted for, they're all going to be healthy in these situations. As long, you know, Tai Lung's dead, you get on top of the Drow, so she loses a lot of her impact, and you just stabilize immediately. That was, honestly, quite a big blunder from LGD to smoke there. I really don't like that smoke. You have 50 seconds left on the Shadow Fiend Aegis. You just accomplished what you needed with the fight that happened outside your base. And then they got a little bit greedy and wanted more. And unfortunately for them, they run into the SF. He has the Aegis. They kind of can't really go on him because they can't kill him twice. The counterplays there immediately between SF and the Pango, and then the rest just becomes a cascading effect. That was a 5k loss on your initiative. And now you're...
KJ again.
Yeah. Now you've lost all map control too. You have 1 ward in the bottom lane for another 10 seconds, and then you're out of vision. So... that was... there's 2 sides to that. I don't like the move from LGD, but very heads up and very fast response from Tundra.
Oh,
I immediately recognized.
Is he actually just gonna die here? He does. Oh my goodness.
You just knew this was gonna happen. They played a 2-hour game. They're so exhausted.
That's why I brought it up. You brushed it off.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hey, there's too many deaths on this puck.
I mean, you can blame whatever you want, but there is definitely a bit of a class difference in this game in the direction that I was not expecting. But that's the thing about Tundra. Even when they have a slow start to tournaments, they can always, any given day, they can just turn up.
I mean, they can win the tournament.
Yeah, they absolutely can win the tournament from here. It's not even that far-fetched to imagine a top 3. If they just get... sometimes Tundra start the tournament really slow, and then they get the ball rolling, and then they just keep that momentum and get very far. Not to get ahead of ourselves here, but obviously this is a good game played against a strong opponent. So a healthy development for them. Still need to finish it off though. We've seen Drow come back from 15k down against SF earlier today.
True.
Team Spirit.
I feel like Tundra at their peak, the reason they get to these peak moments is because of BZM actually, because I think he swings a lot, whereas 33 and Pure to me are extremely good and consistent, where
Pure
BZM can sometimes flop, but he can carry games as well.
I think BZM's lows are maybe the lowest out of their 3 cores, but I don't know if it's fair to say that Pure is consistent either. I think he's been a bit of a mixed bag, but he's less of a mixed bag than BZM. But the thing about this team is when they're all playing, their ceiling is like one of the absolute highest, right? When they're all firing on all cylinders, then they're a very tough team to beat. And I do agree that if you had to single out one player who is a big part of when
swingy.
When things don't really click, it's BZM, and then he has these like unbelievable performances too. So, and when you build a team, you want to have the right mix. You don't want everybody to be stable and not flashy, but you also don't want too many volatile players, because then things can go a bit too haywire.
Imagine a team with 5 eternal enemies. What would happen?
They would own the whole stock market, I think. It might just take over the world.
Yeah, maybe.
That's some real insider trading right there. Cloning yourself 5 times and trading with yourself. It's next level.
Yeah. Oh, that sounds like somebody in office right now. That will not be named.
Cloning?
Well, taking advantage of insider trading was more what I was going with, but sure. I'm sure they'd love to be cloned. Tai Long has the Eon disc with the Witchblade now. And Yuma, the hero that you guys were all praising.
Yeah.
What point does he need to get to where they just can't ignore him anymore?
I think 2 more items.
Yasha, her 2 more?
Yeah, 2 more items, and he's a serious problem. I think Silver Edge BKB. I really like that he's not finishing Manta. I don't think it's worth it. I think the other items are higher impact for this game overall. He's recognizing that until he gets BKB, they're just going to immediately get on top of him with Ravage and with Pango. But if he has BKB, he has so much staying power and so much damage that he can fight back. The Manta isn't going to help with that. So I like this.
Roche is up. They'd love to get a pick off to be able to ensure this one's free. Funnily enough, I think if they just take it here, nobody would contest. Which may just be what they do anyway.
Yep. Wonder if this is a high ground Aegis for them if they get it. If they feel that confident. That's one of the biggest strengths of Caudle when you're going this Holy Locket build, is the way it enables you to push high ground. And I think Ari understands that pretty much better than anyone. His Caudle is very, very good at playing timings. So I wouldn't mind if they go for it. If they think it's the right idea, then I would believe they could potentially pull it off with the right formation. You put SF to hit the tower, you have Caudle at a nice distance behind, and if your SF does get initiated on, you kind of need to use a lot of resources. And that gives Pango a free joy entry into the fight. So...
That's your new thing, huh?
You love that.
It's so good.
I do it for you. The joy entry
Link
is for you,
dagger.
man.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I think sometimes you do that just to make sure I'm listening, which you were lucky that time, actually.
No.
Usually I
that's not
zone
why I
out.
do it. I know you're
There's
always...
been many jokes that like people will clip at some point and I realize I didn't react to it because I literally was not listening to you. Isn't that?
Yeah.
You do the same though to me, so it's an even back and forth.
Have you noticed that the funny jokes they clip are mine and you're not listening, and not the other way around?
Yeah, I actually have. Kind of depressing.
It's unfortunate. I'm here. I can give you a hint.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, joy entry is a good place to start.
Yeah, just keep saying joy entry until it really catches on.
That's right.
Meme.
It'll become a thing.
Make that your TI voice line. Joy entry, joy entry. There you go. Freebie for you.
It was like Ode to Joy.
Yeah, not copyrighted, so you're good.
Oh, that's actually true. Might be onto something. All right, next tower down. That's the last tier 2. So now, Tundra, what's it gonna be? Are we farming the map, or are we trying to push?
Well, they get the guts on the Pure. Want to burn this Aegis as fast as possible, and they will.
I mean,
Drow's packing a punch.
What was? Huh?
Gonna get licked again. Pure gonna get healed though from the Illumina. Whitemon jumps in with the Impale, only hitting 1. EZM still waiting to go with the Rolling Thunder. As the Lion gets killed off by Yuma.
I think that wins the award for most uncoordinated push of the day. They just sent Pure 2,000 range in front of his team. I don't know whose call that was, the way that happened, but SF goes up to hit the high ground completely alone. They kill him for free with the Aegis. He comes back up, Lion tries to help, then he dies, and that's the end of the push.
Did you see the clip today
they were not
of
the same.
Tundra dying to mines?
No, I didn't see that.
You know, I usually don't do this, Cinderin. Can you go on Reddit and just look at it right now?
Okay.
It's worth interrupting this entire cast.
Okay.
It's so fucking good. It's like the best clip of the year, genuinely.
All right, I have to see this then.
And narrate it, please, for us all. Appreciate
No.
Why not?
We're not gonna... Oh no.
You have plenty of time.
Oh no. Oh my.
Great narration.
All right, they went 5 people through a twin gate, and there were like 7 mines.
It feels
That's
good.
fucking amazing.
It was like old school techies, right?
Yeah.
That was great.
Yeah,
I'll miss those
I mean,
moments.
it's a funny clip, but fuck techies though.
BZM gonna chase down Theola Core. Well, the reason I wanted to bring that up is because you're talking about them being uncoordinated. I would argue that is uncoordinated as well. They had a good second, or close to a second, to react.
Yeah.
Nobody really did.
Wait, yeah, so the puck went through the gate and heard the mine sound and cast
and then phase shift. Yeah, and then the rest of the team followed.
Everybody's like, huh, well, I guess you can't hear it from the other side of the gate.
Yeah. I would love to hear comms on that one in particular.
Mines! But like, where?
Knowing BZM, he didn't say anything. That would have been the funniest one. They kill off KJ.
I'm phase shifting, guys.
Phase shifting?
All right, they find another rogue treant here, and that is going to be the second tormentor of the game. Going to
not Lion. Damn it, all to hell.
Yeah. This is not great here. I think it's very, very hard for Whitemon to get much use out of this. It's not a good game to stand still online.
It rarely is.
I think the shard actually has its moments, even potentially in pro play, where players might underrate it, but
Why
this is
can't
not
you just
one
let me hate Lion like a normal person?
Oh, you can hate it. That wasn't my perspective. Wasn't whether it was fair or not.
Yeah, it's just
good.
you always try to make it seem like just let me have a win, okay?
You have a win every time we bash Kez.
Yeah, but
And
Kez
now, if
wins
you could just
very
get with me on the Huskar hate train, then we could really align our.
I mean, yeah, playing against
worldviews
Huskar
about
is the
Dota.
worst. I think design-wise, it's not a problem though. I think that is actually the opposite. I think it's very interesting design.
Yeah, very interesting.
The jump in, coil onto 2 from Tai Long. Oh, nice guts on the Whitemon. Cannot get anything off. BKB for Yuma. And this Tide looks to be very dead. BZM gets the barrier. Will they go back in with the Rolling Thunder? Pure comes in. There are the right clicks. Onto the Frogman. Slowed to a crawl. Thanks to the Solar Bind. Or whatever the hell that spell is called. Who cares? 1 for 1. Off lane for off lane. The Olacor will live for once. As the chase is now onto Tai Long. He has been dying left, right, and center, and does so again.
Could definitely see the value of the
was-
Shivas there on the Largo. How long he was able to tank Pure for was quite crazy to watch, but
yeah,
ultimately the problem there is still that Yuma gets boxed out, and I'm a little bit surprised he wasn't able to find more footing in that fight. He did only 1,500 damage on the Drow, but maybe a bit of a vision issue. generally speaking, when fights become extended like this and key stuns are already being used on other heroes, Strau can find more impact, but not that time. Oh, King Jungles. It's been a good minute since you got caught, so.
Yep, Essence Distiller, but...
Yules.
Yeah, he does.
He's actually kind of tough for them to kill.
This is taking way too long. Painful death for him.
Slowest kill ever.
I get him.
In the meantime, Theolacor will get out against SF Pango.
Is there a name in Dota, spell name, I guess, that trips you up at times? Because for me, Solar Bind is one of the worst for some reason. And I know there's no Grimstroke in the game, but Soulbind, Solar Bind, like they're so similar. I feel like I'm saying the other one when I quickly
I feel like I call Ringmaster Grimstroke.
You call Ringmaster Grimstroke?
I don't know why, but sometimes I call Ring Grim and then I correct myself. That's the only one that really came to mind. I don't know why.
Ring
so random.
Stroke.
Yeah.
That sounds really bad, actually. Don't say that.
Wow. Talk about a joy entry.
It's never gonna get old, actually. It's so good. It's so good. Usually you don't invent phrases like, I would say you're pretty bad at it because you're not a funny person, but this one in particular.
Really now?
Really good. Really, really good.
I don't know if you can count it as a phrase.
Oh, what else would it be?
This is like when you say a phrase, it's usually like a catchphrase, like you have a saying. This is just 2 words.
That can be a catchphrase. Why not?
All right.
You could have a catchphrase with 1 word.
Give me your best 1-word catchphrase.
I used to have one when I would start casts. I don't know if I could do it anymore because my voice is ruined, but I usually start the cast with hello.
I don't think saying hello everybody, this is Purge counts as 1 word, even though
no, but just hello.
Argue, but
in a very specific way is the puck actually dodges the Requiem pure.
Yeah, he has used his disc and he has died again. But not yet. Wait, they don't see him? Oh, he was behind that one tree.
He has illusory orb, but doesn't want to use it yet. Phase shift,
nice
dodges the impale. Did that get vision though? Oh, they cancel the blink. There's the illusory orb though. Into the tree line, another miss. Impale. Into the tree line. Into the area that no one else can go other than Phoenix.
Oh, he jaunted.
Another missed impale. Oh my goodness, this is a long ass chase. Tai Lung.
They got him.
He's found, heck, killed, finally. Holy shit.
Space.
Yeah.
The sad thing is, that's still worth it. Even though that took a full minute, that is still worth it, probably. Wow.
That was entertaining, though. Nope, Theolacor, and maybe not space, after all. He's going to get dropped. Here's going to pop the BKB, gets the kill with the Raze. Yuma already with his BKB, but not getting full use out of it, will just nightfall away. Space created for what exactly?
Yeah. Space created for KJ to once again play behind enemy lines.
Oh yeah.
Thing is, he doesn't have any wards or his shard, so I'm not really sure what the purpose of this movement is. If he's trying to kill couriers or hoping to get some sort of key information, but well, if it's couriers he's after, the whole squadron is currently flying over. But the deliveries will arrive. Shit, that's a swift blink almost. For
shit blink? Is that what you're gonna say?
No, swift. There's your word.
Of course, swift. Yeah.
Swift blink. I think calling that a shit blink is very unfair. It's a great, very strong item. It's the best upgraded dagger. And a basher for Pango.
I think the coolest one is the one that nobody buys, unfortunately.
Arcane?
Yeah. The extra range is so good.
Yeah.
So good.
I mean, when it has CDR, it was the best blink.
Yeah, of course. That was
and cast point reduction. That was so ridiculously overpowered.
Yeah, we had our 10 minutes of fun with it. As Aegis number 3 for Pure, they have the Roche banner. And now the siege is upon them. Jumping in is BZM. They're going to get the Ravage off. The Eon Disc does proc for Whisper. Looks like they're going to back up temporarily. It's 33. Interesting BKB usage. Okay. Does feel a little uncoordinated, doesn't it?
I mean, I kind of didn't mind what they were trying to do there. The problem is just Eon Disc is so good against their lineup. You have Tide, Pango, who really want to, you know, 1-2 punch combo and kill people, but Largo with a disc and Puck with a disc don't make for very good targets, and the Drow is standing far back, and she is basically maxed out here. I guess you could replace an item for Butterfly. Oh, I say maxed out. She can obviously consume her Ags and get a Butterfly, which is probably what's coming up next. But it is not easy to siege high ground against this Radiant lineup. This game is not even remotely over yet with 20k. There's one
I have a hard
slip up.
time seeing how much impact Whisper is having without Ags.
Yeah.
Have you noticed? His AoE is huge, but how good is this without Ags, you know?
I don't know. I haven't really...
It's tough to like gauge like just visually if it's doing anything.
Yeah.
I
guess the types of fights this game has had, I don't know how much the Ags would have actually helped.
Dire are scanning.
So far so good. I'm just surprised he's still not buying it at this point. Like, surely, when you have all of these items.
Down.
But no.
They know he's here. No shard yet for 33. Maybe that's next on the menu. There, they spot him. TPing on top of Whitemon. Impale misses. Dialong round number 2. Attempted TP. This one should be fine.
Let's see if King... Oh, he randomly got clipped. Did they note? I don't actually remember if there's an audio cue. If you hit Gush on a target in trees. If there's like a... I don't think you can tell. So,
oh, Whisper's alone.
Like they couldn't. Yep. Gonna try to pop his Eon disc. Not gonna happen. Yeah. I mean, Largo, when he's playing his songs, he has 60 armor. So
they don't really have a good nullifier hero. You could put it on Pango, I guess.
Yeah, he's pretty decent. I think that's a very viable choice. In this.
You don't think that's a little weird?
I would definitely like to see that. And I think you could make a case that he should have bought it over the Basher. But obviously, I mean, Basher on Pango is always good. But given the issues that Tundra are facing now, I think it's the best item he can buy. He's queuing up Abyssal into Octarine, though.
Oh, pure. Very aggressive play. Okay. Gonna be licked. Gonna be bushwhacked. And 33 blinks in to get sniped instead. The Ravage comes out. Not quite clipping.
Oh,
another Ravage coming out, but the BKB comes out from Yuma, and an instant TP from 33, but the Overgrowth cancels it. He looks to be dead to rights, and the rest of Tundra now on the run. We get a slow kill on the 33 as the Puck is actually hexed up to get the double impale on top, but where's the damage? Pure, not looking to go in. So another high ground defense successful, we'll call it, from LGD.
They're kind of just botching this, no? So they go in, they Ravage, he refreshes, and then he uses the second Ravage after Drow got out of the stun so she could press PKB. That is just, for this level, that is not really acceptable. It's very unusual for 33 to mess that up because there was nothing interacting with him, preventing him from doing it, I think. But even then, if he hits the second Ravage, I don't even know if they kill her because they're just in such an awkward position.
That was very
going
deep.
for this dive. I think if you do want to commit for this deep dive, I don't mind it, but I don't think you do it by Shadow Fiend blinking up to hit the tower first. He needs to be able to blink into the base with you guys if you want to do that. And that is another Aegis burned out. I don't know, man. I'm feeling a 50-50 here. Especially seeing how Tundra have struggled to break the high grounds. If this was even on gold, it would be very Radiant favored for me, but they at least still have a meaningful advantage in terms of the gold, but they're not really able to convert it on the pushes. That was a refresher from Roche, by the way. They don't have that play again.
True.
For another good while.
Yeah, it feels like these Ravages, Pure is nowhere nearby to actually take advantage of it. They didn't
That's
really
the problem.
It's like you have this Rolling Thunder CC not doing a ton of damage with the Ravage on top and then really nothing else. Yeah, definitely a bit uncharacteristic. But this buys more time for LGD. Tylong has Arcane Rune now. Has the full Parasma, Whisper with a Sheep Stick, so still not going for Ags.
Looks like he doesn't want to buy it at all.
Yeah, looks like it.
Gonna go Shard next into Travels 2. That's when you know you don't think the Ags is good anymore.
33 missing a fish by the North Tormentor. Fish is just flopping.
Want to
up there.
ultra that to him?
I could. Wonder if I get in trouble for that.
Oh, one better than a Finol pause, I guess.
Yeah, that's a blast from the past.
That is a throwback. Which TI was that? Was that TI 1 or 2? TI 2, I think.
Might have been 3.
Oh, you might be right, actually.
It was either 2 or 3.
Yeah.
There's a fish. Fish is still there for him. Oh, he found it. Good job, 33.
Yummy.
And now, the shard, will he be the recipient? No. It'll be the shadow friend. So 33 is going to have to buy his own.
I don't know if he wants to. It's actually not very good this game.
Is it not good against... How does it work against Puck with Eon? Doesn't do anything, right?
I mean, it's okay. It's just so hard to land it, right? Like, catching Puck off guard in the first place is difficult, and then having to use that. I think there's better options that just are more likely to have higher impact. Like, he could buy a refresher. He could buy... He's queuing up a Wind Waker right now. I guess he's just expecting to get the next Roche. Is what that's telling me.
Yeah.
I
feel like
wouldn't mind
Sheepstick
Octarine. You're just more of a Gush bot. I think that would be cool. With the Wind Waker, he can frontline though. I think that's the mindset here, is he wants to be able to jump in like he did in the previous fight, but actually survive it on the way out. Speaking of, King Jungles will get a Wind Waker for himself, and just playing more and more into the fact that there's no Nullifier in play. It's an additional save together with the discs. Very reliable too, because Tran is just going to be hiding way behind the fight, and then if anybody gets initiated on, he can blink Wind Waker them and Overgrowth.
Yeah, if BZM wants to get it, he has to eat an Ags to do it, so it's going to be really expensive, but he's opting still for the Abyssal. Which obviously can be powerful as well, but I mean, they have, what, 2 Eon Discs or 3? They have 3, right?
They have 3? No, they have
no, you're right.
Largo Puck.
2 Encores. Rolling Thunder.
Trying his luck. But what rhymes with luck? Fuck Puck. And we'll get out. Yeah, well, you got one of them, right? That's pretty good. Very frustrating hero to play against in game states like this. Puck is just such a late game monster. So hard to catch. Still has good damage output.
I feel like they did a good job against it, though.
Yeah, 2 and 6 on Pailong, but he's still... Once you reach this point in the game where everybody starts getting 6-slotted, none of what happened earlier really matters that much anymore.
Yeah, the interesting thing, looking at the net worth, obviously the SF is way ahead, but in terms of supports, the Coddle, as kind of expected in these longer games, mounting a huge advantage over the other supports.
It's the majority of the gold lead is just that one hero. So how much bang for your buck are you getting from this 10k gold? Honestly, it's not really that great, I think. Octarine into a Wind Waker, he will have more spam of his spells, but it doesn't really seem to be the problem here. At the same time, what would you buy though? I don't know. It's just... I think that's a really good point, that such a big part of the net worth is on the support that can't really change the outcome of the game that much. I would like to have seen an Ags though. I think that would be potentially useful.
The Will-O-Wisp?
Yeah, I'm surprised he's not buying it, to be honest. Given how chaotic and long these fights are, just more garbage to throw in there.
No, I
think that's a higher impact item than the Octarine might have been, but... tough to question Ari on this hero. He's a very, very good Coddle player, but I just don't really feel like this is changing much.
Alright, another Roche incoming. They will spot it. Roche number 4. And they, let's be real, they haven't really gotten much out of these yet. But this time, LGD are going to try to counteract it. They get the sheep onto Whitemount, who has an Eon Disc of his own. They're still working on Roche, but Roche is moving. Oh no, horrible timing is pure now. BKB, but inside the coil, gets off the Requiem. Roche is also taking part in this fight. Yuma gets to the high ground, destroys 33 as a result. And Lion's going to be next on the deck as BZM has to hightail away.
This is
and the Arcane Room picked up by the Puck as well as he gets thrown now. The Gust onto BZM.
The
and
one
take full
hero
advantage.
that can catch puck in the game now is Roche.
They're trying to finish off Roche, and they will. Yuma gets it, but the Ravage comes out for 33. He's stealing goodies. He gets the banner and the refresher shard. Yuma, though, with the Aegis. So can they still fight is the question from Tundra's side. They did buy back on to the Tide Hunter as the SF gets destroyed thanks to the late overgrowth from KJ. And now surely the fight is over. As they attempt to TP out from R8, not happening today. So that ends up being a 4-for-0, I believe, with the buyback on 33.
They're in huge trouble now. That was the thing that couldn't happen. Not accounting for the movement of Roche with the timer. Dying on Tide without getting a Ravage off, and he has to buy back to TP in, and then gets off a Ravage that's rather inconsequential. The only saving grace there is that you stole the refresher, but that is not worth the cost. And I just think we're approaching a point now where the Radiant lineup is just better at late game. It's so hard to catch puck. It's so hard to kill Drow. And Largo is eventually going to get his 7th item X. Which might make matters even worse here. It's honestly, I have to say, as much as we're harping on it, I think it's really cool to see that you can play the
it's great. Yeah, it's great.
Because we've been saying this hero has one build, and Whisper's doing something else than what we've been seeing for months.
Some good connection on the Drow, but no real follow-up damage at all. It's 33. Gonna get off the Shivas. They get the connection on the Tylon, but able to phase shift away. Now break on the 33. Has to BKB and retreat. And Drow, as we've seen so many times in the past, can absolutely destroy these towers. Fortification. 10 seconds for the SF to come back, but this is still against an Aegis for 3 minutes.
It's a 4v5 with one Ravage. Your second Ravage is off cooldown in 25 seconds.
Yep, TP in from Pure. Jumps in, wants to fight, pops the BKB, doing a lot of damage to Whisper. Looks like he'll survive, though. They're going to continue on. Yuma now taking the brunt of the damage from the illusions, puts the Glacier to work, and Pure gets destroyed. Absolutely destroyed by the Drow. As the rest now on the run, multi-shot, not going to clip anymore. They get the full lane, and now they can continue. They can force out this buyback onto Pure.
That was so insanely aggressive to just... I think he was just hoping to catch them completely by surprise, that they wouldn't expect that at all. And I think they didn't, but there wasn't enough follow-up. There was no stuns, so they just... Yeah, there's an SF blinking at you and hitting you. Just get out.
And there's the buyback. Rolling Thunder right onto the Drow. Still the Aegis for 2 minutes, though. They need to find something. Gets put off of the Glacier. As there's the Ravage from 33. Drow a little bit isolated. Nice Wind Waker from KJ onto Drow. Can turn this around onto Pure, who's now Hex. Pops the Manta, but taking so much damage as Puck dealing a lot himself on the backline. They finally get the 1 life onto the Drow, but this is going to be a dieback onto Pure. And now the BKB still secured for Yuma. He can go to town on these supports. Whitemon with the Eon Disc will survive. The Lick onto the Tide gets brought back into the fray as Yuma, thinking about his choices, gets the Glacier off. And with no SF, they can regroup, and these heals are continuing to come, but the Finger of Death is enough to kill off the Frog finally, and Yuma going to be brought back into the arms of the Tundra side with the Impale to follow as well. Can they finally get these kills? They're going to get a buyback onto the Frog. He's actually healing up. Yuma with the Satanic doing so much damage. They're going to be able to kill off everybody. 3 dead without buyback on the Tundra side. Ari looks to be next, and that should surely do it. There is no way to defend now, as now they just go for the tier 4s.
Super clutch plays there coming in from King Jungles. Living Armor, saving with Wind Waker, getting off a big Lotus on the Drow. They're using 4 staffs, they're using everything to keep her alive at 10% and get that Satanic off and fire a couple of arrows. And that'll do it. You always had this feeling in this game that if Tundra botch it once on high ground, they're going to be struggling, and that is exactly what happened. They didn't get through when they could.
Yeah. Now they're going to use Coil. Impale, not going to do a whole lot. Whisper with the BKB, counteracts all of it. Whitemon dead to rights. Lone member Ari can only watch on as they lose this game after having a pretty sizable advantage. But like you said, the high ground attempts just botch after botch after botch. One too many, and LGD take full advantage.
Yeah. It's funny to see how this game played out, where I think compared to the rest of the tournament, Tundra really outperformed my expectations in the first 20 minutes. But then when push comes to shove and you need to get the game-winning plays in, you're seeing the flaws, you're seeing the cracks in the armor, and they're taking advantage of that on the side of LGD, who have just, they've just been playing better, and they find a way to win a hard game.
Yeah, LGD, they win 2 games in 3 hours. Not bad.
2 games in 3 hours. I feel like that's a pretty good ratio. Maybe not a T doing 27 pubs in 24 hours, but either way, LGD being able to stay strong and hold that high ground for themselves. That is one of the tougher things about going up against some ranged hard carries like a Drow Ranger.
Yeah, I mean, LGD, they played an incredible game. Also, MVP maybe going towards 33 for that, 43-minute push, going up the high ground, maybe not getting double ravages onto, there was some questionable stuff happening from Tundra, that's for sure. But LGD, they're a strong enough team that they can capitalize on the mistakes of their opponent and then get themselves the win. But Tundra, let's be honest, they should have probably won this game.
Yeah, it's a weird sight to see LGD being the clutch scaling team when playing against Tundra.
LGD.
That is
LGD.
like a back in TI8.
LGD. LGD.
Come on, Quinn.
LGD.
Is this Children of the Corn?
Get me if you want. I was thinking something more positive, but okay.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's a crazy world we live in, and kudos to them. I hope to see if they can keep the streak going. Is with that win, are they confirmed to top 2?
Yes, they are!
Hey, Macarena.
They did it.
So with that, I want to see if they can actually keep it going in the playoff bracket.
I don't know if they are, by the way, because BetBoom also won their series, so...
They might be.
But they are. And also
they are. This is including Neustadt.
This is correct? The doctor? The doctor?
So they are literally number fucking 1.
Let's go, LGD! LGD! LGD!
Come on, Quinn, look at that.
Dude, you're such a hater.
No, I was glazing. I was glazing.
LGD! LGD!
Come on, Quinn. One time, brother. No? Fine. Either way.
We'll get them next time when they're here in Copenhagen.
But asterisks, best of 1s, best of 3s, very different. I really hope they get to maintain their form because best of 1s, they worked well. But we'll live in the moment. They're number 1. You can't fault it. LGD, number 1. SA, number 1, I guess. Thumbs up.
That's right. We're going to have a look at our results for today as well so you guys can see everything that played out. And we followed all 3 of Falcons' final best of 1s today where they lost all of them, and that's what gave BetBoom the leeway to be able to go on and take a better position for themselves in the group standings. And of course, a massive props to LGD. They came up against Xtreme Gaming. That one felt like it really should have gone their way, but to eke out a 111-minute game up against Yandex, and then to have to play within 25 minutes and have a big comeback against Tundra. Like, this team truly deserves that number 1 spot that they got.
They do. They absolutely do. Mad props to them. It's not easy to improve in Dota. It's not easy to go from being the schmucks to contesting the big dogs and eventually even, potentially, we'll see how the rest of the tournament goes, becoming the big dogs themselves. I'm not sold on these runs until...
This is classic Quinn.
It doesn't count until the bracket starts.
One good draft, that's all it is.
Count until the bracket starts. Everybody knows that's when you can look at Na'Vi in the group stage last tournament. Ooh, top of the groups, Navi's back, and then boop boop immediately bombs out. Okay, it doesn't count until it's in the bracket.
I mean, he is right? Because the fact is, the 111-minute game, the back and forth between Yandex, it is rare for Quinn on the panel, but the back and forth between Yandex, anyone could have won that game. Tundra with a double ravage, not connecting to close out this game, unable to go high ground, uncharacteristics of Tundra. That easily could have been 2 more losses to LGD. So it wasn't as if this was a super clean group stage for LGD, but who cares? They're still number 1. They can take those lessons. They can learn on the flight over to Copenhagen, unlike other teams that still need to play these last chance and what you're talking about. So yeah, I believe in maybe a ability of holding some form.
Yeah, our group stage is not over by any means. It is here on the A stream, but we're going to have a quick look at our B stream because I believe they still have their final best of 1, which is just about to begin. They've just concluded their draft, so that's Liquid and OG. And now I believe even if OG end up losing this one because of the good Dr. Neustadt, they won't get eliminated. I believe, unfortunately, that has already been handed to Xtreme Gaming.
I believe so, correct, yes. I believe it is XG and Glyph who are in the bottom 2. So,
pour one out.
Yep, unlucky lads.
Well, LGD, one historic...
Don't waste a good drink.
One historic Chinese org now South America top, and unfortunately Xtreme Gaming at the bottom. And the first time we've had eliminations in Blast Slam, it is Glyph and Xtreme that unfortunately take that wooden spoon.
honestly pretty fair teams down there. I think they've had a couple games of like, oh, maybe, but then on average, it's been uninspiring. They've just been struggling. So yeah, I feel like the rest of the teams in the tournament are going to be getting stronger. So yeah, we've eliminated 2 good teams.
Now, I know I said if OG lose, but there's still a chance that they win, Quinn. And whilst you had that brief 30-second look at the draft, who is going to win, Liquid or OG?
The team on the right had Pangolier, Quinn, just so you're aware.
Liquid. Pangolier's lost. Yeah,
OG.
Liquid did not have Pangolier.
Yeah.
Pangolier's lost like the last like 7 games. I'm on the Pango hate train.
Okay, so you think it's Liquid there. Well, you guys should head on over to our B stream. Check that one out. If you want all the schedules and everything, make sure to follow our socials. But our group stage on A stream has concluded. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Our last chance qualifier best of 3s begin then.